Already, their message, just stay inside and do whatever you can to protect yourself and your family. They also said 40,000 people are without power right now, but that's statewide. We are seeing some outages in Southwest Florida, but at this point it looks like many of the outages are on the southeastern part of the state where they had some tornadoes or tornado-like storms earlier this morning.
We also know several of the bridges are closed right now. The Skyway Bridge in the Tampa area has been shut down, as well as several bridges in the Inglewood and Sarasota County areas. Charlotte County bridges, a lot of those are starting to close as well. So again, now is not the time to evacuate. We do want to show you some video that I just got from a viewer on Sanibel. They say they're staying there right now and that conditions are deteriorating at a rapid rate. At around 7:30 this morning, she sent me this video. First, actually, we're getting to some video in Cape Coral right now, and you can see just how bad the conditions are in that area as well. I mean, we are talking about a lot of rain. Look at how much flooding there is already in the Cape.
Yeah, and you know, this is to be expected with a storm like this. You're going to go through waves, and so right now, people in Cape Coral and maybe a little further south in Sanibel are going through those waves where they're having strong winds and a lot of rain falling at one point. We saw these kinds of scenes a little earlier today in Charlotte County, and maybe it's calmed down a little bit there now, but things will pick up. Here's that video you were talking about.
Yes, this is the video from the Sanibel area that a viewer sent me this morning. She says conditions on Sanibel are rapidly deteriorating. She says it's very loud there. You can hear, I mean, the wind in this video. Very loud, a lot of water starting to pool up on the roadways as well.
All right, so let's bring in Fox 4 certified meteorologist Trent Eric. Trent, we had the governor's news conference there. I would imagine nothing too surprising from your point of view, but he did say that he thinks this will make landfall in Charlotte County. Does that kind of line up with what you're seeing?
It's Charlotte County or south, but it is taking that turn north-northeast there at 10 miles per hour. This is what I'll give you as a takeaway as a meteorologist. Every storm is different. 20 years of forecasting hurricanes right here in South Florida, and the size, the speed, the shape of every storm I've covered has been unique and different, and that's no exception for Southwest Florida when you look at Irma back in 2017, Charlie 2004, and now with Ian as it continues to move up our coastline. This is a storm that has strengthened. It has gained in size. It almost doubled overnight as it went through an eye wall replacement cycle, and the fact that the eye of this hurricane is so large, there is going to be several communities that get devastated today. There's no other way to put it. The winds right now are up to 155 miles per hour. I want to take a live look at Charlotte Harbor, where some of those rain bands are continuing to wrap through. This is going to continue to get worse here throughout the day. You can see right now that heavy rain. You can't see very far off in the distance. It is wind-driven rain with tropical storm force gusts. We have looked at the latest ASOS reports, the latest information coming in through our National Weather Service chat and all of our computers here at Fox 4, and we have had sustained wind gusts now 60 to 65 miles per hour inside of these rain bands. So this is why we talked about all the preparations had to be made yesterday before sunset, because overnight last night the conditions deteriorated. As far as the storm itself, when I was talking about how every storm is different, this one 155 mile per hour sustained winds. That's 2 miles per hour shy of a Cat 5, the strongest hurricane that's possible. You won't know the difference between 2 miles per hour. This is as strong as they get. Winds north-north, or the movement north-northeast there at 10. Exactly how far northeast it gets before it makes impact, and with the governor saying a Charlotte County landfall. That's the center of the eye. You're going to have two areas around it that continue to see devastating damage. Let me show you what I mean, because if you compared this storm to Charlie, Charlie was very powerful. It was a Category 4, but the eye of that hurricane was tiny. It would have fit inside of this eye of Ian. And with Ian, you can see the damaging tropical storm, or hurricane force winds rather, right here, both north and south. Landfall is considered the center of the eye when it makes landfall. So let's extrapolate this up. Let's say it were to make landfall, we're just going to use Sanibel for this example, south of there. Estero, Bonita Beach would be on the southern part of this eye wall with devastating winds, the strongest of the hurricane. You also get them on the north side, so areas around Pine Island, Matlacha would get the hardest hit. So the center point, all that's going to tell us today when it makes landfall is where to look north and south for where the worst of this storm is impacting. So with Ian, it is going to be several areas here that continue to get those hurricane force winds, and it is so close to impacting our coastline. Let's take another live look here this morning to kind of get boots on the ground, if you will, with our tower cams and our technology here at Fox 4. This is on top of our studios, and you can see the camera rocking and rolling several hundred feet there above, and those winds really beginning to pick up. And like the camera from the Charlotte Harbor, you can see how heavy the rain is, how gloomy it is, and that wind is really starting to pick up. Lisa and Chris just showed us video from the Cape that showed the flooding this morning, and the next area that we're going to have to be concerned about with the flooding, well, that's right here, stretching from Naples all the way up I-75 into Tamiami Trail. So North Naples, Vanderbilt Beach, Lovers Key, right along Estero Boulevard. The reason this is of concern, this is freshwater rain on top of the storm surge, which with a special advisory after the hurricane hunters found that this storm went from 120-mile-per-hour winds up to 140 and then jumped again to 155, they reworded their discussion. The National Hurricane Center, they don't candy coat things because they try to get people to heed warnings. They're factual and they're straight to the point. Catastrophic storm surge were the words used in the last discussion. Storm surge up to 16 feet along our coastline now from Inglewood down to Bonita Beach. That's the worst case scenario. And as the storm moves on shore, that surge is going to continue to come in, and it's going to continue to push water, and it's going to continue to push water pretty far inland. That's why we've had evacuations throughout the last couple of days, first led by Charlotte County due to the original movement off to the north. And as that track and the wobble there allowed that storm to drift a little farther to the south, Lee County, parts of Collier County all heeded the same evacuation warnings to get people away from the water. It's water, not wind, that is the #1 killer with tropical storms and hurricanes. And that's why you've heard us time and time again say that you have to run from the water and hide from the wind. If you don't live in an evacuation zone and you have a solid house and you shuttered up and you got your supplies, you're safe. You're good to go. But it is that water that we try to get people away from. And here in beautiful Southwest Florida, we're surrounded by it. Sanibel, Captiva, Pine Island, Bokeelia, Matlacha, all the way in towards the Cape. And now we are simply waiting nervously for this hurricane to come on shore, as later on today we are all in for a long afternoon. But we're here together and we're going to get you through it, because right now the worst is sitting just offshore here of Sanibel and Captiva, and we're going to have two solid areas here of the worst of the hurricane, and it's right on the eye wall, a large eye of Hurricane Ian. We are updating our county by county maps because with the special advisory, those numbers changed, in particular the increase in storm surge up to 16 feet, and the winds now inland for areas such as DeSoto County, inland Lee, have gone up because this hurricane is almost a Category 5. We're looking at a strong 4, borderline Category 5, and Chris and Amy, this is one of the strongest hurricanes. It's only one of 7 to make landfall in Florida when it does so later on today, to do so as a Category 4 storm or higher.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. Time right now is 8:08. I want to take a second to kind of regroup and tell you where we are right now. Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris Shaw. This is Amy Wegman. We appreciate you staying with us right now. We want to give you as much information as quickly as we can, and we want to put it in context so you best know what's going on and what you can do to protect yourself and your family. We do not want to scare you, but the fact of the matter is scary things are happening and about to happen in Southwest Florida. As Trent just said, we're looking at Hurricane Ian, the potential for it to be a Category 5 storm when it hits, likely somewhere in Southwest Florida in the next several hours.
Right, and the exclamation point right now from the governor was it is no longer safe to evacuate. You shouldn't be thinking about that. You need to shelter in place wherever you are. As Trent said, we are going to be experiencing There's really no other way to put it, but devastating effects from the storm over the next couple of hours, and we are going to be with you here on air for that. If you don't have our app, now is a really great time, if you still have power, to download it, because you can stream our newscast live and we can walk you through the storm and let you know what's happening moment by moment, because again, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and we will be here, and one of the first effects people will start to feel this morning as they get up, it could be power outages. Yeah. The wind is blowing pretty hard, and that is leading to some power outages. We're going to work our way up the coast and tell you who has power and who doesn't. Let's start with Marco Island. About 8,000 people are without power there. In Collier County, that number from FPL is about 8,000. In Lee County, FPL, it's about 1,900, and in Charlotte County, it's about 3,500. That's just FPL. Low percentages right now, but we do expect that number to go up.
Yeah, the governor said at some point they expect over 1 million people across the state to be without power, so just be ready for that. It's likely going to happen. We want to go to our Elise Chen-Gary. She actually is in Punta Rassa, which, if you're not familiar with that, is just before the Sanibel Causeway going on to Sanibel. And she had lost power at the hotel where she is taking shelter and where she is reporting live from. But we have her back up now, and we want to check in with her to see what the conditions are like there, just off of the Caloosahatchee near Punta Rassa.
Well, Amy and Chris, I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but you can see that there's a drastic difference that happened here. Over here towards Sanibel. I know that the causeway's over there behind us. The winds have picked up. I mean, I was just standing over there and the winds were not that crazy. I'm going to try to make way back over this way. But I mean, you can see how these lights, they're shaking in the distance here. The water has really picked up over here. I know that possibility of it, just how high it worked. Dozens of, including hurricanes, and he thinks this is going to be one of the worst he's ever seen. He said there's a possibility of that dock, possibly, maybe we won't even see it if that surge continues. I'm going to try to make my way up so you guys can hear me better. But the wind, I mean, it's been really intense. It keeps getting worse by the second. Okay, I moved myself to a more safe area up here.
All right, so you can hear Elise's audio is going in and out. That is something, as we continue to cover, excuse me, Hurricane Ian throughout the next several hours we're going to experience. This is live television. We are trying to bring you the best pictures and video and details that we can. But again, we're dealing with the elements. Elise is out there. You can hear she's out of breath.
Yeah, well, she walked a long way for one thing, and fighting the wind the whole time. That's quite a workout, and it gives you an indication of just how strong those winds are. So we can tell you that she did make it to some covering. She is okay. That was likely just due to some winds that were in the area, and sometimes the connection for those live shots go out.
All right, so she is in Punta Rassa. That's, again, just on the other side of the causeway. We do want to show you video from Fort Myers Beach in just a second, but first, let's go. We want to get to our live crews as soon as they're ready so they don't have to stand around and wait for us to toss to them. So John Barron is in Charlotte County. Earlier, he was seeing really heavy winds and rain. So John, I see you're taking your hat off now. What's it looking like out there?
Me, Ian is doing that for me, but you guys can kind of see is that actually the wind, as you heard obviously in Elise's mic, is picking up drastically, and actually we're just sitting here taking shelter underneath the Circle K, and as you can really see, the wind picking up and the rain, the trees just bending and getting ready to break. Honestly, look at the way that here on Kings Highway that we have quite a bit of traffic, something you really do not want to see, especially when the governor comes on and tells you guys that this is a time to take shelter. Obviously, he's saying that because it's time to do so, and obviously, if you're coming out and you're like, well, I need to get gas or something like that, well, you're not going to be able to. Pumps like these already boarded up, as you can see. They got the zip ties on it as well. You're just not going to be able to do so. So the gas stations have done so already. They've taken evacuation orders as well, and actually signs all over there saying that we are no longer open until the end of the hurricane. And actually, like you're seeing, this right here on this highway, on Kings Highway, really, we're seeing quite a bit of traffic, not something you want to see. Let me walk you over here a little bit too, as you can kind of see at the light, a good amount of traffic, and actually we have seen some emergency signals as well, some emergency services as well coming out and trying to make their way, even though we have heard that they are no longer on the highway. We've seen them up and down the highway as well, probably trying to take their way to some shelter as well. A good amount of traffic, though not something that we want to see, as people are still making their ways out here and trying to just get to wherever they're trying to go. Hopefully it's somewhere where they're trying to make their way to shelter themselves, and that's what we're trying to see. But like I said, gas stations, a lot of these places, Publix, they've all taken shelter. You're not going to be able to go get food. You're not going to be able to go get gas. So right now, the time for you guys to go out is done. You need to stay in your shelter. Make sure you guys have all the things that you need. The necessary necessities are already in place. Make sure you guys are there with your families as well. This is a time to make sure that we're all staying together with our loved ones and making sure that we're all safe. As you can see, somebody else pulling in right here at the gas station, and it looks like they're trying to get some air, but it looks like that's not going to be something you're going to be able to do at this point in time. You guys obviously have to make sure you're taking these shelters very seriously, because obviously, like they were just saying, this could be a Category 5 as Ian continues to make its way up the Florida coastline. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
Yeah, John, quick question. You're doing a great job of painting the picture out there. I do wonder, though, we expect these conditions to get worse as the day goes on. How would you compare what you're seeing out there on Kings Highway right now to what you would say a normal afternoon thunderstorm? Is it about that? Is it worse?
Oh, it's much worse. And really, it's one of those things you can kind of gauge it just by how much the wind is impacting the highway just of right now. Really, the rain is something that we see on a thunderstorm, of course, but not this heavy, okay? When you're talking about the wind, it's really thrashing up against the dashboard, and really that's what we were having too, okay? What we have right here is the live truck, and really it is like a big sail, because we have, you know, the satellite at the top, and I mean, it's shaking the car. It's one of those things, it's kind of eerie and kind of scary to have when you have to make it on the highway, and we're only doing so we could get closer to a shelter in place, and that's what we're doing right now. We're just across the street from where we need to be, and we left downtown in doing so. But I mean, when you've got a truck like we do, and we've seen a couple of them that are about this size, it's thrashing around. You can feel it shaking and moving. It's one of those things that's really scary to have, especially when you're on the highway. But really what we're having out here is, when you talk about, like you say, a thunderstorm, that's one of those things. You don't have this kind of wind. You don't have this kind of torrential downpour that we have, and it just continues to come. And the most terrifying thing about all of this, Chris, when you talk about the thunderstorm versus this, is as the rain continues to come, the roads are going to become one of those things you cannot see. Okay, when you get to an area where you're like, oh, I can definitely make it, you don't know how flooded it's going to be. So now you're getting into an opportunity where you're putting yourself in a very dangerous situation where EMS, police, nobody can get to you now, because we're in a place that now they're all being called off. So that's a good point to bring up, is that as you start to make your way out here on these roads and you get to an area where it starts to patch out a little bit, that could be an area where you think it's not as deep, and then you get in and it's 4 feet deep of water. So make sure you guys are paying attention to that as well.
Very much. I want to go to a live camera that is not too far away from where John is right now.
Actually, Chris, I'm going to take it real quick from here, but that same camera I do want to get to. I just want to give you an update here on where we're at with John. John's up here along the Peace River on the Port Charlotte side, and you can see the edge of the eye wall, the northern eye wall there of Hurricane Ian, as it's slowly moving off to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. For hours now, John's shot has been extremely active. The heavy rain has continued here between Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte all morning long, and inside the rain bands that he has been facing this morning, we have had tropical storm force gusts. As the afternoon and I guess late morning, I should say, on 8/17 progresses, the winds are going to pick up, and eventually we will have to move John to safety, but it's going to be a couple of hours. But it gives you an idea of what we're experiencing here under some of those heavier rain bands. Let's show you a live look here from the Charlotte Harbor, and you can see the heavy rain. You don't see very far off in the distance, because it is just a blanket of showers as they continue to wrap around. They're wrapping around so quickly that there is no lightning with these right now between Port Charlotte and Cape Coral. Simply moving too fast, tropical systems, you don't get a lot of lightning there with the rain bands that are between the eye of the hurricane and the extreme outer bands. So it's the wind and the constant rain that we are going to continue to be facing here. And right now, as we look at the radar, this stretches anywhere from Inglewood, Rotunda, so pretty much all of Cape Hayes, across the Myakka and Peace Rivers, right here into Punta Gorda. As you drop south along Burnt Road into the Cape, you've also got some really heavy rain just north of our studios here in Fox 4. The line you see here, that is Pine Island Road. And to the south and the western parts of the Cape, we've got a little bit of a break, but that rain band continues right across Page Field. This is Cleveland Avenue. You got I-75, Colonial, and MLK. And with that rain band whipping around, that's where we're seeing the training of the showers and thunderstorms. The longer those rain bands sit in place, those are the locations we watch for localized flooding and flood advisories and warnings, and that's where we start to get in trouble. You remember with Elsa, last year in July, we saw a rain band right over the Cape that stretched up along Eleanor Avenue just north of Inglewood and Northport, where we saw 12 in the Cape, up to 18 inches that fell in 12 hours. And while the rainfall amounts haven't been all that high for a tropical system, they are continuing to mount up, and now we're going to start adding higher wind to it as the core of that hurricane starts to get a little closer. Let me show you exactly how far distance-wise we are here from the beginning of the eye wall of Hurricane Ian. I'm going to get the little measuring tool here. So John is right here in Port Charlotte, right on the edge of that tornado watch box. And as we draw it to the south, you can see the most intense part of that eye wall about, we'll just call it 40 miles away. Now, from the center of the storm out, the hurricane force winds go 40 miles in either direction. So we have a core of hurricane force winds that stretch some 80 miles. The tropical storm force winds with this system, 175 from center in either direction. So that's 350 miles of tropical storm force winds. And real quick to the south, same tool, same measuring tool, Elise, which we saw a while ago, fighting the wind and rain from the core of the hurricane, is a little closer, about 30 miles away. But just as quickly as that rain band moved through, it lifted to the north into parts of the Cape and Matlacha. And that's going to be the ball game here as we go throughout the next couple of hours. Rain bands pick up with frequency and they pick up in intensity. For now, I want to send it back over to Chris and Amy to continue our coverage here of this very dangerous hurricane.
All right, Trent, I want to pick up on one of the areas you just talked about, and this was an area that we were concerned about with all the rain that would flood today, and it doesn't look good in part of Bonita Springs. That's where Fox 4's Colton Chavez is right now. Colton, what can you tell us about the situation there?
All right, so looks like we're having a problem with Colton's audio. Please bear with us as we are going to be dealing with issues like that as we continue to cover the storm. But you could see he's wearing those white rain boots, and you could see the water already, 2 inches up on the sole of his boot. So
there was no road there. It was just water.
And it's early on. And, Trent, this is one of the things we had been talking about, the storm surge. But one thing that's kind of standing out to me, not necessarily as Fox 4 News employee, but as a Southwest Florida resident who's been through many of these storms, is that this is going to be an all-day event. Typically, when we see hurricanes like this, sometimes you're like, okay, I just have to get through the next few hours, but this is going to be pushing rain and dropping rain all day long. So that is going to give that chance of that storm surge and that water where Colton is to really lift.
Yeah, this is a storm that is huge as far as size goes, and especially compared to some of them that we've seen here in Southwest Florida before, such as Hurricane Charlie, which is smaller. The hurricane force winds here with Hurricane Ian are almost 3 times larger than what they were with Hurricane Charlie. 2.3 larger, so a little over 2 times larger with the tropical storm force winds. So the wind field and the overall size of this storm are completely different than Charlie, even though right now they are forecasted to take a very similar track. The heavy rain continues to pile up here from Marco Island, Naples, all the way up the coast. And that's where Colton Chavez was earlier. He had a little bit of a break. He is going to get back into some very gusty winds and heavy rainfall in just a minute. But Marco Island is where Colton started 2 days ago. covering and preparing for this storm. And we have got video here of the bridge. Is this the Jolly Bridge, I believe? And you can continue to see the water rushing in there. This started early this morning, and that is the surge that we anticipated starting in the southern parts of Collier County first, as the water began to push in to parts of Cape Romano, Marco Island, and then eventually up the coast to parts of Naples, Vanderbilt Beach, and you get the idea. Climbing up the coastline, Lovers Key, along Estero Boulevard, and then when the water begins to lift off to the north, it's going to continue up into the Gasparilla Sound, Caloosahatchee, and I'm not talking just a Caloosahatchee around the Cape. That water is going to get pushed into North Fort Myers, it's going to get pushed underneath the Edison Bridge, and it's going to continue up towards Buckingham and Alva, areas that you wouldn't think of with storm surge, but water always wins and water always finds a way. It finds the path of least resistance, and this storm is so big, and as it whips its winds across the Gulf of Mexico, and we have a very shallow plate out in the Gulf. You can go out miles before you drop a couple of feet, unlike the east coast of the state where we're protected by the continental shelf, where it drops off very quickly close to shore for Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach. Now, as far as this heavy rain here this morning, again, these rain bands here, tropical storm force gusts, we haven't quite seen the tropical storm force sustained winds, if you will, at the reporting stations here in Southwest Florida, but it's just a matter of time before that happens. The core of this hurricane still sitting off the coastline. Right now at 8:22, as we look ahead at the timeline, Lauren and I were projecting out, and by noontime, we should start to see this edge, this core of Hurricane Ian begin to push onshore here in Southwest Florida. And the reason this storm is so different as far as focusing on a landfall and any type of skinny line, right there is the center, but look how far out the damaging tropical storm force, or actually hurricane force winds in this case, are. Now, to talk about how far out the damage and impacts of this storm go, our rain here started Monday night into Tuesday. But look what happened over on the East Coast. This is damage coming in out of Miami. We have seen several different areas. Matter of fact, this is a live shot, I believe, we're getting ready to take out of Miami. This is chopper video coming in, and it appears to be damage to rooftops there. This is likely due to the tornado warnings that we had overnight. The tornado warnings have been rather numerous for the northern parts of Miami-Dade, Broward, into Palm Beach County. We're watching these on our velocity scope overnight, and at several different points, including in Collier County, the velocity signatures were showing debris being lofted into the atmosphere. For Collier County, it was trees out over the Everglades, but as we look at that video, rooftops, the airport, I believe it was Perry Airport in Broward County, we had small airplanes that were flipped over due to an apparent tornado, so the impacts go out very far. Matter of fact, I'll take you to the radar here this morning to show you that outer band, and it's moving just offshore right now in the eastern part of that tornado watch, and each one of these little cells, as they drift northbound, are rotating. But right now, likely some water spouts out over the open water, not impacting areas inland. We do have one cell, and look how fast it is just racing over the central parts of Palm Beach County and over the hour loop, couple of showers around the lake moving northbound. Now, if I saw the data right, there was at least one tornado warning, I believe, here in the northern part of the state, and indeed, right there it is. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at it just to show you what type of spin-ups we're looking at. I want to stop the radar here on the latest scan and just do a little survey to get an idea of what we're looking at. This one moving pretty rapidly, but this tornado warning for Indian River and Osceola County, radar indicated, no ground truth yet, but moving quickly. We're talking some 30 to 40 miles per hour right there along, I believe it's Highway 60 and 91 moving northbound there. Again, this is out of our viewing area, Indian River and Osceola County, but these are the types of quick tornadoes that we can see pretty quick. Back here at home, Fort Myers Beach, again out towards 6 Mile Slough southbound is where we're seeing some of that heaviest rain. And we're going to continue to watch the impacts because the damage so far this morning over on the East Coast has been a little unexpected, if you will, with some of those outer bands. It's amazing that you go hundreds of miles away and the impacts being felt. Tropical storm warnings were actually issued for that coast earlier today, and that outermost band is roughly about 175 to 200 miles away from the center of the storm that continues to progress off towards the east-northeast. Chris and Amy.
A question, Trent. Obviously, Southwest Florida, we were talking earlier this morning and in the overnight hours about, what you need to do if a tornado does pop up in our area. If we get that warning, of course, we'll let our viewers know. As we approach the eye wall there, I see that red.
Yep.
Is that a time when we might see more tornadoes, or is it just in the outer bands?
So the outer bands is where we're going to see the highest chance of what we typically think of as tornadoes, right? Inside the actual eye wall of a hurricane, you have sustained winds, and in this case, currently 155 miles per hour. But you also get tornadoes embedded in that circulation. And let me pause this on the last frame because we are seeing our tools here at Fox 4 light up, and we call these skid markers. And what it does is shows us where there's potential rotation or confirmed rotation on the radar, and we have several right here on the northern side of that eye wall. Now, the sustained winds inside of this hurricane, or at least this damaging core, you see that donut shape, right, in the reds and orange, 155 miles per hour. That's equivalent to an EF3 tornado. Usually tornadoes move through with a storm system that's racing 20, sometimes 40 miles per hour. So it's in, it's out, it's done. We are going to see areas today that are under this part of the eye wall getting damage for hours, equal to a EF3 tornado. Let's go to some new video coming in out of Delray Beach, where you can see these cars are flipped over. This is possible tornado damage, and the National Weather Service, as soon as conditions clear with the storm, likely to confirm these. There were no straight line winds, so we use the word possible tornado just to allow the National Weather Service to confirm, but these were tornadoes this morning, and you can see the debris that were getting picked up by these as they were very fast, very quick movers. We have seen now cars, trees, airplanes flipped over at the Perry Airport, so some of these were rather strong. We have been very fortunate here so far this morning that most of the tornadoes, and a couple of confirmed, have been out in Collier County and have not been away from some of the more populated areas here in Southwest Florida. Yesterday afternoon and evening, we saw a few out towards Harker along State Road 29. So this is something we'll continue to monitor, but again, for the most part, we have been very fortunate when it comes to the tornadoes. You saw the radar take a little hiccup there, but as we look at the core of this storm, boy, it's just nasty. The areas here on the south side, some of the most intense thunderstorms, and again, right here to the north, this is a very large hurricane. And again, to give you some perspective, the damaging core of Hurricane Charlie could fit in the eye of Hurricane Ian. So these are two completely different storms when it comes to impacts. A lot more people along the coast and inland today are going to feel the impacts of Ian compared to Charlie.
Trent, I want to ask you one more quick question. It's a quick one. It has to do with something that the Marco Island Police Department just tweeted out. They say their officers are having to stay inside right now because the wind speeds are too high. We heard this before the storm, and we know this happens when the winds get too high. The officers or law enforcement, emergency crews can't get outside because it's not safe for them. Just curious if you could tell us what's going on in Marco Island right now, how high those winds are.
Yeah, I'm going to get a quick check of the winds, and I'm going to bring Lauren in, who can add a little bit of insight to this as well. While the graphics load, and by the way, throughout the day, you're going to see graphics load in and out like that due to our continuous coverage. Right now, Naples has a sustained wind of 36, and if you look at the gust, Naples has a gust of 55, no gust being reported there in Marco Island, but I can guarantee you inside those rain bands that have continued to move through, you're fine, Lauren. You're seeing the tropical storm force gust. Now remember, hurricane force winds or gusts start at 74 miles per hour or greater, so very, very strong. And we continue to get reports this morning, in particular from the Florida Keys, of tropical storm force gusts 65 miles per hour and higher. And Lauren, I know you've just got some latest information about this.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, guys, can you hear me back there? I had my mic off, so I have it back on. So as long as you guys can hear me, I'm going to keep on going. So the National Weather Service just updated some of the highest wind speeds that they've been able to register at some of their measuring stations. So Punta Gorda right now, the highest that they got at 6:23 this morning was 54 miles per hour. Grove City, 45 miles per hour. Down in Lee County, the highest that they've had registered so far is Tarpon Point. That was at 7:36 this morning, 55 miles per hour. You want to move down to Sarasota County.
Sure.
The highest they've had registered so far in their county, 55 miles per hour. That was earlier this morning. So those are just a couple of the measurements that we have coming in from the National Weather Service. And these wind speeds will increase. So this is not where it's going to stay. This is not the highest just for now.
As I look over your shoulder, some of the latest observations there come in just before 8 o'clock, 7:45 to 7:50-ish. So that was about a half hour ago. And Lauren, as we progress through time, those numbers are just going to continue to go up as that core gets a little bit closer. But so far, the worst is yet to come when we talk about the winds here. But the winds are really going to become an issue with the core of Ian. So hopefully, Chris, I gave you a little better idea of what the officials down in Marco Island were discussing here this morning.
Yeah, thank you very much. That puts it into more perspective. We appreciate that, Trent, and everything you're doing. We want to go to Cape Coral now because we're seeing some video come in from the northeast part of the Cape. I believe this is video from a Ring doorbell camera that shows what is going on there right now. We know from our tower camera at the Fox 4 studio there's a lot of wind. It is shaking around a lot, and there is some rain. And here is that video. So you kind of get an idea there of the wind. You can definitely hear it whipping around there. And you can tell there's a lot of rain on the sidewalk and on the road.
Yeah, that's northeast 18th Terrace and the northeast portion of Cape Coral. And you know, if you have videos and you can do it safely from home or wherever you may be here in Southwest Florida and you want to share them with us, you can post those to our social media sites. And you can also email us or tweet us, and we will be able to share that with our viewers.
All right, now we want to go up to Tampa. Our reporter Larissa Scott is there reporting on the conditions there as we start our Wednesday morning.
Your time to evacuate is coming to an end.
An urgent warning from Florida's governor, imploring residents to get to higher ground as Hurricane Ian barrels toward the state.
Hey, you're in a mandatory evacuation.
More than 2.5 million people are under evacuation orders along the southwest coast, but officials are telling all Florida residents to brace for impact.
There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across central and northeast Florida.
Ian caused a nationwide blackout after rolling through Cuba Tuesday, and thousands of utility workers are standing by across Florida to help deal with potential power outages.
We also have line workers and linemen and line women coming from 27 other states. They're positioned at 24 different locations throughout the state.
Rains from the outer bands of the hurricane are already whipping southern Florida, and at least 2 possible tornadoes caused damage Tuesday night. Schools, supermarkets, and theme parks across the state have announced closures as the window for people to board up and head out is coming to a close.
We cannot send first responders into harm's way because you decided not to leave.
All right. So that was a story about the preparations for this Hurricane Ian. Of course, the time to leave, the time to evacuate, the time to put up those shutters is probably over. It is too late. The winds are too high and the rain is too nasty right now.
Yeah, so you have to shelter in place, and obviously you want to take care of yourself. If you do have an emergency, the Lee County Emergency Management and the sheriff have this message for you. You can call 911 and you know, once winds are below 40 miles an hour, they will be able to send someone out to help you. But what happens in between that time, right? Because we could see quite a long period of time between now and when they're able to actually go out and provide emergency services. So what would happen is they are going to kind of like triage you on the phone. They have an emergency medical staff on the phone. They will put you through and they will walk you through what you need to do in that case of a medical emergency. Now, if they deem that it's not an emergency, they'll actually put you through to a telehealth so you can talk through a doctor there. We know for a lot of people this is extremely stressful, so we know it can kick up a lot of things.
Sure.
Physically and emotionally. We are here with you, and so that is one way to do that. You can call 911. You may just be triaged to telehealth or put on the phone with a doctor who can help you that way.
It is not easy for anybody right now. You're in the house, the hurricane shutters are up, it's dark, and you hear these sounds coming from outside. You hear the wind, you hear the rain. It is frightening. All right, so a little earlier we were with our reporter, Fox 4's Elise Chingari. She was at Punta Rasa. The winds, the rain were really strong, so we want to check back in with you now. Elise, have you moved, and what can you tell us?
Amen, Chris. Obviously, we've seen a drastic difference. The wind, the intensity, it's increasing. I wouldn't even say by the minute, it's by the seconds. You can see this pool, it's basically just the water's been coming out of it. The trees, it's been going crazy. You could see that boat over there. It's been looking like it's, rocking back and forth. The wind, like I said, I mean, it's practically, pushing my photographer, Kevin, over here. You can see that the water, I mean, the levels, it's definitely raising. I will say the Sanibel Causeway, we were talking earlier how we were obviously live there all morning yesterday. We're not there today for safety reasons. I know we were talking that we saw some lights on the bridge with cars. I did see about 10 cars a short time ago, about 20 minutes ago. Looks like they were leaving. I'm not sure if those were emergency crews. Like I said, I saw the headlights, or if it was maybe like 10 more cars that were trying to get off the island once they realized how serious the storm is. But you could just see how much the winds have picked up. You can see that dock over there. Of course, we're nervous about the possibility of that storm surge and what exactly it can look like. My photographer, Kevin, here, he's dealt with hurricanes. He's been in dozens of storms before. This is the first hurricane that I've covered. This is the first time I'm experiencing this. What I can tell you, the power has been on and off at our hotel here. The area has been evacuated, of course. We know that the mayor of Sanibel evacuated the other day. She said, she was sorry she didn't want to have to do it, but she encouraged other residents to do it as well. If you are home, I mean, that's why we're out here. We're the media trying to let you know what this is like. So stay inside, stay safe. We're showing you what these conditions are looking like. The wind is very, very strong. Again, we're going to head in after this because we just wanted to stay safe. But you can see the drastic difference of what we are experiencing over here near Sanibel. As you can see, we're really feeling that impact of Hurricane Ian right now. Again, we'll stay here towards Sanibel to continue updating you throughout the day. In the meantime, reporting live here in Sanibel, I'm Elise Chingari, Fox 4.
All right, Elise, thank you very much for that report. Now we don't want anything to happen to you. The winds obviously very strong in the Punta Rasa, Sanibel area. Kind of hard to imagine being on Sanibel right now as this thing moves in. So much water.
Yeah, and when you look at the radar, Trent, it's kind of breathtaking not in a positive way. It's scary for those of us who love Southwest Florida so much and call this home.
Yeah, all of us live here, all of us play here, all of us love this beautiful place, this beautiful community, and to see an eye of a strong Category 4, borderline Category 5 hurricane sitting off our coastline and sitting at home and just thinking about what's going to happen in the next few hours and just praying that everyone has taken the proper precaution as being safe. Conditions are just going to continue to deteriorate here as we go through the next few hours. I want to show you what Elise was dealing with, and we're going to go right in here towards Punta Rasa as she's sitting here right before the bridge, before you get to the causeway or to the island for good reason. We don't want any of our crews in harm's way or to be stuck on a barrier island with a hurricane sitting so close. One of the things I've noticed here on the radar imagery here is that we are seeing the reds here on the northern side of the eye wall temporarily weaken here and what appears to be a little bit of an opening on the southwest to western side of the eye wall, but those winds still really whipping around here with some of those heavier rain bands continuing from Marco, drifting northbound right along I-75 and Cleveland Avenue. Let me give you an idea of how far away Elise and her photographer Kevin are from the edge of that hurricane force core. So we'll draw that line from Punta Rasa, and you can see about 20 miles 2025 there from the worst of it as that storm continues to approach. So she's seeing the wind whip in from the south here, and that is just going to continue to drive more water, and it's going to fight its way around the island, going up through Blind Pass. It'll cut underneath the causeway here and begin to pile up along the Wildlife Refuge and eventually up through Pine Island and around that into the Charlotte Harbor. So this is an area that we'll watch the surge begin to increase and do so here over the next couple of hours. I believe we had some damage footage, and if our producer one more time can tell me where this was coming in from here this morning, we'll talk more about it. So this is Victoria Park. This is down in Collier County around Naples. Let's take a look at what we had here this morning. This is being sent in to us by a Fox 4 viewer. And as you safely are able to get pictures and videos here throughout the next couple of days, we'd love to see them here. But you can see those winds really begin to whip around. Again, this is Victoria Park down in Naples when those tropical storm gusts really continue to move in. Let's move up to Lee County and let's go north of the Caloosahatchee into the Cape along Pine Island. Right now, you are seeing a shot from the top of our studios at Fox 4, and that tower cam sits a couple hundred feet above our studio, and it is rocking and rolling there. As you can see, it's shaking as it looks off towards the southeast. Those rain bands continue to whip around here in southwest Florida, and inside those tropical storm force gusts just continue to increase, just pelting buildings around town. As we get into the damaging tropical storm force core here throughout the day, we'll see more of the sporadic power outages and downed trees. The radar right now, I've got zoomed in along Pine Island Road, and you can see that cell drifting off to the north. That's the most formidable rain band close to the center of circulation. We've got more of that now stretching back to the south between Cypress Lake and just on the edge of Gateway on I-75 there. This is where Colonial and MLK just south there of Topgolf. And as this line continues to move northbound, North Fort Myers, Manatee Park, and the bridges, both east and west or north and southbound there, really getting pummeled by some heavy rain. So this is an area that we're going to continue to watch here throughout the afternoon and the evening. So far, we have been very fortunate when it comes to the tornado warnings here in town. We've had a few out in Collier County over the rural sections. Yesterday, they were confirmed. We saw video come in, and also we were able to pick up the debris signatures on the radar. For now, we're just waiting for a 9 o'clock update. We'll send it back over to Chris and Amy as the storm continues to approach the coastline. And the next couple of hours, when we're really going to start to get into the thick of Hurricane Ian.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. One of the things that we saw in that live video of Cape Coral on Pine Island Road where the Fox 4 studio is, in addition to all the wind and the shaking camera, there was water on the road, it looked like. And at times this morning we have seen, in the last 30 minutes or so, we have seen cars drive through that water. And that's not a good idea, so it's just another reason to stay inside right now. You don't know what's going to be on the roads. You don't know what's going to be in the air with the winds and the rain. It's just a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cape Coral, if you are familiar with that area, there are pockets of roads that flood all the time. It is so dangerous to drive into that water because you don't know how deep it is. And that is going to go throughout the rest of the day today and tomorrow as we get through the storm. Let's get through it first. We also do want to show you to our north. Initially when we were tracking the storm over the past 2 days, all eyes were kind of set on the Tampa Bay area. Then it moved south to Venice. Now it's south to Charlotte, and Fort Myers and Bonita are going to see the biggest impacts. But we want to show you a live look. The Skyway Bridge, if you've ever driven over it, is a very high bridge. It's been closed down for some time. But even to our north, you can see how far-reaching the impacts are. The wind. Look at the surf there. This is in the Tampa Bay area, the Skyway Bridge. Unbelievable. That's scary. When the governor had his news conference a little while ago, a little more than an hour ago, he mentioned this bridge being closed. There are a few bridges that are closed in the state, especially north of Southwest Florida. Have not gotten any indications of bridges closed here in Southwest Florida, but as you can see, there's good reason why that bridge is closed right now. Right. So Florida Highway Patrol troopers kind of walked us through what to let you know when the winds are over 40 miles an hour. that's when the bridges are closed, and I do air quotes because they don't put barricades out in front of, let's say, Veterans Memorial Bridge going into Cape Coral and Fort Myers, or the Cape Coral Bridge, because those are going to act as missiles should we see these strong winds that we're likely going to see. They may have officers there saying, hey, don't go over the bridge, but at this point, really, you just shouldn't be out driving around anyway. Stay off the bridges, stay off the roads. It is dangerous to be out at this point. The governor and all of the EOC, Emergency Operations Center people, they are saying, you got to stay where you are. Don't even go outside, because at this point it is not safe to do so.
Yeah, and one further indication of why it's not safe, the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office just put out on Twitter that its first responders are not going out right now because it's not safe. They join emergency services in Punta Gorda, Lehigh Acres, and Cape Coral, all suspended that right now. All right, let's bring in Fox 4's Colton Chavez. He has been in and around Bonita Springs this morning for us. Colton, the last time we saw you, you were standing on a road that was submerged in a couple of inches of water. Where are you now?
Well, Chris, yeah, you saw it firsthand. The water was getting very dangerous on that part of the road. So we now made our way up Bonita Beach Road, and we're at a racetrack where, as you can see, these conditions causing this gas station to completely shut down. They've completely wrapped their gas station pumps. They're not open at this time. And I want to show you, Chris, the reason why they're closed right now. You can see the rain falling off of this building. We're standing underneath an awning right now. It has been pouring down rain with heavy wind. If Karen can show you, Karen, if we could show them the Interstate 75 sign, you can see, Chris, in the distance how crooked that sign is. That's just an indication for how how high these winds have been in this area. I spoke with Trent at the very top of the 7 o'clock hour, and he said, Colton, very soon things are really going to start to ramp up a bit, both with the wind and with the rain. Now we're seeing that in full force. Driving down Bonita Beach Road, we're starting to see more limbs from trees start to come off, and you even see a couple of cars driving through this area just down the street where I've been giving you guys our report all morning long. We were in a neighborhood next to the Imperial River, and the reason we were there is because that has been an area of flooding concern. We've talked all morning long about surge and all the potential for flooding in that area. There was water covering my shoes at that moment, and we have to make sure that we're safe. So that's why we now relocated ourselves here to the racetrack on Bonita Beach Road. And one thing, Chris, I do want to point out, and I said it earlier, is I'm kind of shocked about how many people I'm seeing on the road. All morning long, we've been telling people that now is the time to stay home. And while I was in that neighborhood, I didn't see anybody driving around. And you can see these conditions, the wind blowing through these trees, the rain falling off of this over this awning that we're standing under right now. But as I said, it's very interesting to see how many people are driving on these roads, because we are starting to see pools of water even making their way on Bonita Beach Road at this moment, Chris.
Well, Colton, quick question for you. I assume that you didn't walk to the location where you are right now, that you had to drive. So can you tell us how bad the roads are, or explain what it's like to drive right now? And again, I always kind of like to compare it to, say, the average thunderstorm that we have on a summer afternoon or evening.
Well, Chris, I'll go ahead and put this into perspective for you. Anybody who lives in Florida and has experienced those afternoon thunderstorms, you know that on the right side of the lane is usually where that water starts to pool. That's not the case of what we're seeing here on Bonita Beach Road. Such heavy rain is making to where Karen, my photographer, and I, when we were driving down, we were making splashes of water, not only in the middle of the lane, but even in the far left lane as well. So that gives you a little bit of an indication. And also, I'm just going to continue to point out, look at this wind right now, Chris. It's even shaking these plastic wrap right here. Very strong, but like I said, when we're comparing to an average afternoon thunderstorm, this is definitely a little heavier of a rainfall than what we've seen. Whereas if you're driving through this area, we have a 4-door SUV, and we were still feeling sort of a pushback on how much water was sitting on the road at this time, Chris.
All right, Colton, I really feel driven to point this out right now, because you see us covering the storm for you. We have crews all across Southwest Florida. You see Colton there in Bonita Beach, Elisa's in Punta Rasa. We've got crews north to south. Our crews and their safety is of the utmost importance. We are telling you to stay home, and I see some people on social media joking, oh, yeah, stay home, but, you have a reporter standing out in it. Our reporters are strategically placed. They are steps away from a very secure, safe building, and the moment it is not safe for them to be outside, they will go inside. So I just want to express that and let you know that they are absolutely safe. And there will be a point when we are doing our coverage where it won't be safe for them to be outside, and they will take shelter just as you are at home.
Well, Elise and Colton, just within the last 20 minutes, we've had to pull them both back to different locations because where they were, it wasn't safe.
Yep.
So we're going to bring you the news. We're going to bring you the conditions as best we can, but we are also, most importantly, going to keep everybody safe.
So while this is a storm that is going to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, Southwest Florida is going to see the largest impacts. It's such a large storm. We are seeing impacts on the east coast as well. We want to show you guys some aerial footage from Broward County. It shows that it's heavy rains there right now. We've seen tornadoes there. Yeah. There is flooding. You can see some of the water covering docks in some of the videos we've seen. Airplanes flipped. It's kind of interesting because, you always focus on where the eye is going to go and where the storm is at that moment. But really, this is just such a massive storm. It has such widespread impact.
Yeah, and one of the things I was thinking about when we see this video right here is there are a lot of people in Southwest Florida who saw this storm coming, knew that the west coast of our state was going to deal with hurricane-like conditions, and the east coast was not, and so they went over to places like Miami, and then presumably they are dealing with this morning. All of these storms, potential tornadoes, as you said. There's an airport there. Look at that. My goodness, those airplanes are just thrown all over the airport right there. We've seen damage to homes, damage to cars in that area. Our sister station in that area is reporting at least 2 injuries because of these storms, and that is on the east coast of our state.
All right, I do want to give you something, a tool that if you need to call, 311-211 are good numbers to remember. They're easy to remember if you need assistance before, during, or after the storm. Most emergency crews are grounded right now across Southwest Florida. You can call 911, but you may be sent off to speak with a doctor on the phone because, again, they cannot reach you at this moment. But 511 is another. You can download fl511.com. There's an app, and the governor was saying that that is a great tool to have so that you can keep up to date with what the state has to say.
Let's get right to Cape Coral. Let's take our tower camera again. This is what it looks like at Pine Island Road in Cape Coral, right above the Fox 4 studio, and it is gray, it is rainy, and you can really see the camera shaking around, and it is something that we've seen a lot of this morning, but right now it is darker than it has been, and the camera has been shaking around like this. So we know the winds have been strong. We know there's been a lot of rain because you can see there is water all over Pine Island Road right now. So Trent, put it into perspective for us. The rain and the wind that Cape Coral is seeing right now, is that stronger? Is it less strong than we've seen in the last couple of hours?
It's getting a little stronger, Chris and Amy, as that core of Hurricane Ian continues to get a little closer to the coastline. You can still see that donut shape there in the red. That is the eye wall, the strongest part of the hurricane. A lot of people, there's misconceptions when they see the latest advisory and they see 155-mile-per-hour sustained winds, which strong Category 4, borderline Category 5. It's only in a small section here around that eye wall. It is not the entire hurricane that has those type of damaging winds. Most of what you see on the periphery are tropical storm force winds, and yes, they can knock down trees, they can cause a little damage, and of course the scattered power outages. As you get closer to the core, you get into the damaging tropical storm force winds, 58 to 73 miles per hour, and those cause a little more of the concentrated damage, but it's right here where we've got the hurricane force winds. The hurricane force winds only extend out 40 miles in both directions from the center of the storm, so you got about roughly an 80-mile core of hurricane force winds. And what we're seeing right now in the Cape, as we take a little closer look here at Lee County, is an area that is right there in one of these stronger rain bands as it's wrapping around. So we're looking at Port Charlotte down to the Cape, and what we just saw was that cell move right right over our studios here on Pine Island and now is lifting north to the county line along Burnt Store and getting ready to move over the Charlotte Harbor. All morning long, the northern rain bands have been moving from east to west. Depending upon where you live in Southwest Florida, you've seen thunderstorms and showers coming in different direction along with the winds. And as we head towards downtown Fort Myers and North Captiva, again, you can see that general flow around the storm. You've actually got a little bit of a storm surge right now on the back of Boca Grande as that water is getting pushed in on the opposite side of where the Gasparilla Lighthouse sits there. And then to the south, North Captiva, we're starting to see some of those winds come in a little farther out of the south. So as we look at the core of this hurricane, we are just a couple of hours away from this leading edge beginning to push on and continuing to increase the winds and increase the likelihood of damage. This is a very, very strong, powerful hurricane. I can't say it enough that when Lauren and I got the special advisory from the National Hurricane Center indicating this jump to 155, it was just 2 hours before that. It went from 120 to 140. That was a significant enough jump. Then they added another 15. Anytime you get 2 miles per hour away from a Category 5 storm, this is a historically strong, dangerous, and deadly storm. And we are going to be right here with you over the next couple of hours as this eye wall continues to get closer and closer to the Lee Islands, places we live, places we love. And it's going to be several hours of winds that are equal to a EF3 tornado, and that wind is going to be right here around this core. Depending upon where the center of this storm makes landfall, we'll have two separate locations we're watching, both on the northern side of the eye wall and the southern side of the eye wall. And it's that south side, that dirty side of the storm, where you get the onshore flow with the storm surge, that we're going to see the winds, the onshore storm surge, in addition to that freshwater rain. And that's likely where we're going to see one pocket of some of the most damage here in Southwest Florida. We're just a couple minutes away here from a quick update from the National Hurricane Center. 9 o'clock, we'll get a position update with wind speed. And I'm going to hand it back over to you guys. And I'm going to take a little break here, hand it over to Lauren so I can go back and look at some data as well. So for now, Chris and Amy, we are just hours away here from the closest approach of Ian.
All right, Trent, thank you very much. Want to move up to Punta Gorda right now. This is one of the areas that we are watching closely because this is where it could make landfall. Ivan Rodriguez has a report from Punta Gorda.
Your time to evacuate is coming to an end.
An urgent warning from Florida's governor, imploring residents to get to higher ground as Hurricane Ian barrels toward the state.
Hey, you're in a mandatory evacuation.
More than 2.5 million people are under evacuation orders along the southwest coast, but officials are telling all Florida residents to brace for impact.
There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across central and northeast Florida.
Ian caused a nationwide blackout after rolling through Cuba Tuesday, and thousands of utility workers are standing by across Florida to help deal with potential power outages.
We also have line workers and linemen and line women coming from 27 other states. They're positioned at 24 different locations throughout the state.
Rains from the outer bands of the hurricane are already whipping southern Florida, and at least 2 possible tornadoes caused damage Tuesday night. Schools, supermarkets, and theme parks across the state have announced closures as the window for people to board up and head out is coming to a close.
We cannot send first responders into harm's way because you decided not to leave.
Okay, so we want to take a live look right now at one of the sky cameras that we use on a typical morning here in Southwest Florida when you watch us for Fox 4 Morning News, but we are using it for hurricane coverage as well because we want to show you different areas and how the storm surge is affecting those areas. So the pink shell is one of those cameras that we have. It's on Fort Myers Beach. Tropical storm force winds there at Fort Myers Beach right now, and you know what? Maybe so strong that the camera's down right now. So we're going to work and see if we can get that up for you, but as of right now, we don't have that.
Yeah, I think we do have the camera that points to downtown Fort Myers. I believe that's what that is that we see right there. We have a camera that points to the Caloosahatchee River. It's from the Luminary Hotel in Fort Myers. Okay, instead we're going to go to I-75 in Fort Myers. This is from earlier today, I believe. It's kind of hard to tell anything, actually, because there is so much cloud cover, so much rain. It's nasty out there.
Yeah, you know, Florida Highway Patrol has 340 troopers from Southwest Florida all the way up to Tampa. They're out there. They're making sure you're not on the roadways, and that is kind of the message right now. You should be home, hopefully sheltered in place and not watching us from your car or evacuating somewhere. It's too late right now.
Yeah.
Now's the time to kind of hunker down, and as we watch the eye get closer and closer to Southwest Florida, and we're just, 2 miles per hour shy of Category 5 storm force winds is what Trent and Lauren have been telling us. So we are going to hear from the governor at 10:15, so in just about an hour and 15 minutes, and he's going to give us another update on Ian.
Yeah, and we do have some things we can talk about to keep you safe. It's not just the hurricane that we're worried about. We're also concerned, as we've seen in other parts of the state, of tornadoes popping up because of this system. And I believe we can show you some tips to stay safe, to keep your family safe, no matter where you live here in Southwest Florida.
All right, so one of the things obviously you want to find in your home right now, if you are sheltered at home, is an interior room with no windows. Specifically, if you are going to experience a tornado that kind of spawns off from this storm, you're going to want to stay on the bottom level of your house. You don't want to go up to the second story if you have a second story. Find an interior room, no windows, close the doors, lock all the doors. It's even suggested that you shut off the air conditioning and all the fans in your house. And if you end up hearing those train sounding noises that are so characteristic of tornadoes, because you do hear it even with smaller tornadoes that we see here in Southwest Florida, then you're going to want to cover your head and protect yourself, protect your family. Everyone just needs to find a safe space. Again, no windows in that interior portion of your house.
All right, now I'm going to take you live to Fort Myers. We are tracking this area closely right now. We are working to get you exactly what this location is. This may be our downtown camera. We are pulling that up right now, and we are working to bring that to you. This is Fort Myers Beach, I assume?
Yeah, that looks like Fort Myers Beach. That's the pier, and man, you can see the surf there pushing on. Trent, obviously, it's funny because you see the before the storm comes, you see it pulled out. What do they call that? Reverse storm surge. And now we're starting to see it push back onshore. And Fort Myers Beach is one of those really vulnerable spots that we're going to be watching so closely, even though it is south of that Charlotte Harbor area and the Punta Gorda area where the eye is expected to go.
Yeah, and you can see in the foreground on the left side of your screen, I believe that is a building, the restaurant that provides this camera, and you can see how high the tide is right now, how much water is coming up to that building right here. And it's not just a storm this strong that does this kind of thing to Fort Myers Beach. We've seen other storms of lesser categories do this same kind of thing. The question now is what's going to happen next? In the next few hours, will Fort Myers Beach, will other areas take significant damage? All
right, so we want to get right over to certified meteorologist Trent Erickey, obviously, and Lauren Petrelli are tracking the storm very closely. The eye is getting closer and closer to Southwest Florida. It's only 9 in the morning. Is it still true, Trent, that we're looking at a midday landfall, if you will, because it looks on radar to the untrained eye so close to our coast already?
Yeah, the definition of a landfall from the National Hurricane Center is when the center of that eye moves over land. Long before that, we're going to see the rain bands, that damaging core of Hurricane Ian, move on shore. It's going to be hours long before we get that damaging core inland and eventually out of Southwest Florida. That camera we just saw on Fort Myers Beach there sits on top of the Pierside Grill just behind the Dairy Queen when you're walking up there to Fort Myers Beach beyond Times Square and you're looking out over the pier. Roughly you're looking off to the west-northwest just to kind of give you a vantage point. That's why when those winds come across the camera like that, they're moving from south to north as the winds are whipping around Hurricane Ian. Right now that core is sitting offshore offshore. And to kind of address Amy's question and the timing, we'll take you in a little closer here and just show you how close this storm is to making landfall somewhere here in southwest Florida. We've got the capability here with our Doppler radar, the onset of the damaging hurricane core from Sanibel about 20 miles away. If it continues to move in a north-northeasterly fashion, you're looking at more of about a 30 to 35 mile fashion. And as far as the edge here, which will be the eastern periphery, it's more of about a 40-mile distance to get up to the coastline of Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, and southbound. So with the storm moving northeast at 10, you do the basic math, and we're looking at about 3 to 4 hours. So right now, 9:07, you got 10, 11, 12, 1. It's between noon and 2. We'll start to see those hurricane force winds moving on shore. Then we get inside of the eye, the calm of the storm. You hear a lot of stories about people being able to go outside in hurricanes, look up and see blue skies. This is a very large eye of Hurricane Ian as it moves on shore, and that will happen for folks in southwest Florida. But then on the backside, we get additional rough weather because we have two sides of the eye wall to go through, and you can see that eye wall right here. Perhaps some of the strongest showers and thunderstorms are on the south and southwestern side of Hurricane Ian as it gets a little closer to the coastline. We've still got this tornado watch box in place. This goes until 5 o'clock. We've been pretty fortunate here for a majority of the morning. We've only had 1 or 2 tornado warnings here for parts of Hendry County over the rural sections of southwest Florida. Now, one of the more formidable rain bands we've been watching all morning long is finally starting to pull away from I-75 and Tamiami Trail. For hours, it was coming down and coming down in a hurry, and we had tropical storm force gusts there, some of those being reported over 60 miles per hour. And you can see that band, again, it was sitting there between Marco, Bonita Springs, and Estero, and that progression off towards the east shows the fact that the storm is getting closer and closer to the coastline. And now we're looking at areas such as Lehigh Acres and Gateway, also Everglades City, there to the south along Tamiami Trail. Some very intense rain bands are beginning to move there towards I-75 between State Road 29. These will cross right over the Panther Preserve. And as we move on off over to the north, I want to show you some of these areas now that are newly getting into some of the stronger parts of the rain band. This is areas along 82. This is just into the county line with Lee. And as we slide the radar northbound, you can see Miramar Lakes. We're now moving north of RSW. And right there, you can see Gateway getting ready to pick up some pretty good downpours. This will continue to move up towards Buckingham, crossing the Caloosahatchee, and just south there at Babcock Ranch before it whips back around near the Civic Center there at Bayshore and 31. So we're going to continue to update you here on the radar throughout the hour. That new update should be into the computers. And before I toss it back to you guys, I just want to check the winds and the position. Not expecting any huge changes here. We're letting the graphics load 155 miles per hour still. So again, I'm going to hand things over to Lauren here. We're going to get our data back together. And for now, Amy, did you have a question?
Well, I'm just looking at information from the National Hurricane Center, which I'm sure you guys are just getting to, that they upped the storm surge amount expected on the southwest Florida coastline from Englewood to Bonita Beach to 12 to 18 feet.
Yeah. That was an update that we got earlier with the special advisory. Did they update the bottom number?
No, so this is now the 9 o'clock.
The 9 o'clock?
16, now it's up to 18.
Now it's up to 18. So there was an increase by 2 feet. What we noticed was earlier today, the wording from the National Hurricane Center said catastrophic. And Lauren, I know you're working through the data. What you were saying was?
Yeah, so right now they are calling it life-threatening storm surge.
Life-threatening,
So
okay.
we have a couple of different locations right now. Englewood to Bonita Beach, that is going to be 12 to 18 feet. Charlotte Harbor is the same. Bonita Beach south all the way to Chokoloskee, that is going to be 8 to 12.
Okay. Yeah, I've got you here, Lauren. We're still having some issues here with the microphone, but we're looking at up to 18 feet, and it was life-threatening storm surge is what they're calling it now. That was an update here at 9 o'clock. Again, I'm going to send it back over to you, Chris and Amy. Go look at the data. I'm going to send Lauren in if we can get that microphone issue fixed. And this storm is just hours away, again, from that outer eye wall, some of the more damaging hurricane force winds beginning to push on shore as it moves northeast. We'll watch for any type of wobbles here, but unlike Charlie, which had a very small eye and damaging area of winds, this one is going to impact a much larger area here in southwest Florida, both with the eastern side of the eye wall and the north and southern side. And with the southern side, where you can see those really bright shades of red, that's where you get the onshore flow. That's your strongest storm surge. So this is going to be a storm that a lot of folks are going to talk about here today, and I'm sure discussing. Looks a lot like Charlie with the path, but just to give you an idea, again, those hurricane force winds of Ian are 3 times larger than Charlie.
Real quick, Trent, I'm getting a lot of people on social media asking, what time is landfall? What time is landfall? Not to be flippant, but it doesn't really matter what time landfall is, right? Because that is technically, like you told us earlier, when the center of the eye reaches land. There's going to be major weather before that. There's going to be major weather after that. So I think everyone kind of just needs to get that out of their head. This is going to be an all-day event.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks are already thinking about getting antsy inside a house that may be shuttered up or when things are going to return to normal. Amy and Chris, I'm just going to be blunt with you. It's going to be a while before things get back to normal here in southwest Florida. This is, as Lauren mentioned, a storm that's getting the terms life-threatening storm surge. This is one of the strongest hurricanes to hit the state. It will only be the 7th hurricane in history of the state to be Category 4 or higher once it makes landfall. I just hope that we get some kind of break here to where the storm, maybe a little interaction with the inflow around it, weakens it just a touch. But it's so close to the coastline that window, and my expertise, is closing. We have got a very strong hurricane that's going to be here. Now, as far as the timeline of those winds, again, noon to 2 o'clock, we're going to see the beginning of the really strong hurricane force winds. We'll get near the center in the eye, and then we have half the storm to go through. And just like we've ramped up with the winds here today and not yet to the peak, then we'll have to climb back down the mountaintop and get back to the winds relaxing, which is going to take at least to tomorrow morning.
I hate to make you talk even more, Trent. We really appreciate it. We know you guys are working so hard in the Weather Center. One more thing to point out, because it will be our Southwest Florida area and our viewers that see this eye, right? So if you go outside during that, you might feel a calm, right? You might see blue skies, but that's so dangerous. And for the selfies and the social media, it is so not worth it. Can you just really quickly explain why and how long, if you do pass through the eye, I mean, do we know how long you would be in that clear weather?
A lot of hurricanes, the eye's a lot smaller than this, so you don't have much time at all. It's kind of a brief pop out, look up, get back into safety. We'll have some time for some folks in southwest Florida to be able to do that. Now, the issue is, right, if you're in a house that's all boarded up and has the shutters, you know which way is out. You just want to make sure that you get out there. If you want to observe it, take in something that a lot of people don't see in their lifetime. You got to get back in quick, because the mistake a lot of folks make, they think, storm's over, that's it. But again, you have the entire backside of the eye wall, which can be just as bad and strong as the front side. So once you're in the eye, if you're in one of those communities later on, depending upon the wobble off to the northeast here today, just know that that's your halfway point. And then you have the second half to go through. So this is a large storm, again, an 80-mile wide area of hurricane force winds, with some of those around the core registering at 155 miles per hour sustained. And I haven't mentioned here in a while, the gusts are estimated to be over 200 miles per hour. A lot of folks are more familiar with tornadoes. Maybe you've moved here in the last couple of years. The wind speed with this hurricane are equivalent to an EF3 tornado. And instead of it being a tornado that moves through in a matter of minutes, this is going to be hours of sustained winds of hurricane force up to 155.
A lot of frightening information, a frightening prediction. Trent, thank you so much for all the work you're doing. Again, we don't want to scare people, but we do want you to know what's happening outside your door and what will be happening outside your door. We also want you to know that we're going to be with you every step of the way. We will let you know what's happening, and we will show you as much as we can.
Yeah, and we don't lightly use that word, nor does the National Hurricane Center, life-threatening. When we are looking at these projections of storm surge, yes, they are projections. Maybe they won't get to 18 feet in some areas, but nonetheless, this is going to be devastating for Southwest Florida. As you know, the place where I grew up, I feel a pit in my stomach today just watching this, because covering these for 2 decades now. I don't know that we've quite seen something like this.
I don't think so. This is historic, unfortunately, and we all have families at home right now. This is difficult. We know that you have families at home too in other places. Some of you are watching us online and you're worried about your loved ones, and this is going to be a difficult time. It's going to be a day that we won't forget. Hopefully everything will work out, but again, we want you to be able to count on us for the correct information as it's happening, and part of that is our extensive team of live reporters staying in safe spaces but showing you the conditions. Let's bring in Fox 4's John Barron. He is live in Punta Gorda. And John, I know you have seen a lot of wind and rain today. How are things looking where you are right now?
Yeah, so Chris, it's really kind of up and down mostly for the day. Today, right now, obviously we've seen a lot of rain, and right now at this point in time, it's starting to trickle down. But the wind is starting to pick up in just small bursts as we continue on through the day. But that's going to obviously change as the hurricane starts to make its way to landfall. Right now at this point in time, we continue to see quite an active King Highway here as actually people are all making their way out here and just trying to either possibly get last-minute things, which honestly you probably shouldn't be doing at this point in time, or they're trying to make their way to their shelter in place, which we're hoping will be the case. Now, what we've seen a lot of actually today, FDOT made their way up here and actually spoke with me here at the Circle K, is that they were saying, yeah, we're out here, we're closing up some of these highways, and then we're gone. That's what they did. So somebody else that we actually spoke with as well came right here and had a handheld map talking about some of the roadways and trying to find a way to get out of here and get all the way to Orlando. And unfortunately, I was telling them that time is probably gone. Okay, at this point in time, they've closed those highways and they've already done so. And so what they're already trying to do is some people who are trying to evacuate, it's a little too late for that now. Now you've got to stay in, you got to shelter in place and put the shutters up, and hopefully right at this point in time, just ride it out and just be able to make, just have everything that you have in the house, bring that to center, and make sure you guys are in an area without windows, because as this hurricane starts to make its way, it's going to get very serious. Something else we've been seeing as well, people trying to get last-minute items at the Circle K as well came up, and we're trying to get some snacks. They're closed. Same with gas as well. And unfortunately, if you're running low on gas, it's a little too late as well, because if you're trying to do so, right here is what we're looking at. You're going to get a lot of zip ties and hold together. And that's what you're going to have at a lot of these gas stations. Nobody's here right now. Everybody's back at home and trying to just weather out the storm. And the same out there as well. And most of these businesses that we've seen have boarded up their windows. Others who have not, mostly like this Kmart, have bagged over some of their electronics inside, just hoping that maybe they can minimize the amount of damage that they're going to have. They just have windows out there, bare and all, but what they're trying to do is really just try to really minimize how much damage that they can possibly see with this storm as it continues to make its way in here. And we've had quite a bit of activity at this Circle K in the last hour, and really a lot of people just wondering, okay, like, what can we do at this point in time? I told them, unfortunately, it looks like just go home and just weather the storm and, have your family there and just be safe as much as possible, because the time to pack up and leave is gone. Hitting the highway is no longer an option. Most of those highways are closed, like FDOT had just told me, and they're even going to be done. They told me that they're gone here in the next hour, and they're just going to go home as soon as they're done closing up all the highways. So all those main roads, most of them are going to continue to be closed. So if you're looking for a way out, unfortunately, that time is gone. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, John. John, you bring up a good point there. No stores are open right now. They are all going to be closed, so it's not even worth trying to get out. In fact, first responders are not going out right now. We can tell you emergency services are suspended in places like Punta Gorda, Lehigh Acres, and Cape Coral. First responders are not going out onto the roads right now in Charlotte County or Collier County, and we had a chance to speak with somebody from Collier County about the conditions that we've seen overnight and into this morning.
We had about 5 tornado warnings last night. A lot of notifications went out directly from the National Hurricane Center and from the National Weather Service. These tornadic activity events are still likely to continue as these bands come across Collier County.
All right, so, that said, remember, just find an interior room of your house should you hear those winds and you need to find shelter. We do want to show you some video. Again, we have crews all across Southwest Florida, but we're welcoming you, if you can do it in a safe way, maybe outside your window, to share video with us. You can email it to us, tweet us, send it to social media, and we will share it with everyone at home. This is from Pine Manor. I want to show it to you. If you're not familiar where that is, it's in the Fort Myers area, and that is at Summerlin. near Summerlin Road. We're trying to pull up that video for you right now. Sorry, we're all over the place. Okay, here. So here's the video. This is from a viewer in Pine Manor. And look already. So again, this is off Summerlin Road, just north of, let's see, College Parkway there in Fort Myers. And already you can see some of the streets and the weirs flooding. And we're not even close to, you know,
the worst
of it, really. I mean,
yeah.
not to mince words.
Yeah, so the winds are going to be higher, the rain is going to be heavier, and you know, there is the potential for the storm surge. That is the big threat right now. You know, we heard John in his report talk about, you know, it was bad earlier today, not so bad where he is right now, and we are seeing that time and time again, and we will be seeing it, Lauren, I guess for the next 24 plus hours, these waves where it's really bad for a while and then it eases up a little bit. And I know you are tracking the radar right now. Where is it worst and where are people getting a break right now?
Chris, you're absolutely right. So we're taking a look at these rain bands really whipping around. In fact, I just had our Colton Chavez. He reached out to me because he's trying to move a little bit closer to the coast. Trent, while you're over there, if you don't mind reaching out to him, he had some follow-up questions for me. So he was going to be right along Bonita Beach Road. And as those rain bands are lifting to the north, you have this brief period right here of where you're going to not see the rain. But it's not going to be long-lived. As you zoom out of the map right here, you have plenty of rain bands that are going to whip right back around the system, and they're going to keep hammering the southwest Florida coastline. So right now, if you maybe needed to get that way, Colton and Karen, now's the time to move. As we get closer to landfall time, that's where conditions are really going to deteriorate even more, and they're going to start going downhill. I do know that our producers and our anchors, you guys were asking a little bit about the rainfall totals, so let me put that into perspective for you really quickly. So if we could do the rainfall totals over the past 24 hours, because we started to see those most outer bands from Ian. That was going to start yesterday. The last time I checked, isolated areas, it was going to be near Port of the Islands, was seeing between 7 and 8 inches of rain. It was the same closer to Immokalee, about 6 to 7 inches of rain. It wasn't all too impressive through the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area. That's because they had only seen, last time I checked, that was about 3 inches of rain. Before we do a new check of all of the rainfall, I'm being told that we have a live look at the Luminary Hotel camera. Let's take it right here. We show you this live look every single morning. It's usually absolutely gorgeous. Right now, it looks like I have just a gray sheet right in front of you, and that is because that area is dealing with heavy rain bands that are just being dumped across Fort Myers and Cape Coral. This view right here, it sits right on top of the Luminary Hotel in the North Fort Myers area, and it looks into North Fort Myers. It looks into Cape Coral. Because the rain is so heavy right now, you can't even tell what you're looking at. Typically, you could see the bridge right there. We had Elise Changari. She was going to be in the Punta Rasa area. She saw such heavy rainfall and gusty conditions, and people were still trying to drive over the bridge. I can't see any lights right here, and I hope that is not the case. I've been texting some loved ones here, been talking to people here who are also trying to get in contact with their loved ones. I've been telling them all the same message. Now is not the time to get on the roadways. If you haven't left yet, we're starting to see those conditions go downhill. It's time to stay inside. All right, let's get back to the 24-hour rainfall totals. So let's take a look at the updated numbers. Isolated areas near Port of the Islands still seeing just under 8 inches of rain. The biggest difference I can see right now going to be in Naples. Before, they were not seeing anything like this. They're seeing about 6.5 inches of rain over the past 24 hours. We'll take a look over here in Immokalee. So this a bit different here as well. 6 inches of rain. Some areas seeing maybe about half an inch or more right there. And right where we just gave you that over the past 24 hours. So again, the rainfall is just one of many of the storms.
Apologize, Lauren having an issue with her microphone, so we will get that fixed for her right away.
Probably just need some batteries. Obviously, we're on with you for the long haul, so she'll change her batteries out, and then we'll get back to her so she can show you the rainfall totals and the radar.
Yeah, so let's set the stage so you know, in addition to what all is going on with the weather, what's going on in Southwest Florida. According to Lee County, about 3,800 people right now are in county shelters. They are saying that if you have an emergency, it is possible that if you call 911 for help, that first responders will not be able to get to you. That is a possibility because of how high the winds are. If they can't get to you, there is an option that you can have a doctor call you back if you're having a medical condition, and you can get some counseling that way. But several agencies across Southwest Florida are not responding to emergencies right now. They include Punta Gorda, Lehigh Acres, and Cape Coral, and first responders in Charlotte and Collier counties are also not responding, at least for the time being, until those winds die down.
Right, and power outages are in the over 10,000 at this point in portions of Lee County. Marco Island, we know there are large outages. We expect much, much more throughout the day. One thing that LCEC and FPL have put out is that you do not need to call them. I guess they're getting inundated with phone calls and reports of power outages. They are well aware that the power is out. Trust me, at your house. They have live outage maps, and they are waiting until, just like those first responders, because they are first responders as well. They will be out the second they can to start repairing that and get your power back on. But for now, I mean, after strong storms that were nothing like this one, we saw power out in some areas. I mean, after Charlie and Irma, I had no power for a week at my house in Fort Myers. So you just have to be prepared for the long haul.
Right, and we've heard the governor say that 1 million or more people could lose their power. I think we have a map that we can show you of the power outages. This is LCEC, so let me bring that up on my computer as well so I can walk you through where the outages are. So right now, about 24,000 LCEC customers do not have power right now. To put that into perspective, that's about 10% of the customers. As you can see, it's highly concentrated where you would expect it to be concentrated. So Sanibel, not a lot of power there. Pine Island, not a lot of power. Bokeelia and coastal communities in Cape Coral. Also going down to Marco Island, a number of customers without power as well. So that's LCEC. Now let's bring up the information on from Florida Power and Light. Let's start in Charlotte County. I'm looking at the map right here. About 4,000 customers without power right now in Charlotte County. In Lee County, that number is about 4,400. So not a lot yet at FPL. In Collier County, in Collier County, it is a lot larger, 21,000 customers without power right now. To put that into perspective, that's about 10% of the customers in Collier County as well.
All right, so we want to, obviously, while our first responders are just waiting till they can get out and help people in the response portion after the storm gets through Southwest Florida, we want to hear from Sarasota County Police because they have a message for you this morning as well. Take a listen.
So we are going to feel the effects some way, somehow, whether it's a lot of wind, rain, or a combination or both. So y'all need to be prepared out there. Please know that if the winds are at 45 miles an hour or higher, it's going to be very limited response with respect to first responders. We're going to do the best we can.
Yeah, and we heard the governor say that when he spoke to the state just a little while ago. You know, there are first responders for power. They are set up at safe locations away from where the damage is, but close enough to where they can drive to it as soon as they need to. And so they are going to be out there as soon as it's safe for them, and they know they have to work. In addition, the governor said he is requesting more. He is requesting for more equipment, rescue equipment, and other equipment from the federal government. So FEMA is hopefully going to deliver some more equipment. So in case there are any rescues that need to be made over the next 24, 36 hours, that they will have the equipment they need to do that. In fact, this shows you how much of the country is watching what's happening in Southwest Florida right now. The governor said 26 states have sent representatives down, be it power company employees or first responders, to our area to be ready just in case they're needed.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, yes, they come in the immediate aftermath after the storm, right? So providing the necessities, the food, the water, the assistance for medical needs. But you know, if you were here, maybe you weren't, maybe you just heard about it after Hurricane Charlie, FEMA, they called it FEMA City. And it was built off of I-75, basically mobile homes, as far as the eye could see, because people were displaced from their homes and there were blue tarps. And, you know, so that is something they're going to have to assess and see what the damage is here in Southwest Florida and then take it from there. But the message from the state and from the federal government is they are here, they are ready to go, they are ready to be deployed and help in whatever way they need to do that.
Yeah, I heard the governor say that as good as the response was for Irma, they felt the state did, that they had a great response to Irma. They have even more people on standby right now, more equipment ready to go. So hopefully, if there are problems, they will be taken care of soon.
Right. So what's next, you might be asking yourself. Again, as Trent and Lauren have been telling us all morning long, we are in this for the long haul today. This is going to be an all-day weather event, so you just need to be prepared for that. We could even see weather overnight tonight into Thursday morning. Yep. The governor is going to address Florida and let us know more about the state's response. We are expecting to hear from him in about 45 minutes at 10:15, and of course we will bring that to you live. But in the meantime, we, as long as it is safe, have crews out, and they are going to be bringing us live reports from across Southwest Florida. We want to go to our Colton Chavez now. Colton was last check in Bonita Springs along the Imperial River.
He's Bonita Beach Road right now, so one of the biggest roads in that part of Southwest Florida. We're seeing a lot of traffic the last time we went live to him, so I'm interested to see what's going on there now and how the conditions are right now in Bonita Springs.
Well, Chris, that's exactly right. We were talking earlier. We were just up the road at the gas station, and I was mentioning how many vehicles we're seeing. This wasn't here 10 minutes ago when we were driving down Bonita Beach Road. You can see right now a vehicle has crashed into that car. It looks like someone's checking to see if anyone's inside. We had already done that. There was nobody inside, but there was somebody who had passed by Chris and Amy. And I said, hey, did you see any of this happen? And he said, no, I didn't see it happen, but I did see the people who were in the vehicle get out and get picked up by somebody. So not sure what the injuries are, what the extent is, but this points to what we've been telling people and what county officials, city and state officials have been saying, and that's to stay off the roads if you can. That's why I'm standing here and not on that sidewalk, because if my photographer Karen Deerdorf can show you, do you see those palms floating down the street? That's forcing cars to now dip and dodge and make their way around. And the other thing you don't want to do is you have these two cars now standing in the parked in the middle of the lane, possibly causing another traffic situation if they don't get a move on. Thankfully, it looks like they're starting to make their way down. But again, I was talking about the conditions with Chris and Amy when we were driving on Bonita Beach Road, and I was saying that along with the amount of water that's on the road at this time, these palms and these parts of these limbs are also flying off of these trees and creating dangerous situations for anyone that could be driving down this road at this time. Again, if you're just joining in and you're seeing this for the first time, the person or people that were involved in this accident are no longer in the vehicle. Somebody who was passing by told me they did not see the accident, but they did see the people who were involved get out of the vehicle and get picked up by another vehicle. This happened within the last 30 minutes. We were on Bonita Beach Road, which is what you're looking at right now, traveling down to the racetrack, and this vehicle wasn't here 30 minutes ago. And as we were trying to make our way now back down to Bonita Beach, me and my photographer, Karen Deerdorf, we came across this vehicle, and I thought it'd be a good time right now to remind people that we are asking, along with city and county officials, that you stay here and you stay home and you try to avoid being on the road, because along with flood conditions, you can also see that accidents can happen. I mean, this vehicle looks pretty damaged at this point. And we haven't seen any emergency officials, Chris and Amy, either. And that's one thing we heard from city and county, is that right now they're not able to get out here and take care of situations like this. So whether or not they show up, I haven't been able to contact law enforcement to get that answer, and I will do so once I get off air with you guys.
We'll let you go and do that. Really bad accident there. That car is in bad shape. But again, Colton said he went over there to see if there was anybody injured or anything like that, and it appears nobody is in the car right now. So hopefully that means somebody, whoever was in that car, was able to walk away.
Yeah, and if you did get in an accident and you were seriously hurt, emergency crews can't come to you right now, so please just stay home. The other thing Colton touched on, and we want to touch on by showing you some video from I-75, mile marker 155 in Charlotte County. Water is beginning to pond there. We're seeing that in areas across Southwest Florida. In fact, on social media, you can see people start talking about the water taking over portions of the streets in downtown Fort Myers over the next hour or two, that it's slowly creeping up that way. Ponding is dangerous for multiple reasons. Chris and I have covered these storms for many years, and every single time we cover a storm, we see this happen where someone thinks, oh, you know what, this is only 6 inches deep. This is only a foot deep. My car can make it through. And the next thing you know, we have all those weirs and those, culverts in Southwest Florida, and your car goes into a ditch. It is so dangerous.
Right, and as Colton says, we're starting to see debris from trees on the roads as well. And if it's falling and you don't see that until the last minute, you kind of turn to try to avoid it, and then you don't know what's going to happen because these roads are so slick. And well, as we're speaking, somebody just goes speeding down the highway there, and did you see all the water that popped up from those tires? It's not a safe situation to be in right now because of the water on those roads, and you just never know, even when it's daylight, like right now, you never really know how deep that water is and what kind of danger it is.
Right, and if you're looking at this and you might be thinking to yourself, oh, that's not that bad. I think the key here is we are not really in the thick of it just yet. And Lauren, I hate to keep bringing up the storm surge and having you explain it over and over again, but that seems to be the question that we're getting the most on social media, email, texts and whatnot is, talk a little bit about this storm surge and how it comes in. It's not something that in the snap of a finger, 5, 10, 15, whatever many feet of storm surge an area experiences. This is something that happens over time, but it's going to be something that we see happen in the daylight hours, correct, today, before you would perhaps go to bed tonight. It's not something you have to worry about water creeping into your home overnight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want you to ever apologize for asking about the storm surge, especially because that's probably one of the biggest threats that we're looking at right now. So just to touch on a couple of different things, coming up at the 9 o'clock advisory that we just got from the National Hurricane Center, they upped the threat of storm surge. Before, the max was 16 feet. It is now up to 18 feet of storm surge potential is what we're looking at, especially up and down the coast. There are certain spots that will see the storm surge, certain spots that are less likely to do it, and that is because of one thing. It's because of the way the wind is going to be pushing the water onshore. So right now you have the center of Ian right here, those winds coming out of the southwest. So right now the area is probably seeing the storm surge going to be portions of Marco Island all the way up to Naples, and then continuing as you get up to Bonita Beach, which is where we have Colton Chavez. He's out in the Bonita Springs area. Then you're going to have the wind in the opposite direction. So that's going to be circling in the opposite direction. You're going to see the receding water. I do believe we had a live look out at Venice Beach where you can see the wind wrapping around in the opposite direction and pushing the water out into the Gulf. So you have kind of the opposite effect there. I don't know if we can get a live look at that Venice area, but as soon as we get it up, of course, we will let you know. Amy brought up another really good point is when is this going to happen and when can it resolve itself? It's not an immediate process, and it's also not going to be an immediate process when the water goes back to the way it was. That's going to be a very slow process as well. So as this storm continues to push upshore, you're going to see that storm surge slowly push in as it gets back onto land, and we start to see hopefully this thing really weaken. That's when the storm surge eventually is going to lessen, but it's going to take time. The same way that we see those rising floodwaters, and it takes time for those to slowly recede, storm surge is going to kind of have almost the same effect. Just a couple of different things to keep in mind, especially if you are hunkered down at home right now. I know they're working really hard to get that live look over at the Venice area about those receding waters. I do want to go over those storm surge numbers with you really quickly, as those did change recently up to 18 feet. So if I can pull up our storm surge potential map, I can go through with you neighborhood by neighborhood. This is a tool that Trent and I have been using for the past couple of days. So through the Port Charlotte area, it looks like they possibly extended the red. Let me move out of the way just a little bit so you can see this right here. Down US 41, it looks like you're going to see 9+ feet of storm surge through here. It looks like this pretty much stayed the same right along Harbor View Road. And as you get closer to Rotunda, the yellow representing 3 to 6 feet of potential storm surge. As we slide down the coast right here, so it looks like Cape Coral, you're seeing a huge difference when it comes to your storm surge potential, and that is going to be because they upgraded all of the data at 9 o'clock. So last time I checked this map, for example, right along Pine Island Road, we only had some of this area highlighted in blue, representing 1 to 3 feet of potential storm surge. Now all of this is in yellow. This is in orange right here, right along Pine Island. So this is going to be 6 to 9 feet possibly, and then continuing to the red all the way down through southern Cape. So taking a look outside, you can kind of see the effects of storm surge in one direction and also in the opposite direction. So remember what I said, some areas are going to see that storm surge because the winds are pushing onshore, and then in the opposite direction over at Venice, it's going to recede because the wind is in the opposite direction, pushing the wind offshore. So this is just an idea over at the Venice Pier that you can kind of see what's happening when it comes to those Gulf waters. If we could get back to the storm surge potential map, because this is new numbers, these are new numbers and they're recently updated, so I want to go through this with you as quickly as possible so that people can really understand the threat that they are facing as we continue to see changes with these rising waters. So that was an update on the Cape Coral area. As we move a little bit further to the south, that threat for storm surge continues. It's going to be through the Cypress Lake area down US 41. I mean, this area right here, you're still looking at 9+ feet of storm surge, and then continuing even east of US 41. You see the blue right here, almost touching I-75. You're going to be looking still at 1 to 3 feet of potential storm surge. Now, the reason why Cape Coral is probably one of the areas that keeps changing every time we check in with this map is because storm surge, as I've said before, is very opportunistic. You have so many canals over in Cape Coral that it allows a very narrow pathway for the waters to rush through the Gulf and to push into all of those canalways. You also have the Caloosahatchee, which means you're going to start to see the same effect all the way up to the North Fort Myers Shores area, all the way up through where it is closer to Olga and even through Alva. You're really going to notice a difference when it comes to the waters over in the Caloosahatchee. I want to continue to move south. You can see Fort Myers Beach. What a difference in 24 hours. Fort Myers Beach, all of Estero Island, really highlighted in that red. Here's another really big difference that I'm noticing right here. Bonita Springs, this area here was only blue and yellow, representing storm surge up to 6 feet. We're seeing a lot more red here crossing over US 41 and Bonita Beach Road. So our crews that are out in the Bonita Springs area, this is something that they're going to have to really worry about, something we're going to have to get in contact with them about as well. Let's keep going through this all the way down to the south, US 41 through Lely Resort, even Naples. You're going to still see that red right there, which is up to 9 feet plus of the storm surge. And as you get closer to Alligator Alley, that potential still continues. And Marco Island, when I woke up this morning, it was not even really highlighted in the orange. Only certain areas had the potential to see 6 to 9 feet. Now we're looking at levels even higher than that. So we're going to continue to keep our eye on this. About every other advisory, it seems like they update this map, Chris and Amy, and I hope that this is very much the last update that we have to get, because I cannot imagine them upgrading it past 18 feet. That is just so hard for me to even fathom.
At those maps, Lauren, and seeing how much of the city of Cape Coral was in red there, it was virtually half of the city, it seemed like, and almost all of it was in either red or orange. But again, that red was 9 feet or more of storm surge.
Yeah, it kind of takes your breath away as we are dealing with this. One other thing, Lauren, excuse me, that I want to ask you about real quick. The Florida Division of Emergency Management just a few minutes ago put out this warning: stop. Do not walk out into receding water in Charlotte Harbor. The water will return through storm surge and poses a life-threatening risk. Now, I think a lot of people, especially if you've never dealt with a hurricane before, as those winds are kind of pulling the water off the shore, you might not realize it's coming back. So can you just explain that real quick for our friends at home who may not be familiar with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Every time we have these tropical systems move through and we see this flooding, it's so early that we see people trying to go out and walk around, but you never know what's underneath the water. Not to mention, when it comes to your car, it only takes 6 inches of water to start moving your car. So these are all things that you have to be very, cognizant about as we move through, not today, but also through your Thursday and your Friday. So the reason why we're going to see that water change over the next 24 hours is because of the wind direction. So storm surge is always going to be worse on the right side of the storm. That is because you have the wind coming out of the southwest. So some of the areas, again, picking up on storm surge right now, going to be through the Marco Island area all the way up to Naples, even portions of Bonita Beach. But right here where you start to have the wind in the opposite direction, all the way up from about Fort Myers through Port Charlotte, even up to Venice, which is where we just gave you those pictures of, you're going to see the water rushing out to the Gulf in the opposite direction. But as this system moves, the wind direction is also going to move, which means you're going to see the water fluctuate. So again, safety first, everyone. We're going to contact our crews, and just the same way that we would warn our crews and we want to care for them, we're doing the same for you.
Not to put you on the spot, but Brenda Walker has a very specific question for you that I want to see if you can answer. Obviously, I don't think you'll be able to pinpoint it, but she was asking, she's watching us right now from Lakeport, which is on Lake Okeechobee, and she wants to know what to expect inland, because obviously we're talking about the coast right now. It's expected to decrease in strength, but what can they expect along the lake there?
And Amy, just refresh me, Lakeport, that would be, is that Hendry County?
I'm not sure which county it is. I'll have to look that up. I'm not sure if it's Hendry or Glades, but it's right there along the western portion of Lake Okeechobee, yeah.
So you want to know, we're just going to go over Hendry and Glades County just in case. So we do have kind of the impact graphic that you can go through in both of the, it is Glades.
Glades, okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chris. So this is kind of what Glades can face as we go now through at least Thursday morning. Again, these numbers have updated every time we do get an advisory from the National Hurricane Center. So even though this is the threat right now, it can change as we go through the rest of today, so make sure you keep tuning in with us. For example, Glades County is looking at rainfall totals between 3 and 6 inches. Isolated areas are going to see almost 8 inches or possibly more. The wind speeds, though, that's really what I'm concerned about for Glades County especially. The flooding as you get closer to Lake Okeechobee, absolutely, but as you go through maybe closer to the coastal areas, if you get closer to the coast, your wind speed's absolutely going to increase. You're going to see the wind anywhere between 30 and 40 miles per hour, but gusts are up to 60 miles per hour. Now, Glades County is far enough inland that storm surge not going to be a threat for you, but remember, storm surge and flooding are two different things. So even though you're not going to see that coastal flooding like storm surge, because of all of the rainfall and also any flooding along Lake O, you still have that threat of flooding. And that goes back to what we were saying, Chris and Amy. In the aftermath of all of this, as we wait for the waters to recede, you still have to be very careful. You never know what's underneath the water.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you for that, Lauren. We appreciate it. Obviously, if you're at home and you have a specific question, we will do our best to get to everyone's questions. And we do our best, obviously, to cover all of Southwest Florida so you know what to expect as we are riding Hurricane Ian out with you. We are here throughout the duration of the storm and afterwards. And if you don't already have it, the Fox 4 app, if you go to the App Store, it's WFTX, is a great resource because you're going to get, even after the storm, information on places that have gas and water and food and electricity. So now would be the time to download it if you haven't done so already.
Yeah, plus you can get updates as they happen on big news events. So if there's a new warning or watch, or if there's new information that you need to know, you will have it as soon as it happens. You mentioned we are all over Southwest Florida. We have reporters, we have live cameras everywhere. Let's take a live look at Cape Coral. This is the view from our tower camera, which is above our studio at Fox 4. It is on Pine Island Road. And once again, we are watching just how windy it is outside. And you can see, now this is up in the air, but that camera is moving around a lot, and those gray skies have not improved at all. That is Pine Island Road there, one of the larger roads in Cape Coral, and you can see, thankfully, not much traffic out there. We have seen some water building up on Pine Island Road, and we know that tends to happen in this stretch of Pine Island Road when we get a lot of rain. So that is expected. But once again, just seeing these images, just seeing these cameras shake, it gives you an indication of where we are now, but it's humbling when you think of where we could be headed next.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, keep the viewer video coming. If you are watching us right now and you can safely take video, share it with us on social media. You can connect with us directly on our Facebook and Twitter pages, Instagram. You can also email us. Those are all very easy to find on our website. We do want to show you some viewer video right now. This is from the Caloosahatchee. Let's see if our directors can pull it up so we can show it to you. It's someone was telling me on social media earlier, oh no, storm surge only affects the Gulf and the ocean, but that's definitely not true. We are going to see the water rise in the canals in Cape Coral, the Caloosahatchee River. This is right along, it looks like roads near downtown Fort Myers. Is that First Street that we're looking at? Let me ask my producers. But you can see some of the water there already on the roadways. Regardless, this is an area we're watching water, and it's only going to continue to rise as the next few hours go on.
Right, and as you were saying, anywhere near water is going to be dangerous right now. The storm surge projections that Lauren showed us a couple of minutes ago, and it doesn't matter if it's near the Gulf, if it's near the river. Those are where the largest projections are for damage, and that's where we are going to see problems. Hopefully it'll be nothing more than this, a little bit of rain on the road, but it could be much more. I believe we have some more video that we want to show you that we have gotten from Twitter. Actually, this is a few tips. The governor says we will have power outages. We have seen that, and there are some things you can do if you have food that you need to get rid of because you lose power.
All right, so we want to update you on what's to come next. The governor obviously has been watching the storm with the Florida Emergency Management crews. They have been updating us leading up to the storm, and now they are updating us at 10:15. So just about, let's see here, 20-25 minutes. We do expect to hear from the governor on the latest. They have crews ready. Every possible situation you can imagine. They've got the Florida National Guard, the Florida Highway Patrol troopers, There's water and meals ready to go. So they are on standby. So we're going to be hearing from the governor and the director of Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, in just a little bit here.
Yeah, this is some video that the Fort Myers, it's viewer video of the Fort Myers Police Headquarters. So you can see just how much rain is around there. Amy, to pick up on your point, as we wait for the governor to speak again, it'll be the first time we've heard him since 7:30 this morning. Here's what we expect. We expect to get an update on damage. Now, not so much here in Southwest Florida, but there were storms, potential tornadoes in the southeast part of the state on the Atlantic coast. So we expect to get some damage estimates and totals from there. If there were any injuries, our sister station in West Palm is reporting at least 2 injuries. So we should get updates on that. I imagine the number of people without power in the state will be significantly higher. So we should get an update on that. And of course, we've gotten from the governor's news briefings, we've gotten kind of a sneak peek the last couple of days of what the National Hurricane Center is thinking about the storm. So we will likely get updated information that we don't even have yet on what's going on with the storm.
Right. And so again, the key message at this point is shelter in place. Please do not go out on the roadways. It is not safe to do that. You need to stay home. For example, the city of Marco Island just put out this information. And remember, Marco Island is really on the southern portion of what we're covering when it comes to what we're going to see about close to the eye. So Goodland Road right now on Marco Island is impassable. Many roads on Marco Island are flooded, according to the city of Marco Island officials. They are saying stay off the roads, shelter in place until this storm is over.
Yeah, and that is unfortunately expected. The more water we get, the more we will see flooding, and the more we will see the potential for storm surge. So unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that we expected. And speaking of rain totals, let's bring in Fox 4 meteorologists Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli. You guys have some new numbers for us?
Chris, you're absolutely right. So this is just some new information coming into the weather chat while Trent kind of powers up his mic right here. I can let you guys know one of the areas where we just did a 24-hour rainfall total check, that was going to be Port of the Islands through the Lely area. They're saying they're seeing rainfall totals range already between 5 to 10 inches of rain. So that was something that we were expecting, isolated areas seeing close to a foot of rain. So it looks like we're kind of getting to that point. And a lot of people right here through some of the rain bands, Trent, they're having a brief break right here, but that doesn't mean it's going to last for long. These rain bands are going to keep wrapping around.
You know, a lot of folks here that shuttered up here before the storm. One thing when you're in a house that's shuttered, you can't see outside, and all you can hear is the noise of the rain hitting the rooftop and those metal shutters, and you always wonder what it looks like outside. That's why we continue to show you the tower cams and the radar, because you probably noticed it got a lot quieter inside your house. You're in that break that Lauren mentioned. One of those stronger rain bands we've been watching all morning long, dumping at 5 to 10 inches and likely pretty similar amounts up Cleveland Avenue and I-75. As that one pulls inland, heavy rain will be an issue along Immokalee, Felda, Harker, and eventually Clewiston and Moorhaven as that storm goes in. But our attention goes towards the coastline with the eye wall now beginning to approach the coastline. It is 9:55. We're coming up at 10 o'clock where we'll get another update here.
You guys go ahead.
All right, we are so sorry to cut you guys off, Lauren and Trent. The governor is actually speaking early. It looks like he's talking at 10 o'clock. Let's go out to him now and see what he has to say.
Fairgrounds, where we have about 19,000 restoration personnel that have started to stage linemen, tree trimmers, employees, contractors, vegetation personnel, and support staff from over 30 states. We know that the staging starts here, and then it gets deployed across the state ahead of the storm. And so you have folks, obviously that Southwest Florida area is going to be a major source of concern, but you're going to see needs for power restoration in all many parts of this state. We have bearing down on the southwest coast of Florida a really monster hurricane. This is a hurricane that is strengthened. It is Category 4 plus. It may be a Category 5 by the time it hits the Florida coast. We've been in contact all morning with a lot of the local officials in places like Charlotte and Lee County, and they understand that this is going to be a major impact. We're asked about some of the evacuations, and basically what they report to me is that we were talking to the folks in Charlotte. Most of the people in those vulnerable areas did leave. Not everybody did, and that was provided, the mandatory. Some just did not do that. So they're keeping tabs on kind of where you still have people in very vulnerable locations. But you have a Category 5 storm hit, that's going to produce an enormous amount of storm surge. It's obviously going to have very ferocious winds, and it's going to be life-threatening. And so people are taking a risk with their health, their safety, and their lives by being in the eye of that storm. Nevertheless, you do have search and rescue that are going to be poised to go to respond to people that are in difficult circumstances once the storm breaks through. Of course, safety is what we've been stressing in the preparations over these many days leading up to this storm. And you've had millions and millions of Floridians who have made preparations. Many have evacuated to higher ground and safer surroundings. And of course, you have local level officials, state, as well as federal marshaling. This is an unprecedented amount of resources that have been marshaled to respond to Hurricane Ian. We did this in the run-up to Hurricane Dorian, which was expected to hit Florida as a Cat 5. Fortunately, it turned north and rode the east coast of Florida without having a direct impact. But that was a massive mobilization. This is more than that. And we understand how significant this storm is. And even when it was kind of a disorganized system far away, we saw the potential for what this could do. The power restoration and the resumption of services is something that's very important. You look at the number of people that are on the southwest coast of Florida, for example. Fortunately, most of them are not going to have their homes destroyed, but almost all of them are going to lose power, and you're going to have services that are going to be interrupted. So resuming services is a top priority. That's going to require to make sure that the bridges are safe. It's going to make sure that the roadways are clear of any debris so these guys can get in and do their work. It's also something that, given the severity of this storm, there's a difference between simply having a down power line and repairing that, which you would do on normal types of storms, and then having major structural damage to the underlying electrical infrastructure. And when you have a Category 5 storm hitting, potentially, when you have massive storm surge, that is going to interrupt, most likely, a lot of the underlying infrastructure. And so when FPL and other companies are going in, some of those tasks are going to be, you're going to have to rebuild some of this stuff. And so the folks in those affected areas should just understand that If it's as simple as simply just hooking up a few more power lines, then that's what they'll do. But in those areas that are going to have the most severe impact, it's likely going to require to have some re-engineering, to have some structural fixes, and that's going to require manpower, but it's just going to take a little bit more time. So people understand. I was able to speak to the president of FPL. They understand how significant this is. They understand how important it is to get the services back up and running, but we also understand the severity of this storm and the really, really catastrophic damage that it can inflict on the coast, on the southwest coast of Florida. You are starting to see power outages across the state, but you're going to see way, way more over the next 48 hours. I mean, you're going to have millions of people without power in this state within the next 48 hours, no question. This morning, Kevin Guthrie, our director of the Florida Department of Emergency Management, has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination of FEMA. The SecDef has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional resources and additional forces, and we're really thankful for the fulfillment of that request. We've got about 1,200 personnel for our Florida Department of Transportation that are on standby to perform cut and toss operations. These guys can't work if they can't get to where they're going, and so that's the top priority for the Florida Department of Transportation as well as Florida Highway Patrol to clear these roads, to make sure that the bridges are safe, and to really green light these operations to get back into these communities. In Southwest Florida, this is a lesson from Irma. They have people that they're calling leave behind teams, so that when the storm passes, their job is to clear the runways and make sure that we can resume air operations as quickly as possible. There's going to be a need to bring in things like food and water via fixed-wing aircraft, and so you want to have those runways up and running as soon as possible. Obviously, some of them could be underwater. I mean, there's going to be things that go into that, but having those folks on the ground there to do it I think is going to make a big, big difference. We have 5,000 guardsmen. We have 2,000 from other states. We've got 9 Chinooks, rotary wing aircraft that are ready to respond. Of course, Jimmy Petronas has been talking about our urban search and rescue teams. 5 of them are ready to go. And they will be in that to commence rescue operations as soon as it's safe to do so. Our Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has placed their Special Operations Group in Broward County. That's high water vehicles, shallow draft boats, and helicopters that are ready for immediate deployment once it is safe to do so. I want to thank, we now have total throughout the state. We've got over 40,000 personnel, linemen, and associated personnel that are involved with restoration of electrical services and power services that are stationed in the state of Florida. And these are folks that are staged across the state of Florida. If you look in southwest Florida, you're going to have movement, less likely from southeast for additional surge of resources. Of course, this staging area is going to send people all across the state. I know FPL is mindful of, yes, we're going to have a catastrophic impact in southwest Florida, but this thing is going to, really barrel across the state. It's going to be a strong storm. I mean, it's going to weaken once it gets on shore, but you're going to end up, you could end up in central Florida to have winds, certainly gusts that would be hurricane force. It's going to at least be a tropical storm as it barrels across. That's going to cause problems with the vegetation. It's going to cause problems with trees. The ground's already wet based on the amount of precipitation we have. That's ripe conditions for trees to fall over. That means more power lines are down. So that's going to have a cascading effect. So the most significant impacts will obviously be the landfall, but you're going to have other impacts. And so that's why you have these folks staged. That's why you have so many people, because there's going to be a lot of different places around the state of Florida where they're going to have to respond to. We now have 26 states that have sent us support right now, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I want to thank them for their support. It's much appreciated. I've been in contact personally, but then also the Florida Department of Emergency Management. we're in contact with the local folks, particularly in Southwest Florida, about needs, and their needs have been met. Obviously, once the storm hits, there's going to be additional needs, and we stand by ready to offer the support in that regard. It's very, very important. We are going to have significant rescue operations that are going to have to be done, because you have some people, not most, but you do have some people who've chosen to hunker down in some very vulnerable areas. And so that is going to be something that I know that they're keeping a very close eye on. They're going to monitor the impacts of the storm and then monitor how those folks have been able to weather it. But we anticipate, whether it's ground, water, air, all different types of ways to go in and help people. That's going to commence immediately upon this storm hitting. Pray for people. This is a major, major storm. You never want to see any storms hit, because it creates a lot of problems. But I'll tell you, the state has done a lot of storms over the past. There's some you deal with. It's never fun. It's never fun to have damage. It's never fun to see flooding. It's never fun to see power interrupted. But you kind of deal with it, and then you move forward. There's some storms that really leave an indelible impact, and we've been working with the folks up in Northwest Florida on Hurricane Michael. That was a major storm. There are obviously people that were directly impacted. We had fatalities as a result of that storm. But then you had so many other things that have happened all the way to this day. That recovery goes on. This is going to be one of those historic storms, and it's going to really, shape the communities in Southwest Florida and have a profound impact on our state. So we just ask people for their thoughts and their prayers. We know there's a lot of people that want to be helpful in a variety of ways. As this goes, we'll be calling on more and more people to pitch in a variety of different capacities. Not everyone is a skilled lineman who can go in and do that. Not everyone can operate special operations to go and rescue people, but some people can volunteer. Some people can help with folks who've been displaced, and there's going to be a need for all of that as this storm goes through and as we assess the damage that has been done. I'm thankful for what they're doing here with Florida Power and Light. This is something that when you're a major Florida-based company, this is just part of what you do with your business. And I'm happy that they've really leaned in on this and really marshaled a tremendous amount of resources to be able to offer the quickest and most effective response possible that they can do as a company. And I know there's going to be a lot of Floridians that are going to be really happy about that. This is not an easy thing. These power problems are not going to be easy, but I think they're committed to putting the manpower in place, spending the resources necessary to have as most successful conclusion as we can. So we're going to hear from some folks from FPL. We're also going to hear from Dane Eagle and Jimmy Petronas. So Jim Bush, Senior Director for External Affairs, FPL. You want to say a few things?
Thank you, Governor. Good morning. My name is Jim Bush. I'm a Director of External Affairs for Florida Power and Light. On behalf of the FPL, we want to thank Governor DeSantis for coming out to greet the men and women who have come to respond to Hurricane Ian. We have assembled a restoration workforce of more than 19,000. That includes FPL employees, contractors, and men and women from partner utilities from around the country. There are more than 30 states represented here today. We have line workers who traveled in at this site from as far as Texas and Oklahoma, Minnesota, and North Dakota, all to help Florida respond to this challenge. There have been many times that FPL employees have traveled to other states to help them when they were in need, and now they're here to return the favor, and we're very grateful for them for that. Here at the Lake City processing site, these men and women will be briefed on the restoration challenges ahead. We will share our work and processes for storm procedures so that everybody is onboarded and ready to go. They will then fan out across the state and be positioned at 37 work bases that are currently close to the areas that will be most highly impacted. And they will work around the clock until power is restored for everybody as quickly and as safely as possible. It won't be easy. We anticipate that there'll be many downed trees and debris, perhaps tornado damage, and in many areas flooded conditions throughout our service territory. But these men and women will work extended hours, 16-hour days in some pretty difficult conditions. And as I mentioned, they'll work around the clock until power is restored to the last FPL customer. Thank you, Governor DeSantis and the state, for being here and supporting us, and for the emergency declaration, and for all of the men and women who have traveled in to help us respond to this storm. Thank you.
Okay. All right, David.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. I just want to assure all of our customers that we are executing our plan. We have already deployed, as the governor mentioned, resources across the entire state who are ready to respond. I also want to take the opportunity to remind our customers and the general public to keep safety top of mind. FPL, we consider safety our #1 priority, and we want to ensure that our customers know that we're working around the clock to safely and quickly restore power to our customers. And I want to assure our customers that they know that we will not stop until every customer is restored. Again, thank you very much, Governor.
Okay, thanks. Dane?
Well, I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership. I've spent the last few days at the Emergency Operations Center, and while this storm is unbearable to watch, I have a lot of faith in knowing the team that he's assembled that's ready to launch across the state. We've seen there in Tallahassee and here and elsewhere. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Economic Opportunity, and at DEO, we support communities, businesses, and Floridians, and this is especially true during a disaster event like a hurricane. Right now, we are hosting daily calls with our private sector partners to get real-time updates on emergency supply inventories, supply chain issues, and business closures and other critical information to give Floridians access to the latest information. We are sharing these updates in real time at www.floridadisaster.biz. That's www.floridadisaster.biz, as well as key resources and toolkits for businesses before, during, and after the storm. DEO has activated the private sector hotline at 850-815-4925. That's 850-815-4925. And inquiries may also be emailed to esf18@em.myflorida.com. That's esf18@em.myflorida.com. Also, businesses that want to assist, we want to hear from you. Let us know what your capabilities are. Partners including Walmart, Publix, and Lowe's have indicated that they are constantly bringing additional supplies into the state to restock inventory, and their teams and others are currently with our team at the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. We are co-locating the closures and hours of these and other businesses and retailers on our map available at DEO's webpage, floridadisaster.biz/business open close status. That's floridadisaster.biz/business open close status. Many stores have dedicated pages on their websites to find their store-specific information during Hurricane Ian, including Publix.com/status and Walmart.com/news. I've been in constant communication with Visit Florida CEO Dana Young and the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association to ensure that the state's emergency accommodations portal at expedia.com/Florida is being updated with the latest on available listings. As the governor shared last night, we are working with FRLA and Visit Florida to get the word out to lodging establishments to relax their pet policies, and there are still available hotels and other lodging available through Tallahassee to Pensacola and in Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade. Private sector partner Uber is offering round-trip rides to and from various shelter locations listed at floridadisaster.org. Riders can enter promotional code Ian Relief, that's Ian Relief, in the app to redeem a free round trip up to $30 each way. Rides must be requested to or from any state-approved evacuation shelter in Florida. We're also in touch with U-Haul, who is offering 30 days of free storage in U-Box containers for usage in 43 Florida locations. Find information at uhaul.com/about under top stories. At DEO, we have released $1.4 million in low-income energy assistance programs set aside emergency funding to support preparedness activities such as placing people in temporary dwellings to preserve the health and safety, as well as transportation such as gas, cars, shuttles, and buses to move individuals away from the crisis and when health and safety is endangered by loss of heating and cooling. DEO is also engaging with our Communication Action Agency network across the state to ensure that resources are being mobilized to serve our most vulnerable Floridians in the aftermath of the hurricane and impacted communities, including shelter and temporary housing, electrical repairs, debris removal, transportation, fuel, utility deposit, utility payments, utility box replacements, HVAC replacement, and to purchase generators. Now, I'm from Southwest Florida, so this is incredibly hard to watch, but as I mentioned, seeing what the governor and the teams across the state are doing gives me hope. My prayers, my thoughts are with everybody back home, and the message is the governor is organizing all this to ensure safety. Your safety is the primary point of all the work that's being done. So when the storm does pass, whether you hunker down or evacuated, if you've evacuated, please wait. Don't go rushing back home. Wait for the utility crews, wait for the first responders to clean up, and wait for the signal from your local officials to do so. We're going to help you. We've got your back. We're going to make sure that your communities rebuild, but your safety is priority at this time. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for his leadership.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Governor. Thanks, Dane. Urban search and rescue teams, 5 of which the governor has mentioned, Florida-based teams, have been stationed and pre-prepared in order to roll in as soon as it is safe. We have 5 FEMA teams that are out-of-state teams that are here to create a total complement of 600 boots on the ground, pairs of boots on the ground. That includes trauma surgeons, engineers, and also canine units, in addition to shallow water boat vehicles. These groups will enter into those neighborhoods of the affected, devastated areas. As soon as the roadways are clear, they will literally be riding right behind DOT and forestry vehicles as the roads are clear, going from door to door, neighborhood to neighborhood, administering their life-saving services based on the missions of those devastated areas. Please understand, they will make repeated visits. They will be doing welfare checks. In the following days afterwards, our office will be setting up insurance villages in those affected areas where the insurance carriers will set up. They will be taking claims. They will also be issuing emergency assistance based on the terms of your policy. I cannot urge enough. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Do not sign anything when anybody comes to your doorstep providing any type of services on behalf of your of any services you might need. Your first call needs to be to my office at 877-MY-FLCFO, your insurance agent or your insurance carrier to start the claims process. Also, be wary of GoFundMe scams that will emerge after this. Hurricane Ian is going to be an incredibly emotional, tragic event, and it will bring predators out that will prey on your generosity. So please consider using other forms of donation, Samaritan's Purse, Salvation Army, Red Cross. Be skeptical if anybody is putting anything out on GoFundMe because there's no transparency there or where those dollars are going. Again, please stay safe. We will endure this together. Governor, thank you for your leadership.
It's important for people to just be reminded that when the storm passes in your area, there's a lot of hazards that happen after the storm. And more recent storms, not as strong as this, have seen more fatalities even in the aftermath of the storm than from the direct impact of the storm itself. So don't mess around with standing water. If you see any type of cord or electrical, do not go anywhere near that. That could be very, very hazardous. Don't try to drive your car in flooded streets. That is not a recipe for success. If you are using a portable generator, that exhaust has got to be outside of your home. If that exhaust is inside the home, you could get carbon monoxide poisoning, and we have had fatalities as a result of that. So just understand the impact of the storm is going to be enormous. There's obviously some people who are in harm's way by choice, having hunkered down in their areas. We're praying for them. Obviously, there's going to be rescue efforts made as soon as it's safe to do so. But once the storm hits and passes, it is going to be a very hazardous environment still. We're going to be trying to get these guys in to be able to do what they have to do, but they need to have a safe environment to work in too. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's going on, particularly down in those Southwest Florida counties. Another thing I would just say is this is a major event. It's going to be a tragic event in many ways, but it's something that we are going to dig in on. We are going to be there. We are going to stand with the people who are most affected, and we understand this is not just a 48-hour ordeal. This is going to be something that is going to be there for days and weeks and months, and unfortunately, in some circumstances, even years. But that's just what we're called upon to do. So we'll be standing there, and we will marshal the resources that we need to be able to serve the people that are most affected by this. I want to thank the men and women who are standing behind me right now. You have a job to do, you work, you put food on the table for your family, and in normal situations, most people don't think much of it. You just assume that you're entitled to have power in your home and all the different necessities and conveniences of life. In reality, there's a lot that goes into this, and it's in situations like this that we realize how significant it is, and so their efforts are going to make things a lot better for a lot of people than they otherwise would. So on the behalf of the state of Florida, all the linemen, all the crew personnel, everyone involved with all of our utilities, FP&L and all of them, we just want to say thanks. Thanks for coming in from out of state. Thanks for being staged and ready to go in and restore services. Thanks so much.
All right, so that is a news conference the governor just wrapped up, giving a very stark look at what awaits our state and, quite frankly, our community over not just the next several hours, but days and weeks and possibly even months. He used the word monster storm to describe Hurricane Ian. He said it's going to have a major, major impact on Southwest Florida. Amy, I know one of the things that stood out to you was when he started talking about bringing in federal help for evacuations and rescues.
Yeah, this is hard to watch, being from this area, and even if you're not born and raised here, it's really hard to watch this happening to our community. We've never seen something like this before. The governor said that they have brought in multiple planes to be able to airlift people, high water vehicles to be able to get to folks who may be stuck in their homes, second stories, perhaps roofs, 600 boots on the ground when it comes to search and rescue. So this is, just kind of putting that exclamation point on the end of what Lauren and Trent have been telling us. This storm surge, yes, while it is a potential of up to 18 feet on some of our coastal areas, the potential is there. And while you may not see 18 feet, you could see 10 feet, could see 5 feet, could see 12 feet. We don't know at this point yet, but it's scary. It is scary.
And regardless, the governor and the state are preparing for what he called significant rescue operations that will need to be done. And again, he's talking about Southwest Florida. He's talking about our home. This is not somewhere else right now. This is where we live, and this is about to happen. While the governor was speaking, Lee County sent out a just as stark email and press release that says, it is time to shelter in place now that Hurricane Ian is very near the Lee County coast. It is no longer safe to be on the bridges and roads. Basically, they are saying to take refuge in your home, go to the safest place of that home because the storm is almost on us.
Now, we don't say all of this to scare you. We are here to walk you through this. We're going to get through this together. The point that we really need to make is I cannot tell you how many times I would be rich if I had money for every time someone told me this week, oh, I've been through a storm like this before. I've been through a storm like this before. This is different. We don't want to make light of it. We don't want to scare you. We want you to be informed and prepared. And we want to go to certified meteorologist Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli because right now we are getting close to that point where specifically some of our barrier islands, folks who are there, this is getting real very shortly.
Yeah, it's time.
Yeah.
Right now, the hurricane hunters continue to investigate Hurricane Ian. And Chris and Amy, it is that time to take action, especially for Sanibel, Captiva, North Captiva, Boca Grande, followed very shortly by Pine Island, areas along Matlacha, Bokeelia, and St. James City. If you have stayed behind and you did not heed the evacuation warnings, it is time to go to an interior room of your home, away from windows. Even if you have boarded up, this storm is so powerful at almost a Category 5 storm that we will still see damage. This is the type of storm that rips roofs off of homes. The shutters are there to protect your windows. The windows keep the wind out. The problem is this storm is so strong that the roofs could possibly get ripped off. Again, this is not to scare you. This is just the reality of what is headed your way. Sanibel, Captiva, inside. When you go, if you can still hear us on your TV, crank your TV up as loud as you can so you can still hear the message until the power goes out, because we are a half hour, give or take, of Hurricane Force winds starting. Once they start, it's going to get loud, it's going to be a little overwhelming, and at times it is going to get a little worse. When we see those winds, Category 4 or possibly gusting up to 200 miles per hour, you always say it, it's going to sound like a freight train, and it won't stop for a couple of hours.
And that was the point that I was about to bring up, Trent. When we do tornado warnings, they're usually within a 30-minute time period. So a lot of people at home, when we say go and shelter in place right now, don't think this is going to be quick. This is going to take a couple of hours, and depending on where you are and how this eye wall is going to cross over you, you might have to go through 2 different phases of this.
This is a very large eye you can see on this hurricane. We were talking about the hurricane force winds extending out some 80 miles. Unlike Charlie, which was a very small, compact Category 4 hurricane, the damaging core winds of Hurricane Charlie can fit inside the eye of this hurricane. When this went through an eye wall replacement cycle last night, the hurricane force winds became 3 times the size of Charlie. The tropical storm force winds grew to over 2 times the size. What that did was increase the surge dramatically here across southwest Florida. If for some reason you again stayed in some of those locations we mentioned, Boca Grande, all the way down past Sanibel, and even along the coast here, and Punta Rassa and Fort Myers Beach, you're not too far behind. It's not the time to attempt to jump in a car and run. It's the time to secure yourself in a place in your house that is secure. Again, if you didn't shutter up, it's got to be a bathroom, an interior room, a closet, away from those windows, because with a Category 4, a strong Category 4, borderline Category 5 storm, we are going to have some issues. We're going to lose windows. Trees are going to be blown down. We were reading the description for the Saffir-Simpson scale and the exact wording. When hurricanes like this, that are the historic levels of wind, the National Hurricane Center, they don't mince words. They get right to it. They don't candy coat it. They've used catastrophic loss of life before in storms like Hurricane Katrina. That was a situation where storm surge was going to be a huge deal for Louisiana. We saw what happened in the 9th Ward there around Lake Pontchartrain. This storm is one of those worst case scenarios they talk about for southwest Florida due to the angle coming into the coastline in combination with the size of the storm.
And Trent, we want to kind of talk about the wind speeds here, because I don't know if people are just joining us, if they realize how shy we are of a Category 5 hurricane. The last measurements we got was up to 155 miles per hour. Major hurricane at a Category 5 is 157. So we are 2 miles per hour shy of a Cat 5 right now. And I really want to stress that 2 miles, you're not really going to feel the difference.
It's the same conversation we have when we have a tropical storm moving over us, and it's like, oh, it's 5 miles per hour shy of becoming a Category 1 hurricane. It's still going to cause damage. It's still going to cause issues. We do this to categorize what we've got to deal with, and this is one of those that is the top of the categories. It's unprecedented here for southwest Florida, again, because of the size. To give you an idea, right now, if you're watching and listening here from Sanibel, if we could pop up the weather computer one more time and see if this clear goes. Right here is the eye of the storm. Here is Sanibel. These are our barrier islands, some of our beautiful places here in southwest Florida. It's why we love living here, but unfortunately extremely vulnerable. As the hurricane hunters have been investigating this storm, they noted in their 10 o'clock update, which is 28 minutes old now, and with a storm that's moving about 10 miles per hour off to the north-northeast, we are now starting to see those hurricane force winds approach the islands. Already, we have seen live cameras along Fort Myers Beach that were taking snapshots around 9:40 north of Diamond Head, and the storm surge has moved up over the beach in between the buildings, showing that the surge is going to start reaching its maximum capacity here as the storm makes that closest approach.
And unfortunately, Trent, we know that there are people still on the Lee County Islands, because when we had our Elise Changari, she was out and she was giving us a live look at the Sanibel Causeway. We saw people this morning trying to drive over that causeway, and they realized it was so gusty they couldn't turn around. They couldn't get to the other side, so they had to go back to the island. So we know that there are people out there. We know that they are listening. And as Trent and I are stressing, right now is the time to take action. And remember, turn those TVs up, because we are here with you every step of the way. And as soon as you are in the clear, we will let you know.
And I we are broadcasting not only on our line and streaming devices. You can take those phones with you with your backup chargers. We have radio partners here in Southwest Florida. And Lauren, I was just kind of looking ahead here a little bit because we're talking about the action that it's time to take. We do our hurricane specials every year. We always talk about the what ifs. This isn't a what if. This is a right now situation. So next up, for areas, and if you don't mind, if you could clear that distance for me because it's going to start getting dated here at any point. Up next, if you look at the storm and we kind of extrapolate that movement off to the north-northeast at about 10 miles per hour. Right now, if you're watching us from the Cape or areas here along Summerlin, McGregor, Punta Rasa, if you, again, have not heeded those evacuation zones and you are at your house, now is the time to collect those items if you haven't already. Flashlights, batteries, a little bit of food and water, and start to move into those rooms. If you haven't identified your quote-unquote safe room at your house, you're going to continue to do that. I'm going to step aside for just a moment and swap some microphone batteries.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Chris and Amy, while we have a brief moment, I don't know if you guys have any questions that are rolling in. I see that we have a couple of new messages coming into the National Weather Service chat, but right now there is nothing besides a couple of flood advisories that have been continued. So we're kind of just in that wait period right now for them to start feeding us some more information as we watch this eye start to move a little bit closer on shore.
Yeah, Lauren, I don't know what is more heartbreaking to look at, the radar there showing the eye just bearing down on Southwest Florida, places like Sanibel and Cape Coral, or the video we saw there, which was, I believe, Fort Myers Beach, of the waves just crashing harder than I've ever seen them on Fort Myers Beach. Is it possible to describe what people, if there are people still on Sanibel or any of the barrier islands right now, are going to experience? You talked about the high winds. From a rain or water standpoint, what will be happening over the next half hour or so?
It's going to get loud. Trent and I keep emphasizing that. It's almost going to sound like you're right next to a freight train. And not only that, the storm surge, especially along those islands, it could potentially get up to 18 feet. So not only are you dealing with the wind and the rain, that storm surge is another threat that we have been emphasizing all morning long.
And as that island continues to take pretty much a direct hit with this one, I'm actually going to take this out of here, get a little delay issues there. We are looking at a situation that is going to, like you said, pump that storm surge. And in some areas, it's going to cross the island. We've seen with past hurricanes before that the storm surge was so violent that it created new channels. We've seen that several times here between Sanibel and Captiva. And with this storm, the erosion, what it's going to do by pushing waters up into the canals here is going to be devastating to parts of Sanibel Island. Right now, getting ever so close there to the island, and this is just the first of it. We talk about how a hurricane works. You get into that first part of the eye wall, and once that begins to move in, you get to the middle, and a lot of folks think, oh, I'm done. The worst is past. You have half the storm to go. So just like we've been ramping up today, where we saw rain bands, we saw the rain increase, we saw the gusty winds be more consistent. Once we get through the middle of the eye here, excuse me, and we get on the backside of the system, that's when you see the backside of the eye wall. And sometimes with storms, especially as they start to interact with land, a lot more of that moisture can get sucked around the back. You have heavier rainfall amounts, and the winds can be just as violent on the backside. But the kicker, they come out of a different direction.
Yeah.
So at first, Sanibel is going to experience the hurricane force winds coming in out of the south. And depending upon how far northeast this storm moves, Sanibel could be in for a very rough ride, because the center, where they project a landfall with this large hurricane, let's say it goes up and it officially makes a landfall, and I'm just giving an example here. I'm not making a forecast, but based on the northeasterly movement here, let's say it makes landfall north Captiva or Boca Grande. Watch what happens to Sanibel if you extrapolate this eye wall. They're going to be in it for hours. And that is what I'm really concerned about here for several locations here in Southwest Florida. And that also goes for the northern part of the eye wall as well when it begins to parallel the coastline. Eventually, they will get out of it, but we're talking hours. This storm only moving at 10 miles per hour. It's not racing through. It's not crawling through either. But you talk about a hurricane force wind core. 80 miles across. Now, we know that's not 100% accurate. That's the best estimate from the National Hurricane Center. So let's say it's only 60. That's 6 hours in hurricane force winds, and most of that would have been spent in the eye wall here of the hurricane.
And it's just so devastating to think about. Trent, before we came right back on air, while the governor was speaking, we were taking a look at Sanibel and the places that we love on that island. For example, the hotels that we stay at when we do staycations.
Sure.
We talk about, you know, the Docks Ford's, the restaurant right there. I can't imagine what's going to be happening to those places, especially with those rushing waters in, and then the wind that is going to eventually cause damage to those areas.
Yeah, quite frequently you come across and you go straight down Periwinkle and you get down there and you've got areas like Sanibel Arms West and you have the lighthouse. Well, that water is going to just be piling in to those resorts. So wind is going to be a huge issue, especially now that we have a borderline Category 5 hurricane. But Lauren, you saw the storm inundation maps with the storm surge. 18 feet of water. We think back to Elsa last year when it moved past us in July. The views we had from the Sanibel Causeway with the water smacking underneath the causeway and moving behind the island was incredible. I can't even fathom what's going to happen here in the next hour or so.
And Elsa, a significantly weaker system than what we're dealing with right here than Ian. So you have to kind of put that into perspective that Elsa, how many months later, they're still trying to make repairs to the beach erosion that was caused in that area. Other places had to deal with wind damage as well. And then you factor in how strong Ian is. It's going to be a big difference.
And Lauren, I had to take my earpiece out, but for a moment there, I believe we had a live picture.
We did.
Was that Fort Myers Beach? Can someone confirm? I couldn't quite
I'm
tell
glad you brought that
what
up.
it
That
was.
pier was that Fort Myers Beach.
Okay. I wanted to see, can we pull that up full if we get a chance? I just wanted to see what way that the flow was against the coastline there, because the images we saw at about 9:40 this morning had the storm surge pushing water through.
I see they're working
so
on it right there.
that's something we're going to continue to watch. So each radar frame, which by the way we get about every 6 minutes, we watch to see where the next one's at. Are we going to see a wobble that's a little more north-northeast, east, or off to the west? But right now it appears that Sanibel here in the next half hour to an hour is about ready to take a direct hit from an eye wall of a devastating major hurricane, a Category 4 that is just 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 storm. We were looking up some of the history here of hurricanes in Southwest Florida, and the names that jumped out on the list of storms that we have seen here, you got to talk about Donna, Andrew, Charlie. And it's a list back before they even named it. I believe it was the Great Miami Hurricane.
Yep, I have it right up here. 1910 is what it says.
Or the Great Cuba Hurricane. So it's a very short list of storms. Unfortunately, history is going to be made today in a way that we don't want to see it.
That's a point that you bring up that I was thinking right now. I was going to say those names, as a person who has been born and raised in Florida, those names really stand out to me. Those are historical storms, and Ian is going to be another one that causes historical damage to our area that we love so much. So I know I can see in that preview monitor that they're trying to get up that pier right now, but while we wait for them to get us that live look over at Fort Myers Beach, Colton, I know you're over on Bonita Beach right now, which is an area that's probably dealing with possible storm surge and also a lot of rain and wind. Can you kind of describe to us what you're dealing with right now?
Well, Lauren and Trent, I'm here listening in my ear, you guys trying to talk about what the oceans are doing. An unreal scene behind me right now on Bonita Beach. If you've ever been to the Gulf of Mexico, you know that the waves and the water never reach this far up. I mean, we're seeing white capping out there in the ocean, and I have to imagine when I'm hearing Trent and Lauren talk about storm surge, this has to be a perfect example. Look at this water making its way all the way up to this stair right here. If you haven't been to Bonita Beach before, there's a whole nother set of stairs that are supposed to be right here, but that ocean water bringing it all the way up here has almost filled it to be flush with the very last step. We got here, and Karen Deerdorf, my photographer, and I, we looked out and we said, we can't really believe our eyes. I mean, look how high, I mean, you can just see it. The ocean is eating this shoreline on a normal day. people would be out on their beach chairs far out into what we're seeing right now, and now that's completely engulfed by the ocean at this moment. A light rain coming down right now, but a lot of wind definitely felt in this area. And as I said, you can almost see the ocean starting to raise up from where I'm at now. And I'd love to be able to bring Lauren and Trent back in on this conversation again if we could, because I'd like to ask them, is there actually a rise in the ocean? Because it seems from a perspective I'm at now, it starts lower here at the shore and kind of makes its way up.
Yeah, Colton, we were all looking at our emergency alerts here in the studio, but what you're talking about there, yeah, the surge continues to roll in here in the Southwest Florida, especially there along the coastline. And as far as the alert, if you're sitting at home, you heard the same thing we just did with the civil alerts coming in, one of those new features that our electronics are so good at. And Lauren, just read what it said.
Yeah, so this is the emergency alert that all of us here just got. It says it is now time to shelter in place. It is no longer safe outside, on the bridges or the roads. So Trent and I were a little ahead of the ball game right there. We told you about 15, maybe 20 minutes ago that now is not the time to joke around. I know I text my own family. You know, now is the time where we're about to really start to see the major impacts of this storm.
Sure, especially again here on Sanibel. Lauren, I just saw something pop up in the last couple of radar scans just south here of Sanibel. Did I bump that down? Let's pull this direction. So right there is the leading edge of those hurricane force winds. Here's Sanibel. Bowman's Beach sits right about there. You got Blind Pass when you start to turn north there towards Captiva. And look at what has happened here in the last couple of radar scans. Go ahead and hit the now button up top. And I want to show the very last scan, because one of the stronger parts of that eye wall, which whips around the center, is getting ready to approach areas there along Blind Pass. You can see the red, and it's strong enough that we have lightning embedded in this part of the eye wall. And as far as what it looks like here, the central parts of Sanibel over to the lighthouse will get clipped by the very edge. The worst of this is going to possibly start to impact, again, Blind Pass on past Bowman's Beach, where the fire department sits there, and that's the exit to the J. Dean Darling Wildlife Refuge. As the storm moves closer, the rest of Sanibel is going to be experiencing that strong eye wall here of Hurricane Ian. So we're starting to see a little more intense reflectivity on the radar showing up so close to Sanibel, and this is going to be the first community today to take a direct hit from the eye wall of this storm. So unfortunately, the time is up, and we're right here at 10:42. We were talking today about the potential for these hurricane force winds to hit parts of the Barrier Islands before noontime, with a lot more folks picking up there by 2, and we could possibly see a landfall, a rough officially landfall right about that time. But when that happens, it's not going to be one community that's picking up the brunt of it. We're going to be watching a distinct ring. So if you'll zoom me out just a little bit, because we're going to have the north, south, and the eastern part of this eye wall. Once, let's say, the center moves over again, even if it hits Sanibel or Captiva directly and moves northeast, and right now if you extrapolate, it looks like the center of that is going to be somewhere around Sanibel, Captiva, or Boca Grande. It's going to be communities to the south here. You're going to get all that water surging in there around McGregor, and again, some of that water is going to seep its way all the way up through the 6 Mile Slough and the Caloosahatchee. So storm surge is starting to go up, and now it's time for the winds on top of that. So this is going to continue to go downhill throughout the day. Tower cameras, if we can find them, I know our production staff is hard at work trying to find those around town that we can use, and anything that we can get our eyes on to see kind of boots on the ground without putting someone in danger, we are going to look at. But again, if for some reason you're just joining us, maybe you're flipping around television stations here at 10:44, now's the time. If you live in Sanibel, Captiva, Boca Grande, North Captiva, and if you didn't heed the evacuation orders, next up, Pine Island, areas around Bokeelia and St. James City, followed by Matt Lachey and eventually the Cape. And we're going to have to see just here to the south from Bonita Springs northbound exactly what community is going to get in this eye wall. We're going to watch every scan we can, and you can see how fast, Lauren, every 6 minutes we get one. Boom, boom, snap right there. And that's how fast these little vortices are rotating around the eye of Hurricane Ian. So this is unfortunately one of the most devastating, strongest storms you can have, and it is about to start to impact a larger area here across the island. Chris and Amy, I know we've kind of given you guys a little minute, or thank you. My earpieces aren't working, so you're driving the bus
It's okay,
here.
not a problem. So we're being told there is a news conference that we need to get to. Chris and Amy, do you guys have any information on that and who's there covering that?
Yeah, we're not quite there yet. We
Okay.
have a couple minutes, right? Because I don't think they've taken the podium yet. It's a Facebook Live at 10:45. The Lee County Emergency Management is updating it. Okay, so we are going to go listen.
As you all have, seen if you're paying attention, which means that, these effects they're going to be with us for a while yet. We've probably got another 15, 18 hours, maybe more, to deal with this storm. So we have taken some actions, and we have some advice we would like for you to help us disseminate to the public. So I'm going to ask Sandra Tapp-Fumine, who's our Emergency Management Director, to talk with you about that.
Okay, thank you, Roger. My name is Sandra Tapp-Fumine. I'm the Director for Public Safety and Emergency Management for Lee County. This is a life safety critical message. At this time, Lee County Emergency Management is urging Lee County residents to shelter in place immediately. It is no longer safe for you to be traveling out on the roads, and you need to shelter in place wherever that safe place is that is closest to where you are. Based on the current National Hurricane Center forecast, Hurricane Ian is predicted to hit Southwest Florida as a Category 4 or Category 5 hurricane early this afternoon, with the potential for 12 to 16 feet of storm surge above ground level along with destructive waves somewhere along the Southwest Florida coastline, and that can be anywhere from Englewood all the way down to Bonita Beach. The National Weather Service anticipates the following specific here for Lee County. Catastrophic wind damage is expected to begin in the next few hours. Structural damage to sturdy buildings with some complete roof and wall failures. Heavy rainfall will continue to spread throughout the county and will intensify, resulting in potentially life-threatening flooding. Large trees snapped or uprooted and many roads impassable from trees and debris. Destruction of mobile homes and manufactured homes. Widespread power outages and also tornadoes can be a possibility. The National Weather Service is recommending the following when sheltering in place. Take refuge in an interior room, closet, or hallway on the lowest level during the storm. Put as many walls between you and the outside that you can. Stay away from windows, skylights, and glass doors. In the eye of the storm, as it passes over, there will be a short period of calm. But at the other side of the eye, the wind speeds rapidly increase to hurricane force winds coming from the opposite direction. So it's very important not to go outside if we do experience the eye wall. Plan to remain inside even after the storm passes so that first responders can ensure conditions are safe. All responding agencies have stopped responses for the safety of our first responders at this time, but you can still call 911. Calls will be prioritized so that once conditions are safe enough, responses will resume. Response decisions will be made as Hurricane Ian continues to move through the area. I want to repeat, if you have an emergency, please still call 911. If you need more information, please go to our Lee County government website at www.leegov.com/storm. We have many more resources and information available at that website. Thank you.
I want to also mention, as part of this whole preparation and response effort, Commissioner Ruane and I received a call from the governor about 45 minutes ago. And Commissioner, would you like to describe that conversation?
Sure. So the governor actually, with the chief financial officer, indicated that all assets will be deployed as soon as humanly possible, whatever we need. he'll actually provide. So it was really comforting. Really talked about just the resources that are available and the resources he wants to have. The chief financial officer said that they anticipate having insurance companies open within 72 hours of it being safe and starting to issue checks as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we'll take some questions if you have them.
You know, Roger, we're seeing on our Facebook feeds people reporting situations in their neighborhoods. Is there any one area of concern right now where we're getting calls or that you're focused on?
I think it's hard at the moment to pinpoint any of the areas. This storm is coming inland so fast that the impacts for storm surge, you know, depending on where you are along the coastline, the impact is going to be a little bit different, you know, from mile to mile. And so we are, to the extent that we can, we're watching with cameras that we have around the county to see where those areas are. But until the storm passes, it's going to be impossible to really pinpoint where the damage is. But as soon as the winds recede below 30 miles an hour, our DOT crews will be out opening the roads, clearing debris. We'll make that first pass, and if we have enough time today, we'll complete that, you know, by dark. Otherwise, if the storm doesn't pass till after dark, then we'll be out first thing in the morning. We also have search and rescue crews that are staged in Miami. There's two teams over there waiting to make their way to Lee County, and that would be 60 people. They will show up with their own resources and be self-sufficient, and they'll work with the local fire districts on the search and rescue efforts if we need them. So I think to the Commissioner's point in the conversation with the Governor, we are probably as well positioned as any county might be in the state of Florida given these conditions. And just as soon as it's humanly possible, we will be out there to respond.
Is the number and location of shelters static at this time, given the events that are about to happen, and is any change anticipated over the long term because of continued difficulty with homes and places like that?
So the question is, you know, what are the sheltering conditions right now? What's the status, and what do we anticipate happening? We have about 4,000 people in the shelters right now, and with the shelters that are open and available, we can house 40,000 people. So right now, we would not anticipate opening additional shelters. We'll just have to wait and see. We have a very good relationship with the school district and the new superintendent, and he has made sure that all of the schools that are intended to be shelters are well prepared and staffed, and between the school district and some of our own staff and the sheriff's office providing security, the shelter situation is good right now, but what will happen, you know, several days from now is impossible to predict.
So is the direction still to stay and not go to a shelter from this point forward until it's cleared, basically, as being a safe thing to do?
The wind velocities are high enough now, and there is enough of a storm surge coming on shore and working its way inland that no one should be on the road now. It is simply too dangerous. It only takes a couple of feet of water to wash a car off the road, and it is between water and the wind. We have seen some trees falling around the county, and so it is simply too dangerous to be on the road.
Would you have a time in which it might promulgate information that it would be all right for that to happen, or would be safe to do that?
Safe to go back on the road would be after the passing of the storm. People should remain sheltered in place now for the duration, which could be sometime tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it sounds like Lee County EOC and Emergency Management. I'm sorry, here in the studio, guys, we're back on live. They have wrapped up their Facebook Live, letting you know some really key things, and that is just how intense this storm is. That you are Sanibel Island, Captiva, the Barrier Islands, Matlacha. You should be sheltering in place right now. Cape Coral, Matlacha. You could see the impacts. I mean, Trent and Lauren were saying now is the time to go find an interior room.
Yeah, so the Bowman's Beach area of Sanibel is what Trent said just a few minutes ago is the community that will first take the first hit of this. A couple of other things that stood out to me from that news conference we just saw there. Obviously, the county is warning people all over Lee County, but especially those coastal communities, that now is to make sure you're in the place where you are the most safe in your home. They're talking about catastrophic wind damage, and in some cases, buildings that have complete or partial wall failures, loss of roofs. There's also the potential for the loss of life and threatening flooding. And this is a live look at...
Yeah, we're going to go to Punta Gorda. We want to give you a live look right now. This is Kingfisher. And you can see, I don't have my glasses on, you can see the water there coming up. And that is just the first of many live pictures we're going to start seeing as we start to see this water push on.
Yeah, we are attempting those live looks.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, it's going to be hard to have a live camera in places that lose power or have other kinds of damage. We do have crews all over Southwest Florida right now. In fact, we are pulling some of those crews away from the beach, so it may be a while before we can go live to people. But Fox 4's Calvin Lewis is in Fort Myers right now. He gave us this report a short time ago.
Calvin Lewis reporting from Fort Myers, just outside the Home 2 Hotel here, and you can see just some of the conditions getting worse and worse here throughout Southwest Florida. I just want to point out some of the flooding that's happening here in the ravines. You can see just how high this water is getting. It's getting close to parallel with this parking lot. If we just pan up here, you can see the sheer force of the wind blowing some of these trees back. And the rain, it's been steady all morning long, just getting more and more powerful as this day goes on. Now, speaking on inside of the hotel, we've been speaking to some of those who have sought shelter inside, some staying a night, others staying put through Saturday. Some evacuating from portions of Cape Coral and Fort Myers Beach, and even portions of Fort Myers. Now, quite a few have mobile homes and made the decision to seek higher ground and more stable walls.
Concerned about the storm surge and the velocity of the wind, so we're going to stay here at least through Saturday, and we'll have to see what we have for a home after the storm goes through.
I wanted to make sure that we covered ourselves for any electrical outages and just to keep my dad safe. He's with me, and I want to make sure he's okay.
Now, people have even brought their pets with them as the hotel is pet friendly, but a lot of hotels, this one included, are fully booked and not taking any more reservations. Now, we'll, of course, continue to monitor these conditions here for you on Fox 4. You can also stay up to date online at Fox 4 Now. But for now, reporting in Fort Myers, Calvin Lewis, Fox 4.
Okay, Calvin, thank you very much. I want to show you a live picture now of Kingfisher Fleet. This is their camera. This is Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda, and we are seeing a lot of rain and water there. But first, let's bring in Trent and Lauren again because, well, there's that live shot right there. So I'm trying to get a better picture of this. I believe there is water over the sidewalk there. So what we have there are the boats docked, and I believe that is like a walking area. If you've ever been to Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda, you know this is a beautiful area, and I believe that is a walkway there where the water has now crossed over from is crossed over onto that walkway there. It's kind of hard to tell though because the camera itself is wet and there are raindrops on the camera. In any case, you can tell that the wind is quite strong there.
All right, so let's go check in with Trent and Lauren right now because you guys just got the 11 o'clock advisory. What's the latest on Hurricane Ian?
Really not much of a surprise here. The only thing we were really looking at was the fact that the storm was still a Category 4.
Yeah.
We were curious to see if it was going to weaken, fingers crossed, hoping it did not. it didn't have enough time for any type of shear or land interaction to weaken this system. So we're still looking at a Category 4 with winds of 155.
And other than that, really just the chat kind of confirming what we've been saying for over a half hour now, is that portions of Southwest Florida are now having to deal with that eye wall slowly pushing onshore. You and I were just taking a look at the map. This is going to include places you and I love all the way throughout the North Captiva Island.
Yeah, let's start off to the north, because right here is the beginning of that eye wall. This is a location where those most damaging winds are, 155. We failed to mention here in the last couple of minutes, gusting to 200 miles per hour. And while it looks like your average thunderstorm, because we have the static image of the eye wall, this is Blind Pass. You've got Bowman's Beach there, and as you move up Captiva, it's South Seas Resort, and it's right there on the edge of the most damaging winds to come on the leading edge of Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and put that into motion, and you can kind of get an idea of how fast that this eye wall is whipping around. And you can see those last couple of frames hit Blind Pass, pulled off back towards the northwest. So Blind Pass got a really good thumping there roughly 15, maybe even 10 minutes ago, because in a matter of 2 radar scans, it went from just windy with light rain to getting pounded, and you can see all the lightning in there. Lauren, if we could go ahead and hit one of the wide views. I know a lot of people really love to see the wide view to get an idea of where the storm's going and what those rain bands look like, but occasionally, as this storm is beginning to make landfall, we're going to go in community by community and show you what's happening, because I know a lot of you are curious and just kind of wondering where the worst is at, and eventually hoping for the end.
And Trent, I kind of just want to clarify, even though these communities, the Lee County Islands, are dealing with the eye wall, it doesn't make it a landfall just yet. So there's a specific definition when it comes to landfall. I don't know, because you're closer to the wall than me. You have to get to that center first.
Yeah, so the way the National Hurricane Center defines a landfall, and this is where verbiage and definitions kind of get in the way of an overall message, the center of a tropical cyclone, in this case a Category 4 hurricane, moves over land. So right now we're beginning to see the eye wall, but not a technical landfall, if you will, and that will determine a couple of things. Once it does make a landfall, then we get a picture of how this donut-shaped damaging core of Hurricane Ian will impact the coastline, because we're going to have several areas impacted. To the south, where you've got the right side of circulation, and that's where you get the water piling up on the south side. You've also got the worst of the winds on that core, and in the last couple of frames, it looks like it's not quite as intense on this southeasterly side. But if you look at the overall loop over the past hour, watch how fast some of these vortices just whip their way around the eye wall, and just like that, they make a complete lap back around. So as you look here at the radar imagery, we are watching a landfalling hurricane, and just so you guys know, we are wall to wall, and we are going to assume, even though we have lost power temporarily here at our facility, we do have some backup generators, and even though you may see us look a little different at the moment due to the loss of some studio lighting, we are going to assume that you can still hear us. We're going to assume that you can still get the overall message. Right now, we are looking at a live shot here. You can see the Gulf of Mexico as it continues to churn up and continue to push that storm surge on shore. And Lauren, that's one thing I want to check the 11 o'clock advisory about here, because the storm surge values all morning long continued to go up. At one point, we were looking 12 feet of storm surge, which was bad enough.
Then it was 16 was the next
and then it went up to 18.
Yeah.
And that's when we got that statement from the National Hurricane Center that we were now dealing with here with life-threatening storm surge. And that is going to be one thing today that we're going to see up and down the coastline. So as we take this live look here out at the Gulf of Mexico, you could just see the amount of wave action that these winds are continuing to call. Right now, we've got a radar loop up, Lauren, and I believe this is back from one of our backup facilities here, and you can continue to see it move on through. If we could just stay on the radar, the backup graphics here, are we able to take our in-house graphics?
I think Yeah, I was going to say, I think the people controlling it should be able to help us with that in just a moment, Trent, so we're going to get to that. So one of the things that you were just talking about, Trent, was going to be this storm surge, and that was because we are dealing with it now, but that will be a threat continuing throughout all day today.
Yeah.
That is not something that's going to just happen and then it's going to be done. I do hear our producers and our directors giving us some direction. So really quickly, could you repeat that for me? Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
And ideally, if we could, I would love to take our in-house source, and I don't even know if that's an option here at the moment. I'm not sure the switchover process there, but it appears we still have our graphics here in the studio based on our Weather One machine, whoever's hearing me. So if we can control that switchover and get our graphics back. And our viewers are letting us know that they still hear you. They still hear us.
Good,
Okay.
good.
So right now, as we are looking at our radar right now, here in the studio, we are watching the eye wall move on shore in Sanibel and Captiva. So as the winds are picking up, we are just like you. We're in the middle of this hurricane together. So we have lost power temporarily, waiting for some backup generators to supply us with some different equipment here. But we made sure we were prepared to get the basics, and it appears we are getting some of that power back on here.
Okay.
So hopefully we can switch back. But looking at the radar right now, Lauren, North
zoom out just a
Captiva
little
Island continues to just get hammered on the fringe of that eye wall as it continues to move on shore. And Amy, I know you're monitoring social media, you and Chris. If you start to get messages that we become more visible again, we'll get right back to it. And go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, so before we get over to our anchors with their questions, it sounds like we do have our John Barron. He's kind of been all over the place between DeSoto and Charlotte counties today. He has an update on conditions while we get everything back up and running. John, how are things looking where you are?
Right now, very rainy and very windy. That's exactly the condition that we're looking at this point in time, and it's going to continue and intensify as the storm continues to make its way in. I want to show you guys something that we're talking about with that flooding. It could just rapidly happen at any point in time. Of course, this street, right now you're taking a look, and obviously I am just walking just a little bit in, and guys, you could just tell ankle high, and a little bit farther in, it goes even higher than that. So we're talking about potential flooding all over the city, and especially here in Charlotte County, we're taking a look at that. As you can see, I'm wearing waders, so I know I'm okay, but everybody that we just saw, actually a car trying to make its way through here, very slowly coming through because it didn't see the bottom of the road trying to make its way through and hopefully getting to its destination of safety. But obviously, what we're taking a look at is a lot of shutters. As you can see right here, as you can see, they've got these shutters up. We just saw the family actually outside making sure that they were checking out the flooding that you can see all around their house at this point in time, as Travis is starting to show you how much flooding is making its way up towards their yard. And as you can tell, they're a little bit above sea level right there, but of course that's going to continue to rise and make its way up to the house as this rain continues to make its way in. It's battering us here in Southwest Florida, and that's exactly what you guys are talking about there, Trent, and we're obviously talking about how much of this is going to continue to go on. And Lauren, you were talking about everything that we're seeing so far, with this one being one that's going to continue to intensify and one we're going to remember. As you can see right now, it's making itself well known here in Southwest Florida. Going to be one that we're always going to talk about. As somebody who's only been here in Florida for a year, I can tell you that I've only been in one hurricane before, and I can tell you this already is starting to shape up to be something that is going to be remembered for all the wrong reasons. But as you can tell, all this rain starting to make its way in. And actually, as you can tell, all the way down there, almost at the beginning of the next street, you can see how much of this flooding is even making its way in some of these backyards, branching off left and right. And there's a parking lot over here as well that is also covered in water. So that's what we're going to be looking at a lot of right here, is how much of this flooding is going to continue to make its way here in Southwest Florida. And as Travis kind of showing you down there, you guys can just see the wave of rain and wind making its way back over here towards us down this main center crossroad. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio. So we're going to continue to be out here. We're going to continue to monitor how much of this we're seeing here in Charlotte County. For now, here in Charlotte County, John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, be safe out there, John. So we are getting some of our power back here in our studio. So we do apologize if you lost us there for a minute or if things look funny, but we are going to stick with you through the storm. There might be a few little interruptions, but We're going to do our level best to keep it on the air.
Yep, let's move forward. I believe we have some video that we're going to show you. It's from the Naples Fire Department. You saw this video,
yes,
right?
actually. So I was on Twitter. It's mind-blowing to see people are still out on the roadways, but don't go out on the roadways, and this is exactly why. They tweeted out pictures of fires from what looks like down power lines. I'm hearing from friends and family across Southwest Florida, from the north to the south, that they're hearing the loud bang. They're hearing the power essentially go out, and then their lights go out. And we are going to see a lot of that, and that is causing some fires across Southwest Florida. We've got video of that. Look at that right there, right by the Rib City. This is in Naples. People who were driving out and about saw this. It's dangerous out there right now, my friends, and obviously this was before we were seeing the most intense winds and rains that we're seeing right now on the barrier islands. But now is the time, if you haven't already, to find that interior room, to hunker down, to be careful.
Yeah, especially if you're in some parts of Lee County right now. Coastal Lee County is getting it pretty bad, and it's not just the power lines that they're worried about. When we heard the news conference just a few minutes ago, they said to expect trees to be down as well, and for buildings to take a lot of damage.
So our Colton Chavez is on Bonita Beach, and he said the conditions are okay for him to give us a live look right now. So we want to go to Colton and see how things are looking. Colton, can you hear us?
Yeah, Amy, I can hear you. Yeah, so we actually recently, we just talked to you on Bonita Beach. We've since gone up Bonita Beach Road, and you're now actually at the racetrack. I was speaking with Trent, Eric, and Lauren Petrelli, and they said that storm surge that I gave you guys a look at, just too dangerous for us to be on the beach. And that's just one example of how our team has come in clutch for us all day long, making sure that we are calculating our locations to give everybody that up-to-the-date information and live looks at what's happening around the community. I was here earlier, but if you're just joining us, I'll go ahead and give you guys some context of what's going on. So this is a familiar thing. If you're driving around Bonita Springs, gas stations are pretty much closing all of their pumps. They're saran wrapped. There's no access to the actual building at all. And then I don't know if the camera picked it up or not, but lights have been flickering on and off, which means, we've been experiencing power outages all morning long. And then, Amy, I just heard you and Chris talk about how we really want to keep people off the roads. Karen, if we can go ahead and show them Bonita Beach Road, you can see how the I-75 sign is already starting to make a lean into the lane, and that's because of these heavy gusts of wind that you can probably hear on the microphone right now. Earlier, when we were down on the street, we were noticing a few too many cars right now out on the road, and we even saw an accident where it appeared to be a vehicle that had swerved into the median and crashed into a car. So it really just goes back to the point that all of us have really tried to drive home, that if you're home, stay home. There's no reason for you to be out on the road. We've been watching limbs fly off of trees while we've been out here, and that's why we're staying put right here as well. But winds still persistent. The rains not as strong as they usually are, but as you can see, the winds are getting very strong right now. That might have been one of the heaviest gusts that I've actually experienced since I was down here. So we continue to kind of make our way up and down the street. Few too many cars. So just as a reminder, I think I'm going to go ahead and give this back over to Trent and Lauren. Trent and Lauren, I imagine these winds can create some dangerous situations even for vehicles driving down the road.
All right, so right now what we're looking at here is a storm that continues to move inland. With the power hit and some of the issues here, unfortunately, I couldn't hear a lot of what was being said, but what we can take away is that the worst is starting to impact here in Southwest Florida. I know they moved inland there in Bonita Springs. They're starting to move northbound. And now as we continue to look at the radar here, and Lauren, I believe we have control back here of our radar. So this is good to know. You can see the donut shape here, a very symmetrical eye wall of this hurricane as it continues to drift off towards the northeast. And the worst of this now is beginning to slide up the barrier islands. Our viewing area for Lee County goes up through Captiva and eventually right there towards Boca Grande. Very beautiful place if you've never been, and it's a little bit of a drive as you curve back down the barrier islands, but they are right there on the edge as well. If real fast, Lauren, if you could just zoom me in. I know we're trying to do about 17 different things with one computer.
This is live TV, though,
right?
so everyone
All
please bear with us.
So right here, Sanibel, and we saw one of those little vortexes quickly move across, and it looks like we might. There, the radar is back.
It's coming back.
It's coming
Sorry.
back. As we switch sources and load here, we're looking at the radar, and just to kind of reset, for those of you who maybe you've never been through a hurricane or are new or just were curious, this is the eye wall. This is the worst part of the hurricane that we have to go through today. The entire storm you see on the wide view does not contain those winds that are 155 miles per hour with a gust of 200. It's here. And it's right here in this eye wall. So I want to zoom in, Lauren, if we can, right here towards Sanibel in particular. I want to go up towards Captiva to Boca Grande, if we could get them both kind of settled in a view here. And that is where we're seeing some of the strongest reflectivity returns on the radar. So as Lauren moves, there's Bowman's and Turner's Beach, and now we're looking at Boca Grande. Look how close the edge of the most devastating part of that eye wall is getting there to some of the barrier islands. You've got Grove City to the north, and you've got Rotunda, Placida right here on Cape Hayes. And that water is going to be moving here through Gasparilla Sound in the Charlotte Harbor and pushing inland. So this is an area we're going to continue to watch as we have the strongest winds making landfall in some of our most vulnerable spots here in southwest Florida. Now, the vulnerable spots are the areas that are only connected by bridges and those barrier islands that act to protect the mainland. The problem is, Lauren, you get a storm like this with storm surge up to 18 feet along the coastline, and at points during the hurricane, water's going to come up and over almost every part of these islands.
And so, Trent, we just got that 11 o'clock advisory, and there was no change to the storm surge, thankfully, and that's one of the first times that has happened all morning long.
Yep.
Every advisory, it's been going up. We also got an alert that there was an extreme wind warning, so I just want to read this off for everyone. So that went out at 10:45. It lasts for 2 hours. That's going to be until 12:45. They want you to know that this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation is what they are saying. A tornado watch remains in effect as well until 5 p.m. So this is going to be for areas, let's take a look. It's extreme winds associated 7 miles south of St. James City, and then 14 miles southwest of Cape Coral. So that's a very large polygon that is going to be circled across all of Lee County that is associated with this new warning.
Sure. And at this point, I know the warnings are coming in, and we get them. And they serve a purpose on alerting your phone if you're in those locations. But for us here, our job is to take the radar, and we're going to show you where the worst is at and where you're anticipating those very, very strong damaging winds of the hurricane. As we get each radar scan and you watch this red just whip around, it almost looks like there's frames missing in the radar, but there's not. It's how fast those are moving around. And each one of those vortices, as they rotate around the storm, contain tornadoes inside them. And with winds sustained at that amount, it's absolutely devastating the damage that is going to happen as this eye continues to move in. Again, these are very vulnerable spots on the barrier islands. You're looking at North Captiva Island. You've got the South Seas Resort. It's one of Amy and I's favorite places here in Southwest Florida. And right now they are taking the brunt. But look at the way the winds are going to be wrapping around. They're actually going to get a little bit of a surge from the east to the west. And that's because of the way the eye wall is working right now. And as this continues to drift to the north, the winds in Boca Grande are going to come due west as well. And you can see some of the heavier rain bands even moving north there of Punta Gorda. I want to go back out, if I will, if you don't mind me driving the bus here for just a second. And just kind of get a reset on where the eye of the storm is currently located. Here are the rain bands inland. You're hearing heavy rain from Port Charlotte. You've tapered off a little bit for areas for Lehigh Acres, Alva, Buckingham, but the center, the core of this hurricane on a projected path here off to the northeast is going to continue to move and push water in from Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach southbound. And this surge is what the National Hurricane Center is calling life-threatening now.
Yeah.
It went up from 12 when we started on air this morning with our wall-to-wall coverage, and we've seen it bump up throughout the day.
Yeah, it went to 16 and then it went to 18. So again, thankfully with that 11 o'clock advisory, we're not having to deal with that. Trent, you were just briefly talking about how the Boca Grande area, you said it was going to see the opposite effect eventually of that
Right.
storm surge. That's because the winds will be going no longer out of the southwest, but will be wrapping around in the opposite direction. So you're going to see the wind kind of push all of that water back out to the Gulf. But here's the thing, as the system continues to move to the northeast, storm surge will continue to be a problem as it moves up and down the coast. So we are just in the beginning of all of these threats.
And the hurricane force winds around the center extend out 80 miles. Now, that's the estimate based on what the hurricane hunters are finding. The National Hurricane Center gives us that range in the discussion. And typically, you have to look at a hurricane and see how it's not formed, but see how it's shaped, meaning that sometimes you get some dry air moved in or some shear, and they tend to be a little lopsided. That's not the case with Ian. This one is almost perfect, and as far as this being symmetric, it's got plenty of moisture to work with. You looked at the water vapor loop here throughout the morning, kind of doing a little analysis, and there's simply nothing that inhibited the storm, and that's why we saw it go from 120 to 155 earlier today.
And Trent, when I take a look at our monitor, it looks like that we were just showing you maybe a live look. I think it was the pier, the Fort Myers Beach Pier. I'm not exactly sure what that was. If we could try and get that back up, because not only did I see a lot of rain right there, but it was the waves just crashing over, and that's just something that we're going to start to see more and more up and down the coast.
Throughout the morning, and when I glanced over, it almost looked like the Skyview Bridge out of Tampa.
I wasn't sure.
And when that bridge there to the north, they shut it down, obviously, and it was very, very ominous starting early this morning. And that's up in the Tampa area, which is off the screen here, just showing you the broad circulation here of this hurricane. So what we're doing now here in Southwest Florida, we started before 11 o'clock, was it about 10:30, and we took a minute to kind of take a breath and reset because the tone of our coverage was changing. It wasn't a time to prepare, it wasn't a time to talk, it was a time to act. And that hasn't changed, especially for areas along the coast and our barrier islands. So right now, again, for those of you who maybe have lost power, maybe you're streaming us on a live device or still getting our broadcast in Sanibel and North Captiva on up towards Boca Grande. Right now, you're just entering the northeastern part of the eye wall of this hurricane. This is when we start to see those winds approach well over 100 and get into the 155 range when the National Hurricane Center sends their aircraft in to measure the storm. They drop instruments out of the airplane and to drop them right in the eye wall to try to get the peak wind speed. And it is, again, right there around that donut-shaped eye wall, the worst of this storm as it begins to move on shore.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry. It probably looks like I'm being really distracted, but we're getting cues. I'm trying to communicate with the people back in the control room, and we're also getting a lot of information flooding in here. Amy and Chris, for example, I see you guys are putting some reports of flooding inside of our chats.
Yeah, we're working to get some video from Sanibel on right now. It's Lindgren and East Gulf North. It's live pictures, and they're pretty stunning.
So this is going to be a live look at the streets that you're talking about right now.
This is a different one, actually, but you can see a lot of water in this camera as well. The camera that I'm looking at, and it's kind of hard to tell what this one is, if that is a home or a building there on the side of the road. This is Sanibel, and it's hard to tell exactly what this is or how high the water is. I'm looking at another live camera at Lindgren and East Gulf North, where the water is up on the stop sign to the bottom of the actual stop sign. So you imagine a couple of feet up or a few feet up in the air, and then you have the stop sign. The water is touching the bottom of that stop sign and street sign.
Gulf Drive and
it's East Gulf North.
East Gulf North, okay. So the flooding concerns there, Chris, with the storm surge, anytime you look at Sanibel, we've got a couple of monitors we're looking at here. The areas that are impacted on that island, it's coming in out of the south. It's pushing water up and over that island. So that just kind of gives you an idea. You think of where the bottom of that octagon is on a stop sign. It's 5 feet tall at least.
Easily.
On most of them. I stand 5'10", and a lot of times they're right at the top of my head. So you're looking at roughly 6 feet of storm surge on parts of Sanibel already, and they're just getting started. I want to reiterate that the movement of the storm only at 10 miles per hour, so this is going to be a prolonged storm surge event until we can get this eye away from the coastline and eventually inland. And is that the video there, Chris?
It is, yeah, that's the live camera.
Yeah, boy, you can see that water all the way up there. Okay, so this just kind of gives you an idea of what we're experiencing in Sanibel, and this is exactly why the island was evacuated. And I know some of you probably stayed in Sanibel. Hopefully you can still hear us here to get the latest information, but we are just starting with this storm. When you go through a hurricane, you go through every part of the eye wall when it moves across you. First, it's the leading edge, but in this case, in Sanibel, it's going to be the northeastern side. And depending upon how exactly the storm moves, which right now looks like the center may come ashore somewhere around North Captiva or even Boca Grande. I'm going to zoom this out just a touch here.
It's a very touchy mouse.
It's a very touchy mouse today. Right, let's do it right there. There we go.
Okay.
All right, so if you look at the overall movement, northeast to north, we have to watch for wobbles, and we talk about this all the time. We get placements from the National Hurricane Center now every hour, and while the reason a hurricane will start to wobble at this point is it feels the land. I know it sounds silly, but it's almost like these storms are alive. It wants fuel. It wants the energy from the ocean, and it feels the friction. The overall rotation feels that tug of the land from Fort Myers all the way over to Lake Okeechobee, and sometimes that can make it turn ever so slightly to the north, and that could allow the landfall to continue to be a little bit up into Charlotte County or Charlotte Harbor. It's just a matter of how far inland it goes. But bottom line right now is Sanibel Island went from being, Lauren, right there on the northeastern part of the eye wall to right now it looks like it's starting to enter the eastern part of the eye wall, with landfall still a little bit away. As if you just kind of project the overall motion, we're still looking possibly somewhere here, Cape Hayes, Charlotte County. So those little wobbles we see every time we get a new scan in are going to become key.
And so, Trent, I kind of just want to put it into perspective for people who are listening right now. You talked about that friction and the fuel, which is very common when you start to have these hurricanes that ride up and down the coast. It was your former colleague, it was my former professor who really put it out for me and made it so simple to understand. These systems, they're going to almost be like driving on the highway. It's going to want to tug in because of the friction, but the fuel is in the warm Gulf waters, so it almost has a mind of its own here. It's going to want to turn back out to the water because it wants that fuel. It wants to continue to have that almost chimney effect, something else that you and I have talked about, because you can tell when something is really starting to strengthen when it comes to a tropical system, because you can kind of see that on infrared satellite.
Yeah, and as we kind of watch this movement as well, the longer we can keep this entire core off the coastline here in southwest Florida, the better off we are. But unfortunately, here in the next couple of hours, we're starting to approach noon at 11:26. Lord, it's inevitable that somewhere here in our viewing area, someone is going to take the brunt of the landfall of the storm, both on the north and south side of the eye wall. And currently, even though the storm is offshore, we are getting that storm surge from Sanibel all the way south to Marco Island, with the worst of it being likely right here around the Matanzas Pass, stretching southbound, because that water hits the island and it's going to find its way through. And then when you get there towards the Matanzas Pass Bridge, you know the water there. You know some of the famous views, such as Nervous Nellies, when you're looking in towards the shrimp boats. You got the Dixie Fish House.
Doc Ford's is all right there as well.
You know, those areas there, that water has risen, and we're waiting to see some video or possibly some live cams here throughout the morning, but I guarantee you it's going to be some historic flooding levels there for Fort Myers Beach.
And Trent, we're talking about the coast right now because that's the area that's being impacted by that eye wall, but we're starting to get some measurements for areas that are closer to up and down I-75, and even there, they're still dealing with the impacts of this storm. For example, Fort Myers over at Page Field, they're looking at wind gusts currently up to about 66 miles per hour out of the east-southeast, and that direction, you know, kind of just really goes to show you the winds rapid whipping around this very powerful hurricane right now.
We've been showing you that wind field graphic all week, and we go from those weak tropical storm force winds to a little stronger, and eventually we start to get into those stronger hurricane force winds. So it's just a sit and wait. I don't know how else to say it. Wish we just had a button we could just get this guy on out of here. But we are in this for a while. With the movement of just 10 miles per hour, we're looking at hours and hours, 6 to 8, before we start to get this storm inland and weakening. Once it starts interacting with land, the Hurricane Center was forecasting this to eventually weaken to a Category 1, but a strong one at that.
Yeah, so I do want to get back out to our John Barron. So, John, I know you've kind of been all over the place today, chasing some of the worst when it comes to all of the rain. Where are you right now, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, so we're right back on King Highway right now. As you can kind of see, we're back at that Circle K. And really that wind and that rain making a weird transition where it continues to go really heavy and absolutely batter us, and then also seem to have those pockets of just clarity. So it's really weird. Right now we're just getting a little bit more of that drizzle with the wind kind of coming down a little bit, and then spurts of gust of just slapping us in the face. And really when it does, that rain is hitting us in the face feels like needles, okay? I'll tell you that right now because Travis and I were being here about, I would say, like 3 or 4 times so far, and every single time we've come here we've had those weird pockets where we have just clarity and calmness, and then all of a sudden, just like this, it starts to pick back up and the rain starts to hit you, and it really does seem to kind of hurt in a sense. But what we've seen is really, thankfully, something that we've really seen is a die down here on King Highway. When we first started out, we actually were seeing a lot of people making their ways out here and trying to get, hopefully, what we were expecting to be to a shelter, because them trying to get out of the city was super late. All these highways, most of these bridges and roads, especially the interstate on 75, have all been shut down. And actually, FDOT has already made their ways back off those roadways after shutting them all down. We actually spoke with one about 2 hours ago. He told us, yeah, we have done our job. We have done what we've had to do. Now the time for us to go and take shelter is upon us. Now, something else that we continue to see is people trying to come in here and get gas. Now, we continue to see saran wrap around them, and a lot of these with zip ties. So if you guys are trying to come out and get gas, it's way too late. You can't do that anymore. You have to wait until this hurricane has made its way out. Also, people trying to make, last minute snacks or water stops or whatever it is, coming up in these Circle K's, trying to come in, go to these doors. There are signs on many of the gas stations that we've gone to that have literally said, hey, we are not going to be open until the storm is gone. And that hurricane is really starting to intensify, like you guys continue to say. We continue to feel that as well as it starts to make its way in here. And honestly, we have been able to be out here for a while, and we can continue to feel how intense it's getting just over the couple of hours. And honestly, over the last couple of minutes, it continues to go up. Again, though, we do see a handful of patrol cars that have made their ways out here as well. We've also seen some of those public safety officers as well making their rounds out here, but they've all been called off as well. Many of them probably just making their way home and just trying to go to shelter in place as well. We continue to see that as they try to make their way out of here. Once those wind gusts hit about 45 miles an hour, they were all called off. They were no longer allowed to be out here. And as you guys have heard as well, the safety officers have all been told that once that wind gust hits about 30 miles an hour, then they will start to come back out and be able to make some of those 911 rescue calls. So you guys have been talking about how much of the wind and the rain we're continuously seeing. We're going to have a lot of this making its way out here as it continues to have that hurricane continue to make its way over here to the Florida coast. We're going to send it back to you guys over on the desk as Lisa and, excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm having a brain fart right now, but Lisa and Chris, we're going to be sending it back to you guys in the studio. So here in Charlotte County, John Barron, Fox 4.
All right, John, thank you for the update on the conditions there. Stay safe. One of the things that Governor DeSantis said in his most recent news conference earlier this morning was that one of the things that the state is doing is relying on the federal government, FEMA specifically, to bring in more rescue equipment and rescue aircraft to help people who decided to not evacuate and stay in their homes when the water came. They expect there to be significant rescue. So I want you to take a look at some video. We were already seeing this in the Florida Keys. This is the Coast Guard. They had to rescue 7 people who called for help because of weather from Hurricane Ian. This is in Key West. The Coast Guard says, just look at that video right there. That's pretty remarkable, that boat in the water. Those people definitely needed the help there. They are waving for their rescuers. The Coast Guard says it's always safer to follow city, county, and other evacuation orders. And this is the #1 reason why right there, because of boats like that. All right, now we are going to, I believe, some other video. Let's go to Bonita Beach. We are talking a lot this morning about storm surge. We saw some of it just a little while ago in Sanibel. The water that on at least one street was as high as a stop sign. Well, we are seeing some storm surge already in other parts of Southwest Florida too, and that includes in Bonita Beach, where the water got pretty high just a little while ago. We do have some video that we shot a short time ago of what it looked like, and if you've ever been out to Bonita Beach, this is a beautiful beach. Under normal circumstances, the water is usually fantastic. Unfortunately, today it was a lot higher than it usually is. There's a place when you go to the parking lot and then you kind of walk out onto the beach. Well, the water was in that area where you usually walk out into the beach. That's how high it was with that surge. And here's a little video. Here's what it looked like right here. So those steps that you walk down, usually there's nothing but beach there and sand. But as you can see here, the wild waters coming in with this storm surge brought the water all the way up to those steps. And this is something that we have been forecasting. It is something we have been expecting, not just here in Bonita Beach, but also in Sanibel and on Marco Island. We were able to speak with the Marco Island fire chief a short time ago. Here's what he said about the dangers of storm surge. All right, now we want to move to some viewer video from Golden Gate. If we have that video, we will pop it up for you. This is more inland, and as you can see, even here, there is a lot of wind right now and some rain. And Amy, this is just one of the areas. We heard John say it a few minutes ago. It's band after band, so you may have some time where it's not really that bad, but then the winds come and the rains come with it, and you have to deal with that. Here in Golden Gate, they're dealing with a little bit of it right now. It may again later, but nothing like what we've seen in places like Sanibel.
Yeah, and like we've been telling you since the very early morning hours before the sun came up, we do expect this to be an all-day event. You know, just because you get through, let's say, those really severe outer bands of the eye, and then maybe it might clear up a little bit, doesn't mean you don't have more behind it. That is exactly why the governor announced that they have staged all kinds of things, and they are ready to move and deploy as soon as we are out of, and as soon as it is really safe for those first responders and crews to get out there. I mean, they brought in planes to airlift people if they need to, high water vehicles. They even have 600 boots on the ground as far as search and rescue. And, you know, I think it's one of those things you, as a human and as someone who has lived here a long time, you have a hard time wrapping your head around, wow, I know there is the potential for this crazy storm surge, but, you know, you just hope that it doesn't happen, but we have to prepare for the worst.
Yeah, and what you see here, this is a bridge on Marco Island. Look at the water rushing through that. This was obviously earlier this morning. At one point this morning, parts south of in Collier County were experiencing some rough weather. As we have seen, the toughest part or the roughest weather right now is more in the barrier islands of Lee County and then approaching coastal areas of Lee County as well.
All right, so we are awaiting the governor at 1 o'clock, and any moment now we should be hearing from Collier County emergency management officials. They are going to update you guys on what they're seeing there in that county. We've seen video of fires from down power lines and, you know, transmission boxes that blew. And
right.
So you just have to really be careful. You should not be out and about, but we do expect them to be updating us from Collier County in just a short moment now.
And we will go to that once they start, but we want to get back with our weather experts, Fox 4 meteorologist Trent Eric and Lauren Petrelli, because we know this thing is really close to some of the barrier islands and now moving close to coastal Lee County. Where is Ian now, and what kind of damage is it doing?
Yeah, each frame that comes in, Lauren and I, we keep talking about what communities it's time to say, now.
Ring the bell is the term that you've been using.
Yeah, because it's the point where you got to get into an interior room of your home. It's no longer the time to sit in your living room and watch TV. If you didn't heed the evacuation warnings, and maybe even you thought your place was strong enough to withstand a hurricane, you've got shutters, it's still important to follow these instructions right here. If you are in Sanibel, Pine Island, even parts of the Cape, in the southern parts of the Cape, you have to find an interior room of your home now. You have to get away from windows, and the reason is because this type of catastrophic hurricane, Category 4, borderline Category 5, that's when you start to get into issues with roofs coming off the home. The reason the hurricane shutters are designed is to keep the wind out. If a window breaks and the wind gets in the house, the wind tries to find a place to go, and it usually goes up and rips the roof
pressure
off.
forces it up.
Correct. With this type of hurricane, it's strong enough, especially if there's no reinforcement with hurricane straps, that it doesn't matter if you have shutters or not. You're going to start having issues, and that's why we want you to be as safe as possible, and that's why you have to find the safe place in your house. Now, as far as what we're looking at on the radar, Lauren, we've been watching this eye wall move off towards the east, and right now it is almost a direct hit on the leading edge of the eye wall for Sanibel Island.
Yeah, and so we don't want Sanibel, North Captiva, Boca Grande, those areas to think that we have forgotten about them. I just want to pause it really quickly right here if we can fast forward it to that last frame, because that last frame right on Pine Island is the one that you and I were really looking at right there. That is why we're using the terminology, now's the time to possibly ring the bell for Pine Island. If you haven't already, listen to us and taken that action we're talking about, and then right ahead of it you have Cape Coral as well.
And the Cape is a extremely vulnerable place for hurricanes. We talk about it all the time, the water coming up the Caloosahatchee. If you've driven through the Cape before and you know Pine Island, it's east to west, Burnt Store north to south, with Cleveland and I-75. All the canals through there are swollen. The water is coming in, and they're going to continue to rise as that storm surge moves in, and now you're going to add the devastating wind on top of it. Real fast, I think I've got a camera view set up to advance just to kind of show where Sanibel's at. We're right here at Tarpon Bay Beach. As you work up the way there, South Seas Resort is almost getting hammered. Just offshore, we have some very, very high reflectivity amounts showing those intense thunderstorms wrapping around the northern side of that eye wall. Lauren, Pine Island is here. It's kind of hard to see. Largest island in the state of Florida, going from St. James City all the way up towards Bokeelia, and some of the locations there that you've been looking at that are getting ready to get impacted.
Yeah, so this is pretty tough for me to watch because right about here is where you have Fuzzies. The boat ramp is right there. That's the boat ramp that I use all the time with my family. You move south just a little bit, you have the waterfront restaurant right here, York Island, which we always pass as we go through fishing. But we were just talking about that storm surge as you head into the Cape Coral area. Trent, you and I were worried about this spot right here, which is going to be the west end, because that storm surge is going to whip around this way right out of the southwest at the moment, and it's going to really find all those nooks and crannies through the waterway. So we're sitting here watching areas like the West End, for example, all of the restaurants, all of the shops right along this spot. That water, again, this area potentially could see storm surge up to 18 feet.
Now, you're talking about the southern part of the Cape here, and we've been watching those storm surge inundation maps that show the storm surge going up at some locations past Pine Island Road, which is located right here in the orange. So as this eye continues to progress slowly off to the northeast, and we watch every frame come in, eventually it is going to be the Cape, Burnt Store, Chiquita, veterans cutting through the Cape that are going to be under the worst of the leading edge there of this hurricane, a Category 4. We've been filtering through the rest of the discussion just to make sure we weren't missing any big piece of information, and they kept talking about how this is a borderline Cat 5, devastating wind field, and the fact that it is a life-threatening storm. So we're going to watch the leading edge because this is the first impact of the hurricane core that we've been talking about, having the capability of seeing wind gusts up to 200 miles per hour.
Trent, actually, if you don't mind right now, I'd like to zoom out really quickly. It looks like just a couple minutes ago we had a tornado warning drop down. This is going to be for DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands until 12:15. So roughly another half hour is what we're looking at with that tornado warning. Should we take a closer look at where it is?
Why don't we go ahead and right off the bat there, we've got a zoomed out view, and you can see the tornado watch box here until 5 o'clock tonight. So where we're looking at, we're going up to Arcadia here, and these are those outermost rain bands that spark the tornado warnings over on the East Coast. And right there it is, Lauren, coming out of Highlands County. Some of the good news here is it looks like the warning is going to stay north of downtown Arcadia. It's going to cross into southern Hardy County and US 17. Right here, we've got rotation showing up on the radar, and with this storm moving 45 miles per hour, every time we get a scan, that's going to continue to move pretty quickly through that polygon box, and it should stay south there of Bowling Green, but eventually move right there north of Sarasota County. You can see the radar site there out of Tampa Bay sitting at Ruskin. So this is the area that we're monitoring. We've got the rotation. Again, this is south of Sebring, going to move north of downtown, north of 70. So it's this tornado warning just barely in that northeastern part of Arcadia. And you can see the, again, tail end of that little cell rotating as it moves towards 17. So Wauchula, it looks like maybe on the leading edge of this, but again, this starts to get on the extreme northern parts of our viewing area. But that is a radar indicated tornado so far.
Let me double check that before I answer.
Radar-indicated
Yep, 10
tornado.
miles west of Lake Placid, moving northwest at 45 miles per hour. So that motion towards Wauchula is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Okay, it looks like you get over towards 64, so we'll watch this one, but as it moves out of our viewing area, I want to focus more here on the eye of Hurricane Ian, and the reason being, you look at the Saffir-Simpson scale, this is a Category 4, winds sustained at 155 around that eye, and you talk about tornadoes, and you get to the Fujita scale. An EF3 tornado is what we're seeing the equivalent of right now as that ring, that core of the hurricane begins to move on shore. And unlike a tornado that's moving with a thunderstorm like the one you just showed, 25 to 40 miles per hour in this case, this one's moving at 10. So we're talking about hours of being under a Category 3 like tornado, but a large wind swath, and then we're looking at life-threatening, devastating storm surge of 18 feet. And as the storm approaches, Lauren, I'm so concerned here about Fort Myers Beach stretching all the way down towards Lover's Key, because you see how the state, how the shoreline kind of jaunts out towards the west. In particular, Sanibel is why it's famous for its shelling, because it sticks out, and all the currents catch the shells, and it's one of the most popular places in the world because of it. And not only does it catch shells, it catches water, and the same can be said for Fort Myers Beach. You and I have been out several times there on the state park at the end when you go past the pink shell, and the water only has one place to go there around that inlet, and then once it's inside, it's just going to continue to go all the way up through Gasparilla Sound.
Yeah, and it's also going to probably aid in any of the storm surge for the Cape Coral area, because remember, all of those canals, those are narrow ways. So if you were to just take your hand and kind of swipe it this way towards a narrow waterway like that, you are pushing it, forcing it through those small areas right there. That is why you and I, for years, we've been talking about how Cape Coral is so susceptible to storm surge, because you have all of those narrow canals throughout the entire city.
Yeah, if you don't know the history of Cape Coral, it was man-made canals.
Yes.
They took the land out of the canals, they built it up, they began to sell homes, and it's a beautiful place to live. It's where our studios are in Fox 4. But unfortunately, it also makes it very susceptible. You have the Caloosahatchee that runs inland and starts to narrow as it gets in towards Buckingham, and water wins. Water finds a way. If you've ever spilled the drink, you know it finds the lowest spot and it'll finger out, and that's the same thing it's doing now. It's getting pushed into areas, and it's not going to want to go up and over. It's going to want to find the path of least resistance, and that's why the canals fill up, and that's why we see it push in through the Caloosahatchee, and we also see it go all the way up into the Peace River. And Lauren, one other thing I'm starting to get concerned about here are these rain bands off to the north. We saw the thunderstorms there heading towards DeSoto County. We've been monitoring flood warnings. I know Horse Creek was one of them, the Peace River, and the name of the third river Myakka River there throughout the morning that we've been talking about already. Residents there, especially along Horse Creek, to keep businesses and their houses lit, they have to take boats. And now we're adding all of this water on top of that here this morning.
Yeah, so just to kind of zoom in a little bit right here on the rain bands, you really do have some heavy rainfall all the way between Port Charlotte northward through Arcadia and all the way up to portions of Lake Placid up highway. I believe that's Highway 98 right there.
Yep, here's 98.
Yep, so we're looking at a very wide area dealing with a lot of heavy rainfall, and as you continue to move all the way down to the south, you have that eye wall right there. My eye is just drawn to that lightning right there, Trent. That is just impressive at the structure and also the amount of lightning we have.
You're watching right here on the western side of the eye wall. If you watch that loop, I believe you have this set for an hour. 60
it is
minutes.
1 hour, yeah.
So this is a 60-minute loop, and what we're going to watch here is we're going to watch these vortices wrap around the eye of the hurricane. So at the beginning of the loop, when it resets, so 11:48, we're going to go back in time. Boom. Watch
Do you
how
want me to
fast.
pause it or just
Nope,
keep it going?
just keep it going.
Okay.
Watch how fast, like a wheel spinning, that those little red areas, those vortices embedded in the eye wall, almost do a complete lap around the eye wall. That just shows you the speed of the winds, it shows you the speed of the storms, and the lightning that comes into our weather computer almost seems like it's delayed, like it's behind the echoes, and that it just goes to attest the strength of this hurricane. Again, this is a historic event in the way that we don't want to make history today.
And Trent, not only is this showing a massive loop, but it's showing you the cycle that people on these Lee County islands are probably dealing with if they did not evacuate. They're having this cycle on top of them repeatedly, and it is, again, going to be an hours-long event that we are going to be dealing with these types of impacts. It is loud for them right now. It is very gusty, and hopefully they have that TV up if they still have their power, and they are held up in a nice place that is going to be safe away from windows, especially.
I just want to get Chris and Amy's attention real fast, just because I know you guys are so good at tracking social media. Have you got any report, anybody tweeting anything, sending anything to the station about what it's like on Sanibel?
So I have actually been trying to contact my former high school teacher who lives on Sanibel to see if he could give me any perspective. I don't even know if he's there. I haven't heard from him, but I'm hearing from friends who have spoken with friends, and they are just seeing what we're seeing, Trent, which is water up to stop signs in some areas. And hopefully no one's there on the island. We're hoping, obviously, everyone evacuated, but I think the key here, we are getting a lot of questions on social media, like, okay, it's over Sanibel, the first wall of the eye. When are we going to start seeing that in Fort Myers and Cape Coral? But this is going to be, like Lauren just said, an hours-long event. This is not something that is going to be a quick mover through here within an hour or two. This is an all-day thing.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to our tower camera at the Fox 4 studio in Cape Coral and Pine Island Road. It is shaking like crazy right now. The stoplights are moving really fast. The trees are going crazy. Thankfully not seeing any people, no cars or anything, but the water is definitely pooling up on the roads. So we're beginning to see the effects that this is having on Cape Coral, and so we will continue to monitor that. This is affecting all of South Florida right now, not just Southwest Florida. Earlier this morning, there were storms on the East Coast in Delray Beach. There were reports of a possible tornado. We saw a lot of damage there on the East Coast, everything from buildings that lost their roofs and cars that were flipped over. And now, excuse us, just like you at home, we are starting to get some updates on our phones as well. But this is the video that I was talking about. Look at that. Debris falling off of homes and landing on top of cars. We saw airplanes, small airplanes, that were flipped over, and our sister station in West Palm Beach is reporting at least 2 injuries because of that storm there.
Right, and so we have been waiting. We were expecting to hear from the Collier County government any moment now, waiting on a press release, but they've been delayed till about noon. So we're going to wait another 10 minutes to hear from them on an update in Collier County. We should be hearing from the governor. He pushed his address to the state off as well a little later. This is, like we've been talking about, I don't know, can I call it slow, Trent and Lauren? I mean, it's slow, right?
It's 10 miles per hour. I've seen slower. I've seen a lot faster.
Yeah.
Usually when your steering currents are strong, you'll get a kick sometimes 20 to 25 miles per hour moving out. But this one is average, if I will, maybe a little slow as the steering currents aren't all that great. So if you do the math, in 2 hours it moves 20 miles, and you can kind of see how far it's going to move inland, right? That's why we're talking about a 6 to 8 hour window today where we may see that.
I don't mean to interrupt, Trent.
No, you're fine.
I wonder if we can maybe take a look. I want you to see this video of Cape Coral. This is from our tower camera at Fox 4. Just get your thoughts on it, what you see, and Lauren as well, if there's anything you can pull out of it. It might be kind of hard to see right there, but maybe we can take it full, or I can show you on my laptop. Right
Yeah,
here.
and while you're looking at that, one question that I'm seeing over and over again, Trent and Lauren, is okay, as this does make landfall, obviously we're waiting for that center of the eye to get somewhere in Southwest Florida. Is the storm going to weaken, and if so, how much? That's what a lot of people are asking on social media.
It's a slow process.
Yeah, it's a slow process. Amy, I want to get to that in a minute. It's going to weaken to a Category 1, eventually around 90 to 100 miles per hour once it gets inland. But Lauren, we've been using this phrase all morning. It's time to take action. It's time to ring the bell.
Ring the bell.
And Cape Coral, based on the video that Chris just showed us, not only have the winds picked up, but think about looking at a stoplight when you're at an intersection. Those stoplights are a little deceiving. They're tall and they're big. Right now, those stoplights in Cape Coral are vertical. That's how hard the winds are blowing.
They have the live look up for us
outside
right
of our
now.
studio. At the bottom of the screen, underneath the banner, is where that stoplight is at the corner of Nicholas Parkway and Pine Island Road. And the stoplights are blowing vertically, and that is just a sign of those hurricane force winds and that damaging core continuing to move farther inland now. So you can only imagine what it's like, as you mentioned, some locations such as Fuzzy's Boathouse stretching up towards Pine Island Center, and even our camera at Tarpon Lodge. Do we have access to that camera at all? And if we do, the Tarpon Lodge camera would be fantastic to get up on the air if it's still
not
there.
working.
It's not working.
It's not working. And
Okay.
we all know the reason why. As far as the rest of North Captiva and the South Seas Resort, right now in the worst of it here. And as you head down, Lauren, you know you've got several very famous areas here in Sanibel, a lot of nationally known places, the Green Flash and Bubble Room.
The bubble room is a big one.
It's a huge one, and this is an area that is just getting pounded by that eye wall as it's moving inland. And not only the Cape, but if you could zoom down, I know the radar is a little touchy, it is time for Fort Myers Beach to take action as well. And when we mean take action, if you've stayed in place and you haven't evacuated like what was requested from the emergency managers, you have to get into an interior room of your home now. You've got to get away from windows if they aren't boarded up. I don't care if they're rated for a Category 3 or higher. I don't care if you spent the money to get your hurricane windows. You have to protect yourself and your family. This isn't a Category 2 or 3 hurricane. This is 2 miles per hour away from being one of the strongest hurricanes possible. So it is time. Fort Myers Beach, and eventually we'll start to ring the bell a little farther inland as we have got water streaming up through the Caloosahatchee. Areas here along Pine Island Road, you've got North Fort Myers, Diplomat, Andalusia, so this area is going to get hit pretty hard. And Lauren, we've talked about it. This is where we live and work. So this is an area that's very near and dear to us. So we want you guys to protect yourself and just do everything you can possible to make sure that you are safe.
Yeah, Trent, not only is it very near and dear to us, but these are pinpointing spots where our loved ones are sitting inside of homes right now. So, you know, we are speaking to you the same way we would speak to our loved ones. We tell them now's the time to get into place, and that is exactly what we are telling you. Trent, I want to go back out to that live look over at Cape Coral because it's double boxed with us right now. You're saying that's why you're ringing the bell for Cape Coral because of that live look. It's hard to imagine an hour ago, people were out driving on those streets.
That was the interesting thing is we saw the view there from our tower cam up top of our studios, and with a matter of about 15 seconds, we counted 3 cars. And you cannot be out and about in this.
And now is not the time to leave thinking you can outrun it either. That time has passed a long time ago.
Yeah, all preparations at this point are done. We are starting to see a little flare up with some of those outer bands here from Bonita Springs back towards Fort Myers between Cleveland Avenue and I-75. This is going again up towards MLK, Colonial, and right there towards Manatee Park on exit 143 on the north side of the river. You go out to the Lee Civic Center, and we got a little bit of rain as well. But the most intense part of this hurricane continues to move inland now past the barrier islands, and I can't say it enough, Sanibel's still getting rocked. The lighthouse, the fishing pier, areas over towards Pinocchio's Ice Cream right there at the corner of Periwinkle when you come on the island is absolutely getting hammered at the moment.
An iconic spot. Trent, before we go any further with the radar, it sounds like we have a live look outside with our John Barron. John, can you tell us where you are exactly as you've kind of been running around all day today? And also just tell us kind of what you're seeing, because we're taking a live look at Cape Coral right now. That camera is shaking. The street lights also are moving in directions that honestly I did not think was even possible. So let's bring in John Barron and he can kind of give us boots on the ground descriptions of what's going on.
Yeah, so Lauren, we are right here in DeSoto County, and honestly, that wind that you keep talking about continues to find pockets that almost knocks us off our feet. And believe it or not, when you are not paying attention, it can do so. So when we're seeing these like pockets of rain continue to make its way down here, and the torrential rainpour continues to find its way, and like I keep saying, just pockets of all the wind coming in, and you can really feel it, and really on the tree lines as well. But what I want to talk about is a lot of this flooding that we could potentially see here in Charlotte County and DeSoto County is really just see right here. As you can see, all of this, obviously this area is probably prone to having some flooding, but not this significant. When you take a look at this, I mean, I could walk out a good little bit, but my mic is not going to go that far, and I could go about ankle deep already in just this, and it's going to make its way all the way out here. But one more thing to talk about is the preparation. I don't know if Travis will be able to show you, but we have FPL over here, as you guys can already see, making their way, getting ready to have this all set to go whenever the power is out and they need to have them on the boots on the ground, they can do so. So you can already see that the city is making its way and trying to have as much preparation as humanly possible. But guys, of course, this is just the beginning. Like you keep talking about, Trent and Lauren, we're continuing to see just the front end, the front bands of this, and those pockets of rain and wind continue to batter us here in Charlotte County. But something else that we want to talk about is, like I keep saying, those people who are on the roads, we're starting to see those numbers really dwindle down, which is very nice, because that means that people are either already found their destination or are just about to get to it, because this is starting to really ramp up, and it's something that we're going to have to watch for as it continues to make its way here to the Florida coastline. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio live here in Charlotte County. John Barron, Fox 4.
All right. A lot the last few minutes about Cape Coral and the effects that Ian is having on Cape Coral. Well, we can tell you that the power is starting to be out to more places in Cape Coral. LCEC customers, about 38,000 LCEC customers are without power right now. That includes some people in Fort Myers and North Fort Myers, but a big chunk of them are in Cape Coral, and it pretty much runs the gamut all over Cape Coral. I can tell you a couple zip codes, virtually everyone in St. James City and virtually everyone in Bokeelia is without power right now.
Yeah, and the governor said we can expect millions of people to be without power across the state of Florida, so it's something you just need to be prepared for, be ready for. This is a good time to point out, obviously, a little early because we need to get through the worst of it first. But please, if you have a generator and you plan on using it later on today or tomorrow, you have to be so careful with it, because every year we see fatalities during storms because either people are putting them too close to their home or in their garage. We are already learning from our sister station WPTV. They are reporting that we have at least one person dead because of Hurricane Ian. A 34-year-old man's body was found in 10 inches of flood water, according to the sheriff's office there. This was someone working on a construction site. This is just east of Lake Okeechobee there in Martin County, and he was found dead in flood water. So this is the first of, we hate to hear that, and this is why we keep repeating it over and over and over again, that you need to stay home, you need to stay inside. This is not a time to go get selfies outside. And if you do have an emergency, crews are saying still call 911. They will put you on the list. They will send someone out when they believe they can get to you, but those winds have to be below 40 miles an hour. And if it's something they think that they can talk you through, they've got emergency doctors ready to talk to you on the phone and walk you through whatever emergency you might be having. So that is better than nothing at all.
All right, let's bring it a little closer to home now. We have reporters all over South Southwest Florida right now. Fox Source Calvin Lewis is in Fort Myers checking out the situation, what's going on there.
Okay. You said what?
Calvin Lewis reporting from Fort Myers, just outside the Home 2 Hotel here, and you can see just some of the conditions getting worse and worse here throughout Southwest Florida. I just want to point out some of the flooding that's happening here in the ravines. You can see just how high this water is getting. It's getting close to parallel with this parking lot. If we just pan up here, you can see the sheer force of the wind blowing some of these trees back. And the rain, it's been steady all morning long, just getting more and more powerful as this day goes on. Now, speaking on inside of the hotel, we've been speaking to some of those who have sought shelter inside, some staying a night, others staying put through Saturday. Some evacuating from portions of Cape Coral and Fort Myers Beach, and even portions of Fort Myers. Now, quite a few have mobile homes and made the decision to seek higher ground and more stable walls.
Concerned about the storm surge and the velocity of the wind, so we're going to stay here at least through Saturday, and we'll have to see what we have for a home after the storm goes through.
I wanted to make sure that we covered ourselves for any electrical outages and just to keep my dad safe. He's with me, and I want to make sure he's okay.
Now, people have even brought their pets with them as the hotel is pet friendly, but a lot of hotels, this one included, are fully booked and not taking any more reservations. Now, we'll, of course, continue to monitor these conditions here for you on Fox 4. You can also stay up to date online at Fox 4 Now. But for now, reporting in Fort Myers, Calvin Lewis, Fox 4.
All right, Calvin, thank you for the update there. One area we are watching right now in Southwest Florida is the Bonita Springs area around the Imperial River, because traditionally when there's a lot of rain, it starts flooding there, let alone what we're seeing today.
Oh, absolutely. It's something we've covered for years here at Fox 4. In fact, the governor even addressed the flooding there in some of those areas. Obviously, with this storm surge is different than what they would get from the traditional drainage issues from a thunderstorm. But we want to go check with our Colton Chavez because he is live there. He's close to the Imperial River. Last time we checked in with him, his boots were already starting to be covered by some water there on the roadway. So Colton, what are you seeing now?
Well, Amy, I'm just going to keep with the same theme that you were already talking about. Earlier this morning, we were about here, and water was about halfway down the driveway. Now, as you can see in front of me, water is going over the tops of my boots. You pretty much can't walk anywhere in this road without there being water covering the entire thing. And actually, the camera won't be able to capture it, but there are little fish swimming in the pools of water right now, and that's all because, again, of the Imperial River, which is just behind me. This entire neighborhood is kind of outlined by the Imperial River, and we've been talking about storm surge and the raising of the water, and this is a prime example of why they're saying in certain areas that you need to be careful, because I've watched this area slowly get more engulfed in water. I mean, even if we come out here, this is just the road. If we move out to where this is supposed to be heavier grasslands, these are completely filled with water as well, and there are homes that line this entire area. And as I stand here and talk to you now, the winds continue to push forward. The rains are consistent. You can see how much they're impacting the tree branches here and all of these side streets of the neighborhood here. And it's just been relentless the entire time. And so throughout this neighborhood, I haven't seen anybody driving out here in quite some time, which is a good sign, but not very many storm shutters on homes. So hopefully that means that a lot of the people who are here have already left and taken that time to get out of here. If not, again, I just want to go ahead and stay with the theme that everybody's been talking about, that if you haven't left already, then you need to stay put where you are at this time. I would have to say that at 7 o'clock this morning, the winds and the rain was not as bad as it is now. I would say about 4 hours ago, we were at about a 5. I would say we're now at a 9. It's a very big difference from what we saw here earlier this morning, Chris and Amy.
Bonita Springs, we want to move north. We've been talking a lot the last few minutes about Cape Coral and that area, because from Sanibel to Cape Coral is kind of how this storm has moved. Now we need to talk about what's going to happen in the next few minutes with North Fort Myers.
Right. So if you are in that Cape Coral, North Fort Myers, obviously they're right next to each other geographically. We want to get over to our meteorologists, Trent and Lauren, and this is the next group of people here in Southwest Florida that could be seeing that eye wall and those really intense winds and rains.
Yeah, the eye wall of the hurricane continues to push inland past our barrier islands. To give you some perspective, this is Boca Grande. You've got the South Seas Resort, which sits right here on North Captiva, and then to the south, Sanibel Island has now been in the eye wall, that leading edge, the eastern part of the eye wall, for some time now. We have already seen video where we have water up to the bottom of stop signs, and that is just one image that we have been able to get out of the island. It is going to continue to be inundated here with the southerly flow around the strongest part of that hurricane. We watched live video from the tower cam on top of our studios at Fox 4. We're at the corner of Nicholas Parkway and Pine Island Road. The street lights, which are deceptively small looking, they're big and they're heavy. They're vertical. They're being blown that hard. So next up, Lauren, we got to start talking more here about areas of North Fort Myers and eventually inland. And this also includes Fort Myers Beach. But I want to start here with areas in the Cape. I would name off some spots, and we're going to go a little closer to show how close it's getting to North Fort Myers.
Yeah, well, while Colton was out there talking, you and I kind of took a look. North Fort Myers, we're kind of looking at the Naughty Parrot right there. So that's going to be much closer over to the US 41 bridge, right off of the water. That's one of the spots that we're very worried about, by the way. And then you continue, you have the Travel Lodge, which is also right there off of the water.
Yeah, if you think about the water location here, this is the Caloosahatchee. And as you move inland here, the Caloosahatchee gets smaller, and that water wants to branch out into some of the creeks. Lauren's been showing the storm inundation maps, and this was one of the areas that was showing up in red first, way before the rest of the areas around the Caloosahatchee. That's because you've got Powell Creek and Hancock Creek on both sides, and that water goes through those canals and then finds its way inland, and that's why some areas north there of Pine Island, a little deceptive, show up earlier in the evacuation zones than some areas. So as that water continues to move up, you've got the Orange River and Manatee Park, and that flooding concern is huge right now along the Caloosahatchee. Those values, like you said, up to 18 feet.
And they've slowly increased all morning long. And speaking of those increases with the advisories that we've gotten every hour, we did just get the 12 o'clock advisory. If you move a little bit further over, you already did it for me. So this is going to be Redfish Pass. It's right all the way at the end of Captiva. We have some wind readings that are coming in on this 12 o'clock advisory. They're looking at wind speeds near 70 miles per hour. They measured a gust up to 84 miles per hour. If you move south just a little bit, they have another station that picked up a wind gust close to 100 miles per hour already, which were things that we were anticipating, but now they're happening.
If I'm not mistaken, Redfish Pass is the very end there where the South Seas Resort sits, where the water comes back in. And I'm sure that is absolutely underwater right now because of the fact of the storm surge. And it's interesting because right now they're getting a little flow coming in from the southeast. And as this eye wall continues to move in, just look how long Sanibel now, Lauren, has been underneath that leading edge of the hurricane.
And if you just move a little bit to the south, that was when we had a live look at the stop sign that was right off of Periwinkle. So Chris was the one who showed it to us. You have to think those stop signs, how tall they are. The water was coming all the way up to the very end of that sign. So those rising waters are just one of many threats that we are watching right now, including the wind. But if you are in those spots that Trent and I are talking about, now is the time to turn the TV up if you haven't done it already, and you need to go find a place that is safe, away from windows. That would be your closet or even your bathroom. I see you zooming in over here, Trent, and a couple polygons popping up. What are we looking at right now in Rotunda?
I just wanted to make sure that we weren't forgetting about the northern progression of the eye of this hurricane as well, because the movement isn't due east, it's northeast. So right now, Rotunda is pretty easy to see on any type of satellite imagery or street level mapping. So you've got Boca Grande, you've got Rotunda. This is Cape Hayes at a whole, and Lauren, we're right there on the northern edge of that eye wall. So you've got Coral Creek Airport, which sits just to the southeast here. And as the wind and the water continues to inundate this area, they are going to start seeing some of the worst, if they aren't already in part of that damaging tropical or hurricane force winds, I should say, around that core.
I see we have a live look right now, and I heard a cue in my ear, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Nokomis Beach. Nokomis.
Nokomis Beach.
Okay.
Okay, so we are taking a live look at that right now, and you can see the wind, those gusty conditions are really just pulling those palm trees into the completely opposite direction. We're also getting some storm surge reports in right now, Trent, so if you could give me 2 seconds to read this.
You bet. No, I just want to give people an idea where Nokomis is at. It's they're north of Venice. There's a Hampton Inn that sits on 41. Nokomis, it's one of those areas, if you've ever been shark tooth hunting there on the west coast, it's a pretty nice little place to stop. One of the better restaurants there is the Dockside Waterfront Grill, which sits there south of 41 as well. It's interesting because Nokomis is surrounded by water on all sides. Just to the south, you've got Roberts Bay. So that shot will be something we watch here throughout the morning as well. Any area here on the west coast of Florida that is popular, that has the best restaurants, it's because it's close to water. And that's where it becomes so vulnerable.
Yeah.
And it's why it's just heartbreaking that all of our favorite places that we love so dearly right now are getting slammed.
So we actually might even have some historical data being put in front of us right now.
Okay.
So as the system moved to the north, we're talking about the storm surge over in Collier County. So right now we do have some levels that are being read by NOAA, and they're sending it into the National Weather Service chat. They're saying that there's at least 4.8 feet of storm surge that was reported in portions of Naples. And they're saying if this is true, that would be the highest on record for that specific location.
Okay. I want to talk about some areas inland here on I-75 because as the eye continues to move in, there are a lot of people who took the precaution of boarding up houses. And Lauren, you and I have been through many hurricanes, being in South Florida for so long, born and raised on the East Coast. When you're boarded up or you're in a house with hurricane shutters, it's dark.
Yeah.
You lose one of your senses of sight. All you can do is you can hear and you can feel. And being inside of a house that is boarded up for a hurricane can be one of the most frightening experiences you can go through.
Mm-hmm.
But we're here, and we're letting you know that it may be getting loud right now in areas along I-75. You get out towards Lehigh Acres, Gateway, stretching down towards Estero. That's one of the rain bands. It's going to pick up here in intensity, and it won't be long until that core continues to lift to the north. Now, if it continues on a little more northerly trajectory, areas in this same spot are going to see stronger tropical storm force winds, but this core is going to stay around the Caloosahatchee. And Lauren, I think we're going to have to really watch downtown Fort Myers here because you can see where the last image here, matter of fact, I'm going to stop it. The eye of that hurricane is pushing on shore, and because of the sheer size of it, there are going to be so many communities that are impacted, unlike storms in the past, like Charlie.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier this morning. You had the eye of Charlie. It was small enough that you could put it inside of the eye of Ian. And something else that's really important when it comes to the eye, as they are dealing with the eye wall right now in portions of Sanibel and north, you also have to think about, you have another side of the eye wall that potentially you'll have to deal with. So even though you go through it once, it doesn't mean that you're completely out of the woods. I do hear that we're getting a cue. Are we about to go get into live reporter?
No, Collier County.
Emergency management.
Okay, so it sounds like we have the Collier County Emergency Management meeting, so let's go tune in live to see what they have to say.
Good afternoon, I'm Dean Summers, Director of Collier County Bureau of Emergency Services and Service Management. We want to take some time at this hour to give you a little bit of update on our operations and Collier County associated with Hurricane Ian. No doubt this is a powerful Category 4 storm. At this hour, it's almost due west northern Collier County. Category 4 storm is expected to have major impacts on Charlotte and Lee County. We can't stress enough to you the importance of off the roads and avoiding any non-essential travel. We have power lines down, we have debris along our roadways. A lot of that will not be barricaded or evaluated, assessed, or repaired until tomorrow. So there are very dangerous travel conditions now and throughout the evening and on in tomorrow as we work and get our crews in to address those concerns. Many roads in southern Collier County are not passable at this time. As we expected, a fair amount of storm surge inundation covering southern parts of US 41, storm surge impacting Everglades City, Chokoloskee, and some areas in southern part of Marco Island. We've had a lot of our marinas have had some damage and some storm overwash there as well. We've had some beach overwash in certain areas of Collier County. We're still assessing that, and we want to encourage you to stay off of the beach accesses, stay off of the beaches until our crews can go in, can conduct some assessments, get some evaluation on that beach loss, and make sure it's safe to return to the beaches. Again, we're receiving our most intense storm conditions at this time. We're going to continue to see some gusts in excess of hurricane force, maybe 60, 70, 80 miles per hour gusts. And again, so while it appears that on the radar that the storm is beyond us, we're not beyond the threat of the wind bands at this point. FPNL is reporting approximately 41,000 customers without power. Lee Co-op reporting about 7,000 customers without power. Those crews will work as quickly as they can when it is safe. Obviously, in these gusty winds, the bucket truck crews simply can't operate under these conditions. We want to remind you too, please stay clear of the ditches, drainages, canals, creeks, in our drainage systems. We have a lot of water being moved through those systems. That water is picking up an awful lot of debris, and that water is moving fast. So don't be wading in the creeks. Stay clear of the canals as we're moving large amounts of water due to our rainfall events. We're working very closely with our partners at the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA. We've had constant communication with them throughout the day. They are plugged in on all facets of our Emergency Operations Center, and we're in joint communications with my colleagues in Charlotte County, Lee County, Sarasota, Hendry, and Glades to work cooperatively for any mutual assistance that we can provide. These counties have a lot on their plate right now. All the partner agencies are prepared to assist them. And again, lots going on in those particular areas. And we will make any resources we have available to them. Last but not least, do not dial 911 unless you have a life safety emergency. Other information can be obtained by dialing 911 or going to colliercountyfl.gov. And let me correct that, not by dialing Collier 311. 311 for non-emergency information, 911 for emergency information. If you've experienced any property damage, let me remind you to take pictures and make contact with your insurance agent or your insurance carrier. Your homeowner's insurance is your first line of defense as we go into any assistance with your residential or commercial property damage. We're working diligently to continue to update our situation, to update our response posture, and keep you informed as well. So again, we ask you be patient, stay indoors, and help your neighbor when it's safe to do so. Thank you.
I'm just staying till her mic is on and good to go, just in case they stop. And then I'm going to walk off as soon as she's good to go.
We're up. Continuing to watch this information, and we're going to take that out there.
Yeah.
As far as what we've got going on here, we're looking at the core of this hurricane as it continues to wrap around, and we've been watching Sanibel now. Lord, it seems like for at least a good hour and a half since we kind of rang the bell.
We're pushing 90 minutes, absolutely.
Yeah,
right
90
now.
minutes. And next up, we continue to talk about the Cape, this movement of the overall storm off to the northeast. And right now, I'm not seeing much of a north-north component there. So we're looking at, if you talk about landfall, we've been talking about the definition of this already, the eye wall coming on shore. There's the center. So it looks like it's going to make a landfall somewhere on one of the barrier islands and then continue inland, but the size of this eye continues to bring that core of damaging hurricane force winds now from Sanibel, Pine Island, and the Cape is right on the cusp of the worst.
And so we're ringing the bell for the Cape. We did that at least a half hour ago. So that is your sign right now to make sure that you are getting to the spot that is safest for you inside of your home. Turn that TV up all the way. Trent and I are here for you. We are walking you through this step by step, each and every way. As we continue to move through our inland areas, Trent, even though we haven't necessarily rang the bell for North Fort Myers, and as you continue to head east, they're dealing with heavy rainfall right now. And Southwest Florida has been getting hammered over 24 hours. So they're probably noticing some of the flooding in the streets. But we have this eye wall pushing through, and that's going to bring not only even more rainfall, but gusty conditions. We're watching the potential for tornadoes here as well.
Yeah, I wanted to stop the last frame there to look at some of the worst on the northern part of that eye wall, and right over your shoulder there, Lauren, you see that lightning strike. That is the most intense part. That's Boca Grande, which is part of Lee County, and all the way back towards
so that would
Pine
be this
Island.
area right here, for anyone who's not familiar.
Right there, and then south of that, you've got the South Seas Resort. You talked about the Redfish Pass earlier, which is right there on the end of Captiva, and to the south through Pine Island. If I put this into motion, you can see the wind and the way that eye wall is kind of wrapping around, coming in out of the south and then heading towards Lawrence. So St. James City, we've got a camera out at Tarpon Lodge that when you watch this during the week, it's one of our most beautiful shots. And the camera is down, and more than likely that camera is gone.
And Trent, my eye also really being drawn to the Pine Island area. You and I have been out here frequently covering different storms. Talk about Elsa, talk about Ada. When you go through this area, it's very much a coastal community. You have the bridge there, you have all of the boats. I'm just thinking about the different tropical systems you and I have covered together, where the boats that are not battened down nice and well, that they start to get loose into the water. We saw a sailboat at one point get caught under the bridge right there, and we're seeing pictures coming in right now of even all the way down to Naples, boats that were not tied up well enough, they're starting to float away. So these are just some of the starts of the impacts. This is going to be an hours-long event.
Yeah, you talked about Matlacha there. That is one of the old fishing towns here in Southwest Florida. An artist community now as well, and the water that is going to be surging here underneath the bridge and impacting the restaurants there. You've got Woody's to the south with one of the more iconic views to the south with the big sign that says Woody's on it, and every few minutes somebody's walking down to the end of the pier to snap a picture. Yucatan is there, along with many others, Blue Dog, and all of those locations are right on the water. And I would be surprised right now if they're not dealing with storm surge flooding inside of those buildings.
Yeah, so if you actually go onto the other side of Matlacha, you have the restaurant hooked, and so they have the bar that would typically probably come up to my chest, or at least my torso. Now this area is expecting storm surge up to about 18 feet. So if I'm just a little over 5 feet, I want to put that into perspective for you, that they potentially could see water as high as 18 feet in some of those places that we absolutely love. As these bands continue to cycle through, those are just some of the things that we're looking at right now as it continues to trek a little bit further to the east.
And in our control room, if there is any chance at all that we have access to pop up the camera on top of our studios at Fox 4, and I'm looking at one of our engineers. Bill, have you seen the camera recently? Is it still operational on top of the studio? Okay, if we could find that camera, we'll pop it up here in just a second. The reason I want to show you is right now we're looking at the leading edge of those damaging hurricane force winds now pushing through the Cape. And Lauren, this is an extremely populated area. It's a very busy roadway, which we know very well, working and living anywhere here in the Cape along Pine Island.
And, you know, we want to give you that live look. Our director is giving me the thumbs up back there. Thank you so much, team.
There it is.
So this is going to be the live look at the Fox 4 Tower cam. Honestly, I'm shocked that it's still working right now because it has been so windy there for hours. Every time we continue to check in, a very different look compared to when we bring it to you for a typical day on Fox 4 Morning News. This is supposed to be a live look at Nicholas Parkway and Pine Island Road. It's almost hard to even tell what intersection we're looking at. And Trent, if these people are just joining us. I am shocked to tell them it was less than 2 hours ago we saw people driving out on these roads.
And Lauren, this is just the edge of that eye wall as it gets there. On the north side of Pine Island, you have the Walmart Supercenter and the Kohl's. So just to give you an idea for those of you who may not recognize street names, but you understand restaurants or shopping plazas, as you work your way down Pine Island, what will end up being next are areas like Gator Mike's, and then you've got the big car dealerships, you've got the Kia, then there's Walmart's, Target's, Outback. There is all kinds of shopping here, and they are just now at our studios on Fox 4 getting the first of the brunt of this, because if you stop this view, or a matter of fact, I won't stop it, I'll just move it off to the left. Look at how bad Pine Island Center is getting hit right now, and this stretches all the way up. Matter of fact, Lauren, it goes almost down to locations we've been talking about earlier, Fuzzies, all
York
the way up.
Island, all the way up.
This is almost the entire Pine Island community. Let's zoom this back out because I want to see the eye wall here. Sorry, the mouse is a little touchy today. And there you go. There is that northern edge of the eye wall as it continues to move inland. One thing I want to note, too, over the last half hour or so, this storm has not lost its structure one bit whatsoever.
And that's been a trend we've been watching for days now. You and I have been noticing that this is almost a perfectly symmetrical eye when you're taking a look at it. That means that this is not being sheared off. It is perfectly stacked, and that allows it to strengthen. And that's one of the reasons why when we first started this morning, you and I, our shift at 2 o'clock in the morning, when we take a look at the satellite, that time of the morning, I was expecting, you know, it to be a little bit weakening just because it was going through that eye wall redevelopment. This system, it didn't even blink. It continued on its path, and it continued to be very organized.
Yeah, the water that's being pushed into Pine Island Sound right now just has to be incredible. This is probably one of the areas that we're going to see the higher range of the storm surge at 16 to 18 feet because the water continues to be pushed in there north of Sanibel through the causeway between the lighthouse and St. James City, and that water has to go somewhere. And I know there's some very low-lying areas there near the Ding Darling Wildlife Preserve, but the water is going to go through San Carlos Bay as well, up the Caloosahatchee. So this entire area, very low. There in the southern parts of the Cape, we used to have a tower cam on top of the Weston on the far end, and that right now is starting to get hammered by the core of the eye wall as well.
I do have a little bit of good news for people who are watching us, Trent. Really good news for us, I guess. We are talking about these conditions as it progresses to the east over to the Cape Coral area. My husband is staying at our home in northeast Cape Coral. He says he still has power. So when I say good news, I mean people are still able to listen to us and to take our warnings.
And that's the big thing here is now that this core of hurricane force winds are coming ashore, this is when we start to see the widespread power outages and a strong Category 4, weak Category 5. Lauren, you and I both lived through Hurricane Wilma. And when that storm came across, obviously through southwest Florida, went to the east coast, there were parts of Miami-Dade and Broward County that were without power for a month past Thanksgiving with that storm hitting in late October because of the widespread catastrophic damage, if you will. This storm is much, much stronger. And it's big like Wilma. The wind field, the tropical storm force winds go out 350 miles from the center.
So when it comes to Hurricane Wilma, I lived through that as well, and I'm trying to think, I think we were roughly without power for 2 to 3 weeks, but when we initially got those reports, it was our school that was potentially going to be without power for 6 to 8, and that really put my parents in a tough position to potentially look at different schools for us. So that is one of the storms that is just so memorable to me because it potentially had the chance to uproot our lives and make us just change our schools, our lives, our family structure. So when you take a look at a storm like this, you can only just deeply feel for the people and feel so empathetic as they continue to watch these conditions deteriorate around them.
Lauren, one other place we're going to have to start talking about here to not only really take action, but conditions starting to get worse and start to reach the peak of those winds, it's Fort Myers Beach. And right now you can see there to the south, you've got Sanibel here. This is the causeway. We had a crew, Elise Chingari, out at Punta Rasa. She was on the safe side of the bridge. That's where the Bimini Bait Shack sits. But now as you take San Carlos, you go down there past Jungle Golf and you're crossing the bridge, that is the area next that is starting to get in on some of these stronger hurricane force winds.
Yeah, and not only that, but when Elise was out there giving us that live look, she saw a lot of people trying to go over the Sanibel Causeway. They were trying to leave just a little too late. It was so gusty. That was hours ago that they had to turn around. So those are just an example of the people that were forced to say, hopefully that they are hunkered down right now and they're listening to any of the warnings that are coming through their TV from us or even from their phones if they still have service out there.
Lauren, what's really concerning about Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel is just simply the geography. If the coast was parallel north to south, the water would be able to run up it and be pushed in. But Fort Myers Beach starts to jet out towards the west, and Sanibel, it's famous for shelling.
Yeah.
And that's because the island sits perpendicular to the state and acts like a net and collects those shells. Well, Fort Myers Beach isn't a whole lot different, especially here on the edge. You and I have been out doing several special reports, including researching red tide for a little bit, and we all know how fast that water can jet around the park there at the end.
Yeah, and I know there have been projects to move sand around to try and protect the beaches in that area, but when you have a storm come through, it almost demolishes those types of efforts. I do want to talk a little bit more about Fort Myers Beach because if you just move up the Caloosahatchee and into Cape Coral, these are the areas that potentially could see up to 18 feet of storm surge, and we've been saying it all week long. Storm surge is very opportunistic. It likes to find its ways into the nooks and crannies, especially those canals, especially being so narrow, some of those canals over in Cape Coral. It is rushing through the Gulf into the Caloosahatchee and then back into those canals in Cape Coral. Our Fox 4 weather team has been so focused on this area for such a long time because we always felt that when storm surge did come through, that area was going to be so vulnerable.
Remember back, I believe it was Elsa, Amy went out to the Sanibel outlets when the rain bands set up, and we had flooding reported at the Sanibel outlets. Sanibel outlets here, roughly there where McGregor and Summerlin meet, and that water is moving through Iona, and the surge is just rushing on shore here all along Estero Boulevard. And we saw some images hours ago from Diamond Head. Correct?
You're correct,
and the water was all the way across some of the parking lots, and we can only assume was across Estero Boulevard. And the question is how far it has made it, because the surge has gone up over the last few hours and will continue to do so until we see the peak approach, which will be the landfall or just after.
So storm surge is going to be one of the main threats that we are looking at, but not the only threat. Trent, we're actually getting some new numbers in from the National Weather Service. This is going to be some wind speeds and gusts. So right now in Charlotte County, Punta Gorda, for example, they're picking up a wind speed within the past 6 hours of close to 80 miles per hour. And that's well north of some of the areas that we're talking about right now. I'm reading this live on air with you, so just give me a moment to go through here because we have quite a few readings coming in from Lee County. So right now, Ding Darling, which is one of the areas we've been talking about for almost 2 hours now.
Sits right here on the north side of Sanibel.
Wind speeds up to almost 85 miles per hour in the last 6 hours.
That it's just amazing. And some of these reporting sites, if they get into those winds that are strong Cat 4 to 5, the instruments are going to break. So it'll be interesting to see how long we can continue to get some data poured into the computers.
I'm just going through these numbers a little bit more right here. So it looks like Sarasota County over in Venice, it's a little bit less compared to those numbers, but still very high at 63 miles per hour. And it really just continues from there. As you go to northwest Cape Coral, we're pushing 50 miles per hour with those wind speeds. Punta Gorda, again, we have a different reading over there, so it's going to be 55. So kind of differing depending on where these instruments are set up. So this is just one of the things that we're monitoring right now, but we're walking you through it step by step right now.
Lauren, look at the last couple of, we have several monitors here we're looking at it. I don't want you guys to think we're kind of looking off into space, but the biggest one is in front of me here to where we're able to see the radar a little clear. Look what's happened here the last couple of radar scans with one of those vortices wrapping around the eye wall and just blowing up right now over Boca Grande, pretty much right there where the lighthouse sits, a couple of lightning strikes as well. This again is South Seas Resort and Inglewood, areas around Rotunda Linda and Placida, they are just getting hammered at the moment.
Yeah, they have been dealing with this for close to an hour and a half, 2 hours. And when you say it's really blowing up as it moves over that spot, one of the reasons is those Gulf waters, they are so warm right now. That doesn't help this type of situation.
Yeah, and mark the time right now. It's 12:36, and as we've been covering this storm throughout the morning, watch how fast that this vortex will wrap all the way around and almost do a lap and come back again. It is insane how fast it happens. It almost looks like we're missing data sometimes when it comes in, and it just is to a testament on how strong the hurricane is. Lauren, we've really got to start talking about something that it's going to hit downtown Fort Myers.
Yeah.
I think we're to the point where it's just inevitable, right?
Yeah, I do think anyone who might be in that area, and also but continuing down to US 41 and some of those other portions, we're going to get to the point in San Carlos Park even, for example, we would have to watch out for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of areas here. The flooding in Bonita Springs is going to be a concern. We've had Colton Chavez out there here throughout the morning, who started our coverage 2 days ago down in Marco Island, but due to mandatory evacuations, had to work his way back up the coast. And while the rainfall is not the huge story now, it's the wind at the moment and the surge. We saw it go from an estimated 12 to 16, and then you broke the news earlier that it was up to 18, I believe, with the 11 a.m. advisory, or shortly before.
Shortly before, and really we're already getting numbers in from certain buoys and meters, and once these numbers are confirmed, it could be a historic storm surge. That's what they're saying in our National Weather Service chat for the Naples community. So those are just a couple of the numbers coming in, but as Trent mentioned, some of these instruments are going to start to give out as the conditions really start to deteriorate.
And I believe we were showing the bridge in Tampa there, the Skyview Bridge. If we happen to have the camera on top of the studio at Fox 4, I would still love to see it because it was rocking and rolling earlier, and it just kind of gives us a view outside while we're safe in a secure location here. Lauren, downtown Fort Myers, stretching along McGregor, the wind is coming across the river right now, but the river is swollen because it has been pushed in due to the rising sea level, or the rising storm surge from the storm. So right now that water is also getting a push into the Cape Coral side, so the flooding is getting near the peak here for the southern parts of the Cape.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why these areas are just so at risk is going to be because we have the winds coming right out of the southwest. I see our director, they're getting my attention back there because they want to give us that live look. I am so shocked that this camera is still working, Trent.
Me too. It's up there. It's a couple hundred feet up, and it continues to look there to the southeast. And Lauren, did we just jinx it?
Did it go out?
I think we just jinxed it.
Oh,
there,
no,
there it's
came
back.
back.
There it's back. Just getting some signal. I thought there for a minute we lost it. We have got the hurricane force core moving into the Cape. The radar behind us shows that core, the leading edge. And Lauren, again, here comes that vortex wrapping around the north side. Just as quick as we pointed it out, it's starting to pull offshore. Now we'll watch it wrap all the way back around and possibly hit Sanibel once again.
Yeah, and so as this continues to push east, I'm getting more alerts on my phone. So I have the Ring doorbell app, so all of our neighbors have been posting, and I see right now power is out, Diplomat and Chiquita, and this is only the beginning, because as this system continues to push closer to the east, we're going to see some more power outages. So it looks like we also have some more live pictures coming up. So as soon as it's ready, they're going to take it and let us know, because at the moment, we've taken a lot of our crews in for their own safety. I can see my news director, and I can also see our directors giving us the thumbs up for that live picture. So I'm so sorry, Adam, did you say this was Bonita? Englewood. Okay, so this is a live look at Englewood right now. You can see the raindrops right there on the lens. The surf is looking very rough, and as you have Trent, who's going to relocate this radar that we have up here, it's going to show you that the reason why the water looks so far back is because we have the winds coming out of the opposite direction that we have for Sanibel, who's dealing with the storm surge.
Yeah, Inglewood Beach right there. Boy, it's rough, but like you mentioned, pushing offshore. The worst of it is actually just south of 776 in Rotunda, and still over parts of Boca Grande, as that area is getting hit yet again with the northern edge of this eye wall, with the the winds, hurricane force, and continuing to pick up. Now, Inglewood, Northport, northbound there along I-75, you can see the heavy rain that's continuing to push in. These live shots are great for us here because not only can we see what's going on with the radar, but we can get, like I mentioned earlier, boots on the ground without actually putting someone in harm's way. So the more cameras like this that we can find there back in the booth, thank you guys for all the hard work, not only to find one, but find one that's actually up and running at the moment.
Yeah, exactly, especially as we start to get more and more word about power outages right now. We're also getting more pictures coming in right now. Okay, say that one more time for me, Autumn. Okay, it looks like they're working on some stuff for us back there. I can see her pointing the finger. We have a large team out here waiting to put all of this together to bring you just the best live looks we can. So it sounds like it's Port Charlotte that we have the live look of that we're working on. So as soon as we got Port Charlotte, which is going to be just a little bit to the south and also to the east of where we just showed you right on the shore of over at Englewood.
Yeah, you got Inglewood there over your left shoulder, but Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, we've got a rain band that's getting ready to cross the mouth there of the Peace River. And this is going to bring additional heavy rain and stronger winds across the river into Port Charlotte. The Punta Gorda Airport sits there, and as you head southbound there on Tamiami Trail, so far most of the heavy rain has been south along Burnt Store and the Cape, where we continue to monitor our tower cam to make sure not only is it functioning, but it gives us again an idea. We can see those street lights and some of the trees in the distance. But areas there in the Cape, Lauren, you've got Sunsplash, which sits right there, and it's just such a populated area that's dealing with storm surge. Evacuation zones come up and past Pine Island Road, and now we got those strong hurricane force winds. I'm just really curious to see what the ground truth is there as far as where the storm surge ends up.
And you and I also worked together when it came to Elsa as it came through Southwest Florida, and we had those bands that set right up on top of Cape Coral and caused devastating flooding for some people up and down Nelson Road. That was one of the areas that we had our Colton Chavez go out to. I mean, he had people who were still trying to drive through those flooded streets. One man even had a baby in the back of his car. That brings me back to our Cape Coral Tower cam, because 2 hours ago we had people driving out on Pine Island Road.
Yeah, that was an interesting day. We received 12 inches of rain in about 12 hours, or a little under, 18 inches to the north. And while the story today, rain is definitely going to be an issue. We're under that flood watch. It is the devastating wind and devastating storm surge with this storm. And we use those words because that's what we've got. It's not an exaggeration. We have got one of the strongest storms to ever hit the state. It's in the top 7. It is a strong Category 4, just 2 miles per hour shy of becoming a Category 5, which is the strongest hurricane that you can have.
So Trent, I don't know if you were able to hear that cue, but it looks like we have video of our crews driving through downtown Fort Myers. You see those iconic palm trees that line our streets. This is something that we are so well known for, and they are being ripped up by the wind and the rain right now. Not to mention, Trent, this was one of the areas maybe 20 minutes ago that you said now is the time to ring the bell eventually for downtown Fort Myers. It's now your time to find your safe space, because we have the outer core of the eye wall that is inching closer to you.
Yeah, that first shot there, those royal palms, beautiful shot down McGregor. Why we're called the City of Palms, right? And the history there along that street with the Edison Ford Winter Estates, just tremendous. And I'm hoping that we come through better than what's expected with this strong storm that, like you mentioned, the core is beginning to push inland, and it won't be long until downtown Fort Myers starts to feel what the Cape is feeling. And looking at the last few radar scans, Lauren, we keep talking about the camera on top of our studios because we can see it. It's ground truth. We're not quite to the worst of it yet, because look back towards Cayo Costa here in Boca Grande. They're still in the strongest part of that eye wall as it moves in. Now, coming up here in an hour or two, and I say an hour or two because this is not an extremely fast-moving hurricane. We're looking at 10 miles per hour. Sanibel and some of the Lee Islands here, the barrier islands, are going to end up on the inside of this hurricane. They're going to end up in the eye of this storm.
Yeah, we've been kind of going over that repeatedly on air, that this is not going to be something that starts and then ends very quickly. It is a very large hurricane that we are dealing with. The last time you and I measured the eye wall from wall to wall, it was roughly 80 miles across. So I don't know if that's what we're also still looking like, but that means this is going to be an hours-long event, and it's just the beginning that we are dealing with right here.
Yeah, here, let me pause the last image here, and I'll just go from one side to another. It looks like about 40 miles. And then, Lauren, we talked about the hurricane force winds definitely extending out 80 miles.
Yes.
So the symmetry here of the eye wall as well shows you the organization and the strength of the storm. It's almost perfectly symmetrical as you look at the radar and you crisscross it. We're 30 to 35 miles roughly, no matter any way that you measure the storm. The strongest radar echoes right now still on the northern side there. Bokeelia absolutely getting rocked right now. We would show you our tower cam from the Tarpon Lodge, but that camera is no longer functioning or working. This storm is continuing to drift off to the northeast here and bringing more heavy rain up to Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. John Barron started the day there, and his shot was the most active from 4 a.m. through most of the morning until we had to move to trade out crews.
Yeah, actually, speaking of our crews right now, we do have our Caitlin Knapp. It sounds like she is out and about, and she has her live lookup right now. I can't really tell where she is. Caitlin, can you just tell us where you are right now and what it looks like around you?
Yeah, so right now we are stationed in a parking garage in downtown Punta Gorda. We just got back from meeting up with John Barron and our photographer Travis. We had to go to the DeSoto County line where the wind was really starting to pick up there to a point where once we got out of the car to talk real quick, I almost had to hold on to something because those gusts really just started slamming all of us. But now, again, we're in a parking garage in downtown Punta Gorda, and some of the palm trees behind me are just rocking back and forth. It might be a little hard to see because of this netting in the parking garage, but just beyond these palm trees is the Peace River. We haven't been over there yet just because the wind is picking up, the rain is picking up, and we wanted to make sure that we could get to a safe place. But on our way here from DeSoto County near Arcadia, really about 25 minutes from the heart of Arcadia, we saw some minor flooding on the side of the road. We even saw some trees snapped in half. A lot of debris already in the road as far as palm fronds go, but as with this area right here, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these palm fronds started just snapping off here as well. Now, Charlotte County Emergency Management, they will be hosting a press conference at 3 o'clock today, bringing the latest on how Hurricane Ian is impacting Charlotte County. If you are in the area right now, we did see a few people out on the road just kind of looking around. One car was even abandoned. If you are wanting to go and look around, you should not be doing that right now because this has made landfall. We aren't feeling the effects of it just yet in Punta Gorda as far as the winds starting to pick up a lot more to those really bad hurricane force winds, but it is coming. Charlotte County EMS as well as Punta Gorda Police, they have stopped all emergency services right now. A little bit earlier at our hotel room, we saw one ambulance go just off into a neighborhood. We don't know what that emergency was, but at this point, they have suspended all emergency services. We haven't seen the bridges quite yet, US 41 as well as the I-75 bridges. But as I was saying yesterday when I was out here in Punta Gorda, if it's at least 40 miles an hour, those tropical storm force winds, they will shut it down. We did see some street crews out here. We weren't sure if they were blocking the road, not exactly sure what they were doing, but they did have their emergency lights on as well. I actually did see FP&L out here earlier today. Nobody was in the truck, but it was stationed kind of just throughout the county. We're assuming what they're going to be doing is once it's safe to go out, they're going to assess the situation and get power back up as soon as possible. We're going to stay here in this parking garage as Hurricane Ian starts to move forward. We want to make sure we're also in a safe location as well. And I'll be bringing you the latest from right here in Punta Gorda. Back to you guys in the studio.
Caitlin, thank you so much. And, please stay safe out there as Trent and I continue to watch the radar, and we can see that's one of the areas where you are right now that is dealing with heavy wind and also heavy rain. Just to kind of recap what Caitlin said there, she actually has seen a couple of people out and about driving around, and at one point an abandoned car. So we still have people who are going to be walking around or trying to drive around in the storm. If you think that now is the time that you can leave, it is not. That time has passed. You need to make sure that you are listening to the warnings of your local officials, also of the team here at Fox 4, and you're getting to a safe space inside of your home.
Just continue to watch this symmetrical ring move inland now and just hammering once again the northern parts of Pine Island, bringing more surge coming in out of the southeast here for Boca Grande. And it appears here on the radar imagery that it won't be but a matter of minutes. Captiva, Sanibel, areas around Bowman Beach are going to start entering the eye of the hurricane, and you're going to feel the calm. You're going to notice it. It's going to become quiet. The rain's going to stop. The wind's going to stop. And there's going to be a moment for some locations here, it's still too early to say which ones, are going to be able to peek out a window, look outside from the eye of a storm. But it's not over. And I can't stress that enough, because that's a mistake that's been made a lot, as the backside of the hurricane still is yet to come through. Once it does, you will get the backside of this strong hurricane moving through, and then the winds are going to come in a completely different direction.
And Trent, that is why we keep telling people this is not just a couple of hours, this is an hours-long event, because you're going to have the first band crossover, then the eye, as you just mentioned, the center of Ian, and then again, the backside of all of this. So we are just waiting for more live looks. I can see through our chat that we have more video coming in and more live looks from our crews, but right now we're moving them around for their own safety. And I have Shari and our Chris Earl off to the side. They've been giving me some eyes, some hand cues, so I'm kind of just waiting for them on standby to let us know when we can give you those live views.
All right, thank you, Lauren and Trent, for keeping us updated.
So amazingly well. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shari Armstrong from Fox 4.
I'm going to go ahead and take it here.
Okay.
We're going to let Lauren step off in just a second. We're going to keep the radar up. There you are, Shari. If you want to introduce yourself, joining the coverage here this afternoon. We are swapping out and trading some crews here. And Shari, good morning. Hopefully you were able to get some rest here. And what we're looking at is a storm that continues to move on through. And if we could just take Shari back real fast, let her kind of reset and introduce herself.
Thanks, Trent. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shari Armstrong here from Fox 4. We are switching in and out. Our whole team is working to keep you updated as of right now and throughout the storm. We are here with you. I am from Southwest Florida. I have lived through Charlie. I have lived through Irma, and I myself haven't seen anything like this, and honestly haven't felt as anxious as I have been feeling today. So I want to be very transparent with you. On the other side of that, I want to let you know that we are here getting you the most up-to-date information. We're committed to keeping you updated on air, online, in our apps. I know some of you, you're just hearing our voices at this time. Turn the volume all the way up. As Trent has previously said, we're here for you, keeping you updated, and I want to go over just some of those key points as of right now. One of the strongest storms to ever hit the state. This isn't a fast event, as our weather team has been telling you and working to keep you updated. This is a slow moving event, and we are working to keep you updated as much as possible and just what that means for your community. You can expect wind and that whistling sound you might be hearing for hours and even off and on, depending on where you are. Now, at this time, speaking of that wind, it looks like we have our Alexandra Rangel live for you right now. Alex, what are you seeing at this time?
I went to a different crew.
Hello there. We are on the parking garage at Florida Gulf Coast University, and we want to show you the conditions here. Just take a look at this palm tree. This is showing you how that wind is gusting. We are experiencing those wind gusts here. You might have seen it momentarily. It kind of knocked my photographer a little bit. You can see how it's pushing the water and debris onto the roadway here. And earlier you received an alert on your phone saying it's no longer safe to evacuate, to shelter in place, and first responders are stressing that. I reached out to the Charlotte County Public Safety Information Officer, and he said no responders are responding in that area right now. That's Punta Gorda Police, Fire, Inglewood Fire, the Sheriff's Office. I'm told it's just too dangerous for them. They are taking 911 calls, and I know we've been stressing that to you all at home. They're triaging that. They're prioritizing that so you can call 911. I was actually told that they were able to walk someone through a home birth. So they are still there for you. Right now, they said it's just too dangerous, and they're focusing on what's next. They're looking into their plan, making sure that their public safety crews are ready to get out when it's safe, start clearing the roadways, start making sure that if you lost your home, they're able to get to you, find a place for you to go. And speaking of home, I reached out as well to the Lee County EMA, and they told me that we have about 4,000 people in shelters right now who are really taking this serious and spending time there, just making sure that their loved ones are safe. And that's the big thing that we want. We want you to be safe in this storm. That's why we've been bringing you nonstop coverage, just making sure that everyone is okay. Right now, like I said, we are experiencing different wind gusts in this area, and it just picks up momentarily, but we are on the southeast part of this storm. We're in that main area right at this moment, but we will be making sure to bring you the latest, and for now I'm going to send it back to you all in the studio.
Go ahead and keep you updated in regards to what's going on right now. Jeremy, I see you waving your hand in the background there. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, but I think we want to send it over to Trent right now to get you the latest on radar. Trent?
All right, sounds good. We'll continue to track this here as the core of this hurricane pushes on shore. I want to give a little wider view as we're looking at the northern edge of that eye wall, push onto areas around Boca Grande and Cayo Costa, also Rotunda, Inglewood, right there on that northern fringe. Ahead of it, off to the north along 17 and Arcadia, unfortunately an area where the Horse Creek, Mayaca River, and also Peace River have had flood warnings for a while. We are continuing to see heavy rainfall. Briefly, we saw a tornado warning in the northeastern parts of DeSoto County as it whipped around 17, and just like that, as it moved 45 miles per hour, it was gone. This heavy rain is moving into Venice and parts of Sarasota as it wraps around the storm, and the overall movement here continues to be out of the northeast. So as we look at the actual core of the hurricane, it won't be all that much longer until all Sanibel and Captiva are inside the eye of a very large Hurricane Ian. You see the worst of the weather right now with a couple of lightning strikes around one of those vortices wrapping around the northern fringe, pushing off into the Gulf waters, and another one developing here south of Sanibel, getting ready to slam into areas along the lighthouse and the fishing pier. And as the storm continues to move northeast and has that easterly component, the Cape will continue to pick up more of those damaging hurricane force winds, and we'll see downtown Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte in next as the northeastern part of that eye wall approaches as well. What's going to happen here throughout the day? It's going to take a while here to get the storm moving and to get it out of our area. At 10 miles per hour, it is going to be a bit. Matter of fact, as we look at the measuring tool here, let me get that pulled up. We'll go from the leading edge of this storm. Hang on 1 second as we switch sources here and load it up. It's going to take hours. We're talking about this afternoon, 2, 3 o'clock for that center to continue to move inland. As it loads in, you can see heavy rain also continuing along I-75 out towards Gateway and Lehigh Acres. Tropical storm force gusts around those wind bands. So if it's getting loud there from the airport northbound, it's because of those rain bands continuing to wrap around. So at 10 miles per hour, you put the measuring stick on, and in about 5 hours, the center is going to be somewhere into Charlotte County if it continues to move northeast. Now, these lines I'm drawing by no means are they a forecast. It's just kind of showing an overall general movement and a timeline as they continue off to the south. Gotcha. Not sure that's going to work. We'll have to talk about it coming up here in just a second. But as we look here, going northbound, you can see Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte right there along the Peace River. The wind's wrapping in from the southwest and pushing the water inland. And Rotunda, Inglewood, it is coming down in a hurry. If you're shuttered in your house, it's loud, and it is going to be that way here for a bit because you're on the northern fringe of the eye wall. Again, the view here as we broaden it out shows the storm continuing to push inland. The eye, we've measured it. It is almost identically symmetrical, about 30 miles north to south, east to west, as it kind of wobbles its way closer to shore. And we'll watch any kind of wobble off to the northeast because it will make a difference for some communities. But we've been talking about it throughout the morning, unlike Charlie, which if you take that damaging core of hurricane force winds, it would fit easily in the eye of Hurricane Ian. This is a very large storm, which is why the storm surge threat continued here from the Caloosahatchee south all the way down towards Chokoloskee and also through the Charlotte Harbor. The numbers throughout the morning, when we got the latest information here from the hurricane hunters, pushed the winds from 120 to 140 and eventually up to 155. And that was when we took a minute, we took a beat, Lauren and I stopped, we defined what was going on and talked about how this unfortunately was going to be a historic, catastrophic storm for Southwest Florida in a way that we don't want to make history. So as the storm continues to push inland, we're watching ever so closely the barrier islands right now from Bokeelia all the way northbound here. And for now, I want to send it over to the governor.
There will be debris in the air and flooding powerful enough to move cars around. So please do not be outside during this storm. If you're in those Southwest Florida counties, you need to be sheltering in place. Don't forget that Ian will produce hurricane-strength winds and massive floodings, not just where it makes the initial landfall, but throughout the state of Florida. So central and northeast Florida will also feel impacts. Now, while most people in the evacuations did leave, there were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in Southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in Southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of Southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in Southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is passed and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all downed power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back you're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places staged. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. If you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoists, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, and we'll request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many decades ago. Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive. And people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian. So the effects of this are going to be broad, and we appreciate the Biden administration's consideration for the people of Florida during this time of need. When I was in Lake City, you had massive numbers of linemen, but you have those staged all over the state. There's now over 42,000 linemen and other personnel ready to restore power in 30 different areas across the state. And those linemen and other associated personnel hail from, of course, many from Florida, but from 27 different states. Of course, our Department of Transportation does have 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations, understanding how important it is to get those roadways clear as soon as possible. Supplies will be brought in by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. Airports in Southwest Florida do have teams behind, and they are going to work to clear those runways as soon as the storm has passed. We appreciate the Florida National Guard's really impressive mobilization of over 5,000 folks, as well as 2,000 additional guardsmen from other states. They have 9 Chinook helicopters ready to go, and additional 22 helicopters will be coming in after landfall that will be here within the next 24 hours. Kevin will talk a little bit more about this, but we have the 5 urban search and rescue teams. You'll hear from FWC about what they're doing, high water vehicles from Florida Highway Patrol, and of course our Coast Guard partners. There is going to be a massive effort as soon as it passes Southwest Florida to be able to get out, recon the area, and identify areas where there may be a need of rescue services. And some of these counties obviously know where residents decided to hunker down in, so they're going to be looking there first. But this is going to be really, really important to be able to get, I think in Hurricane Michael, I mean, it took a few days to be able to get into Mexico Beach. We have the air assets to be able to recon and know where the response efforts need to go. And so in total, we have nearly 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already in the major impacted areas and nearly 50 that are staged and ready to come in as needed. These include smaller rescue-oriented boats, airboats, and larger boats that will be delivering supplies by water if need be. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent us support, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I just spoke with Kay Ivey from Alabama, and she's supporting sending some Black Hawk helicopters down to help. Governor Bill Lee in Tennessee fast-tracked a request that we had from Tennessee. We appreciate that. I was also just able to speak with John Bell Edwards from Louisiana. They've helped us, but he said, hey, we've got a lot of experience in hurricanes recently, so these guys are good. Ask us. We want to send more. And so we really appreciate that consideration, and if we need that, we certainly will do that. We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance, so the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation if they have been displaced by this storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, and that's at www.volunteerflorida.org, www.volunteerflorida.org, and you can look to see of the volunteer opportunities. This is going to be a rough patch here for the rest of today and into tomorrow. But we understand how significant this storm is. Yes, there'll be an immediate response. Yes, there will be things that happen with recovery. Eventually, there won't be much media attention on this as the weeks and months go on. But we understand a storm of this magnitude is going to require an effort over an extended period of time. Those are good folks down in Southwest Florida. They've got really great, thriving communities. This is not anything anyone wants to deal with. It's not something we certainly ask for, but we're going to step up. We're going to be there for folks, and we're going to make sure that folks get back on their feet, and Southwest Florida comes back better than ever. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor has said, Hurricane Ian is approaching landfall as a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour in Lee and Charlotte counties. At this time, the division has received nearly 1,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and 864 of those are either in process or completed. We are working as quickly as we can to address the needs of those impacted areas. This morning I talked with each and every local emergency manager in the direct path of the storm. If you are sheltering in place in the path of the storm, we're asking you to now please visit floridadisaster.org/info and fill out our shelter in place survey. Again, that is floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter in place survey. The shelter in place survey is designed to provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your families as soon as possible. This is primarily for those who did not evacuate, so that we know where you're at. This is not a substitute for 911. If you have an immediate need and you need first responder assistance, you need to dial 911. Please understand that those 911 services may not be able to come to you right now, but again, if you need emergency services, dial 911. Even if it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. I encourage our individuals near Sanibel, near that Fort Myers area, as the eye wall starts to come on shore, if everything stops, the storm is not over. If you can hear us, if you can see us on your TV, you're most likely to have bright, sunshiny area here very soon. You're in the eye of the storm. Stay inside. Stay indoors. Do not go outside. You do not know when that eye wall will collapse. So please stay safe. Avoid down power lines and down trees and standing water when it is over. Use extreme caution. If you see any type of line, do not cut them. Do not cut fiber optic lines. Fiber optics are the backbone of our communication system that allows us to have connectivity for your cellular devices on wireless networks. It provides access to the internet. It provides access to social media. Please do not cut fiber optic lines. To the communities beginning to experience these devastating impacts of Hurricane Ian, know that the state of Florida is standing with you. We have plenty of resources to respond to your need. We have thousands of boats on the ground. We have thousands of boots on the ground. We're ready to assist you. We will make sure that all available resources are used to help you through this difficult time. Please do everything you can right now to stay safe. Thank you, Governor, very much for the opportunity to be here and be your director.
Thank you. All right, Colonel Roger Young, Director of the Division of Law Enforcement, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Director, for your leadership and support as always, but especially during these trying times. So on behalf of the FWC, I'm Colonel Roger Young, and know that the men and women of the FWC send our prayers and support to all those in the path of the storm at this time. But also know that the FWC officers across the state are prepared, trained, and ready for a full response to this storm. We have 100 officers outside of the affected area ready to respond with high water vehicles and specialized equipment and vessels. We also have 250 vessels staged already inside the affected area that will be ready and utilized for response to this storm. So just know that we appreciate all the support that we're getting, but officers will be ready to respond in this time. Just want to say thanks to everyone, and the FWC officers will be ready for response. Thank you.
Okay, Agency for Healthcare Administration, we have our Secretary, Simone Marstiller.
Governor, thank you very much for your leadership. Director Guthrie, you as well. Good afternoon. As the eye of Hurricane Ian makes landfall, all healthcare facilities have made the necessary preparations and stand ready for Ian's impact. Since the beginning of the emergency, our agency has been focused on the safety and well-being of residents and patients and hospitals and long-term care facilities. We've activated the health facility reporting system, and we've requested and still do request that all healthcare facilities continue to report their census, their available beds, their evacuation status, and their generator status information. And that includes even facilities that might be outside of the impacted areas, because we need to be sure that we can provide the necessary resources to assist everyone when the time comes for response and recovery. As of today, ACA's teams have coordinated with our licensed healthcare facilities in evacuating more than 7,000 patients and residents from 150 facilities. Additionally, our team has activated the Emergency Patient Lookup System, or E+. This system allows special needs shelters in impacted areas to retrieve patient medical records and help medical providers and emergency response personnel to locate missing or displaced persons after the storm. We also have nearly 400 ambulances, paratransit buses, and support vehicles standing by to respond to the areas of impact. In addition to ACA's team's regular visits to all of our licensed healthcare facilities, we have completed more than 343 additional on-site visits to our nursing homes and assisted living facilities within the cone of expectance to verify generator compliance in response to Hurricane Ian. Today, and I know you've heard the governor say this over the last few days, but 100% of our operating long-term care facilities have generators on site. We've also worked very closely with our partners at the Florida Hospital Association, the Florida Healthcare Association and Leading Age, Florida Senior Living, and the Florida Assisted Living Associations. And we've activated, working with them, the Patient Movement Mission. We know that facilities are currently bracing for impact as Hurricane Ian is anticipated to make landfall here shortly. Following the storm, the Agency for Healthcare Administration stands ready to immediately deploy our surveyors for on-site visits to the impacted facilities. During these visits, we will ensure that each facility is maintaining an appropriate temperature for residents and that all other conditions in those facilities are safe for residents. If you are a patient or resident or family member of someone in one of our long-term care facilities or any other healthcare facility, and you experience any issues during the storm that are related to that facility or your stay there or the service, please know that you can lodge a complaint with the Agency for Healthcare Administration on our website, and that's ahca.myflorida.com, using our online complaint portal. If you are a licensed healthcare provider and experience any issues during the storm, please, of course, notify your local emergency manager, but also please report through our health facility reporting system immediately so that we know exactly what your status is and what we need to do to provide you the resources and help that you need. Moving forward, the agency will continue to require these kinds of status reports for power outages, bed availability, and other needs. This has truly been a collaborative effort, and I and my team appreciate all of the work that our agency partners have been putting in. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. So as we see power outages accumulate over the next day, 2 days, the crews that are assembled, massive numbers of people, one of the first orders of business, restore power, fuel, all the essentials. Not every power outage is going to be created equal across the state over the next 2 days. When you have a storm coming in at 155 miles an hour, that's not just going to knock down a few power lines. Yeah, it's going to do that, but it also has the potential to really uproot a lot of the infrastructure that makes people connected and that is used to deliver power to people. And so that will just require a reconstruction of that, and that's something that can be done, but it's not as easy as just simply hooking up a down power line back into place. And so as you get more severe wind impacts, more powerful storm, the storm surge, that's where you're in jeopardy of seeing a lot of that infrastructure disrupted in a way that will require more than just simply rehooking it. It's also the case that you may have homes and or businesses that are not going to be able to take the power because of changes to what's happened to their structures. So just keep that in mind. The folks that are staged are mindful of those different things. They want to get in as soon as possible, assess the damage, and help do the restoration efforts. Some of that may just be typical repair, but some of it may be more in the line of reconstruction. So just be prepared for that. I mean, we've been saying that there was going to be, significant power outages with a storm of this magnitude. That's just the reality. So It's going to pass today from Southwest Florida. As soon as it's safe to go in, there's going to be people. I've already talked to a lot of the locals. They know where they need to look to see the damage assessments, to look to see where people may be in harm's way. Obviously, folks at the state level are going to be doing the same thing, and it's important. And we want to make sure, obviously, save people that may need to be rescued, but then get these services started again, because we need to get people back on their feet as soon as possible. Okay, with that, I'll take some questions.
Governor, you mentioned that there were some people that have chosen not to stay, that lived in that were staying in evacuation areas. Do you have any sense?
And we've just been hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis with the news conference, giving us all an update on state response, as well as also telling people to not go outside because that could interfere with emergency response as well.
That's right. Even if conditions have somehow gotten better in your area, he is saying stay inside. Of course, a big part of the conversation today comes down to power outages. I'm talking to people on social media. I'm hearing from you saying you are without power at this time, communicating via your phones. So the governor echoing those sentiments, saying 200,000 outages throughout the state right now. And of course, they are expecting that number to increase as well. Part of our conversation here at the station has been rescue plans and restoration from FPL and LCEC. They do tell us you don't need to report an outage at this time. They do have crews on the ground ready to respond, and you can keep up with them in your app, whether you have FPL or LCEC. Also, the governor says, as he's been saying throughout the last couple days, that they are ready to respond, even prepare to deliver supplies by water.
And also note on curfew, this came out from Naples within the past half hour. City of Naples has a curfew in place immediately to not have anybody outside of their home, especially on the roads. Also Collier County telling people to just stay off the roads right now, especially in southern Collier County, because of the storm. Many of them could be impassable.
That's right. So we have video. We have crews on the ground who have been working together. We know many of you are in your homes. You're not exactly sure what this looks like. So we want to show you right now what it looks like. Guys, I believe we can pull up this video. It looks like it is in downtown Fort Myers. And we have been seeing flooding and wind throughout the area.
And that has certainly been a very dire situation, as you can imagine. And because of cell phones and other technology, at least we're getting a really good look as much as you can before cell phones go down and some of the other elements of it where you can definitely see it creeping up in some spots.
That's right. And take a look at this hotel video from our Elise Chingari. If you see what these people are doing here, they are essentially struggling to keep the front doors of this hotel closed. You can see there are about 5 to 8 people there working to try to keep those doors closed there, Chris.
And you can also imagine just the level of stress that this also causes, not just the physical, but also the mental as you're trying to work through it. As you can also see some of the winds there breaking down those hotel doors there. That's coming from Sanibel Island. Just one part on the ground from just how dire the situation has gotten.
That's right. This wind and the rain that we're dealing with. And of course, the conversation here, a lot of it has been storm surge as well. So we're keeping a close eye on this. And this is a reminder why officials are saying, just like we heard from the governor, stay inside as of right now.
Let's bring in Fox 4's Colton Chavez. Hello, Colton.
How are you guys doing?
Hey, Chavez, you've been working hard out there. What are you seeing for so many people who are sheltering in place right now? Can you tell us what you've been seeing? You've been out there.
You know, I think the first thing I really noticed when I was out there is how quickly things change. I mean, we talk about it on air, but being out there and when the rain started to come down, there's really no way to be able to predict it. When it comes, and it comes fast, it comes hard. And luckily, I've been, dependent on both Trent and Lauren all day long telling me, hey, you need to go here, you need to go there. It's because it's constantly readjusting. There's no way to really truly plan for it.
We've been hearing all throughout the day, as well as yesterday, the importance of staying inside, sheltering if you couldn't evacuate. When did it reach the point for you and the crew that you were with to say, okay, this is just too much?
I would have to say it got to be too much when we tried to make our way down to Bonita Beach. And I've been down to Bonita Beach before. There were some overpasses that usually we can stay dry, we can stay out of the water, but seeing the Gulf that for the first time and seeing how big those whitecaps, and if you've been into the Gulf of Mexico, you know we don't get whitecaps at all. To be able to see that, I think we did one live shot down there, and Trent got immediately in my ear and said, hey, we need to get you inland because that thing's moving fast.
And you think about beach access number 1 there at Bonita Beach, where the road is not that far from the shore. There's not a lot of room there, so you think about those violent waves crashing up against the shore and the impact that can have.
Can you talk a little bit about driving conditions? We've been telling people stay off the road, stay in your home. Can you paint a picture for what you're actually seeing and what it was like coming back to here to this location?
Well, going back to those wind gusts, we started seeing stuff from trees falling into the street. That started pretty much filling up all of Bonita Beach Road. And actually, while we were on our way to Bonita Beach, we actually did come across a vehicle that went into a tree.
Wow.
Yeah, and so we went up, we checked it out, and there was nobody inside. Somebody who was passing by said, hey, we saw the people that were inside the car. They were able to get out of the car and be taken away. But the big point I wanted to kind of stress is there's no emergency services out there to really be able to address that. So that car was just left there in the median, and by the time we left just 1 hour ago, that car was still there. And it, like I said, there were palms and things falling off of trees constantly as we were driving home.
And Bonita is at risk of this high water. You've got the Imperial River there just north of Bonita Beach Road. I want to say you were down there back in June during that initial storm that we had. And it's very susceptible when you have this, much less during something of the strength and the scope that we're seeing from Hurricane Ian.
Right, and we've talked about storm surge and these rising levels the entire time. I was actually in a neighborhood earlier today, and you could see the river and you could pretty much watch it slowly starting to creep into this neighborhood. We did live shots and we talked about it. At 1 hour, I'd say it used to be here, now it's here. When within 6 hours, it's in front of homes, it's covering full streets. Water so deep from the Imperial River, Shari, that fish were starting to swim through it. And that's when we were like, wow, this is really starting to get out of hand quickly.
Wow. I remember your coverage in Cape Coral when you were out there during, that was Elsa, I believe. Yep. For people who, I think we're kind of painting a picture here that this is something that we have not seen before in our community. What is your message from being out in the community to people who are at home waiting to see what comes next?
Take it as it comes, and take the information that we're giving you, because that's the most important thing, is to be able to take all the information we're giving you to stay calm. If you were able to leave, great. If you're able to stay, then you know what, we need to go ahead and push through this thing together and turn your TV up, find those safe spots in your home. Trent and Lauren have been just amazing all morning long, and that's all I can really speak to right now, because I've been listening to them in my ear all day long, talking about, hey, if you chose this path, this is what we can do for you. If you chose this path, this is what we can do for you. And I think that's the best information that we're giving to people right now, is no matter what your situation is, we're going to continue to give you that up-to-date information to be able to handle whatever situation that may be, because in the end, we're all in this together.
That's good, Colton.
Yeah, on those notes, I mean, and that's just from one place, from one stretch. Once you see us in Bonita, everybody has a story right now, an experience, whether it's Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Captiva, people who are on Cape, South Cape, Pine Island, even going on up to Englewood, Boca Grande. Everyone has really been in, feeling the landfall impact of this.
Yeah, I'm speechless, like just hearing you, just because it is so personal. This is our community, this is my community, and just to hear when you were talking about the fish and the Imperial River and actually how much of a reality it became for you, it breaks my heart.
Well, and we all know this is our community. We live here, and for me, I have family who's in the Cape, and I have people sending me pictures, and I'm going, that's my street. That's the restaurant that I go to on the weekends. And you start to put all these pieces together, and it really just goes to show you how much you love your community and how much you take for granted your community for when situations like this happen.
And we see the pictures coming in. We see the fear from some people. Maybe they're writing on Facebook or Twitter, or maybe they have had mobility issues and maybe can't get away as easy as maybe other people could. And you just have to kind of sit here or stand here and shelter in place and wait for the storm to hit, with the hoping it doesn't hit you, and it might curve east and it might not. And everybody here has an experience, so, and feel free to reach out if you've got pictures from where you are. Stay safe to take them, but certainly we want to know about your experience as well, because we're all going through this. And once we emerge from this, we don't know how bad the damage is going to be. Power might be out for a lot of people, but we don't know if roofs are going to come off and everything else, or if we're going to get through it. Each house could be different. And it's just something we all have to remember. So be kind and be thoughtful throughout this, but also be informative. So
That's
thanks.
right. And you've been doing such a great job of keeping us informed, Cole.
I appreciate
you. We're still in here. All right, so no. We want you here. We want you safe with us. All right, but one thing we definitely want to do is keep you informed when it comes to what's going on with our weather right now. So we want to make sure we check in with Fox 4 certified meteorologist Trent Eric. Trent, what are you seeing right now on radar?
I just want to take 1 second and just commend all of our crews, and in particular Colton, this afternoon for staying in communication with us. This is the second storm we've got to work with him on where we've had direct impacts here in Southwest Florida, and it's just such an important job to get that ground truth before we have to pull them in to make sure that everyone is safe, because we're all wanting to know what is happening here in our community. We have a landfalling catastrophic hurricane. We've been talking throughout the morning. Our tone changed pretty dramatically between 8 o'clock and when those next couple of advisories came in, because we had a strong storm, a Category 3 with winds of 120 miles per hour. And just kind of recapping and resetting the stage of what happened before we swap out some crews here this afternoon. We went from a strong Category 3 to Category 4, winds of 140 miles per hour. Hurricane hunters were investigating the interior of the storm like that, 155. We had a Category 4 hurricane 2 miles per hour shy of becoming a Category 5. National Hurricane Center didn't miss a beat. They updated the storm surge values, and we went from an estimated 12, which was bad enough, to up to 18 feet of storm surge here in Southwest Florida. The language changed. It went from the devastating storm surge to catastrophic to life-threatening, and we are seeing that here in Southwest Florida as the eye here of this hurricane continues to push inland. As it moves northeast at 10 and we await for more data from the National Hurricane Center, it is now just simply a shelter in place and wait for this storm to be over event. You can see the eye of the hurricane, that northeastern eye wall between the Cape, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte, the center of which right now is moving over parts of Captiva, Cayo Costa, and eventually Boca Grande. And this is an area here that will be in the eye of the storm, to where you could take a moment here in just a bit, peek out of a hurricane shutter, look outside, and see the center, the eye, the calm of the storm for a minute, because you still have the backside of the hurricane to go through. You're only halfway done with this storm. That's the heartbreaking part here for areas that have already been battered for the last couple of hours. As we look for Bokeelia, Burnt Storm Marina, you've got Chiquita Boulevard here to the south, and what we're looking at is northwest there, 36th Avenue, and as you're working your way down towards Chiquita, southwest 39th Terrace, some heavy parts of this rain band, and if we were to put this into motion, which we're not, we're going to go neighborhood by neighborhood for just a moment, just to show you currently in that latest radar scan where some of the worst is happening. It's Punta Rasa north here across the Caloosahatchee, where that water has been going. You see the radar scan there? Every 6 minutes we get a new one, and honestly sometimes it looks like a mistake because how fast these rain bands are moving up. The areas that first got impacted by the leading eye wall here included Sanibel and the Sanibel Lighthouse. And Lauren, quickly, if we could go in towards the center part of Sanibel, in particular J. Ding Darling down towards Tarpon Bay Beach. Bowman's was one of the first places to see the outer part of that eye wall. So as you look here, that's Gulf Drive. We have seen video already this morning of water up to the bottom of a stop sign. So we know that there's severe storm surge already on the island. And as that water moved into some of those shallower areas around the wildlife refuge, we know from past storms, if you're ever to visit the visitor center there, there's high water marks on the stilts that the visitor center silts on that lets you know how high historically the water has been there. And we may be setting a record there for parts of Sanibel. As you cross Periwinkle to the south here and continue to move in the areas along the lighthouse and the fishing pier, this is Sandcastle Road, just getting hammered here throughout the morning. Let's go ahead and zoom back out if we can, Lauren. I want to go up to the north, Inglewood Rotunda, to take a look at some of the heaviest part of the northern part of that rain band. There you go, right there. And we'll start in Rotunda, and I want to work our way down towards the Cape as we have got a perfect donut-looking eye wall, and unfortunately, that perfect donut is devastating. Catastrophic winds right now from Port Charlotte southbound. Let's start here as we go right into the southern parts of Cape Hayes, Rotunda. That's where from Burnt Store across the Peace River, we have some of the strongest rain bands beginning to whip through, and you can see the radar picking up some of the rotation on those vortices as they rotate around. You see the radar updating once again, and south of 776, we have got some of the strongest parts of Hurricane Ian beginning to move on shore. All right, I want to go right here north of Pine Island, Lauren. Let's go to an area we're very familiar with at Fox 4. Our studios sit at the corner of Nicholas and Nicholas and Pine Island Road here in the Cape. And some of the locations here, Old Burnt Store Road, and I believe that's northwest. Is that 157th Terrace? No, it's 15th Terrace, my apologies, where we're seeing some of that heaviest beginning to move through. So as you head here down Diplomat, Andalusia, all of these locations are just getting pounded at the moment. And it's not just the heavy rain, it's that wind whipping in out of the south. Matt Lachey, the restaurants out there, we all know the ones we love. Bert's, Yucatan, Hooks, one of Lauren's favorites. They're not very high above sea level, and I can guarantee you right now they are underwater. And that is something that we're going to have to monitor. Simply too dangerous to send some of our crews in that direction. Let's go to downtown Fort Myers if we can. Because downtown Fort Myers and now starting to move towards I-75, and eventually it's going to be some of our inland communities, and we'll start to see that eye even not drift to the south, but begin to impact some of the southern areas because of the sheer size of this eye, which last time we measured was roughly about 35 miles across. So what you're looking at right now is Edison Avenue. You come across the bridges there towards the business district. You got McGregor to the south, and while the rain doesn't look all that impressive, it's definitely coming down at times. And so as we zoom out one more time, Lauren, we're going to look at the storm as a whole just to kind of give you an idea of what it's doing as it continues to move off to the northeast at about 10 miles per hour.
We actually have a live camera for you that is up.
Oh, live camera. All right, and if somebody could relay which camera this is I'm looking at. I'm without earpiece here at the moment, but like all the other tower cams we've been seeing here throughout the morning, that's the Luminary Hotel right across the Caloosahatchee there, and that is, boy, it is just a view that is quite ominous. Usually we look across the way there, and North Fort Myers looks beautiful in the distance over the bridges. So Lauren, pull this radar down just a touch, and the Luminary, the Oxbow, sits right in through here, and we're looking across the bridges at North Fort Myers, and that is where we're seeing some pretty heavy rain. So to give you an idea of what it looks like there, it is coming down. We still got the live shot up at the moment. Oh, no worries. The radar is loading up. You can see the core of that hurricane continuing to move on shore, just absolutely battering the outer barrier islands there. And once they continue to move inland, then it becomes areas such as Fort Myers, RSW, and that core of the hurricane will continue to move inland. Arcadia, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, and again, the worst of it right now in the southern parts of Cape Hayes, that heavy rain pulling through downtown. So here's Cleveland Avenue, and the Luminary Hotel, the camera we've been looking at, sits right here, right next to the Oxbow. If you are familiar with First Street in that area, check it out right there as we look across. That was the rain that we were looking into as the storm is pulling in from the south and those rain bands whip around. We have been pretty fortunate here throughout the morning that we haven't had all that many tornado warnings, even though we are in a tornado watch box through 5 o'clock, which could likely get extended based on the fairly slow movement of this hurricane off to the northeast at 10. Right now, Manatee Park, you can see some of that heavy rain. And let's go ahead and zoom into this area here. We'll go from Gateway up to roughly MLK. And we know this is always a very busy part of town in the morning hours when we're doing weather and traffic in the morning. And right now, from the airport, which you're seeing Perimeter Road to the south, you get up here and you've got Gateway Boulevard stretching over there towards Colonial and 82. A couple public shopping centers in through here. You got the El Primo Pizza, and it is coming down as well. Reports the Gateway Greens golf course has been without power for at least 4 hours. And the rest of this area, we have scattered power outages as well. And let's go ahead and slide up the north here, go up I-75 towards Buckingham, where we've gotten a few reports of flooding. So you saw the airport pop up there to the south, but I want to continue to slide up there towards Manatee Park. There's Tice, and as you move inland past Neal Road and Cemetery Road, we have had reports of flooding in this area already. And the worst, the core, if you will, of the hurricane has yet to make it that far inland. I want to just kind of reset, if we can, Lauren, and just show a wide view here before we send it over to Chris and Shari, is that this storm, we've been tracking it now, Lauren, it's coming up on 2 o'clock for 3.5 hours as it began to impact Sanibel. We talked about this being a very long event for Southwest Florida, and I think it's a good comparison to make that a Category 4 hurricane, 155, is equivalent to a EF3 tornado. The difference, tornadoes in and out in minutes. This hurricane is going to be providing that level of destruction for hours on end, plus the storm surge. Sanibel, we're still right there on the fringe, while parts of Captiva and Cayo Costa appear to be in the eye here of Hurricane Ian. Eventually, parts of the Cape and the southern parts of Charlotte County will enter the eye wall as well. For Bonita Springs, Fort Myers Beach, as the storm moves off to the northeast, you're going to be in the eye wall here for quite a bit longer, as you won't get the break of entering the eye itself. Remember, once you're in the eye of the hurricane, the storm is halfway over. You've still got half of it to go. And unlike the other side where it slowly ramped up and we saw tropical storm force winds turn into strong tropical storm force winds, and then bam, that core moved through, now you go back the opposite direction. You start off with the worst of it. Then once you're out of the eye, things slowly begin to taper off, but it is going to be hours until this storm continues to move into Charlotte County, perhaps even DeSoto, and then north of the lake, and then we'll still have to deal with some of those rain bands moving around. Unfortunately, analyzing the radar here, even over the last hour, this is still almost a perfectly symmetrical core around this hurricane, and the last couple of images, maybe a little oblong look to the eye. That could be just a temporary view of it as that rain bands continue to move in. Next up, to really start to take action, will be downtown Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, and Port Charlotte as the northern part of that eye wall continues to move on shore. So tornado watch stays in place until 5 o'clock, and of course, we're going to continue to bring you the very latest here. If I believe I'm going to send it over to Chris and Shari to walk us through the rest of our coverage, and I believe we're going to swap out our team of meteorologists so we can get the latest data here. Thank you guys for putting your trust in us here this morning. You're in great hands moving throughout the evening. Thank you, Lauren, for working with me so well throughout the morning, guys.
And thank you, Trent, for your dedication to Southwest Florida and making sure that we are as safe as possible and as in the know as possible as well. Trent, actually, I got feedback today someone said, Trent makes me feel safe. He keeps me informed, and that's something I echo as well. Our dedicated team of meteorologists are here working around the clock to keep you updated.
Even as the news every 10 minutes can be a little bit more jarring.
Yes.
We just saw that from the luminary,
yep,
from our camera that we have there, where you saw the skies, everything swirling around, and the reports of where it's going throughout downtown Fort Myers as it approaches. And also saw one thing as well earlier from Sanibel, when you saw like some of the cameras showing some of the water up. You think about some of the places and the people, like Island Pizza, yes, Jerry's Foods, places we all go to,
yes,
places you'll drive past. I mean, these are actual places,
yes,
that even if you're not watching us from Southwest Florida right now, but you come to Sanibel, yeah, you have some connection there. And we're always trying to make sure that you know exactly the neighborhoods, the places that are impacted. It could be a home, it could be just a place you have a good feeling about.
That's right. Also want to make sure you know this, going from Lee County, just shifting to Collier County again, there is a curfew in place right now, in effect right now, and in place until further notice. That is for the city of Naples.
And I'll see if we also have our video tour, because we do have some various pieces of video. I know earlier we did see that hotel, Sanibel, where they were trying to keep the water out before it eventually worked its way through some of the doors that were there.
Right, and again, keeping an eye on conditions. This video is from our reporter, Elise Chingari, who she and her photographer, Kevin, are staying in this hotel working to keep people safe. And this is what they're seeing. Sending this video back, people just working to try to keep those doors closed and stay safe while inside of that location.
And also lots of other places as well for Punta Gorda downtown. If we have that piece of video as well, too, we'll see if we do. I know that's always also been an issue as well, too, because we've been talking about the importance of sheltering in place. You heard the governor just say it back during the news conference at 1 p.m. that right now we need people off the road, so this way emergency responders and other utility crews can be out there there doing what they have to either try to make sure people are safe or to try to start the long work of getting power back on.
Right, it was not that long ago that Trent told us that downtown Fort Myers, this was your time to make sure that you were sheltering in place and you were off the roads. The video that we do have from downtown Fort Myers actually shows the McGregor Boulevard area, which is lined with palm trees. And in that video that we have, you can actually see those palm trees swaying in that wind there. It looks like this is video from downtown Punta Gorda.
And we're seeing that with, of course, Charlotte County, which had been in the crosshairs of this for such a long time, even as now had been shifting slightly east. And I know our Fox 4's Caitlin Knapp is going to be there throughout the week. Not sure if we're going to be sending it to her yet, but if we are, I know she'll certainly be standing by. But also if we have the Lehigh Acres video that's also come up as well, because we have taken some reports from that part of Lee County for some of the damage that we're also seeing there.
That's right. We are waiting to pull up that video for you from Lehigh Acres, but we did hear from a viewer who said, what about Lehigh? What's going on in Lehigh? So we want to show you a little bit of that flooding situation. My family, Chris, is from...
Yep. This one is Lehigh.
This one is Lehigh,
earlier.
right. So I have family in Lehigh Acres. I grew up in this community. And as you can see here, this is an image of a few trees, not just one, blocking the roadways right now. And again, as I've spoken to people in the community, they tell us that they have seen flooding in their areas, some of those swales actually filling up with water, and the concern there is those, of course, spilling over into their front yards and neighborhoods there. This particular picture, though, close to Lehigh, but this is from the Buckingham area. So for those of you in Buckingham who are sheltered in place, you might have your shutters down so you can't see. We want to give you this image right now of multiple trees actually blocking this location. I believe this street is actually Cemetery Road, Chris, in Buckingham, which is one of the main roads in this area. And as you can see right now, not only are the roadways wet, of course, but there are a few trees blocking that roadway as well.
I imagine if you were out on the roads, you would encounter this. Hence why, from the governor's office on down to county level, local level, they're trying to make sure people can stay in their homes and hopefully stay safe, especially with interior rooms of their homes. Also, Cape Coral, lots of people have been talking about some of the conditions there, whether it's power outages, concerns about the canals and the water levels.
Big concern in the Cape right now. We are hearing from a few people. We actually spoke with Fox 4's Lauren Petrelli, who actually shared on air that a part of her neighborhood is out of power. I've been hearing from some of you as well, saying that you are experiencing the same thing, particularly in the Northeast Cape. This is a video from Cape Coral. And we are seeing, again, those high winds that we have been telling you about, of course, impacting, it looks like a rooftop there in one of these Cape Coral communities as well. So what we're working to do here is show you a glimpse of Southwest Florida as it's coming to our newsroom of how serious these conditions are and why the governor says make sure you shelter in place, why your community leaders, your county leaders are telling you to shelter in place. Even if Trent mentioned it sounds like the storm might have passed in your community, you could be seeing the other side of that eye, which is why it's so important to still stay inside. Chris, do we know more about this video?
And as we're seeing this, I mean, you can just take a look at that. You can see some of the plywood on that property there on the right. A lot of people putting up their shutters. It seemed like by about noon yesterday, at least in Cape Coral, because that's where I live. And yeah, power is also out in my neighborhood, as I've learned as well, too. So many people were getting those shutters up and seemed to get them all up by noon for anyone who was out, even though they weren't up by Monday, but by Tuesday, they were definitely in place. It was a very business-like approach throughout so many neighborhoods in Cape Coral.
I think what happened for so many people was, especially people who've lived here for years, is like, okay, we're having a storm, but it became very serious yesterday as our weather team worked to show you that it was very important that you were taking those precautions, including putting your shutters up.
But take a look when you see that, just the force of the wind. And we're not even in the storm surge concerns about this yet. But this is from Naples right here. As you can see, some of the debris catching a power line in Naples, where the city has put a curfew in place. They do not want people on the streets or outside of their homes right now.
And what we've learned about this video and what we are hearing is, again, debris catching on a power line. We have seen a transformer on fire in a part of Southwest Florida. And we are also learning about a fire started by a generator as well. So again, for so many of you, the power is out right now and you are depending on a generator. There are so many things to keep in mind when you're using those generators, and I actually put a web story up on fox4now.com to help prevent any type of fires when you're using your generators. Just things to keep in mind. So before you power it up, please make sure you visit that story, or just Google it, how to properly use your generator to prevent any further challenges in your community. All right, so speaking of challenges, we know that Charlotte County right now, Lauren told us, seeing winds of close to 80 miles per hour. So that is where our Caitlin Knapp is.
And Caitlin, you've been covering this for days. Take us through what you're experiencing right now there.
This wind is the biggest talker right now. Being out here at downtown Punta Gorda, we're currently in a parking garage, but it almost doesn't make too much of a difference. We're kind of getting pushed left and right a little bit, and there has been a ton of debris just going down the road, even coming off of this building. Some air duct crates are just kind of scraping along the asphalt. I saw a couple planks of wood also just blowing in the air, campaign signs going through downtown Punta Gorda, and a lot of palm fronds as well. Even some people walking around trying to take photos, which is something that you should definitely not do. But as you can see behind me, this wind is nothing to joke about. It is really starting to ramp up quite a bit. There's a little bit of minor flooding here and there. The wind has started to subside for the most part, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to get hit by more rainfall. Yesterday, when I was out here along the Peace River, it was raining from probably 1:30 in the afternoon to maybe a little bit after midnight. So this storm is just really different from storms that I personally experience. I'm a West Palm Beach native. I've been through Hurricane Wilma before. That's probably one of the biggest ones that I can remember as a child, and this storm is just completely different out here. We do have crews everywhere, and I know you were mentioning the city of Naples under a curfew. I did just send a text message to the public information officer of Charlotte County Emergency Management and Charlotte County, trying to see if there's going to be any sort of curfew for Charlotte County or Punta Gorda. I'm still waiting to get that information right now, but once I do get that, I'll be sure to let you know. As far as other damage that I've seen around here, when we were driving just a little bit to get to this parking garage, I've seen trees split in half, flooding on the side of the road, just the typical things that you would expect but also not expect at the same time. A ton of people have moved here to Southwest Florida. I've been covering that for months, and a lot of people that I talked to over the past couple of days have never been through a hurricane before, so obviously a lot of nerves coming with it, even coming from myself. If I'm being completely transparent here, it is a little bit nerve-wracking, but listening to our meteorologists, listening to the county officials to let you know when it's safe to go out and what to do during this storm will hopefully put your minds at ease. I was talking to certified meteorologist Katie Walls. We were texting a little bit earlier today, and she was telling me that we're going to be getting more of that storm surge here in Punta Gorda, which has been the biggest concern for county officials that have been having these press conferences throughout the week, just telling residents what they need to be aware of, the mandatory evacuations, the shelters that we have here, and the wind. Katie Walls was telling me that the airport reached gusts up to 79 miles per hour, and it's expected to get even higher than that. You could probably hear the wind through the microphone right now. This is unfortunately just the beginning of it. We haven't even hit the eye of the hurricane quite yet, so we're just going to wait it out here and bring you the latest information as Hurricane Ian heads to Charlotte County. Reporting live in Punta Gorda, Caitlin Knapp, Fox 4.
Thanks a lot. Again, Caitlin Knapp has been in Charlotte County leading up to this and will be as the storm works its way through. But like her note from out there, watch out for the debris that's been flying out there. Again, another reason that they want people not to be out and about right now.
That's right. So of course, we want to keep an eye on the latest with this hurricane. So Fox 4 certified meteorologist Katie Walls is joining us right now to give you the latest on what's happening with Hurricane Ian as it's impacting so many of us here in Southwest Florida. Katie?
Thanks so much. So actually, we just received in one of our intermediate advisories. And basically, as we well know, as we've been talking about, Ian is causing catastrophic storm surge. The headlines reading powerful winds, flooding. And we are seeing those videos coming in from Sanibel, from Fort Myers Beach, from downtown Naples, absolutely catastrophic. So this storm surge is a very real factor here. We're also talking about extremely powerful winds. And right now you can kind of see the eye wall, the worst of the winds right now working their way onshore. So Cape Coral currently in that eye wall. That's where the strongest winds are. Meanwhile, the eye itself, which is about 35 miles wide, friends, this eye wall, or this eye, the eye itself, just open area, it's going to pass over most of Lee County. Okay? So get ready. It's going to pass over most of Lee County. It's going to pass over Cape Coral. It's going to pass over downtown Fort Myers. It's going to pass over Estero. So it is just a monstrous eye. And you can see right now, Cayo Costa, North Captiva, Pine Island now starting to see improvements. Of course, they are brief improvements because this is simply the eye. We still have to deal with the back end of the storm. So basically, if that eye is passing over you, you're halfway done. That's what we're up against right now. So that eye is now pushing ashore, and that will officially constitute landfall as it does so. So right now, the strongest winds in and around that eye wall, and you can really see those spots that are being hammered right now. So Pine Island just got hit with the worst of the wind, and now we're starting to head into that eye. So now those winds are starting to calm here for our friends in Bokeelia as well as Pine Island. Matt Lachey, you're almost done with the worst of the winds, and then also you're next up for that eye to be passing through. So it will be a little bit of tranquility, at least a little bit of a respite. But again, we still have that other side of the storm to get through. It's okay to just peek outside, maybe take a picture if you can do so safely, but make sure you're right back indoors. You want to make sure if you are sheltering in place, obviously if you're watching us, you're likely sheltering in place. You want to make sure you don't leave that safe spot whatsoever, because if you go into the eye, again, you still have to deal with the other half of the storm. So right now, right along 78, obviously dealing with some very intense rainfall, but it's also where some of the worst of the winds are. And speaking of which, I'm taking a peek right now with the National Hurricane Center. Let's see, maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. That's as of that 2 o'clock update that just came in. The present movement, they're still taking it toward the north, but honestly, we know it's kind of moving more off toward the east at this point. Central pressure is down to 937 millibars. If all of this verifies, if we actually have anemometers that haven't been blown away that do record some of these values, then yes, it will go down as one of the top 10 in Florida, and certainly one of the strongest ever here in Southwest Florida. This is more or less the worst case scenario that we could possibly expect here in Lee County. So we know we have tremendous amounts of storm surge. We know that we have a lot of flooding rainfall at this point. I'm still getting a lot of feedback in this. I just can't even put it in right now. So let's take a look. I'm just kind of reading in with other things right now, actively with the National Weather Service as well, seeing what other information we are getting in. And just a lot of pictures, a lot of reports of that devastation, a lot of reports of the wind speeds. So right now, of course, those winds are tremendous. Let's see, Venice just reported a gust of 69 knots, so around 70 to 75 miles per hour, which is what we would expect. Of course, the worst of the winds now entering. Okay,
FPL is actually coming up.
We're actually going to go live to a press conference with FPL, as we know so many of you were impacted by outages. So let's hear what they have to say right now.
And it has come up in every meeting that I have personally had with him. And so, again, this is top of mind. We are going to put the full force of the federal government to the people of Florida. And again, they are in our prayers. And we have been very clear to make sure that the folks in Florida listen to local and state officials at this time.
And on the DeSantis call, did they just speak about the hurricane? Could you elaborate more on the tone of the conversation given the complex?
All right, we are working to get more from Florida Power and Light in regards to what their response will be and what they're seeing right now. I spoke with FPL earlier this week. They told us that they were prepared. They told us that they were planning to bring in they were trying to bring in crews from out of state, and they were working to do that. And what they're going to do is identify or assess where the most outages are in Southwest Florida, work there and restore that power first, and then move out into other communities as well.
And we heard from the governor just how big this response is going to be. 42,000 linemen from 27 different states, 16,000 of them are with FPL, and that's always the best part, to see all of the different states that come to help us in times like this.
Yeah.
And so what the governor had mentioned is that they're now going to try to restore power outside of those dangerous areas first. So if you're a little bit farther out, unfortunately here in Southwest Florida, it's going to be some time before those crews get out. The first thing they're going to want to do is have FDOT go out, clear the roadways to make sure that it's safe for those powermen to come in. But we do know a lot of people don't have power right now.
Right. And we actually, the governor told us maybe, what was that, about 20 minutes ago, that 200,000 people in the state of Florida are without power. And we are working to keep up with those numbers when it comes to LCEC and FPL. But we know many of you right now, you might be listening to us or watching us on your cell phones. I am talking to people on Facebook who you're telling me no power, no power. Wind and no power are kind of like the biggest part of the conversation right now. And so I will tell you that I looked on LCEC's Twitter, and they say you don't need to report an outage right now. They're saying that they have technology that can track where those outages are, and again, once they get the clear, they'll send those crews in to restore that power for you.
And be patient with these crews, because 200,000 people is a drop in the bucket. That was the quote from the governor. That we're going to have millions of power outages for a couple of days. In the meantime, especially now, as Katie mentioned, that we're going into the eye wall, don't go outside to be curious, because you're going to want to. You're going to think, oh, there's sunny skies, maybe I can pop out. There's no one out there checking for live power lines or down power lines right now. Nobody is out on the roads clearing anything up at this point. That is where the danger is at this point. That's why even if you feel like things might be calming down as that eye wall is approaching Southwest Florida, this is not the time to go venture out.
That's right. And one thing that Caitlin brought to us from the Punta Gorda area, I believe, and correct me if I was wrong, or it was Naples, we saw debris. So some type of debris actually ended up on a power line, right? Causing, we saw a fire in that area. We also saw a fire that we believed was connected to a generator as well. And it was sparking a transformer, right? So again, not only do we want you to stay off the roadways just because of flooding and those things as well, but because you don't know where those power lines are or what exactly is happening when it comes to electricity right now.
And as I mentioned, some of us are approaching that eye wall, so you might see things clear up. That means we're only halfway through. Let's go right now to certified meteorologist Katie Walls.
And thanks so much. I was just checking in, of course, with these reports coming in directly from the National Weather Service. So if I'm looking off to my side to the computer, I promise I'm not being rude. I'm just trying to get the very latest information for you. So we did have a report of, obviously, hurricane conditions. No surprise there. Ding Darling reported a 98-mile-per-hour gust on Sanibel. And plus, of course, we're also contending with just the powerful storm surge there on Sanibel. Sanibel right now entering that eye. So Sanibel will briefly see a little bit of a break from the powerful winds, but again, it is a brief break, because see all of this still back here in the Gulf of Mexico. This back end of the eye wall also has to move on shore over Lee County, and that's going to be a huge concern as we head through the next several hours. So even though we are seeing the front end of the eye wall move into western Lee County, we still have a long way to go, especially with this other back half. Also, I want to point out once again, that eye is approximately 35 miles wide. So again, I'm expecting really for it to cross much of Lee County, but that doesn't mean you're in the clear by any means. So I just want to keep reiterating that. It might be something neat to see, but you want to make sure that you are in your shelter, you are in your safe space, especially with these powerful rain bands, those powerful winds that are on the other side. And honestly, it looks like some of the worst of the winds could be on the western side of that storm. So right now, as we speak, that storm making landfall, and we are now seeing that eye move ashore for the barrier islands of Lee County. So this is indeed a Lee County landfall at this point. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. Of course, unsurprisingly, we are having some slowdowns with our technology. I'm sure a lot of us are right now. That's what we're up against. That's what happens when you have so many power outages. We already have hundreds of thousands here in Southwest Florida without power. More of us are going to be losing power as we head through the day, because if you don't deal with the hurricane force winds, then inevitably you're going to be dealing with those tropical storm force winds. Andrew, are we able to zoom in at all, or is it trying? Okay, we're doing our best here. There we go. There she goes. Okay, so from Cayo Costa through North Captiva, parts of Sanibel, in the eye of the storm as we speak. But again, we have to deal with that back end, and that's just going to be tremendous amounts of more surge and more waves, more beach erosion, more flooding, and that's going to be Absolutely. It's going to be a tough one. So that's what we're up against. We still have the other half of the storm there for our barrier islands. Meanwhile, some of the worst of those bands right now moving through Cape Coral as we speak. So where you see these powerful bands, they're not just heavy rainfall. This is also where those winds are possibly category 3 to 4 at this point. And we did have some of those other reports just shy of category 5. So we're waiting to see. Of course, it's going to be a while before the storm is fully analyzed, but as of right now, category 3-4 winds possible moving into Cape Coral and then continuing toward Fort Myers. So downtown Fort Myers, of course, your winds are picking up. They will continue to do so because you still have the rest of this eye wall to get through before that eye eventually makes its way to you. And it's taking its time, basically moving off toward the east-northeast at around 10 miles per hour. The storm is not moving very far very quickly. Let's see, any updates there? No, unfortunately, it is still slowly moving. Of course, we would like it to move a little bit faster. That way we can not have to deal with as much rainfall. The slower it goes, the worse those rainfall totals will be. And then on top of everything else we're talking about, the flooding threat. So the flooding threat still very much in play. Flood watches remain in effect, of course, as well as those tornado watches. So as of right now, no tornado warnings to tell you about, but one thing we talked about last night, the likelihood for those brief little spin-up tornadoes with this particular landfall. It's to be expected with any landfalling system, but in this case, we've already seen multiple tornado warnings because of it, and it tends to come, it can really go anywhere in this storm. It can be in the outer rain bands, it can be in and around the eye wall, because you just imagine all of that intensity, all of that power within that eye wall that is just one of the strongest to ever hit land in the state of Florida. And unfortunately, it's making landfall right here. Again, this is a worst case scenario. If you are watching us right now, you want to make sure you are sheltering in place regardless of where you're located, especially if you're in Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee County, extending toward Collier County. You want to make sure you're sheltering in place. You want to get to an interior room of your home, get away from those windows, even if they are shuttered up, just to be on the safe side. An interior hallway is a good spot. And hopefully everything's charged up. You charged up everything, because I suspect a lot are already without power. I know my home in Cape Coral lost power right around 9 a.m. So as of right now, we continue to keep an eye with the National Weather Service as well as the National Hurricane Center, staying abreast of all of the updates that we are getting in more and more. Let's see, what else are we getting? The airport remains closed. We know that, of course. RSW is closed for now. And of course, News is going to be talking more about that. So right now, Lee County, total customers in Lee County, according to FPL, it doesn't include LCL then, but 288,630. So we have a lot of customers right now without power, for sure. And we're expecting hundreds of thousands here in Southwest Florida to be without power. And one thing we talk about during the preparations, you want to be prepared to be without power for possibly several days, because there are going to be a lot of trees down. There's going to be a lot of flooding that blocks the roadways, preventing crews from getting to those spots. Of course, they're going to do their very best to restore the power as soon as humanly possible. In Collier County, total customers in the county without about 228,000. So we have that. And right now, Hendry County thankfully has not seen the worst of those outages just yet. Hendry County hasn't seen the worst of the wind. So Hendry County, just wait for it, because that is on its way. Now we're going to send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Katie. We want to take it from Hendry County. I've been talking to people in Hendry County who tell me that things are pretty calm in their area. And as Katie just mentioned, we have reports of only 20 people out of power in Hendry County right now. Of course, again, that is not a go ahead to go outside. It is just an update in your area from one household, and 20, again, households that are out of power in Hendry County. Now from Hendry County to Lee County.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go out to our reporter, Rachel Wilkerson. She's at the FGCU campus right there in Fort Myers. Hey, Rachel, what are you seeing?
Hey, the wind has been the biggest impact for us right now. We're on the second level of the Florida Gulf Coast University parking garage, and debris, these frequent wind gusts have really been packing a punch. Limbs have just been flying off of these trees here, and you can also see some of the debris on part of the roadway here. This is really what we have been seeing throughout our time here. You can also, if you can zoom in on those trees right there and show our viewers just how these trees are swaying. Here comes a pocket right now of this of these gusts. Also, you can see that the wind is just being pushed and the rain across the roadway. And this is why this wind is dangerous. This is why it's so important for people to stay off the roadway. I know you guys have been telling our viewers at home the same thing, that safety really is your biggest priority. And right now, first responders just aren't able to get out there and respond right away, but they are willing and ready to go as soon as possible. We aren't seeing any of the storm surge over this way. The wind has really been the story for us on this parking garage. Sending back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much. And as you know, our crews are out there, so you don't have to be. And they're smart enough to know when to go in when it's safe. Our Elise Chingary was out on Sanibel Island. She went inside, and she has been. We haven't seen her for a little bit while we're seeing this really rocking and rolling. So you guys don't be tempted to go outside. We have our crews out there. We have the videos and pictures coming in. We will let you see what it looks like outside. Just please be safe.
Right, and we often get calls in this type of coverage when people ask about our crews and if they're okay. So again, you saw that we brought in Elise, but Colton Chavez was also here too. So he wasn't able to stay out there, but he did come into the studio just to continue to bring updates, and we're going to continue to do that as well. Now, we are keeping a close eye on our weather conditions as well.
Yeah.
We just got an update from Naples Police with a number of streets that are flooded right now. They include Pelican Avenue, Goodlett Franklin Road. That's main area there in Naples. Binnacle Drive, Starboard Drive, Park Shore Bridge. It is just a number of areas that are flooded right now. One of them including Gulf Shore Boulevard and First Avenue North.
And in these notifications that we're getting from that, it's not just saying impassable. They're saying flooded. So that is that storm surge coming through. This is where we don't want you going out. Your car can be picked up in just inches of water. So just make sure that you guys stay as safe as possible. Also in Sanibel Island, we did hear our producers speaking to us that there are cars flooded. That storm surge really high up as we're starting to get those images to come through. And this is an event that isn't just about storm surge. As this made landfall right here, the winds were also a problem. This is the governor. Really, it stuck with me when he was talking about the major hurricanes that impacted our state. Michael, Andrew, right? Big wind events that destroyed things. And then you think about storm surge on top of it. He's like, this is everything all at once. So please be safe out there, especially as we're seeing this eye wall.
That's exactly right. And you know, we actually started flipping through some video as well, you and I, on social media, and we were actually taking a look at one of those elements, which is storm surge. You wouldn't believe some of the video that we've seen when it comes to Tampa Bay, when it comes to the Peace River. We saw actually
the opposite effect.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Tampa Bay and over on Bayshore Boulevard, I mean, it was completely receded where you saw the bottom of the bay there, and then Peace River as well. You actually saw it, but that's not by any means any green light for you to go out and take pictures of that, because on the flip side of this, as we said, it's going to come right back.
That's right. So we want to take you again to this video. This is from a hotel in Sanibel.
Sanibel, I believe, yes.
And this is where Elise Chingary actually sent in this video. And as you can see, or what you're seeing here, is those are the front doors of that hotel. And as you can see, they're broken in. There are pieces of them at the bottom. But take a look at this. These people are actually working to keep those doors up. Again, on Sanibel, as our weather team has been reiterating throughout the day. Again, storm surge, we're dealing with flooding, we're dealing with winds, those same main conditions there in Sanibel really felt an impact from this storm, and that's what you're seeing there. Those people there working to just keep the doors closed of that hotel.
We also have some flooding coming in from Lee County that we want to get to if we can in just a second here, and then we're going to show you just what we're seeing. Oh, this is actually outside of the FGCU's campus here, it looks like. Oh, yeah, a lot of wind and rain, and you could just see those bands coming through. I'm just gonna let our producers know that I have lost IFB, so just make sure you guys are talking to Shari as you're moving forward on what we're going through next.
All right, so again, what we're doing is we're working to give you a county by county look as video comes into our newsroom, what we're seeing. We know a lot of you guys have the shutters up. You're depending on us to give you a look as to what it looks like right now. So that's what we're working on right now. Again, you are seeing flooding in parts of Lee County right now. You can take a look at this parking lot and you see, again, you're looking at the impact of that extreme wind. That was video from Tampa that we're showing you there as well. So again, we're talking about these conditions. We want to show you, you see those trees there. That looks like that particular area Okay, we're working to find out, guys, if you can tell me exactly where that video is right there. Again, those extreme winds that we're seeing and those trees swaying in the distance there.
Yeah, and it's honestly, like we mentioned, the winds at this point, the storm surge, all of this is really coming together to make a pretty dangerous event for us. And really, I think the message that we need to talk about too now, Shari, is as we were talking to meteorologist Katie Walls a few minutes ago, I know she's trying to get things figured out, but she's saying that this eye wall is approaching us at this point. So you might see what you're seeing here, these winds, these rains, the gray skies start to clear up. This eye wall, 34 miles wide. It is huge. So it's going to feel like it's clear and sunny for a bit. But that is by no means a time to go out and be curious at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it here in this video, but we are also hearing it here in the studio. These high winds impacting locations throughout Southwest Florida, even here as we work to bring you updates in our studio as well. And again, wind, rain, all of these elements impacting power outages. I just want to reiterate here, FPL Lee County total customers out right now are 288,000 customers without power, according to FPL. And in Charlotte County, we are seeing a very high number as well. Looks like total customers out there is 115,000 as well. So we know a lot of you right now are feeling the impacts of the storm. And again, we are showing video throughout Lee County of those high winds. Wind playing a big part in what we're experiencing right now.
Yeah, and I think we have video of Cape Coral as well. As we know, Cape Coral, once this kept shifting, it seemed like this was more of a South Charlotte County, North Lee County event here with a lot of winds and rains in southwest Cape Coral. I believe that's coming. Again, guys, I don't have of IFB right now, so just go ahead and talk to Shari about where we're going. But Shari, you had mentioned the power outages. 200,000 power outages or so is going to be a drop in the bucket compared to what we're going to see over the next couple of days. And hopefully that's where you guys stocked up. For our friends, you know, I'm limiting my phone conversations with friends and family here in Southwest Florida because we know we're going to want to save those batteries for the next couple of days. And, you know, in case we get cell phone towers out, the governor did say that that there are 20 plus mobile cell phone units that are going to come in and help restore service in case we lose service on top of power, which after covering Hurricane Michael in the Panhandle, they had no cell phone service for days there. I mean, that whole area was in the dark, so Florida is well prepared for that.
Right, and that's something we experienced here. For many of you who lived through it with me here in Hurricane Irma, I want to take you now to Pine Island. Take a look at this video.
Wow.
If you have video available to you on your screen, whether your TV or your cell phone or whatever it is, that device that you're using, take a look at these waves. This is incredible. This is Pine Island, and you can see again. Look at those waves. Actually,
you see them crashing
over the seawall.
Yeah, this is a wind and surge that you're seeing here as Hurricane Ian is just pushing the Gulf right onto the island there. And I know that many parts of Pine Island, from what we're seeing, and there you go, and from what we're seeing in social media, are flooded and underwater at this point. And this is, I believe, video from Naples. Naples police sent out that they have a curfew now because of this storm surge right now in the city of Naples. Beautiful city of Naples.
And in this image, you can also see it. It's looks like it's a still image here, or it's frozen, guys. I'm not sure. However, you can see the impact of those winds. Look at those palm trees frozen in that shot right there. Just giving you an idea.
And then look how high up the water comes to those palm trees.
That's right. That's right. So again, here, this is in no means, we are not here to freak you out. We are here to keep you informed because we know a lot of you guys are sheltering in place and you can't see exactly what's going on. So we want to bring you images for you to kind of get an idea of why Katie and Lauren and Trent and Andrew are really pushing for you to stay safe, stay inside of your home, as well as our government leaders. We just heard from Governor DeSantis, who says continue to shelter in place even if it sounds like the storm has passed your community.
And where this gets people is curiosity, right? You're going to want to go and venture outside and see what it looks like with your neighbors, especially you have the shutters up. My house, so you can't see outside at all. But that's where we step in here and help you show what you're seeing.
One of our Southwest Florida gems is Captiva. It is one of my favorite places here in Southwest Florida, and we have received this video into our newsroom. Take a look. This is North Captiva, and you can see, again, you mentioned the storm surge as well and the impacts of that. And again, those high winds. Take a look at the damage there caused by Hurricane Ian.
Thankfully, this person is high up because that storm surge surge is going to be devastating for a lot of our barrier islands, but at the same time, if you're sheltering in place, be sure you stay. And we do know that the state has a whole bunch of high-rise water vehicles that they're going to come bring in, and boats for search and rescue efforts, because the question really is how long that storm surge is going to be up, and it sounds like it'll be a while before it probably recedes back down.
Right, so we know many of you, like us, are inside getting these updates through Fox 4, and we are working to get these updates from all over Southwest Florida, and we're working to bring you the latest on Hurricane Ian. So I want to toss it back over to the Weather Center with Fox 4 certified meteorologist Katie Walls for the latest on the storm. I know, Katie, you're keeping a close eye on that, on the eye itself.
I am, yep. So we're taking a look at the eye wall. The eye wall is where we have the strongest winds across the storm. That's what happens. You have the eye wall. The eye wall directly is around the eye itself. So that's where the worst of the winds are. What worries me, though, is that even though parts of the eye wall are now pushing through, say, Cape Coral, through Lee County, parts of Bonita Springs even now starting to see that eye wall, look how powerful that back end is. I'm worried that that back end could actually potentially pack not only heavier rainfall, but also stronger winds for this backside. So after that eye passes through the back half, it's going to be an intense one. So don't put your guard down yet. Even though that eye is now starting to push on shore, we are starting to see more tranquil conditions across Pine Island as well as the Cape. So a little bit of a respite there. By the way, my one of my anemometers for our friends in Sandoval in the western side of the Cape, it went out right around 50 knots about 15, 20 minutes ago. So that's about right here. And so we do have those stronger winds pushing on shore. Let me step out of the way. Let's see. I'm not sure what you're pointing at. Okay, so those are just an idea of those different velocities based upon our radar estimates. So these winds in and around the eye wall above 100 miles per hour. So we know they're producing at least Category 2 force winds, which is what you would expect. You would expect basically some weakening. It's hard to say the word weakening when you're talking about 100 plus miles per hour. However, coming from a Cat 4 down to Category 2 force winds, I'm expecting those Category 2 force winds to continue to push inland, and then they'll continue to kind of weaken as they do move farther inland. But again, then we have that backside of the eye wall that has the potential to possess those stronger winds once again. So it's going to be a 1-2 punch. You're going to get hit, you're going to have the eye, and then you're going to get hit again with those powerful winds and that exceptionally heavy rainfall. That rain, of course, will continue to add up. What I'm looking at right now, I'm actually looking at some of my rainfall totals across the region. Of course, I've lost a lot of gauges here over the last few minutes as the power continues to go out across places. But just looking at some of my Lee County numbers specifically, we're looking already some spots. Let's see, where is this? Yep, North Fort Myers already hitting that 8-inch mark since midnight, not even including the wet conditions from yesterday and the day before. So we are already seeing some tremendous amounts of rainfall. Up in Sarasota, we already have 10 inches so far for the day. And actually, Andrew, that's interesting because that kind of jives with those numbers that we were looking at yesterday. There could easily be some rainfall totals, especially Sarasota County. There could be some totals of 15 to 20 inches of rainfall. Obviously, that on top of all of the other issues, that's going to be a huge concern. So let's see. So this is what we're up against. The storm surge is going to continue for a couple of hours because you have to remember that onshore flow. Basically, this part of the storm right here, that is shoving all of that water onshore. So we have basically due westerly winds at this point now pushing onshore, and you can really see it's going to be our coastal locations. Can we, let's see, shift it a little bit farther off toward the west, and it's going to be our coastal spots that see some of the worst of the conditions. So Estero Island, we still have more surge to come. Little Big Hickory, more surge to come. Coastal Collier, more surge to come, and we're already seeing, of course, those devastating images of all of that flooding in Collier County. Naples, Andrew just told me that they broke their storm surge record, correct? Naples broke their storm surge record, and they're not done yet. So unfortunately, with this onshore flow in this sector of the storm, this is where the worst of that storm surge will continue. Little Big Hickory, through Bonita Beach, Vanderbilt Beach, North Naples, Naples points off toward the south, Marco Island. That's where we're going to be dealing with that storm surge here for the next couple of hours until we fully see this move on shore. That's when we'll start to really see our winds shift. So remember, around a hurricane, your winds circulate counterclockwise. So right now, for example, say in Fort Myers, you have almost a due southerly wind, right? And then back here up in Punta Gorda, one reason why, say, my uncle is experiencing water going out of his canals actually dropped by 4 feet. And that's because of those winds basically due east. So we are seeing some interesting images, of course, say out of Charlotte Harbor, where we're actually seeing that water drop. But remember, those winds are going to shift as that storm moves inland. So even if, say, you are seeing the water go out of your canals and out of your harbors, it's going to be coming right back in on the backside of this storm as it continues to move farther inland. So there we go. And unfortunately, we also are going to have those little rotations inside of these cells. So small embedded tornadoes, they tend to touch down maybe for 30 to 60 seconds. They tend to be pretty weak in nature, but that's something else that we have to deal with on top of all of it. So that's something we watch. Here we go over Rotunda West. We are watching a little bit of a rotation right there, along with that pretty intense rainfall. Also, by the way, Rotunda, you currently are going through a pretty strong part of the eye wall, it seems. Let's see, can we zoom it out just a bit so I can get a better perspective of my bigger picture? Maybe. It's slow. It's slow. It happens. That's what happens when you're dealing with so many power outages. You're dealing with limited power supply. It's to be expected. So just bear with us here. But regardless, I'm also looking at some other stuff on my computer. So that part of Rotunda, that part of Charlotte County stretching up to Inglewood, Northport, now starting to see those strong, strong winds in the eye wall rained bands. So that's where the heaviest of the rain is at this hour. That's where the worst of the winds are currently. And again, they're basically coming up out of the east, out of the southeast. So that's why, thankfully, right now, we're not seeing that storm surge for Sarasota County. But again, you just have to wait until the whole system moves inland. And then, of course, your winds are going to be shifting a bit. As of right now, the worst of the surge, I'm really expecting to be Lee County, Collier County. I'll go ahead and make that call right now. So that's what I'm expecting, the worst of the surge to be, unfortunately. Our barrier island's already going underwater. Thankfully, we're seeing a little bit of a break right now, halfway done, if we can say it like that, halfway done for Sanibel, Captiva, Gasparilla, right now in that huge eye, that eye stretching 35 miles across. That's why most of Lee County will actually experience the eye going overhead. That's a once-in-a-lifetime event. We hope it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. This is not something that we want to recreate. So we're going to have this eye pass overhead, but then we have the other half of the storm. And as I was talking about, the other half of that storm still hanging out over very warm water. It is still very vigorous. And that's my concern, is that the back half then is going to be just as strong, if not potentially a little bit stronger, as then it moves on shore. So we are
Hey, Katie, look
just
at
getting
the,
into
look
this.
at the
Yes?
Look at the lightning over Punta Gorda.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of lightning here in the eye wall, stretching from Punta Gorda down to Burnt Storm Marina. A lot of negative strikes, too. A lot of negative strikes there. So basically, we're seeing, of course, a lot of energy. A lot of times, though, the winds are so strong that we can't actually see the electricity, the electrons change up, because you tend to have the, say, negative strikes at the bottom, positive strikes at the top, and between the two, that's what creates lightning. A lot of times the winds are so strong that it almost prevents lightning from forming, but in this case, this storm just has so many dynamics, and it is just so powerful, so much energy, that we're even seeing that lightning in and around the eye wall. That also indicates, unfortunately, it is still very, very strong, and it is not weakening. So that lightning, not exactly a good sign, of course. So we have the worst of that rainfall stretching now to the western side of I-75. Say again? Okay. The western side of I-75 going over to the Cape Hayes Peninsula, and this, friends, is what we have to deal with as we head through the rest of this afternoon. We'll talk more about that. Back to you.
Kind of hard to hear what you have to say when it comes to Lee County being impacted by most of the storm surge, and really anywhere in Southwest Florida with the storm surge that we are expecting to see or that is projected, and also just hearing about some of our coastal communities and what you foresee could be the situation once the storm passes. It's, it's hard to hear that.
We've been talking a lot about our coastal communities and it being underwater, but this is a statewide event. This is also impacting more inland. We actually have Alexandra Rangel, who is at FGCU campus on Fort Myers on the other side of I-75. So let's look at conditions there. Hey, Alex.
Yeah, we're here at FGCU where the winds are currently 85 miles per hour. Now we do want to show you just a better look at this while still keeping it safe here. Take a look. You can just see the rain blowing back and forth. These trees over here just swaying as the storm is passing right by us. We've seen these trash cans actually for the last hour just flip back and forth, and these are pretty heavy, but the wind is being able to toss them out there. Again, I'm at FGCU. These winds are pretty strong. These are definitely not conditions for people to be driving around in, so make sure to not be outside and listen to what they're advising us, what city officials and law enforcement is advising us. This is not a time to be outside. We can get a closer look over here at the parking lot. You can already see some water starting to fill up there in the parking lot. Again, 85 miles per hour wind. I'm new to Florida. This is something that I've never felt before. They are pretty strong. It will take you out. These winds are supposed to get stronger as the hurricane passes by. Again, make sure everyone is staying safe and cleared inside. Again, live at FGCU in Fort Myers, Alexandra Angel, Fox 4.
And Alex had a good point there, because we have so many new Floridians, and this is one of their first storms that they are experiencing. Shari and I were both Florida natives, and both of us, transparently so, were a little anxious this morning as we heard how big this was, and that is why you saw Alex being as safe as possible. Our crews are as safe as possible, and we are too, so shelter in place if you can, especially as that eye wall is really approaching some of our counties now, in Lee County in particular, and it's getting pretty bad right now. But we do have a series of videos, right, Shari, coming our way?
Right, so we want to continue to show you what we're seeing county by county as these videos and photos come into our newsroom. And thank you to those of you who are shooting some of these videos that we're able to share with the rest of the community, and you're emailing them, you're sending them through our Facebook page. We encourage you, if you haven't done so and you can, help us to see what you're seeing as well in your community.
And do it safely. Do it from inside your house. You don't need to go outside and grab it, but if you happen to see something and maybe your window, you can do it through your window, feel free to send it on in. So that first video that we're actually going to see
is Cemetery Road. It's actually in the Buckingham area, close to the Lehigh Acres area. If you're familiar with Cemetery Road, you know it kind of runs through that area. Take a look at what we're seeing right now. This is not just one down tree in the middle of the roadway there. You're seeing multiple trees blocking this road right here in a pretty main thoroughfare through this part of Lee County.
These aren't branches or small trees, Shari. These are giant, big trees, most likely Florida oak trees that we're seeing that are going to be toppled over by these winds. Very high winds, and those trees bring down power lines. This video, I believe, is storm surge, and the compy here says it's impacting southern Lee County. So you can see that storm surge there coming through as that water begins to rise, and it has really been over the last several hours here.
Yeah, so we've learned that this is near the Sanibel area, the Punta Rasa area as well. So this is what Katie has been talking about. Trent, Lauren, Andrew, this is exactly what they've been talking about. Now we're seeing the impacts there. Take a look at some of those trees completely down near the Sanibel community, and our lights here in studio are flickering as well. I'm not sure if that means we're completely
They
off
might
air
still be able
or
to
not,
hear
but
our
you might
voice.
still be able to still hear us.
Yeah, and I'm unsure if you can see any video. We are very good. So it sounds like we're on air with video. So if you guys hear our voices, we're going to keep talking over this video that we see. And so the video that I think we last saw was at Loxahatchee. It was at a home where trees were down in Palm Beach County. And as these videos are circling through, you're going to start seeing what many people are seeing across not only Southwest Florida, but across our state. But really, this is going to be an event, a storm of the century, really, a storm of a story to tell right here in Southwest Florida that's going to be a part of our history.
Yeah,
sure,
what
Shari.
became very real for me was when Trent said this was a historic storm for not only the state of Florida, but our community as well. All right, so we also have video from Cape Coral as well. Do we still have that video, guys? Cape Coral, wind and rain. We want to make sure if we have it, we're able to share that with you as well. Okay, so we do have that, again, a visual of what so many are seeing in Cape Coral. I'm actually talking to some of you guys on Facebook, and you're telling me wind, no power, and rain as well. So, and we know that for so many of you in Cape Coral, the power is out right now too.
Also, this is going to be a photo of Fort Myers Beach Bridge that you're seeing, the bridge there right on Estero Island in Fort Myers Beach. And I would imagine from what we saw just before, I came on air here, is that Fort Myers Beach is underwater. There's plenty of storm surge as well. So if you guys can hear our voice, we are working to get, on air back here. We did have our lights go out, but we are still able to show you our viewer images. And we appreciate that because we're able to stay on air with what we're seeing at this time as this storm, that eye wall, as Katie said. So here's where we're at. We got through halfway of this massive major hurricane, Category 4, just shy of Category 5. The eye wall is what is approaching our area now. So Katie said the strongest winds are at that eye wall. That is where we're going to start seeing this, and it's probably why we're feeling impacts right now outside of our studios. And then once that eye wall passes, you're probably going to see clear skies, and those clear skies are going to make you want to be a little bit curious. It's a huge eye wall. If you see on the radar, it's a massive eye wall that will span 30 plus miles. So you're going to see sunny skies probably for a little bit, but this is not the time to go out or be curious because there are no crews out on the roads right now, and that's where it can get particularly dangerous.
Right, and a reminder that if it seems like things are clear, Trent has been reiterating along with Katie and the rest of the weather team that just because that's happening doesn't mean that there might not be more impacts to come in your community. So yes, it may seem like the storm has passed in your area. However, we are keeping a close eye on winds. And another thing that Katie mentioned just now was the possibility of tornadoes as well. So again, you want to remain inside until county leaders and the authorities that be say that it is okay to be outside. I have to be honest with you right now, and what we're experiencing this with you
absolutely.
In our studio as well. So there are a lot of moving parts. Our team is working behind the scenes to smooth things out. But again, we're talking about power outages, and we're experiencing that as well, and it is impacting us just like it's impacting so many of you.
And our goal is to be here with you, and so we are going to be transparent about what we're experiencing, how we're feeling, and but really be kind of the calming voice for you guys, especially as these updates are coming in. And Shari, as we're working to get our lights back on and streaming through the video that is coming in, do you want to quickly go over the state's preparedness and kind of the response that they plan to do? The governor spoke around 1 o'clock, so about 2 hours ago, and I can start with just really the power crews is going to be the big story here. There's going to be millions of people without power. So the governor said there are 42,000 linemen ready to go, thousands of them with FPL from 30 different states. They'll be on standby. They're going to start working on power in the areas that are as hard as hit. Clearly not Southwest Florida, as we're still in the middle of it, which means if those the lines are down, we saw videos of trees on top of homes and roads. They're going to bring down power lines with it. They could be live. Those power lines could also be in that storm surge water that you see. That's why they say don't go in the water. These are where the most hazards are. This is where it can get the most dangerous. So that's what the state's doing in the terms of power. As well.
Sure. So we know as of the governor's last update, which you can only imagine, as you mentioned, it's expected that millions of people are going to be without power. The last time we heard from the governor was about 200,000 outages throughout the state, and I'm just going to go ahead and assume that number has gone up
without a doubt
since then, but we are waiting for the official number. We are keeping a close eye on FPL and LCEC numbers here in Southwest Florida, though.
We also have video, I believe you guys are seeing right now, the Luminary Tower Cam. Andy, I don't know if you can tell me, is this live? Is our tower cam still working, or was this pre-recorded? Because I would imagine this is, yes, it is live. So this is very good. This is what, okay. It is not live, but that's okay, because we went through before we lost all the cameras to see kind of what we were seeing. So this is recorded over the Luminary camera. This is over the Caloosahatchee River in downtown Fort Myers. And as you can imagine, that river is rising.
And you know something about this video, maybe about an hour and a half ago, Trent actually was on air with this video when we took this camera, and he literally could not even tell what location in Southwest Florida this was because it almost just didn't look like the downtown that we love so much. So just to put that into perspective for you as to what we're seeing, some of our areas, and you know, it's tough to talk about, but some of our areas may not look like what we're used to seeing them after this storm
I hear
passes.
Shari's breath kind of take, because that luminary camera, the Pine Island camera right outside our Fox 4 studios, the Bayfront camera, those are cameras that we actually take all the time, and we usually see beautiful sunsets. So to see this is, you know, pretty tough. Let's go ahead and toss to meteorologist Andrew Shipley, who has a weather update for us.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at the radar right now, and just really, we're just getting hammered here by this eye wall. We keep losing connection to our weather computer, so it just kind of shows you we're all kind of going in and out of these power outages across our viewing area here. So I'm going to kind of walk you through some of these spots here, kind of we can get a little bit closer to things moving in to some of your county by county and city by city locations. So looking at, we're going to start with Punta Gorda here, because that's what I got pulled up here. And you're looking up that heavy rain up along I-75 there. There's 41. What else we got in here? We have Ball Harbor Boulevard getting hammered with those inner eye wall. Again, that's where that heaviest rain and wind is for you at this time. Let's head a little bit more north up towards Port Charlotte for you. Again, there is Charlotte Harbor, and you can see just getting absolutely slammed with those rain bands, that wind for you up and down 41. We'll follow 41 northward there. There is Bachman Boulevard, again, really major artery right through Port Charlotte, getting into those, again, that heavy rain for you at this time. Let's zoom things out. As we zoom things out, you see that little swirl there. This is what we're continuing to see, is these quick little spin-ups that we're watching for us at this time. And we're going to continue to see these. This is a quick, maybe one or two little touchdown of a quick little tornado. I mean, this is
And Andrew. Hey, Andrew, I'm so sorry, love. I think your mic is cutting in and out. So we're going to take over and go through a series of videos from viewers that came in, and we'll definitely get back, because I know weather is obviously the biggest update right now with that eye wall, the strongest storms coming into our area.
All right, guys, and you're going to have to help us as we walk through these videos for you, but we want to give you an idea of what we're seeing throughout Southwest Florida right now. Again, our team of meteorologists, they've been talking about that storm surge, that wind that I know so many of you have heard or are hearing. Can we talk about that for a second? Because if you have ever been through one of these storms, it is chilling. It's a very chilling sound. It almost sounds like a train coming through. And so we want to show you the impacts of what you might be hearing and how it's impacted parts of Southwest Florida.
And it looks like we're having video right now of Island Park, Florida, and I'm trying to see exactly what part of that area. Oh, it's right next to Aligo Commons there.
This is the Island Park community right now, which we know we have seen flooding even on days where we're not dealing with a major storm, Southwest Florida, where sometimes we see this with just a severe thunderstorm. We see flooding in this area. It is a concern for our area, and so we are showing you video now of what that area looks like as we speak.
So, and we just want to thank you, our viewers, for sending this video in, because clearly, as we're working to get our weather team up on air with radars, because we're really feeling it the worst right now. Yeah, go for it.
I'm not Mike.
That's okay. I'll come stand next to you.
Share with you some things. Unfortunately, we are receiving multiple social media reports. I've seen the pictures myself from Fort Myers Beach showing storm surge now reaching first-story roofs. that means that our forecast of 9 to 12 feet is coming to fruition.
Okay.
And we're not done yet. We still have another couple of hours of this surge before the winds shift. This is absolutely catastrophic.
So the potential of the worst
It's not
storm
the potential,
surge
it's
is happening. Yep.
It's there. It's at the first story on some first Fort Myers Beach homes. I've seen one picture specifically from South Fort Myers Beach.
And for our viewers, as you're looking through some of that video, we're circling through, you're hearing meteorologist Katie Walls kind of tell us what she's seen from viewer videos that are coming in, particularly from Fort Myers Beach. And we just really thank you guys for sending in these videos, because that is where you know, we're able to see what's happening out there. So thank you guys for bearing with us as we are working to get our studio lights and weather graphics back on. Until then, we are relying on your viewer videos, so we thank you. Of course, if you are sending in those videos, if you are, please stay safe in doing so, but we really appreciate it.
And Katie, can you repeat that community again? I know they can't hear you. Just want to make sure. Thank you guys. So again, 9 to 12. Thank you guys. 9 to 12 foot storm surge was a prediction, and what Katie's saying is that based on what she's seeing, that has become a reality for Fort Myers Beach. Yes.
I mean, you're likely seeing that down in Naples as well.
Yeah.
So
we saw an
meteorologist
image.
Andrew Shipley is off to the side here, saying that you are most likely seeing that in Naples as well.
And we saw a picture from the Naples Police Department that showed Naples underwater, and there is now a curfew in place for the city of Naples, because again, we don't want you going out in this. You don't know what's in that water, you don't know what live power lines are in there, and within a second that can sweep anybody out. We do know of at least, earlier today we heard of at least one death over in southeast Florida of a 34-year-old man found in flooded waters, and you know, we just want you guys to stay safe.
Yeah, we are working to learn more about that story. We know that a body was found in those floodwaters, and we're working to learn more about what the connection was there.
Can we stick with this for 1 second? Because as the state had that update not too long ago, you guys are going to continue to see these viewer videos while we're going to go through any updates here. Storm surge being a story, but when Kevin Guthrie, the Florida Department of Emergency Management Director, came on, he said that he's asking people who decided to shelter in place, who might be on higher levels and experiencing storm surge, to go ahead and visit floridadisaster.org and fill out a survey. This is not by any means 911, but this is a survey to see where you are, what you're experiencing, so they can plan the search and rescue missions. Understandably, that people will probably need to be, you know, maybe saved through boats or by helicopters, which we know they're bringing in. But he's asking for people who decided to shelter in place, maybe you guys are experiencing that rising water, to fill out a survey at floridadisaster.org. And this is for the state to respond, because we know it's going to be a pretty large response on the other side of this.
And the state, to its credit, has predicted this type of rescue effort. And so the governor has told us over the last few days that they've had the National Guard on standby. They've been working with states. Actually, in the press conference today, he mentioned some of those states: Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee. He's received support from multiple states in regards to rescue efforts here in the state of Florida. And what Katie's update really puts into perspective for us is that you know, we're going to need
that
those rescue
case
efforts.
scenario happen with storm surge. Actually, the video that you're seeing right now is a flooding video in Fort Myers. We're not even talking the beach, like actual Fort Myers. We also know that Keenan had sent in some video as well, our Fox 4 Keenan Scott, which I believe you are seeing. And Andy, I don't know if we're ready, but it sounds like we might have some sound from the hurricane hunters who have been in this storm. So let's go ahead and listen to them.
And then when it did get a sweep and clear up, we were in horrible turbulence. Worst weather I've ever seen. I've never seen those formations on the radar themselves. We got rocked, like to say, like a boxer. The aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power, trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. It was the worst thing you could want to happen as a pilot.
Wow, it's not often that you hear hurricane hunters say that this is the worst they've ever seen. Now, they did tweet out images of their plane, and like the side of the plane was knocked out by hail. They dropped 1,000 feet in the middle of it. I can't even imagine hearing that and just knowing the impact that it's having right now on our community. But guys, we're here with you. All of the emotions that you're feeling, we are feeling the same, but we're going to take you through this moment by moment while we go through power outages and come back and on with you guys.
Yeah, we're getting video now from the Villas community, which is near the Pine Manor community, not too far from Page Field and near that Bell Tower area. So we want to go ahead, guys, if we can, and take that video. I believe it is rain and probably flooding in that area as well, which I do know that in some parts of the Villas it does flood pretty easily. I know a lot of you guys have been seeing what Colton Chavez has been reporting on, which is flooding in your front yards, in your driveways, and we do know that with this type of heavy rains that we're forecast and that we're seeing, that could create major flooding in that community as well. So as we continue to look county by county, city by city, community by community, we want to let you know this is what we're seeing right now from the Villas community, which is near the Bell Tower community in Fort Myers.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about storm surge, as Katie had just said, the 9 to 12 feet of what was the worst case scenario. She says we're already there.
Right.
And so really quickly, the state had said 179 aircraft prepared to help. Also, other states, you had mentioned Alabama, Tennessee, they're sending down their Black Hawks to what will be a search and rescue mission. So you guys, please stay as safe as possible as you can right now. I mean, we're still really in a hunker down mode, in a shelter in place mode.
Right. And a reminder here for those of you in Collier County, the city of Naples has issued an emergency citywide curfew to protect and safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of those of you living in the city. So again, it has gone into effect probably about an hour ago. They put that into effect to just help keep you safe. As far as how long it's going to last, we don't know. The city says it is until further notice. So it went into effect immediately, and it's going to last until the city says it has expired. So just a heads up for those of you in Collier County, particularly in the city of Naples, and also a heads up for you, we are expecting, for those of you who live in Charlotte County, we are expecting to hear from Charlotte County leaders in just a few minutes as well when it comes to the situation there and any restoration or efforts that they're planning to make. They just want to speak to you directly and keep you updated.
Right.
So we are going to keep a close eye on that as well for you.
Well, as the eye wall is really approaching and really hitting us at the hardest point, let's get right out to certified meteorologist Katie Walls, who's tracking this for us right now.
I don't have any graphics right now. This is what I have. I don't have control of it right now.
All right, so it looks like Katie's working to get.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it back up.
Trying to get it back up. Again, we are dealing with the same
cannot
things that you guys are dealing with, which are power outages and shifting power sources, generators, all of that stuff. The same thing that we would be dealing with if we were with our families at home like you guys, we are dealing with here as well.
And Fox 4's Keenan Scott is out and about. Let's go ahead and see what he's seeing right now.
So the wind and the rain has really picked up throughout the day. I mean, right now it's just howling wind. I mean, I'm looking at the trees from the lobby of the hotel right now, and you can just see, gusts of wind really picking up. Some trees have been taken down. There's water that's seeping into the hotel lobby here. Not a lot, but there is quite a bit coming in just from underneath the door. I'm looking at the pool right now, and I can just see just tons of waves coming in from the river or the ocean, just kind of piling into the back pool deck. So everything is just completely covered with water at this point. Same goes for the front of the hotel as well. I can just see that all of the parking lot there is really just underwater completely. So it really has picked up. I mean, I've been getting alerts on my phone all day telling me to shelter in place. It's really kind of a scary scene out here, especially near Sanibel. So if there are people in Sanibel, I hope that they're hunkering down. I hope that they're staying safe, because I wouldn't want to be out in this at all right now.
All right, I think that was Fox 4's Keenan Scott right now near Sanibel. So Katie's still working on getting stuff up and going on the weather purposes. So Shari, let's talk through a little bit about what people might be experiencing right now and the viewer videos that we've been getting over the last like a couple of hours or so as we've been seeing the worst of it.
Yeah, and you saw me, I kind of was hovering over my computer there a little bit, but I'm trying to keep an eye on power outages for you right now. And again, if you have LCEC or if you have FPL, you can go to their website if you are able to use the internet, which seems like a problem for some of us right now. But you can go and keep track of the outages in that area, in your area as well. Katie just handed me an image. This is near Cape Coral Parkway and Southwest 23rd Avenue. And you can see, you can't see, we have to describe this to you, this
storm surge
and
about
the impacts
7
of it.
to 8 feet, again, near Cape Coral Parkway. Yep, those are from canals in the Caloosahatchee.
And basically what we're seeing is the storm surge actually impacting, this looks like one of these locations is a second story location as well, where that storm surge is actually rushing through.
Yeah, and that storm surge is really going to be the story of this storm. Gotta admit, I have my house is right there in Cape Coral too, so I'm watching very closely as we're getting those images in just to see what's happening. But just to mention. Possessions at this point, I'm not worried about. It's loss of life and for everyone here in our area. So sounds like Fox 4 certified meteorologist Katie Walls might be ready for us to send it over to her.
We're still working to get Katie and Andrew, but what's happening here is they're shifting to make sure that they continue to bring you the latest when it comes to weather updates. Now, what I can tell you is that we are waiting to hear from Charlotte County leaders to bring you an update. We're keeping a close eye on that eye. So I'm talking to some of you guys on Facebook, and you're telling me, listen, I'm seeing a lot of wind. Someone just called me. I wasn't able to answer the call on air, obviously, but they texted me and they said, what is the latest with this storm? A lot of fear right now, and I think that's very valid and okay to acknowledge that you're feeling that way. Some of us in studio are definitely feeling that way. I'm one of those people. And we're working to keep you updated on the latest. We do know that, again, that eye is making its way through Southwest Florida. And so if you're hearing those winds, we're hearing that wind, we're hearing that sound of a very strong movement over our roof, which many of you are hearing as well. That storm is making its way right now through our community.
And Andy, is there any chance that we can start going through those videos again? That would be great, so we can start seeing what our viewers are seeing out there, because when Katie just brought over that image of the storm surge in Cape Coral, it immediately brought me, as horrible as it was, a little bit of relief just to know where people who might be evacuating and might be able to watch us because they might be in shelters or not, who might want to see where their houses are. So just let us know what video we want to go to, and we're going to stick with the storm surge storyline if we can for now.
All right, and a reminder here that the city of Naples is under a curfew until...
Oh yeah, because of that storm surge, they sent out a picture earlier as well.
And this is probably one of the hardest parts of weathering a storm. Nadine, you're from Florida, I'm from Florida, is the unknown. It's this moment right now where you're tuned in to your Fox 4 weather team, you're listening in, and it almost feels like a sense of deep anticipation, fear, like I mentioned, but also you're waiting. You're waiting to see what happens. You're waiting to see what comes next. If you have your shutters up over your windows, you can't see necessarily what's actually happening. But again, we're telling you to shelter in place. So it's this weird feeling of what actually is happening.
What you're probably feeling from us too is, as we're feeling some of the strongest portions of this, our weather's trying to get up, our lights went out, and so you're probably feeling what we're feeling as well. The moment your power went out, you probably were like, what's about to happen? But we are going to be here with you throughout this entire time. And as we know, is that hundreds of thousands of people are without power, but FPL has 30,000 linemen, 42,000 linemen across the state of Florida from 30 different states ready to go.
So I want to make sure I share this with you. This comes from the National Weather Service on recommendations when you're sheltering in place. So again, this is becoming very real for so many of us. And they suggest taking refuge in a small interior room. So my family and I have identified closets in our homes as to where we would go in the event of if you hear something like a tornado warning or tornado watch, which is very possible with a system like this. They also say stay away from windows, skylights, and glass doors as well. If they're not covered up, you want to make sure that you're staying as far away from those as possible. And again, if the eye is passing over your storm, Trent talked about this a little earlier, and it's kind of eerie to think about, but there will be a short period of calm. But at the other side of the eye there, the wind speed rapidly increases from the hurricane. So you may hear those impacts pass by your home, and then you might hear quiet and think that it's safe to go outside. But a reminder here from our weather team and the National Weather Service that hurricane force winds could be coming from the other direction as well.
There we go. There's another emergency just coming in. As you're talking about that, extreme wind warning in effect for this area. Life, danger, threatening winds until 6 o'clock. So, and this is what we knew would come with this. I'm so sorry. Let me try to get this off.
So your phone is probably going off. You're seeing what we're seeing right now, which is the extreme wind warning until 6 p.m. Here's the other side of what it says in case you can only hear our voices and you're not able to see this for whatever reason. We just want you to have this information. Again, just as we were reading this, it says, take cover now in an interior room of a sturdy building, like a closet, something that is away from a window or a door. Protect your head from flying debris. As our Caitlin Knapp showed us, that can definitely be a factor in this situation. And again, just as we were speaking about this, do not go outside in the calm of the hurricane eye, again, because winds will quickly become dangerous again. Not gonna lie, I'm a little freaked out that we were just talking about that and then we got that alert as well.
Yeah, and it's because we are feeling those strongest winds right on the eye wall. It sounds like another one might be coming in. And it's great that you went over those tips, because it's important to know what people should do when they are home, listening to our voices, hearing these alarms go off. And these are just all things that you can do to stay as safe as possible. Something also to keep in mind, it's probably also a little bit anxious to hear that law enforcement won't be out on the roads right now. So if you do have an emergency, though, you can still call 911 if you need anything. They actually have doctors and experts on the other line ready to talk you through any of it. And then they're going to get out to you as soon as possible if you need to.
FPL, Florida Power and Light, reporting that they have more than 400,000 households without power right now. And again, power outages will be widespread and fast to be reported as Hurricane Ian makes its landfall in our area. Again, the quickest way to keep abreast with outages in your area is to go to your provider site, which is FPL or LCEC. You can go to their website. They also both have apps that you can use and track outages. Again, they say they're prepared for outages and they have technology that can locate those outages, but you might be worried that your community's outage hasn't been reported. So here's how this works. Again, they assess the safety of their crew members actually going out and then assessing what it looks like in those outage areas. That is when they identify the areas that have been impacted the most. And one thing I do want to mention here is these companies actually work to restore power to first responders, to hospitals, and to those people who need to get out on the ground to help serve you first. So that is a priority for them as well. So we want to make sure we note that here. Again, I spoke with LCEC, and that's what the spokeswoman told me, is that if for some reason one of the sheriff's office loses power, or a 911 emergency center loses power, they're going to work to restore that power first so that those people can continue to help those of you who are in need as well. So it's kind of like a trickle down effect as well. We know you need power in your community. I don't think they're overlooking that as well, but they're identifying that their emergency responders, our first responders who are working, they need to be connected as well.
Right, and the power is eventually, your cell phone might turn off in the next couple of days. Cell phone service might also go out. As the linemen are also getting ready to restore power, the governor said there are 200 mobile cell phone towers that are on standby also to come through and help just in case cell phone service goes out.
That's right. All right, so we are working to bring you the latest county by county coverage throughout Southwest Florida as we track Hurricane Ian. We are feeling the same impacts that so many of you guys are feeling right now. I do want to mention that Caitlin Knapp and our digital team actually pointed out again that some people are using generators at this time. So on our website, you can find a list of things to keep in mind if you're depending on a generator, if you're plugging it up, because the last thing that we want to see is us going through this situation together, and then after that, impacts or challenges based on unfortunate poor generator use, or the other side of that is tampering with electricity, maybe by a down power line and coming in contact with something like that.
Generator, definitely safety is a big one. Let's go ahead and go out to Fox 4's Caitlin Knapp. She's been in Charlotte County, really holding it down for us there. Caitlin, what are you seeing this afternoon?
The wind is just getting worse. That's the only thing to really describe here is how bad the wind is getting. And if you can hear this behind me right now, we are in a parking garage. And about 5 minutes ago, the fire alarm started going off. We've had a lot of water start coming into the parking garage. But this is what it looks like right now in downtown Punta Gorda. We've seen a lot of debris just start flying through. I even saw the top of a lamppost break and fly through the wind here in downtown Punta Gorda. I saw some plywood, palm fronds, air duct grates just flying through. And this is a storm that is not to mess around with. It is really starting to pick up here really significantly. Again, if you do hear that in the background, that is the fire alarm in downtown Punta Gorda in the parking garage that we are in right now. I was trying to get a little bit better video that doesn't have this netting behind me, but even getting to an area that doesn't have something like this, it's almost impossible because of how high the wind is. This is really going to have a lot of damage to downtown Punta Gorda. I already saw some just on this one street that we are on right now. I was talking to a couple of guys out here who are actually storm chasers, and they said that they've seen some flooding already. They already saw some damage as well. So they are out there in the elements. We're going to stay here right now, but this storm is really starting to pick up. We haven't been able to see the effects of the storm surge because we are so far from the Peace River. We're probably at least 5 to 6 blocks from Lashley Park, where the Peace River is that feeds into the Charlotte Harbor. So most likely that is going to get a lot worse here pretty soon. We're going to stay hunkered down here at that parking garage. Obviously, as you can see, it's just not safe to go out here right now, especially again with all this debris flying all over the place. There is a little bit of flooding here and there, and then the rain just kind of smacking us every so often. But the story out here is the wind. So if you are listening to this message tonight, stay inside. Charlotte County Emergency Management will hold a press conference really soon. I did ask Todd Dunn, the public information officer, and he was telling me that they don't know if they're going to do a curfew. They're not sure if that's going to happen. The city of Naples is under a curfew right now, effective immediately. Again, whether Charlotte County or even the city of Punta Gorda is going to do that, that's not clear right now. But the best thing to do is stay inside. That's because Charlotte County Emergency Management says that everybody is not on the roads right now. EMS, police, if you need any sort of help, unfortunately, it won't come. Again, because of this, Hurricane Ian and everything that it is bringing towards Southwest Florida right now. So stick with Fox 4. We're going to keep bringing you the latest from Punta Gorda, from FGCU, anywhere that we can safely do so. We will bring you the latest information on Hurricane Ian. Back to you guys in studio.
All right, Caitlin, thank you so much. You could actually hear the fire alarm going off. We just had our warnings going off. You guys are probably feeling the same kind of anxiousness that we are feeling, but we will be your calm voice through this. We are going to get through this together. And we do have our crews, you see, looking out for you. So you're not tempted to go outside, and she's in a parking garage. She is safe. And so we are going to look at some video right now at in Naples, I believe.
And especially for some of the major roads there, if we can pull those up. Pine Ridge, Goodlet-Frank roads.
Right.
Those are two of the major roads. Pine Ridge going east-west, Goodlet-Frank north-south, just west of the airport. And this is, again, just east of Tamiami Trail and 41. So it's taking a sense of what it's like out there right now. And again, Naples, this was at about 1 o'clock, a little before 1 o'clock. They put that curfew in place.
Right. Right.
So that this way people would not be out. And as you just heard, not just from Collier County where Naples is, but also from Caitlin Clark in Charlotte County talking about the wind that's out there with debris concerns. Doesn't matter wherever you are, as long as you're impacted, debris is a major issue. We're seeing this in Cape Coral, and we're seeing this in some of the other places.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds like we are ready to bring in certified meteorologist Katie Walls, giving me a thumbs up as she's been trying to get her weather graphics back on air. Hey, Katie.
That's right, that thumbs up, because as you know, it has been quite tricky with all of this technology. You know, you're losing power, we're losing power, so we want to make sure we keep you updated despite all of these issues right now. And of course, we have extremely strong winds right now moving on shore. So what you're looking at right now, you can see that very distinct eye, and it's directly over North Captiva Island, Pine Island, Cape Coral. Now seeing a respite, but friends, let's remember we have to deal with the back end of that storm. So Matt, is there some way that we can zoom it out just a little bit? I want to be able to show the back end of that storm, because what is in the Gulf of Mexico, that other side of the eye wall, that is what is yet to come. So even though we are starting to see that break, that eye currently moving over far western Lee County, we have to get through that other half that you still see in the Gulf of Mexico. It too is producing at least Category 3 force winds, possibly higher at this point. Unfortunately, the storm surge will continue for coastal Lee, specifically south of the Caloosahatchee southward. That is the worst of the surge. Will continue now for a couple of hours. You can see that very distinct counterclockwise rotation. So look at the bottom half of that storm. You see all of that yellow, and all of those winds are from due west, shoving all of that water onshore right now. So all of that Gulf water, unfortunately, we are seeing reports of storm surge of 9 to 12 feet. That was our worst case scenario for Estero Island, for example. We are now starting to see those reports. So if you are on a barrier island, then you need to get to the highest point in your home, because that surge will continue to rise. Meanwhile, farther inland right now, we do have let's say the eastern side of the eye wall currently over I-75, as well as Estero, FGCU, extending toward Lehigh Acres. That's where that section of the eye wall is. Also now over Babcock Ranch up into Charlotte County, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Cape Hayes Peninsula, Sarasota, Venice, currently in the eye wall on the northern side of it. And then you look off into the Gulf, and we have all of that to come on shore as well. So as of right now, this was a Lee County landfall. This was our absolute worst case scenario, and we are still going through it. And we still have several hours to go through it, through this afternoon, into this evening. So if you are susceptible to storm surge, you want to try and get to the highest point. In your home. All right, we're going to step over toward the acres.
All right, come on in, Katie. Yep.
Went out, so I'm going to hang out with you guys for a little bit.
So it sounds like Katie's mic has gone off, so she's going to use part of our sound. Yep.
To lean in really closely.
Absolutely. Come on in.
All right. So
we did just lose power again for everyone to know, but I think you can still hear our voices and the radar is still up. So we're going to take you through this with Katie.
Exactly, and I think that's part of the problem, of course, is that we're dealing with these power surges, and all of you are dealing with the power surges. I know my home in Cape Coral has been without now since 9 a.m., and it's going to be a long time before it is restored. We have a while. So if you're joining us on one of these other platforms, thank you for joining us. Thank you for staying informed. But we unfortunately are still dealing with a major hurricane actively making landfall. The eye of the storm right now over Gasparilla, North Captiva, as well as Pine Island, the western side of Cape Coral, now in the eye wall, or now in the eye as well. That eye wall is the strongest part of the storm around the eye. So you see, for example, look up toward Port Charlotte, Sarasota, southern Sarasota, out toward Venice. You see all that red up there? That's where some of the worst of it currently is. So that's where you have those extreme rain bands. That's when you have those hurricane force winds, easily Category 2 to Category 3. And when I talk like that, I'm saying anywhere from 90 to 120 miles per hour. So just a tremendous amount of wind and rain right now pummeling Charlotte County. But the good news, Charlotte County, if I have to have some good news for our friends in Charlotte County, is that I don't think we're going to see the worst of the storm surge there. The worst of the storm surge is south of the Caloosahatchee. It's going to be really affecting Lee County, the canals, especially those spots that are attached to the Caloosahatchee. So Lee County, Collier County, that's where we're going to be seeing the worst of the surge as we continue through the next couple of hours.
And Katie, Andrew actually just walked over because NWS Miami has officially said that
Cayo Costa.
Hurricane Ian made landfall in Cayo Costa.
Cayo Costa. There you go. That's not far away at all from where Charlie was.
No.
It's almost identical.
That's official landfall right there.
What were the sustained winds on that?
Category 4. I didn't see
all right.
I didn't see the number.
We officially had a Category 4 landfall for Cayo Costa.
And when you think about the width of this,
yes,
on top of this, because so many have compared this with Charlie, but the width of this has been stunning, and we're seeing such impacts minute by minute.
Exactly. So, for example, with Hurricane Charlie, the hurricane force winds were only 8 miles from the storm center. It was very small.
Yeah.
It was a very small.
Yeah.
So we saw the concentration of those Category 4 over isolated areas. Unfortunately, with this is just a monstrous storm producing hurricane force winds. Are we still around 35 to 40 miles away from the storm center? So on either side. So we have basically 80 miles wide of hurricane force winds.
We actually have reporters out and about, and so Keenan was out near Sanibel, and we have his perspective of what he was experiencing as Hurricane Ian officially making landfall Cayo Costa.
So we've got 3 to 5 days worth of food at each of our shelters, each of our schools that are serving as locations. Plus we have more stockpiled in the warehouse so that when it is clear, if the shelters remain open past that 3 to 5 days, we can resupply them with food and with water.
This is shelter. All right, you actually just heard about shelters in Lee County. That was not our Keenan Scott, because we know Lee County has several shelters opened up right now.
And we're still at the point again where we've heard this over and over throughout the day. It's too late to go outside. Too late to, you can snap a picture if you've got the eye coming through you for any of those right now, but please be as safe as you can, especially because there's so much uncertainty, so much of the unknown is out there as we're seeing the storm surge churning its way through, especially within Lee County at this time. And I know Katie Walls has not used the word catastrophic unless it is a dire situation, as we're seeing right now in Southwest Florida from Ian.
Okay, now we have Keenan's perspective of what it was like out there right near Sanibel. Let's take a listen.
So the wind and the rain has really picked up throughout the day. Right now it's just howling wind. I'm looking at the trees from the lobby of the hotel right now, and you can just see, gusts of wind really picking up. Some trees have been taken down. There's water that's seeping into the hotel lobby here. Not a lot, but there is quite a bit coming in just from underneath the door. I'm looking at the pool right now, and I can just see just tons of waves coming in from the river or the ocean, just kind of piling into the back pool deck. So everything is just completely covered with water at this point. Same goes for the front of the hotel as well. I can just see that all of the parking lot there is really just underwater completely. So it really has picked up. I've been getting alerts on my phone all day telling me to shelter in place. It's really kind of a scary scene out here, especially near Sanibel. So if there are people in Sanibel, I hope that they're hunkering down. I hope that they're staying safe, because I wouldn't want to be out in this at all right now.
was happening, but to
We
hear
are
it, Katie,
experiencing
I don't know, I felt like
moment
that
of
hope of
reprieve after hours of consistent rain, heavy at times, and the winds have really started to pick up over the past 2 hours or so. Now here along Bayshore Boulevard, flooding has typically been an issue just on a regular day and with other tropical systems. That's why surrounding communities have been worried about the storm surge. But as you can see, that won't be an issue here for now. Hurricane Ian has sucked some of the water out of this area. This just happened recently. Now, Bayshore is in Zone A, which is part of a mandatory evacuation in Hillsborough County along with Zone B, but we'll keep updating you on how Hurricane Ian is affecting this area all day long. For now, I'm reporting in Tampa. Larissa Scott, ABC Action News.
There was an eerie shot from Tampa earlier showing that how the water had just receded from the bay there. The same thing happened in Peace River. So that is the opposite of what we're seeing on our coasts here, all the way spanning from Lee County to Collier.
And as this pushes through, I know all of us have been waiting for days for this to arrive, preparing however we can. And all I can really just think about is, when is this going to end? And when is that the tail end of Ian going to eventually be done with this, so people can finally get a sense of what their properties are like, really what their lives are like from all of this.
And it looks like you're looking at video right now from Island Park VO, which is a community in Fort Myers that also,
South Lee County.
Yeah, absolutely. Also really seeing a lot of the damage and the winds and the rain and everything that we've been talking about as this now major hurricane is here.
Okay, and then once that's up for the Island Park VO, you can definitely get a sense of for where it is, for where this person is standing, because you do have a lot of those multi-story buildings where at least they can get a good perspective on this. But just fear for the people who are on the first floor. And you have that level of helplessness, maybe hopelessness of just trying to get through this. And again, we're going to be here getting everybody all the information they need to be able to get through this. But yeah, we are in just this midst of uncertainty, really. We're all hoping, especially if you're in like Cape Coral and you're hoping the canals can hold, or if you're along the Caloosahatchee, especially south of the Caloosahatchee, hoping that can hold for wherever you live. Of course, Florida's a flat area, and because of this, the water's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds like we're going to have some video from North Captiva, where we are now seeing the eye of the hurricane. And this is an important message for you guys, because once you start seeing these clearer skies, that does not mean we are done here. This eye is huge, Chris.
It's halftime of the awfulness that's known as Hurricane Ian when it comes to this, because it's certainly not over even once you get to the eye, and it can be a little bit peaceful. And we've seen some of the pictures, some of the video that's come out of whether it's Captiva, whether it's Sanibel, and really you just hope that not only can this just recover, but it can be just as good as it was 5 days ago. With all the concerns there, because it is such a focal point for tourism, a focal point for the quality of life here.
Such a beautiful area, a nationally known Sanibel and Captiva, and the eye of the storm is where people start to feel like they can get a little bit curious, maybe sneak out, take some pictures, but we still don't recommend that, because as you know, crews aren't coming out. They're not looking for down power lines right now. Emergency crews are not out. So there could be a lot of hazards if you decide to step out and start to get curious now. Just go ahead and stay in place. Like Chris said, this is halftime if you are starting to see the eye wall, and that you can see it for a while because it spans 45 miles long.
Now let's go see if we're going to call out for some video here for some flooding in Fort Myers, as that's also come in. And again, your locations may vary. We often say this during the weather, and that's certainly the case when it comes to this. And again, depending on where you are, we had the evacuations in Lee County for zones A, B, parts of C, and we can see exactly why that is with the flooding, with the storm surge. Because again, the water has to go somewhere, and as the Caloosahatchee keeps building up, there's that sense of anxiety, nervousness, especially for people who maybe they're watching this remotely and wondering if their properties are okay, or if they're on that first floor of a condominium and hoping that they're just going to be okay.
I actually had a viewer send us video of flooding in downtown Fort Myers well in front of City Hall, and it looks several feet tall. And so, as we know, that's right off of the Caloosahatchee. And something that has stuck with me from pre-storm coverage, I don't know how many hours ago, but they said that the science behind the evacuations was that even though you couldn't see water from where you are, which we can't, we're actually pretty mid-Cape, we were evacuated. That's because we were still in the impacts, because as you mentioned, Chris, that water has to go somewhere, and all of these little waterways, the canal system that's man-made in Cape Coral, which is gorgeous, that's why we love to be out there, all those canals coming up, and it's going to push in further and further, and that is why the storm surge was really the scariest and the most dangerous part of the storm, which now on top of that with winds and rain.
And I know that we had Tampa and then it became Venice for where the projections were that it would go. But you also think about some of those spots along Tampa and along those beaches. Some people are wondering, well, where'd all the water go?
Right.
Because again, this is the inverse
Oh my gosh.
of what we're seeing with some of this, because from where the projections went, and we see all the water where it's certainly coming down here in Southwest Florida,
Right.
so many people have to deal with this right now.
And I once covered Hurricane Hermine, which hit us a few years back, right where it hit in the Big Bend area. And the storm surge was eerie, just like you said. You saw it push through, push, and even picked up our vehicle at one point. And then on the other side of that eye wall, it sucked it out. And it's kind of eerie to see just how powerful this hurricane is, spanning all the way down in Marco Island, even further south, all the way up to the Tampa Bay area.
And that has been the common theme all throughout. Going back to Monday, even really before, the closer you are to a major body of water, the more likely you were to be evacuated. We've seen the reports from Marco Island. We've also seen some of the storm surge concerns that you've had for Pine Ridge, Goodlet Frank, those areas of Naples, as that's also come into play here. We've seen the water in Captiva, Sanibel, Fort Myers with some of the flooding, even up to Charlotte County in certain areas, as this has just been, it's given us all a reset as we're all just constantly watching it.
And as the video is coming in from our viewers, we're also getting video in from law enforcement agencies and city officials. You are actually seeing video of the Lee Sheriff portable unit just floating away. As we mentioned, we saw that flooding in downtown Fort Myers, and just to see that unit floating away is definitely part of the story that we're seeing with this storm.
And you just think about how vehicles, they just get picked up because they can't be on the ground anymore because the weight of the water does all that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it sounds like meteorologist Katie Walls is also ready to come back in with what we're seeing with radar as the strongest winds are coming through right now as we speak in our area, Katie.
Yes, so it's a huge concern, and okay, so I'm going to kind of walk things through a little differently. I'm going to pull out my IFB just a bit so that way I don't hear myself reverberating. However, here's what's going on. The strongest winds right now are on the northern side of the eye wall. Now remember, the eye is what is calm. The eye is what is 34 miles wide. The eye wall is where you have the worst of the winds. So the eye wall right here moving through parts of Charlotte County. And so right now from Port Charlotte through Inglewood up through Venice, that's where the worst of the eye wall is currently progressing. Now, what we are seeing also, of course, this storm made landfall as a powerful Category 4. As that inner part of the eye wall moves eastward, those winds will gradually deteriorate because they're going to be interacting with friction. So for example, say along I-75, let's head a little bit farther toward the south. For I-75, say into Estero, toward Lehigh Acres, that's where we could still see Category 2 force winds. But again, it's mainly along the coast, and directly where it hit is where those winds were at their peak. So that's, a different way of looking at it. I don't want everybody thinking that they're getting hit with Cat 4, but I mean, regardless, Category 2 can still be extremely destructive. I'm not downplaying this at all. However, there's a big difference between a 150 mile per hour wind and a 110 mile per hour wind, or even a 100 mile per hour wind. Now I want to, let's see if we can zoom out just a bit, my friends. And I want to check on that eye. A little bit more disorganized. This is what we like to see, and this is what we expect as this storm is making landfall. You see how it's kind of oblong now? You see how it's a little more oblong? Well, that's because as that eastern side interacts with all of that land, interacts with Charlotte County, interacts with Lee County, now heading toward Glades and Hendry, that's why we're starting to see it kind of get a little wonky. And that's what we want to see, of course. So that means the conditions farther inland, tropical storm force winds are most likely. There could be hurricane force gust, absolutely, but at least we're seeing that eastern side weaken. Now, here we go. We're halfway there. We're not done yet, We have to get through the whole western side. So let's broaden out that view. I want to show our viewers what is still in the Gulf, what is to come. The western side of the eye wall, that's going to be a bear. That's going to be an absolute bear. And that could very well pack winds, especially at the onset, right where it makes landfall for coastal Lee County, the western half of Lee County. That could still very well have Category 3-4 winds. And then, of course, a ton of rain with it as well. So that flooding concern will remain very, very prevalent as we look through the next couple of hours, especially this evening. So mainly this evening. So once we see that eye fully move on shore, then we're going to have that eye wall move on shore with the strongest winds once again. So very strong winds, extremely heavy rainfall. What you see in the Gulf of Mexico, all of that is going to be moved on shore. Hurricane warnings, of course, will remain in effect in so many without power.
And when you see that, you talk about the western part of Ian as it's swirling through. I mean, that is one thick chunk. You don't see a lot of breakup. You don't see a lot of the lighter, the greens that are in there.
Exactly. You see intense rainfall. You see a lot of oranges. You also see reds directly around that eye wall where we tend to see the worst of those storms. And plus, embedded in all of that, on top of all of the rainfall, those little spin-up tornadoes.
Right.
You know, that's also always a concern. You have these little turbulent eddies. After all, it's a tremendous amount of energy right now that is currently moving on shore. And of course, our lights are on, they're off, and we're going through a lot of different power surges right now, and I'm sure you are too, if you are joining us now, and we hope you're doing so safely.
Katie, you'd mentioned that later this evening we were going to see even more potential flooding. I actually wrote down the high tide in Charlotte County for today, 5:57. So I feel like all of this is going to really come at the same time.
Well, the good news though, is that Charlotte County, because of where it made landfall, we're seeing a lot of that water forced out.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, we did see the receding over on the Peace River earlier.
My uncle along a canal there, his canal dropped 4 feet.
Wow.
And it's because it didn't make landfall in Charlotte County. So it's all about where it made landfall. The reason why our storm surge is so severe right now for Lee County and Collier is because we are on that side of the storm producing due westerly winds.
Just pushing it in.
Just shoving all of that water on shore. So actually, I think Charlotte Harbor, of course, our friends in Charlotte County, there's going to be some storm surge, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be as catastrophic as we originally expected. Unfortunately, though, catastrophic storm surge for Lee and parts of coastal Collier County. That 6 to 12 foot forecast, unfortunately, is verifying.
We actually had sent one of our reporters up to Venice, where we thought originally this was going to make landfall, and we do have a package from Ryan Kruger in Venice with what conditions look like there.
The conditions here in Venice are the worst we've seen all day, and this is really just the beginning for the folks who live around here. You'll see that all of these trees that are right behind me are just blowing heavily in the rain. We've got quite a bit of rain coming from the side as well. A couple things I've seen since we've been out here, definitely some ponding on the roads. In fact, there's an entrance to our hotel not far from US 41 that is just inundated with water, not safe to drive. I have seen a few folks on the road, not many, probably in the 2 hours we've been out here, maybe 3 or 4 cars. Certainly not safe, but it's at least good to see we're not seeing major traffic. Let me tell you about what we're experiencing right now. Even though Venice is about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes to the northwest of Fort Myers and Cape Coral, and because of that, where the eye is right now and where we are located, even though the storm is of course coming from the southwest, we are starting to get it, we are starting to get the rain coming from the north and the east. You'll notice kind of the direction that is facing us right now and how we are getting this rain. We've had to really hunker down in certain locations because other parts are really, the trees are starting to fall down. Let's take another look here. Andy, my photographer, as we kind of move over here and we show these trees that are just blowing heavily. I've seen a lot of trees already come down. There is behind us, there's a whole, almost a forest, and I was watching as a good section of it just cleared out because of the wind just blew it right out. And of course, all this ground is going to be saturated from all of the rain that we've been getting. It's been raining here basically from midnight on, so that is a very wet ground that we have, and now is when we're starting to get those really strong winds. We were speaking earlier with the Venice Police Department. So as we've kind of been saying all along, first responders have been pulled off the road. They were pulled off the road more than an hour ago once we started getting sustained winds of 45 miles an hour. Now, they are still urging people to call 911 if they need assistance. Now, they are saying, oh my goodness, look at all of that. We may not have captured that on the camera, but a huge section of the tree just fell off You'll notice Andy's wiping the lens there. As I was saying, they are still urging people to call 911. You're still getting a lot of people saying that. They keep that in a bank. They triage those calls. When they can hit the road, they will eventually hit the road again. But they are telling people you are going to have to ride out this storm. So that is the case that we are seeing here. A lot of wind, a lot of rain, and it is definitely causing a lot of damage. I will say, at least in the area that we are at, we have not gone around the area. I'm getting an alert on my phone right now. Let me silence that before we start, before we wrap up this report. I will say that the buildings that are around, at least where I am standing, all of these buildings are sound. They are all, I'm not seeing any real damage to them. I did see some tiles of a roof start to fall off, but the structures themselves, that is the good news, are holding up, at least where we are located. We'll keep on updating you throughout the day as Hurricane Ian approaches this part of Southwest Florida. But for now, we are in Venice. Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
Thanks a lot for the update on that, Ryan. Back to meteorologist Katie Walls with another update.
And one thing that Ryan was talking about there, all of those falling trees, and here's the thing. Yes, Venice is getting hammered right now with those outer rain bands, actually the strongest parts right now of the eye wall actively moving over Venice. But, you know, Ryan was seeing trees physically fall, and that's why we encourage you, even after the storm passes, wait, because the ground is saturated. We're going to continue to see trees come down. Furthermore, those trees are going to be coming down on power lines. It's impossible to know if those lines are live. The last thing you want is for a tree to fall, block your way, you get out, and what you don't realize, that live wire, that's it. The ground's wet.
Or even in the water, too. I mean, you never know.
And I've seen this not from a hurricane, but from a derecho. They can survive those trees, the initial storm, but they get weakened to such a point where a lot of times they still have to get taken down. So just be careful around these.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So the ground is extremely saturated, and now we're going to continue to drive through our radar. So we just had a report from RSW. That would be Southwest Florida Airport. It's located in the Estero area, far south Fort Myers. A report of a 100-mile-per-hour gust. 100-mile-per-hour gust. So we are absolutely experiencing those extreme wind gusts. You know, last night, meteorologist Andrew Shipley and I were looking at some of those models. We were showing some of those models that had those triple-digit figures. They almost seemed surreal. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we are seeing verified right now. So here we go. You can kind of see those outer rain bands working their way from Bonita Springs up through Lehigh Acres. That's the eastern side. And actually, we're starting to see the winds in that area a bit weaker. So for example, 100-mile-per-hour wind gust, yes, that's tremendous, but the sustained wind was a bit lower. So you're looking at, say, Category 1, 2, as the storm be affected by, let's see, those tropical storm force winds. So that's really what we're going to be focused on right now. Can we zoom it out just a little bit so I can take a closer look at where the worst of it is right now across Charlotte County, up through Punta Gorda? Thank you. So into southern Sarasota County, you see all of that red. That was right over Ryan. Venice, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. But currently for Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, those winds are easterly or northeasterly. So that's why we're kind of seeing a lot of water right now rushing out of Cape Harbor.
And south of 41, so say if you're driving up on 41 on Tamiami Trail, if you're on the south side of it especially, you get to Warm Mineral Springs, you get west of Port Charlotte, that area.
Exactly. That is getting hammered right now. Extremely strong winds, easily Category 2 force winds, plus blinding rainfall.
Yeah.
And
Englewood.
And absolutely, southern Sarasota County, this is the time you want to absolutely stay in place, shelter in place. And then again, we still have the backside of that eye wall to come on shore.
And then once this storm, you talk about the backside of this, once the red here is done spinning in the direction that it goes, and it's going to get thrown back into the pool here as it comes right back into Lee County for round 2.
Exactly. Round 2, I think, could be pretty powerful, not only with the hurricane force winds continuing, but also extremely heavy rainfall.
I just got a huge update from Amy Wegman, who has confirmed with the Lee County Commissioner that they will be deploying search and rescue for 21 people when it's safe to do so. So already about 21 calls of people needing search and rescue out of Lee County. That just coming in.
Did it specify coastal?
It did not yet. Also, Caitlin Knapp has an update from Charlotte County if we want to go live to her.
Yes.
They just wrapped up a press conference there.
Yes, they did just wrap up a press conference about 20 to 25 minutes ago. We were not there, but they did stream this on Facebook Live. So I'm going to go over some of the notes that I took as Patrick Fuller, the director of Charlotte County Emergency Management, was talking for about 4 to 5 minutes about this storm. So this is what he started off at the beginning of this press conference. Our residents are urged to continue to hunker down during the storm. And a reminder to residents that emergency services won't respond at this time. Now, the big reason behind that is because of how bad the conditions are. I just looked out behind me through this fence and on the side of the building, and a portion of this building is now on the ground on the sidewalk. There are more palm fronds. The siding of buildings, they're starting to come off right now. The shingles of nearby roofs are also starting to come down right now. So the situation is just not getting any better here in Punta Gorda. Now, they are receiving quite a bit of phone calls, Charlotte County Emergency Management, and he said, Fuller said that some of the most common questions are about the timing of the storm and what they should do if they have damage to their home. As far as anything critical, Fuller said nothing at this point is coming in as critical as far as those phone calls go. And he did want to emphasize this. This is not similar to Hurricane Charlie in size at all. And I want to talk about that for a second. I was talking to a few people here over the past couple of days who lived through Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, where it just had a devastating impact on Punta Gorda. Really, the only word to describe that was a devastating impact. And that was why a lot of people were worried about this storm. And this storm took almost the same track, almost verbatim, as Hurricane Charlie. However, there was big differences between that storm and this storm, the eye of the storm. Hurricane Charlie was more of a wind event. But as far as Hurricane Ian, we have so many elements here. We have the rain, the storm surge, the flooding, the wind, just so many different scenarios when it comes to Hurricane Ian versus Hurricane Charlie. Now, as far as when the roads are going to be cleaned up, that is going to be quite some time, because I don't believe we're even in the eye of the storm yet here in Punta Gorda. But Fuller did say that they're trying to determine when crews will get back out on the road. It really just depends on the damaging and the severe impacts and when that will stop. Now, I do want to get to this. They had some reports of water going into homes, and unfortunately, they do expect that to continue. I haven't seen a lot of flooding here in downtown Punta Gorda, but that doesn't mean that flooding isn't happening in other low-lying areas, manufactured homes, trailers. That's why those areas were under a mandatory evacuation. Mandatory evacuations for Zone A and B, those red and orange zones, is because of this reason, is because of the flooding, the wind, and the storm surge. Now, there have, again, been damages to homes, structures, buildings, even just from what we can see outside of this parking garage. And as far as how many people evacuated, that's not clear right now. About 2/3 of the population in Charlotte County were asked to evacuate, about 120,000 residents. How many of those actually did evacuate? That's unclear right now. In that press conference, I did want to mention that no curfew was mentioned whatsoever. That was a question that I had for the public information officer when I was texting him a little bit earlier today. He said he didn't know if it was going to happen, and in that press conference, it wasn't mentioned. There is no curfew. However, that doesn't mean you should not stay in your home. They want you to hunker down. We are not out of the woods yet by any means. So the best thing that you can do, no matter where you live, Punta Gorda, Venice, Cape Coral, Lehigh, Naples, stay in your homes. Do not go out in this right now. Wait until the storm passes. Wait until you can get the all clear from our meteorologists, from county officials as well. Just stay in your home, stay with your family. If you even also have a cell service still, check on your neighbors. I've been contacting some of our crew just to make sure they're okay, because this is, to be transparent here, this causes a lot of anxiety and a lot of nervousness as well. And just that simple text message or even a phone call can make all the difference in the world to someone. So at the moment, just hunker down and check on everyone. Reporting live in Punta Gorda, Caitlin Knapp, Fox 4.
In, but from the first video Underwater storm surge, the story that we have been hearing throughout this storm, as Caitlin Knapp just wrapped up the latest from Charlotte County there with this video underwater. And Andy, let me know if we can get ready to go to that next video, because we also, as we're on the story of storm surge here, Cape condo flooding as well. Some condos underwater in the Cape as we are seeing that storm surge come up pretty high there. And also, we know wind and those gusts. Katie, a huge story too, shutters flying off. Videos that we have, those hurricane shutters flying off. You know, and I actually had a moment where one of my bolts was stuck through, and I was like, well, this is going to be the one bolt that I can't get on there, and it made me a little bit nervous that they would fly right off. But we tried to shutter as much as I could in my Cape Coral home.
And there, right there, is some of that video right now of the flooding that you were just talking about. So it looks like,
and I'm not sure how much of a delay that is on our end as well. But yeah, this is Siesta Drive is probably what we're seeing. This Siesta Drive flooding, which I believe is on Fort Myers Beach. These are the images that are coming in now from across Southwest Florida as Hurricane Ian is pushing in that water. Storm surge being the story, and so many people were wondering, Katie, how is the storm surge going to be so devastating? Can you help us make sense of it? If I don't live on the water, why is this a concern?
Well,
this is why.
Exactly. If you live close to any body of water, you know, what we're seeing, say, with our Cape Coral canals, what we're seeing anywhere along the Caloosahatchee, all of that water is currently being forced on shore. And as we look live at radar here, imagine the winds around that eye wall circulating counterclockwise. So as they do so, that is almost a due westerly wind into Lee County, into Collier County. That's why we're seeing the worst of the surge there. You just imagine powerful winds, Category 4 winds, shoving just a wall of water. Thanks for putting on those arrows. Just basically shoving a wall of water on shore right into Lee County and right into Collier County. That's why we're seeing the worst of this surge there. And you know, Nadine, it's awful because the upper threshold, when we look at storm surge mapping, it is a worst case scenario. It tends to show the worst probability. Basically, you have a 1 out of 10 chance. And we are seeing that come to fruition. We had some numbers that said 9 to 12 feet, and it seems surreal. And now we're seeing water coming up to the first story of homes in Fort Myers Beach.
And before the storm came, it was the potential of that.
Exactly.
And here we are, that potential is coming to fruition, which is so scary. Another update before we head over to our cruise, that Amy Wegman just got confirmed with the Lee County Commissioner, 21 people needing to be rescued. The moment that they can, those search and rescue efforts will go out. As we're seeing that storm surge, we know they're going to bring in boats and helicopters and whatever they can to get folks. But we are going to toss now to one of our reporters, Keenan Scott, who's been out and about giving us perspective safely. So let's take a listen.
So the wind and the rain has really picked up throughout the day. I mean, right now it's just howling wind. I mean, I'm looking at the trees from the lobby of the hotel right now, and you can just see, you know, gusts of wind really picking up. Some trees have been taken down. There's water that's seeping into the hotel lobby here. Not a lot, but there is quite a bit coming in just from underneath the door. I'm looking at the pool right now, and I can just see just tons of waves coming in from the river or the ocean, just kind of piling into the back pool deck. So everything is just completely covered with water at this point. The parking lot there is really just underwater completely. So it really has picked up. I mean, I've been getting alerts on my phone all day telling me to shelter in place. It's really kind of a scary scene out here, especially near Sanibel. My door leading onto the balcony from my hotel room, it actually has this like really loud, I don't even know how to describe the sound, but it's almost like the wind is being sucked in from to the outside. And it created just this, you know, ear-splitting loud noise that I have to like now leave my hotel room every few minutes because it just gets to be too much. So it's just been this thing where the building is shaking every now and then, and just looking outside and seeing the trees and not being able to see, you know, really far beyond where we are at the hotel, and just these gusts picking up every few seconds. It really kind of gives this feeling of uncertainty right now.
right now. Do we have our graphics up currently? Can I get some confirmation? Great. Okay, so excellent. Thank you so much. So bottom line, we continue to obviously closely monitor this landfall. It did officially make landfall in Cayo Costa with sustained winds of 150 miles per hour right around 3 p.m. So okay, I'm going to come over and stand by Trent
All
then.
right, sounds good. We're trying to get some connection issues going here with our intercom. So what we're looking at here over the next couple of hours is a storm that continues to push inland. Katie did an excellent job here getting all the latest information. When I stepped off the desk earlier, it was just amazing how much information was out there via social media with people hunkered down in their homes, still able to access Twitter and social media and continuing to watch the very latest here. So we're going to kind of reset and talk quite a bit about weather. We've got a couple of radar loops going on as the eye of the storm continues to push inland here. I'm going to go and take my earpiece out until we can resolve that issue here in just a minute. But I want to kind of reset, we get mic'd up here and talk about what's going on with the storm because this is a historic one. It's not in the way that we like to set history here in Southwest Florida, but this is a storm that is currently leaving its mark and will be a piece of our history moving forward. Looking at the latest radar images as they come in, we're all going through this together. This is a very large hurricane as this eye continues to push over parts of the Cape into Charlotte County. The worst on the northern side of the eye wall right now is pushing into Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, and those winds still at Cat 4 continuing to cause quite a bit of devastation and storm surge issues all around Southwest Florida. We have seen videos come in through our social media channels of cars floating on Fifth Avenue in Naples. We've got cars underwater on Fort Myers Beach. And unfortunately, Katie, this is just the start here of what we're going to be dealing with in the days and hours ahead.
Oh, it's devastating, Trent, because this is that worst case scenario. You know, when we first had that original forecast cone, we were always on the eastern side. We were always on the very eastern side. We always say, okay, regardless, you know, that center track can always be anywhere within that cone. And it happened.
Yep, it did. I'm not sure what we're capable of here as far as getting radar loops up. Are we seeing the radar loops? Are we able to see those? And hopefully we're able to get those on air for you at home. Right now, I don't have a way to communicate with our directors. So here's what I'm going to say. Ever since the storm has made landfall, we are all kind of in the same situation. We're without power, we're having issues, we've lost certain ways to communicate, but we're in this together. So no matter if you're seeing us, no matter if you're hearing us, watching us from afar, we are continuing to track a hurricane that is sliding in our direction and doing so at a fairly slow clip. You got a major hurricane with an eye wall here that continues to impact parts of Port Charlotte, inland towards Gateway. The rain bands you can see there even still impacting now Sanibel once again, which took a direct hit earlier this morning. And what this is going to do is continue to push water on the island, but this time from a different direction. So we're having some connectivity issues, but we do have a radar up right now on the screen for us to dissect and talk about. And this is a big one. This is a big storm. It's not the small storm like Charlie, where we had a very small core of hurricane force winds in a very small area. A lot of us being impacted from this storm.
Absolutely.
At our facility, we have taken several power hits.
Yep.
We're working through the technical issues. We have a team of engineers and professional journalists that are finding ways to get the information to you, because that's why we're here. And no matter what difficulties or the things we have to jump through here, we're going to get through them together. The awkward pauses, we just have to, you have to bear with us.
Our friends understand.
Yeah, this is not going to be the smooth newscast you see during the week. So as we're looking at the radar here and the very latest information, the northern part of this eye wall is really becoming an issue for the Peace River, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, an area that was hit in 2004 by Hurricane Charlie. Now, this is the northern part of the eye wall where we're seeing the brightest reflectivity there on the radar. And on the southeastern side, notice there's not quite as much rainfall being shown on the radar. The winds are still there. We still have this core of Category 4 hurricane winds as it continues to move inland, officially making landfall over Cayo Casa earlier today.
So as a matter of fact, Trent, just a few minutes ago, RSW did report a gust of 100 miles per hour. So one thing I was kind of describing is as that eastern side moves farther inland, we'll see those winds kind of deteriorate with that eastern side. But what we have on the western side, that's going to be a bear. We still have a powerful round 2 ahead of us.
Yeah, this storm causing catastrophic storm surge winds and flooding all along the southwestern coastline here. Maximum sustained winds as of, I believe, 2 o'clock was the last time that we got an update from the National Hurricane Center. Let me just double check that. Actually, it was at 3:10. And the exact words from the National Hurricane Center were extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Ian makes landfall here in southwestern Florida. I believe you've got a storm report there, Katie?
Yes, so this is actually the one that just came in. Actually, it's a 4 o'clock update, so here you go. It's 2 minutes early. So here's the very latest. It is now, let's see, center of circulation. We know where it's heading. Maximum sustained winds now at 145, yep.
All right, so this storm still holding on to a very powerful Category 4 storm. Category 4 runs from 130 to 156 miles per hour, so we're still right smack dab in that threshold. The slight decrease there in winds, it's actually quite impressive that it's holding on to that status because it has been interacting with the coastline for some time. Anytime you get a hurricane that starts to lose the fuel of the warm waters of the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, that's tough. That means that this storm was off to the races coming off the northern shore of Cuba. We talked about last night about the storm going through that eye wall replacement cycle, and ever since that outer rain band wrapped around the center to begin that process, this storm just blew up. This morning when Lauren Petrelli and I were on air, we got that information and went from 120 to 140 to 155, and that's when the entire tone changed about the expectations here for Southwest Florida today.
And if you look at that eye closely, one thing we were talking about is now it's kind of now a little more oblong because of its interaction with land. We're not seeing that perfect symmetry any longer, so we are seeing a little bit of change. A little bit. But right now, the worst of the winds, the worst of the eye wall, absolutely affecting Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, across the Cape Hayes Peninsula, into southern Sarasota County, into Venice. You just heard from Ryan Kruger a few minutes ago talking about all the trees coming down in Venice. And that's to be expected, especially considering how saturated the ground is. Many locations have already picked up 6 to 10 inches of rainfall. We are far from done with those rainfall. I think we're going to have probably another 6 to 10, unfortunately. And that's going to lead to flooding on top of it all.
Yeah, and I just want to be very direct right now. We were doing this throughout the morning about time to really ring the bell and take cover. Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda right now taking the brunt of the northern side of this storm. If you're listening to us maybe away from the television, maybe you're lucky enough to have power, or through some kind of audio feed, it's loud in your location right now, and I mean extremely loud. And you are seeing the worst. Those winds of 145 miles per hour, gusting just shy of 200. It's going to take a little while for this to begin to relax. The backside of the storm, that western eye wall, still has to come on shore later on today. Now, the worst is also heading for DeSoto County. Arcadia, you're next as the storm continues to pull northeast, and it will continue to pull right along the Caloosahatchee. So we're going to watch that storm surge flooding on the south side for areas of Buckingham, Alva, all the way up through LaBelle, because the water currently is still being pushed up the Caloosahatchee. And for those of you right now in the Cape, along Burnt Store, or the southern parts there of Charlotte County, just because it's calm at your house, you're in the eye of the hurricane.
It's temporary.
It's halfway over. You have the backside of the storm to go. And how hurricanes work when you get in an eye, it's not like how we ramped up, where we started off with some showers, and the thunderstorms picked up in frequency and intensity. This time, as soon as that eye wall hits again, it's on.
It's on.
And you've got 145 mile per hour sustained winds potentially on the backside. And over the hours, it will begin to taper off here. I got asked a lot after I took a break from this morning, when is this going to stop? Will we be done by 5, 6, 7 o'clock? No, this is going to last for several hours because the forward motion here, last time I stepped off air was 10, and I want to check to see if it's slowed down.
So it's still moving to the north-northeast at 9, so that really hasn't changed.
Just a little
really
bit.
quickly, I want to just bring a couple of other reports. So Punta Gorda Airport recently reported a wind gust of 124 miles per hour. And there was a station at a Cape Coral Fire Department that reported a wind gust of 110 miles per hour. Now, those aren't sustained winds, but regardless, you're talking about wind gusts that are hitting Cat 2 and 3. So regardless of how you look at it, we're going to be facing a tremendous amount of wind damage, Trent, across Lee County and across our hurricane-warned areas. Like you said, you know, DeSoto County, you really haven't had the worst of the winds yet, but that's coming towards you.
Yeah, it'll be here in a matter of an hour or two. Already the winds are picking up. You're probably, if you're looking out of a window, if you didn't board up, you're noticing the pine trees, the palm trees, everything swaying, and it comes in bursts. At our particular location, going through the edge of the eye wall, it starts and then you see the palm trees blow. They'll relax and reset. Then you'll get another wave come through. But the difference between a hurricane and a tornado, it doesn't stop for hours, especially with a storm that's a fairly slow mover compared to some in the past where we've seen it move as quickly across the state at 20 to 25 miles per hour. To give you an idea here of how history is being set in southwest Florida, this could be, as a 155 mile per hour hurricane, the 5th strongest to ever make landfall. You look at some of the ones in the past. You had a Labor Day hurricane of 35. Some names that stick out for Florida. Andrew, 92, 165, upgraded in post-analysis.
Charlie.
Actually, Camille and Michael. Michael had 100.
Really?
Yeah, Michael had 160.
Beat it. You're right, of course.
And that one hit the Panhandle as a Cat 5 right there before it made landfall. But this is a completely different. I just scientifically and from a meteorological standpoint, what we saw after that eye wall replacement cycle last night is unheard of.
It's catastrophic. It basically, that eye wall replacement cycle ramped it up in such a way, it invigorated it to be just shy of Category 5 strength. So, I mean, making landfall with sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. Cat 5, it starts at 156 onward. I mean, really, what's the difference between 6 miles per hour?
You wouldn't feel it if you stepped outside, would you?
No.
And right now, looking at that southern eye wall, I can't help but think about Sanibel, because around 10:45 this morning, Lauren Petrelli and I kind of sounded the alarm for Sanibel. It's time to, if you didn't heed the evacuation, to move inside. And ever since that point, at about 11 o'clock, Sanibel was just absolutely getting hammered. And now back on the southern part of that eye wall for yet another round of hurricane force winds, and they're going to last here for another couple of hours before we see those strong tropical storm force winds move in and then slowly taper off. But right now, we can't hope but just think and pray for anyone who made the decision to stay on the Bear Islands here in southwest Florida. The footage and the images that we have seen so far have been pretty catastrophic. No way to candy coat what we've seen so far, and unfortunately I think we're just seeing the tip of what we're going to see as things dry out and things quiet down and the emergency officials and first responders are able to get out and begin to assess the damage. A couple of benefits we have now versus previous hurricanes is we'll actually have the capability of using drones to go out and assess some of the damage because what we're experiencing here in southwest Florida, people who didn't evacuate areas along Estero Island, such as Fort Myers Beach, are going to be stuck for a little bit because the bridges are closed, parts of the island continue to be underwater, and we've had cars that are reported either underwater or floating. Marco Island, Fifth Avenue in Naples, Fort Myers Beach, that's the video and images that me personally have seen so far with my own eye. Now, those of you who are hunkering down and still going through the worst of it, even though you have shutters, maybe you've boarded up your home and you're thinking that you're safe, this is such a strong hurricane that you have to find a place in your house, a safe place to get away, or to hide away from windows, because a storm this strong and powerful could possibly rip the roof off. And after that happens, wind and water get in the house, and then you have some serious problems. So we want to make sure you're safe. And again, even if you've boarded up, you've shuttered up, you've taken all the precautions, we just want to make sure you're okay. Several reports from friends and family of mine that have shutters up that have been on the eastern eye wall of this storm. The shutters are being ripped off the side of the house, either installed incorrectly, storm was just too strong, and it's ripped them off. So now they have exposed windows, just hoping that they don't break and wind gets inside those homes here in the next couple of hours. So it is a loud afternoon here and a gloomy, windy, wet one so far here in Southwest Florida, and we are far from seeing the worst of it. Katie, I believe you're going to try the radar. I'm not sure what computer I drive on, what machine. This one here, is it Max 1? Okay.
Max 1 right now.
I'm going to try my best without a mouse to try to get you where you need to be. We're Max 2. All right, so this, I believe, is Max 2. All right, that's what we've got going. And Katie, we'll try our best here.
All right, sounds good. All right, so, oh, okay, got it. This is Detroit. So we have our friends helping us right now because we are still dealing with some tropical issues. Surprisingly, we are dealing with hurricane force conditions continuing across Southwest Florida. So right now, our friends have zoomed in right here into southern Sarasota County, where some of the worst of that rain currently is. This is also where some of the worst of the winds currently are. Again, we now have wind gusts well surpassing 100 to 120 miles per hour. And you can see that swath right there, that red, indicating not only exceptionally heavy rainfall, we're talking about tremendous rainfall rates, but we're also talking about hurricane force winds easily surpassing 100 miles per hour. So unfortunately, the damage that will be extensive. We're talking about wind damage. We're also talking about that threat for flooding as these powerful winds, these powerful storms are now shifting up toward the north. So DeSoto County now starting to see some of the worst of the eye wall work its way into southern DeSoto County. Arcadia, get ready. You're under a hurricane warning because you very well could also see Category 2 to Category 3 winds as this storm kind of shifts off toward the north. Meanwhile, let's broaden it out just a little bit, check on the eye and see where that eye is currently centered. Right now, Punta Gorda actually in part of that eye, but again, it is becoming a little more oblong just because it is encountering the land on the eastern side of it. Brought it out just a little bit more. Let's take it a little farther to the south, pretty please. And right along Burnt Store Marina right now in the eye of the storm, as well as Bokeelia for now, a little farther to the south, pretty please. That way we can kind of show off Cape Coral, show more of Lee County as that storm continues to work its way off toward the north and northeast. Of course, we talked about it. There are going to be some delays here because we are dealing with these power surges, these power outages. Thank you so much. Finally, our computer catches up. That's what happens, of course, when you're dealing with these delays. But right here across Cape Coral, we are in the eye for now, but not for long. We still have the other half of the storm to get through. So even though we are seeing a respite, if you will, in parts of Lee County, we will be seeing more of it on the south side. So now let's broaden out that view. I want to take a look at the southern side, the western side, what we have to face over the course of the next couple of hours continuing into this evening. This is still a pretty big event. This is an event that we're going to be dealing with for the next several hours. So we have to wait for the second half of the storm to even make landfall. Unfortunately, we continue to still see a tremendous amount of storm surge across Lee County. Trent was just talking about the Caloosahatchee. As that storm moves off toward the north and east, we will continue to see a lot of that water forced on shore, forced up the Caloosahatchee. Some of you might recall 1960 Donna. This is kind of similar to Donna. So when you see that kind of force, you can see the Caloosahatchee water really surge as far as LaBelle. We could have river flooding. So river flooding directly along the Caloosahatchee, that is a big concern, especially for those first story homes. That's why so many of those locations are in Zone A and were asked to please evacuate. So as we take kind of a drive around Cayo Casa, this is where it officially made landfall right around 3 o'clock with winds of 150 miles per hour. Now starting to see the back end of that storm. So it has now officially begun for Cayo Casa. We're going to be seeing those winds really start to pick up here in short order. Broaden out that view just a touch. Let's take a closer look. A little bit more for me, pretty please. I want to take a look farther off toward the south and west. I need to take a look at what we have to come. There you go. Thank you. So you see all of this right here. This is the eye wall for the second half of the storm that we are gearing up for. So yes, that motion continues to take it off toward the north and northeast. So that's why the eye is actually going to be passing through Charlotte County, a lot of Charlotte County, right over even as far as, say, Babcock Ranch, thank you, of course, sorry. So Babcock Ranch heading off toward Arcadia, that eye is actually going to be passing over you as we head later into the evening. You still have a few hours, but that eye will eventually be passing through DeSoto County, which is somewhat hard to believe as it continues to race off toward the north and northeast. Going to wait for this to reload. Again, this is something that we always are up against. If we can, okay, perfect, thank you so much. So here we go on the southern side of the storm. Let's keep it broad for a minute. Let's keep it broad, thank you. So right here, this is what we will continue to have push on shore. But one thing we're talking about, the storm surge. So wrapping around that eye, we have those very strong winds coming straight in from the west. So you imagine powerful winds just shoving an entire wall of water on shore, and that's what is going to be happening across Lee County, as well as still parts of Collier County. So Collier, even though actually Collier County, Marco Island, you're going to see that rain subside pretty soon. Problem is that storm surge will continue to be a concern until we see the storm lift farther off toward the north. So as we continue to see a move off toward the north and northeast, we'll gradually see improvements from the south to the north. So that's what we can expect. Collier County will first see those improvements late tonight into tomorrow, and then gradually the rest of us by tomorrow will see those winds taper off as well. But for now, we are dealing with the second half of this storm, now starting to move into western Lee County as well as parts of Charlotte County as well. So Port Charlotte doesn't look like that eye's really going to pass over you very much. It looks like you're just going to kind of stay in this section of the eye wall as it continues to make its way off toward the north and northeast. Same story across Inglewood toward War Mineral Springs. You are going to be dealing with extremely heavy rainfall, the threat for flooding. There was a reason why Inglewood had a bullseye over it of nearly 20 inches of rainfall for our forecast yesterday, and I suspect this is why. Those outer rain bands, the strongest, not the outer rain band, excuse me, the strongest rain bands in the eye wall just kind of concentrated here over Northport, over southern Sarasota County as this storm continues to push off toward the north and east. And one thing, Trent, that I talked a little bit about is that because of its orientation, Charlotte Harbor and Charlotte County might not see as severe of storm surge.
Yeah, they make it a little push in the water there from just the hurricane force winds that are wrapping from the southeast, pushing off to the northwest. But as far as the storm surge of up to 18 feet, that looks like to be to the right side of circulation to the south. For Charlotte Harbor, it was a good thing to see those numbers drop when the storm moved to the south, but somebody had to pay the price of that shift, and unfortunately it was the rest here of southwest Florida. Enough water had moved in there in the days earlier that we saw the rise in the water levels. We had John Barron there along the Peace River near Lashley Park at one point, and the water was already over the seawall as Ian was coming off the northern shore of Cuba. We had some debris lines in the grass, and that was kind of an alarming sign of how high the water was going to get here in southwest Florida in the days ahead. We continue to look here at the latest watches and warnings and what's in place. And quite frankly, it's still going to continue to be a long night. The radar, as it sweeps around here, is showing the worst of that storm continue to move around Northport 776 all the way to Port Charlotte, with the winds coming in almost due east. And that circulation has held together, and it's quite impressive. The structure almost perfectly symmetrical as it's still interacting with land. Now, one thing you notice is that on the radar returns, the reflectivity, most of those oranges and reds are on the north side, the west side, and off to the southwest, and tapering off a little bit from Fort Myers Shores back to Estero. The wind, the core of those winds, still there as the storm moves inland, but the heavy rain threat right now is on the north side of the island. DeSoto County, we're going to continue to watch areas such as Zolfo Springs, Wauchula, all the way up towards Sebring, but it's going to be Arcadia. And what's unfortunate about this is we have seen the Horse Creek The Peace River and the Myakka Rivers remain under flood warnings here for the last week or so due to all the heavy rain with the afternoon showers and thunderstorm. We have a story here we're going to go to now. I believe we're going to Calvin Harris. Let's see what Calvin has to say here with Ian.
Well, this is what it's like outside here in Fort Myers. The rain has been nonstop since yesterday, and the winds have just gotten progressively stronger throughout the day as Hurricane Ian continues its trek inland here in Southwest Florida. But on the inside of this hotel, it's a different story.
People and pets living side by side and taking shelter. Many have traveled far and some not so far.
There's 585 homes in Bayside, and 20% of the population is there pretty much full-time like I am. And some have evacuated and some are still there.
Jerry Ostendorf decided to leave his mobile home behind in Bayside Estates for sturdier walls.
We're concerned about the storm surge and the velocity of the wind, so we're going to stay here at least through Saturday, and we'll have to see what we have for a home after the storm goes through.
Barriers have been put in front of doors to the hotel, preventing people from venturing outside. Even the electricity flickering on and off. And yet some are still trying to work.
Sprouts!
Like the team with Sprouts Farmers Market.
We didn't expect this at all, but I mean, we're excited about it, and we're just ready to serve the Cape Coral and Fort Myers area.
They have been in Fort Myers for 3 weeks, training to open a store, even through a hurricane.
It's great to rely on them and kind of get that extra push if we're a little nervous or scared or anything of that nature.
But no matter what the weather brings, these residents are in it together.
I think it's how you view a situation is how you survive a situation. Yeah, I'm scared and I'm hoping I have a home to go back to. At the same time, you know, I'm trying to just take it day by day, enjoy what I can. I mean, I'm enjoying the animals. I'm doing what I can, and hopefully everything will be fine.
And you can count on Fox 4 as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian as it barrels through Southwest Florida here at fox4now.com. For now, reporting in Fort Myers, Calvin Lewis, Fox 4.
Where are we going next? Caitlin?
Yep. Just confirming we're tossing to Caitlin, correct? Yes.
Okay, and before we get to Caitlin, I just want to read something that I received from the Collier County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, so
Keep going? Yep. Okay, thank you. So, of course, we're also constantly communicating with our producers and directors. So if you ever hear us also speaking, we're trying to make sure you get the most recent information directly to you. So unfortunately, from the Collier County Sheriff's Office, it's some tough news that you need to know, but they're not going to hold back. They said we are in call triage mode. We're getting a significant number of calls of people trapped by water in their homes. Some are reporting life-threatening medical emergencies in deep water. They're going to get to you first. Some are reporting water coming into their homes but are not life-threatening. If that's the case, you want to try to wait. You want to try to wait and not jam up those 911 lines. Those 911 lines at this point are truly for life-threatening emergencies.
Yeah, that's tough news to hear, and I'm just so fearful that it's just the start of the emergency responders and the work that they have to do over the course of this evening and the next few hours once the storm begins to taper off. At this time, I believe we're going to Caitlin Knapp, who's been out covering the storm. She started the coverage in Charlotte County. And Caitlin, give us your latest location. Bring Katie up to speed on what you're doing out there here this afternoon.
And I understand you just had a 110-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know how many miles per hour it was, but we could definitely feel it here. We are in downtown Punta Gorda inside a parking garage. The fire alarm has been going off for probably about 30 minutes or so, give or take. I do want to get to some really important information. Charlotte County is now under a curfew. The sheriff and the Punta Gorda police chief have issued a curfew for Charlotte County. This goes into effect tonight at 9 o'clock and is extended until 6 in the morning. As far as when that's going to end, well, it's in effect until further notice. That's because of the damage, the storm surge, everything that we're feeling right now. And just a few minutes ago, I saw a sign fly across the road, and this is where it ended up. I'm going to have my photographer Mike zoom in on it. If you can see, it might be a little hard to see with this netting, but the US 41 northbound sign is no longer on a street sign anymore. It is in this grass. We also saw a parking garage sign, a stop sign of this intersection, and here's some video that I took right when US 41 sign started to make its way across the road. Hopefully our producer can take it right now. I was down there on the first floor just trying to get a better vantage point at a safe distance, and that is when that US 41 sign just started to rapidly cross the road, and there is a lot of damage on this street alone. I can see parts of the side of the building on the ground right now, air duct grates. I can see palm fronds on the ground just looking through this netting. ATM signs. I also saw a one-way sign just blow across the road just a few minutes ago. So this is really only the beginning of the damage that we're going to see here. The water, at first flooding, wasn't really a concern over the past maybe 20 to 30 minutes or so. The rain really started to subside, but now that water is really starting to pool up just in the downtown area. And a couple people that I talked to a few days ago tell me that they expected that to for sure happen here, is downtown Punta Gorda could flood, and that's what we are seeing right now. We're seeing the flooding, we're seeing the damage in this wind. This wind, I have never been through anything like this before. I'm from West Palm Beach. I have been through several hurricanes hunkering down, never covered one as a journalist before, but I have never been through any wind like this. I've covered windstorms, but this is just a completely different ball game, which is why Charlotte County Emergency Management really wants to hone this in. If you are home, hunker down. Do not leave. That is the worst decision you can do right now, because we are not on the second half of this storm quite yet. This is really not even almost the halfway point at this moment. So we're going to stay out here. Again, we are under a curfew right now. I do want to emphasize that. The city of Naples did that a couple hours ago, and Charlotte County is following suit. From 9 o'clock tonight to 6 in the morning, all of Charlotte County is under a curfew. You do need to stay home and shelter in place. And they said that if you do go and venture out, you can even be charged with a misdemeanor. That's how serious they are about this storm and the repercussions of what could happen if you go out in something like this. So please, if you take any advice from any of us, just stay home right now, ride out this storm. If you are having a medical emergency right now, unfortunately, Charlotte County EMS and all other agencies have to stay put because of how bad the wind is getting. The storm surge, we're not even at that point yet. That's still to come as well. So again, 9 p.m., 6 a.m., that is when that curfew is going to be enacted. I do want to kind of get back to flooding, though, for just a quick second. Charlotte County Emergency Management said that they've been getting a lot of phone calls recently, but they're also getting reports of water getting into homes. We haven't heard of anybody trapped at the moment. I'm going to be reaching out to a couple of my contacts here in Charlotte County to see what is exactly happening with the residents that did not evacuate. We're hoping and just keeping our fingers crossed that everybody is okay. So again, we're going to be out here for the rest of the night until it's possibly safe to go on the road. Most likely it won't be. We're going to stay hunkered down here and ride out Hurricane Ian, as I'm sure many of you guys are also doing right now. So just stay safe as we are all in this together. Reporting live in Punta Gorda, Caitlin Knapp, Fox 4.
Thanks so much for that report, Caitlin. It's been absolutely crazy across Charlotte County, of course, and I know you're experiencing some of the worst winds that you ever had. I suspect a lot of people, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and hopefully this is the only time you ever have to deal with such a catastrophic event. Now, as we head into Sarasota County, earlier on the chroma key, we were showing you some of those outer rain bands, the worst of the bands, the eye wall, basically just hammering Venice. Ryan Kruger was showing us trees actively coming down in his live shot, and I just checked in at the airport, and the Venice airport just reported 82-mile-per-hour wind gust. So, yes, we're dealing with those hurricane-force winds, but considering how saturated the ground is, I'm not surprised that we're already seeing trees come down, and we're not even at the peak yet.
Yeah, this is going to continue to get worse, especially up there to the north. Venice, Osprey, heading there south towards Port Charlotte, right there on the northern side of the eye wall. The last couple of radar images there, Katie, Punta Gorda appears to be starting to move into the northern fringe of the eye. Burnt Store there on the county line between Lee and Charlotte, right smack dab in the middle. So that location appears calm right now, but again, you cannot venture outside for long because the backside of that hurricane is still going to be moving in your direction.
Exactly. So that video that you had just seen that was shot earlier during the first side of that eye wall, and that's kind of what we're up against now, and that's what we're going to be stuck with in Venice for at least a couple of hours until we see that improvement.
Yeah. Is this where we're going here to Sunseekers collapse? We've got video from the Sunseekers here, and this is the first time I've seen it. Katie, have you seen this video before?
I haven't.
Okay.
That's incredible, and it just goes to show the power of the wind there. That's wind damage. That's absolute wind damage right there, and that's what happens when you have a Category 4 that makes landfall.
Yeah, so this is the Sunseekers resort that the Allegiant was building there in the Peace River in Punta Gorda. That project's been going on there for a while, and that devastation, wow, that is very hard to see.
And also I want to take a look, if we can, at that Sanibel flooding, because we know Sanibel has just been hit tremendously by 6 to 12 feet of storm surge. And thankfully this was taken from an upstairs, safer area away from for Sanibel. Of course, there's wind. There you go. There's water coming up the stairs. So if you're not on the second or third level at this point.
Yeah, I hate to see video coming in from the island because that means people did not heed the evacuation warnings. Early this morning, we had reports when Sanibel started being impacted of water up to the bottom of a stop sign, and that was just the start. The storm surge is even continuing on that island right now because they're on the southern part of the eye wall. Matter of fact, looking at the latest radar images here, we have got a very, very strong band moving through of those damaging hurricane force winds between Punta Rasa, stretching back just south of the South Seas Resort. And this will continue to whip around here for a while. So Sanibel is going to continue to get battered over the next few hours by the southern part of the eye wall now.
Exactly, and I'm looking at some hard images right now from Fort Myers Beach. Homes and buildings are completely destroyed. Completely destroyed.
Wow.
There we go.
All right,
yes.
so
I'm assuming it's telling us to stay in place, and that's the best thing.
Responders will begin rescues after hurricane passes.
Okay, so first responders at this point, they are going to wait until the hurricane passes because, let's be honest, we have trees coming down actively on the roads. The last thing we want to do is put our first responders in harm's way. The best thing you can do, only call 911 if it is a life-threatening emergency, because at this point there is a lot of water coming into a lot of people's homes. Unless you are in immediate danger, your life is in immediate danger, hold off on calling 911. Those lines at this point are completely inundated. We know that first responders will get to you as soon as they can. However, it really truly needs to be restricted to life-threatening situations. This is absolutely the worst-case scenario.
I'm sorry if you read the last part of that message, but just the last part, they state that this could last through the night, meaning that first responders may not be able to respond until first light or until the winds begin to relax. We've talked about the timing of this, Katie. It's going to take hours and hours for the backside of this hurricane to move through, and unfortunately it's areas that are already being pounded by the storm.
Is it possible for us to try to pop up the wind forecast? Thank you. So we also have meteorologist Andrew Shipley here. He's driving radar, he's driving all of our graphics for us and helping us present the latest information to you. You have to remember also that we do receive new data in our model data in every 3 to 6 hours, but we're receiving at least hourly updates right now from the National Hurricane Center, plus constant updates from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, so far.
Ooh, Cape Coral Yacht Club. I used to live down there. Cape Coral Yacht Club. Wow. 112 mile per hour gust to 135 miles per hour.
Okay. And that just shows you the power of that hurricane when it moved through.
What
time was that report? That was
4:27.
So that report's from the south side of the eye wall, or is that?
I think that's what's starting to happen.
Wow.
or it might have been a delayed report. But it could very well be that south side.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, because right now, the southern part of Cape Coral, that radar is up there. That southern band is right there, stretching from roughly Matlacha, the Cape, across the Caloosahatchee, with the oranges and yellows you see there, right over Punta Rasa, Iona, and Fort Myers Beach. You just showed some damage out of Fort Myers Beach, and yet here comes yet another vortice wrapping around the southern part of that eye wall. So this is just insult to injury for areas. We've talked about it all morning, that the storm wasn't even half over yet around 2 o'clock. So unfortunately, we not only have neighborhoods that are getting hit for a second time by the eye wall, but we have some neighborhoods that have yet to go through it. Babcock Ranch, you're on the eastern side of the eye wall for the first time. Fort Myers Shore working northbound. And Katie, right now you look at DeSoto County, and anywhere from Deep Creek, Port Charlotte north through central DeSoto County, they are absolutely getting hammered by that storm.
Yes, and conditions will continue to be deteriorating for our friends in DeSoto County and points off toward the northeast.
You wanted the wind forecast?
Yes, please. First, though, let's get to, I want to show you what happens when you leave your car in Zone A or Zone B, because unfortunately we are also now starting to see some flooded vehicles. If we can get to that VO, I want to show you some of that imagery to kind of put things in perspective for you. But we know that we have obviously a tremendous amount of flooding. The last thing you want to do, and thankfully I don't believe anybody was in this vehicle, I think their car was just parked there and it was an unfortunate turn of events. All right, now what we're looking at right here, so we're starting off with Cape condo flooding. So that's what this is. This is looking down from a condo a couple of stories up, and you're looking into either the canal or into the Caloosahatchee right there. And just that water continues to rise. It's going to continue to rise too, by the way, unfortunately, because we'll continue to see that same force of water onshore for the next several hours. So if you haven't received, maybe your water's fine, your canals aren't up too high, just wait. We're not done just yet. Okay, friends, that storm surge threat is going to be with us for a little bit. And Andy, what's coming up next?
Looks like, is it the shutters? Yeah, here we go. The shutters flying off from Siesta Drive. And this wouldn't be the first report that I've heard of shutters flying off homes. Let's take a look. Obviously, that window exposed off to the top. And you wonder, was it just a simple strength of the wind? Was it a bad installation or age of the bolts? But I'm guessing strong Category 4 or 5 hurricane.
To be expected.
Yeah,
you're going to see, especially if it was a bolt maybe that was used before. If it's only even been used once, then it could have been slightly stripped. And with Category 4 winds, you're going to be seeing some of those shutters literally ripped away from homes, or you can also have debris flown into it.
Yeah, it's amazing that's what you do to protect yourself from a hurricane, and this one was so strong that they're ripping them apart. Believe up there's
Siesta Drive.
Siesta Drive, is that next? Oh, that's Siesta Drive.
Siesta
Okay.
Drive. There we go.
Is that I think that might be the same video there. The shutters.
That's Siesta Drive.
Okay.
Wow. Siesta Drive.
Got it.
Underwater right there as that water continues to move. And here's the thing. This is clearly video taken from the second story of a home there. And it's one of those things where you stay put. At this point, you stay put. You have to ride it out. You can't leave. And you just need to get to the highest point of your home. Remember, we say hide from wind, run from water. If you are in your home and there is water like this, what you see on your screen right now, you want to try to get to the highest point in your house as far away from water as possible. Already on a lot of our barrier islands, we're seeing that water rising to the first story of some of these houses. And then when it comes to the wind, we want to make sure that we are in the most interior part of our home. I know that's what a lot of my neighbors are doing in Cape Coral right now. They're not near any canals, but they are certainly in the interior parts of their homes.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got two videos coming up from Kevin, who's our photojournalist, who I believe is over at Punta Rasa.
Yes.
I'm assuming those are the videos from earlier this morning. And that is the location that's right there by the Bimini Bait Shack, and looking out towards Sanibel. And check out this video just slamming in to the seawall there. So this is going to be interesting to see how high that water got here over the last couple of hours.
And unfortunately, it's going to continue to get worse, Trent. We still have the backside of this storm. All right.
Yeah,
Update
and
from
Sanibel's getting
Sarasota.
hit by the southern part of that eye wall right now.
Sarasota Bay marker 17 just reported a 106-mile-per-hour wind speed.
On the northern half of the storm.
Yep, which would make sense. So it was not a Venice landfall, which is what we were anticipating at one point. It continues to work its way southward. It officially made landfall in Cayo Costa just after 3 p.m. I believe that's when the center of the eye moves over.
Say that one more time, sorry.
The official landfall is when the center of the eye passes
Yeah,
over.
the center of the eye.
Center of the
Yeah,
eye,
of the eye,
exactly.
yep.
So it's not when the eye begins, it's when the center of the eye passes over. But it had winds of 150 miles per hour.
That's impressive. I made the mistake of hitting the messages on Facebook, and the amount of people that are sending images and messages about trees being lost, water in homes, it's overwhelming, quite frankly.
Okay. All right. Now we need to get to Calvin right now. I understand that he has a live report.
Well, this is what it's like outside here in Fort Myers. The rain has been nonstop since yesterday, and the winds have just gotten progressively stronger throughout the day as Hurricane Ian continues its trek inland here in Southwest Florida. But on the inside of this hotel, it's a different story.
People and pets living side by side and taking shelter. Many have traveled far, and some not so far.
There's 585 homes in Bayside, and 20% of the population is there pretty much full-time like I am. And some have evacuated and some are still there.
Jerry Ostendorf decided to leave his mobile home behind in Bayside Estates for sturdier walls.
We're concerned about the storm surge and the velocity of the wind, so we're going to stay here at least through Saturday, and we'll have to see what we have for a home after the storm goes through.
Barriers have been put in front of doors to the hotel, preventing people from venturing outside. Even the electricity flickering on and off. And yet some are still trying to work.
Sprouts!
Like the team with Sprouts Farmers Market.
We didn't expect this at all, but I mean, we're excited about it, and we're just ready to serve the Cape Coral and Fort Myers area.
They have been in Fort Myers for 3 weeks, training to open a store, even through a hurricane.
It's great to rely on them and kind of get that extra push if we're a little nervous or scared or anything of that nature.
But no matter what the weather brings, these residents are in it together.
I think it's how you view a situation is how you survive a situation. Yeah, I'm scared and I'm hoping I have a home to go back to. At the same time, you know, I'm trying to just take it day by day, enjoy what I can. I mean, enjoying the animals. I'm doing what I can, and hopefully everything will be fine.
And you can count on Fox 4 as we continue to monitor Hurricane Ian as it barrels through Southwest Florida here at fox4now.com. For now, reporting in Fort Myers, Calvin Lewis, Fox 4.
Thank you for that report, Calvin. And, you know, we're here with you. We're here with you through it every step of the way, because at this point, everyone is hunkering down. Everyone is sheltering in place. The best thing you can do is just try and stay calm. I know it is a frightful situation. And we did just receive some information in from Lee County Utilities. They have issued a system-wide boil water notice effective immediately for all customers due to storm impacts. You need to bring any water used to a rolling boil before it's consumed.
Yeah, and that includes all the water that you use for drinking, cooking, making ice, brushing teeth, or washing dishes. Now, I know a lot of people still like to use the water to help flush the toilets. That's still okay, but anything that is going to be consumed or in your mouth has to be boiled for a minute.
And one thing that my mom did, I know this might sound kind of funny, but I know in Venice they actually turned off water entirely. So what my mom did in Cape Coral, she filled up the bathtubs with water.
Yep.
Might not be a bad idea. That way you'll have it in case you need it to flush your toilets.
At this point, we just don't know how bad some locations are going to get, because right now we're seeing the worst of the worst when it comes to the expectations here from this storm. Looks like we got some video from St. Pete, a little bit to the north, where at one point it looked like we were going to get a direct landfall from Ian. The track obviously shifted south here over the last couple of days, but you can see the video here right now. Even though they are removed from the center, those rain bands and those tropical storm force winds and possibly hurricane force gusts really doing some damage.
Or is that?
Was that the?
I'm not sure. Can I get a confirmation on that location, please? That's Sunterra roof. That's from Sunterra. So we're going to get a little bit more information. I need to make sure that we're getting in a little bit more specifics as to. But regardless, you know what, Trent, this is horrible because this is something we're going to be seeing, I think, a lot of as we continue through the rest of this evening, especially into tomorrow. Tomorrow, yes, Sunterra. So regardless, tomorrow, okay, friends, tomorrow there are going to be tropical storm force winds, but they're going to be improving from the south to the north. So we will be seeing those improvements tomorrow, at which point you can better assess the damage, but right now is not the time to assess the damage.
And as we continue to get these updates here in our communication system internally here, you scroll past all the videos and updates here to get to what we're showing, and you're looking at numerous lanais that have just been ripped off here in Southwest Florida. Same thing as you work your way up towards St. Pete. So this is going to be something that as you look across the swath of damage from this storm, not only are we dealing with the surge, but some infrastructure is going to have to be rebuilt as well, and not just at homes, but stoplights, intersections, power lines. And if you look at the definition of the damage from a Category 4, borderline Category 5 storm, it talks about things won't go back to normal for months.
Exactly. And, you know, even though they didn't take a direct hit, this is South Naples. Naples is one of those spots that has had extreme storm surge. That's what you're looking at right now. Naples broke a storm surge record, and we're not even done with it yet. But right there, you are looking at South Naples flooding actively occurring.
That's it's just impressive what the storm surge looked like that far south with the landfall around Cayo Costa. Key West, as the storm approached, we watched the video coming out of the southernmost point, and then you get the numbers in, and it was the third highest storm surge ever in Key West, and it wasn't even from a landfalling hurricane. It was from one passing on its way here to Southwest Florida.
Exactly. So let's see, I did just receive another report of another wind gust, Tarpon Point, of 109 miles per hour. So obviously the winds are still going to be extremely strong, destructive as we head through the next several hours because we need to get through the second half of the storm, friends. So let's see if we can do a radar tour and kind of dive a little bit deeper if we can and take a look at where some of the worst of it is right now. So currently we'll zoom in here in just a minute. We're going to take a look up in Charlotte County as well as Sarasota. You see all of those reds, you see those oranges, and that is where the worst of the storms currently are. You can see those outer rain bands, well, not the outer rain bands, but again, the eye wall bands, the eye wall, that's where the strongest winds are, and that is actively affecting Inglewood, Warm Mineral Springs, Venice, southern Sarasota County, and it is heading toward Arcadia. So Arcadia, DeSoto County, you're already getting hit very hard. However, those conditions are going to be getting even worse over the next several hours, and you are currently still on the front half of that storm, DeSoto County. So you'll have the eye pass over you, and then you'll have this second half of the storm behind it. Now let's, if you wouldn't mind, let's check in on Lee County, Charlotte County. We'll start with Charlotte and then head on down to Lee and see what all is going on.
Yeah, you look at the radar there, and on the southern parts of the viewing area, you said Charlotte County?
This is Babcock Ranch.
Babcock Ranch?
So right there, I understand that's the Caloosahatchee. That's the Caloosahatchee River. That's showing off those extremely strong winds. So anybody who lives along the Caloosahatchee, hopefully you're a couple of stories up. Right now, the eye passing over Charlotte Harbor as well as parts of the Peace River, Burnt Store Marina, Punta Gorda, you are currently in the eye as we speak, but again, you still have to get through that second half.
Here, I'm drawing in the Caloosahatchee.
Great, thank you. Sit with us tight, we're just kind of getting this in. I'm sorry. All right, let's see if we can zoom down just a little bit more south of the Peace River. If we can jump into Lee County. Thank you. All right, there you go. So you see the Caloosahatchee right there, North Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and then just south of there is where the Caloosahatchee is. But all of that water is being forced on shore and being forced up the river, physically up the river. So any coastal community hugging the river, so say downtown Fort Myers, right along First Street, and then extending down Palm Beach Boulevard all the way up to LaBelle, I think we're going to be dealing with some pretty significant river flooding. Trent?
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, but just the fact that this storm is going to continue to move through DeSoto County and eventually into southern Hardee County. It's an area of our viewing area that it's just now seeing the worst of it for the first time. That northern part of the storm has the largest yellow, reds, and orange. If we could go up there to DeSoto and Hardee County to show those bands whipping around from east to west between Wauchula and Arcadia, a relatively low populated area, but it's one that continues to get hammered here by the storms. Katie, I believe you're taking control of the radar real fast, and if we could just zoom it out for just a second, and we'll just leave it there and kind of discuss about what we're seeing. There we go. And if you want to just pull down, yes. And we'll just kind of give the overall time frame here about how this storm is moving, how it's adjusting, because the movement is going to continue to drift off to the northeast here. And as it does so, boy, it is going to really start to hammer Arcadia here in just a bit. The storm continues to move at 9 miles per hour. It is fairly slow, and the worst that was up around Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte is really, really moving across there, I-75 and right now 72. So between Arcadia and Venice, we are seeing some of the worst of the northern part of that eye wall right now. Anytime you get that kind of reflectivity showing up on the radar as just showing the damaging hurricane force winds, this radar representation is absolutely incredible. It is not showing that much signs of weakening as it interacts with land. The eye, the center of the storm, was a little bit tugged, a little bit oblong for a couple of scans, but now we're seeing it flare back up on the northern side. So areas along Northport, which flooded during Hurricane Elsa during all the rain bands, is once again getting pounded by heavy rain and the wind that is continuing to blow hurricane force category 3-4 in there. And outside, what it looks like is you get one of the bursts, one of the vortices riding along the northern edge of the eye wall. It'll let up just a little bit, and then boom, just like that, it happens again. That's when you start to bend the trees, and they can't take that much. They snap. We get the power outages. We get them crashing into cars, into homes, and especially rooftops here. So I expect to continue to see numerous power outages and widespread power outages there between Arcadia all the way over towards Sarasota and Northport. Punta Gorda and now Port Charlotte, things are beginning to taper off a bit because you are in the eye of the hurricane as it continues to drift off towards the north. Now, as you dip to the south here from the Cape, Cypress Lake, San Carlos Park on the southern side of the storm, and you can see the reflectivity there not quite as solid as that northwestern side where Northport, Inglewood, and Rotunda are hitting once again. Now, Katie, earlier today, Rotunda and Inglewood had winds coming from 180 degrees the opposite direction, south, southwest, and now they're dealing with the wind on the opposite side coming in out of the north and eventually coming in out of the northwest.
The good thing, other than that northwesterly factor, is that they're not going to be dealing with those extreme as much surge. That's going to be crucial, really, for Charlotte County. So I think Charlotte County actually might have dodged a bullet in that regard.
Yeah, now to the south of there, though, the water has continued to pile up on Captiva. South Seas Resort there at Redfish Pass, that water just howling in now from the west, pushing into Sanibel, coming around the lighthouse and the causeway, and pushing in there towards the northern part of the park there on the northern part of Fort Myers Beach near the Pink Shell. And anywhere from Estero, San Carlos Park, we are continuing to see the southern part of that eye wall just rip through.
And there was a reason why a lot of those hotels evacuated, because the storm surge element was there, and this is on the extreme side. So thank goodness for those who did evacuate. We hope, if I had it my way, everybody would evacuate.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm looking at a video from a jet skier on the Caloosahatchee. Maybe not the best idea, because if it were to flip and you're to be in any sort of peril, no one's going to be able to come and get you. So just want to throw that out there. Please be smart, friends. This is still a really serious situation. We have first responders who aren't even able to get to people in life-threatening situations. Also, just sent out from the Lehigh Acres Fire Control, they said, as we wait out the storm, many of our firefighters are receiving news that they no longer have homes to return to. So first, they're going to save lives, and then they have to deal with theirs completely upended.
There's video out of the Naples Fire Rescue that shows exactly why the first responders are not able to respond. There are fire trucks that have water in the cabs, firehouses that have water through the garage, so they can't get out. They can't even risk their life to help people because they physically cannot get their vehicles out of the firehouse. The water up through the engine.
3 feet of water.
Yeah, easy. The water's up over the firefighters' waist. And you can see inside ladder company number 1 there in Naples, the water goes all the way into the firehouse.
There's going to be a lot of destruction with that.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of rebuilding here. There's video that I'm looking at here on Naples and social media where we have complete rooftops of homes with wind turbines, exhaust floating down the middle of the streets in Naples. So this is an example of a complete section of a roof that not only got ripped off a home, but there's enough water that it is floating, and you can see debris piles almost like you would with some type of flash flood or tsunami.
It's surreal for Naples. Meanwhile, up in Charlotte County, which is that video you see right now, this is from our reporter Caitlin Knapp, and we have experienced easily 110, 120 mile per hour wind gusts there in Charlotte County. So Charlotte County, I think, is seeing not only a tremendous amount of rainfall, especially Inglewood. I think we're going to see a lot of flooding there. I'm sure we already are, from what I understand. And then across that southern side of Sarasota County into the Cape Hayes Peninsula. This is why a lot of Charlotte County evacuated.
You know, Katie, we're approaching 5 o'clock here where we're going to get a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And at this point, the tracks of the storms no longer matter. The storm's here. The storm's doing its damage. What we look for is any sign of weakening and also the movement. If it's slowing down, that's going to prolong the surge and rain event. If it speeds up, which right now I'm not seeing any signs it's going to speed up. We're in this for hours.
Yes, really quickly.
Yeah, you bet.
We want to make sure that we can get to Venice. That's where our reporter Ryan Kruger is just getting hammered right now and actively seeing trees falling in those powerful winds and all of the heavy rain.
The conditions we're seeing right now in Venice are the worst we have seen so far today, and we still have quite a bit of distance to go. So a couple quick updates. Within the last 30 minutes, we did get an alert that this area, part of Sarasota County, is under an extreme wind event, meaning they are urging people get inside. It is not safe to be out. You are still seeing a few people on the roads, by the way, which is certainly scary, not something you want to see, but for the most part, people are heeding that advice. The other thing that we have just learned, within the last 30 minutes or so, the National Weather Service is saying they are getting reports of hail here in Sarasota County, not in Venice proper, but a little bit farther to the east of here. Where we are getting our wind right now, the direction, because we are north of kind of where the eye is right now, we are getting that rotation, that counterclockwise rotation. So we are actually getting our wind right now from the north and from the east. You look at these trees that are swaying, that is because of that northerly wind that is coming. I'm actually looking right now, you can't see it on camera, but I'll describe it for you. A wooded area directly to my north that was full of trees about 2 hours ago. That is almost looking like it's being clear-cutted because of the amount of wind that we are seeing here. You'll see these massive, strong gusts that come in. I have seen not power lines, I have seen street lights that fell. I have seen trees fall. I saw parts of a roof fall. The good news is the buildings, at least where we are located, do appear to be holding up just fine. So that is good definitely some roof damage, so that's going to be a thing to keep in mind. After this is all cleared, there's still going to be a lot of cleanup that's out there. But you look at the unbelievable amount of debris that we have here from all of the trees and all of the branches that are being tossed aside. Definitely a lot of ponding as well. There's actually where we were originally located for our reports. We weren't there for long before we realized that place was going to flood soon. So we needed to get out and move to a different location. So a lot of stuff going on here in Venice. Again, the worst conditions that we have seen so far. And this is really just not the beginning, but we still have quite a long ways to go until we are all in the clear. That's all for us now in Venice. I'm Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
And I also want to point out about Ryan Kruger and his location. He is under a cement awning, a concrete structure in a safe place for reporters to be. Of course, it's something that we always focus on, making sure our reporters are in safe locations when they bring you those live updates.
And speaking of updates, we want to get you a check of the radar because we still have hours of a Category 4 hurricane at the moment, hopefully weakening soon, moving across southwest Florida. We want to get over to meteorologist Andrew Shipley, who's going to show us the worst of it. And boy, Andrew, I can't help but look at the northern part of that eye wall.
Oh, absolutely, and that's where we are seeing some of the worst of this this storm, the winds, the rain for you. Let's zoom in. I'm going to go neighborhood by neighborhood. We can walk you through this here. Let's zoom in on the Rotunda area first, and we'll kind of work our way around Charlotte County just for now, and then we'll work our way south here. So there's this Rotunda. So you're looking at that heavy rain continuing all around basically the entire thing, and then up to the further off to the north here. I'm going to zoom off to the north, closer up towards Englewood, and you can see that heaviest band just north of that, up towards War Mineral Springs and Northport at this time. Now it is starting to lighten up there in Port Charlotte, but you're just on the edge of that eye itself, which is why you are starting to see that clearing skies. But remember, we don't want you to go outside to check on things. Maybe you can peek out the window, but that's it. Don't go outside. Again, this is not the time to do that. Cleveland, Punta Gorda also in that eye itself. Let's head north up to DeSoto County, Fort Ogden. You're very much on the edge of that eye. And then if you follow 17 up towards Arcadia, you are looking at that heavy, heavy rain and those winds coming out of the east right over downtown Arcadia. I'm going to zoom in on here so you can see some streets here, so you can see kind of maybe where your neighborhood is. So I do have Cypress Street on there, Oak Street. How about Martin Luther King Jr. Street as well, just off 17. And we got to remember on the western side of Arcadia is the Peace River, and that has been at flood stage for weeks now. And now you have this additional rainfall on top of that. Not only just are you dealing with the storm surge at the coast, you're dealing with rivers rising there because of all the rainfall that we are seeing in DeSoto County up along the Peace River, and that will obviously flow downstream back towards Charlotte Harbor eventually when the winds allow it to do that. But in the meantime, you're not going to see that water receding anytime soon. Let's head a little bit more south. Again, looking at still at that eye wall on the very edge of Charlotte County there for you. Burnstone Marina, you're still in that eye, but not for long. We are going to get on that back side here in just a minute. Babcock Ranch, heavy, heavy rain with those winds coming out of the south, also of Suncoast Estates there into North Fort Myers, Buckingham, Olga, seeing that. And then like we were showing you a little while ago, where this storm is situated, basically we're looking at the Caloosahatchee running right up along here. So the way that the winds are blowing are upriver. So that's why you're looking at that increased flooding into downtown Fort Myers, Buckingham, Cypress Lakes there. All that water has to flow upstream and getting forced upstream for you with the way that those winds are blowing for you. Let's head down into Sanibel. Also, Fort Myers Beach, continue to see that water getting flushed from that Gulf waters in towards Fort Myers Beach. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see that water rising in those areas because of the way that those winds are oriented. Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, maybe Bonita Springs, even Vanderbilt. Now, you're looking south here, though. Looks like you're not as much in that heavy rain bands now into Naples as that eye wall's just north of you, but you're still getting that wind blowing upshore here, still pumping water inland. So again, watching that. How about further inland out towards Lake O? Looks a little bit more quiet towards Moorhaven and Lewiston at this time. So we're going to continue to follow this, guys. And as we get more updates, I'm going to send it back to you guys. But yeah, there's a good-looking storm off there.
Yeah, this one, Andrew, continues to hold its own. The 5 o'clock advisory is in from the National Hurricane Center. We've been looking at it, and right off the bat, Katie,
no improvement there.
Just wish I had better news. 140-mile-per-hour sustained winds, pressure 945 millibars. This is still a historically strong storm inland in southwest Florida, and then you notice the speed.
Exactly. So it made landfall as a Category 4 storm with winds of 150. So it's only barely weakened. It is still a Category 4 storm, and now it's slowed by 1 mile per hour. Now it's moving toward the north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. So of course that is going to be a big concern with that slower motion, because then that means more time for all of that water to be shoved literally along the Lee County, Collier County, up the Caloosahatchee in Lee County, and even extending as far as LaBelle. I think we're going to be dealing with that threat. That storm surge could be even worse than our worst case scenario originally was forecast.
Yeah, I just keep looking at the radar imagery and the winds that are ripping around south of the Caloosahatchee, and the damage that we have been seeing here, like what you saw there with the Lanai, that's nothing compared to what we're seeing with the water. And we have to get the water to recede before we can begin the rescues or first responders. And that is going to be the frustrating part here of people trapped in their homes, especially those who you mentioned earlier were reporting that they needed life-saving treatment.
And again, if you do need to call 911, do it only if you have a life-threatening event. So, for example, if you just see water coming in, you're scared. Just try to calm yourself down, get to the highest point in your home, but please only call 911 if there's a life-threatening situation, because right now all the lines are jammed. First responders are unable to reach most people. Also, it's not safe for our first responders to be out rescuing people. Hurricane force winds are sending trees down left and right. And also, as we saw in Naples, there is flooding at our first responder crews.
Yeah, and we're getting fresh sound in from one of our reporters, Alexandra, who has information about some power outages. Let's try to get the latest here, as we're just getting pummeled here from Ian.
Exactly.
We're expecting some catastrophic damage with Hurricane Ian. We are prepared for that. We have crews that will be ready to respond as soon as it's safe to do so to restore power for our customers.
All right, so there you have it.
That was from FPL right there. So gives you kind of an idea. And now we're going to be listening to these firefighters in Lehigh as they're told that when they return after helping and saving the community, they might not have their homes. So overall, it's just a hard situation, and we are far from being done. We are seeing, of course, a lot of reports of damage. Pull cages, of course, are going to be bent and snapped, and winds of this magnitude. That's to be expected.
Just what a sombering moment there, to know that your job and what you take pride in to save other people, and to know that you may not have a home to return to of your own. It just shows to go the heart and the courage of our first responders here in Southwest Florida. So huge thank you in advance for what's going to happen here in the next couple of days.
All right, go ahead. I hear my producer trying to talk to me. Dan? All right, so also we are seeing a lot of damage, of course, coming out of Punta Gorda. Our Caitlin Knapp is there right now, and she said these are the strongest winds that she's ever experienced. Punta Gorda, of course, receiving winds of 110 miles per hour, but higher. That was just from the airport. So we also have to remember that's a little farther inland. That's not directly where we saw, say, the strongest part of the eye wall. I'll be curious to see. Granted, we don't have a lot of anemometers left. My anemometer went out at 50 knots.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Caitlin, being in Punta Gorda, is right there on the eye of the storm, meaning that it's calm where she's at, if she's still in that current location.
Right now.
So Andrew, I believe you had some information for us. Let's go over to Andrew. What you got?
Yeah, let's break that down for you. So like you were just saying, Punta Gorda is now basically dead smack in the middle of the eye. And I'm going to zoom in here, just kind of give you, oops, too much. But we are looking at, again, right in downtown Punta Gorda in the middle of that eye. Now, there is a few little rain bands trying to sneak in on the northern side there. But again, Cleveland's also in that eye. Port Charlotte, you're kind of right on the edge. Charlotte Harbor's right in here. So again, in that eye currently. Let's head a little bit more off to the north, though, up towards DeSoto County, because Arcadia right now just getting pounded with heavy rain, that wind coming out of the east for you. And you can see some of those heavier rain bands right up along 72 and 70 at this time. So watching that, seeing up along 17, and we're continuing to watch basically all the heaviest rain, the majority of that on that northern side, which is where we forecasted that those rainfall totals to be as high as 20 inches of rain, especially the further north you got up towards Sarasota County and even up towards the Tampa area. Let's head out towards looking at Rotunda, also looking at some of those heavy downpours, rounds and rounds of rain. But where you're oriented, now the winds are coming out of the north for you. As we're starting to get that wrap around, you're starting to get on that back side of that eye, which is again back into that heavy downpours that we continue to track for you all across our viewing area. Let's zoom things out down towards Cayo Costa, also where we saw landfall of Ian earlier. Back into that backside, and what you're seeing here across that area, North Captiva, Boquilla, is you're starting to get those winds coming back off the Gulf of Mexico, which means we are expecting that surge to start to flush right back inland, where we've been seeing that water continuing to pile up, now moving back ashore with those winds coming back off of the west. Now heading south, we're also seeing that down in Captiva, Blind Pass, Bowman's Beach, Sanibel out towards St. James City, and then over, I'll maybe zoom it over to here, Iona McGregor, Lover's Key, Fort Myers Beach, right up along Estero Island. You are seeing those winds coming right off the ocean, continuing to pile up that water, continuing to flush that water inland here, because that's what happens here. You get those winds moving that water south, from west to east here. And we're also seeing that continuing down into the Naples area. Now, you may be not in those rain bands up along that eye wall, but you're still in that circulation where you're getting that water piling in. So again, continuing to track surge in and around that area. And I think, guys, Katie and Trent, though, that's really the big thing, is those folks south of Fort Myers, basically south of Charlotte Harbor, is continuing to see that water piling on. So even though this has made landfall and is starting to move a little bit more to the northeast, we are still seeing that flooding, that storm surge continuing to funnel water inland.
Yeah, Andrew, the satellite representation you're showing over there, it's just incredible that we have a Category 4 storm with winds of 140 miles per hour that continues to move inland there over the interstate, putting Punta Gorda in the eye of yet another hurricane after Charlie, going back to 2004, and now a bigger, more powerful hurricane, and obviously the storm surge a bigger threat as well.
And that storm surge especially a threat for Lee and Collier County. So our original forecast, when we were expecting more of a landfall up toward Venice, we were expecting Charlotte Harbor to deal with the brunt of that, but because it made landfall farther south, there will still be some surge for Charlotte County, but it won't be quite as extreme.
You know, I'm seeing a lot of comments on social media. I've got a lot of friends in the Gateway, Lehigh Acres area earlier that I was seeing comments, power was out for hours. That's where some of the homes were being, the shutters were being ripped off on that southwestern or southeastern side of the eye wall. And looking there now, even though we're still seeing the rain bands move through, a lot of power outages, no matter if you're listening to us somehow through an OTT device, with your cell phone, with your power out. Just to give you an idea, the worst of it appears to be over here as the storm is pulling off to the northeast, but it's slow. So heavy rain from Lehigh all the way back towards San Carlos Park, and including Sanibel, where they're removed a little bit now from the southern part of the eye. But you can see the storms just continuing to whip in across the island that need some time to see the water recede.
That consistent westerly wind is just going to continue to shove that water on shore for the next couple of hours. It's definitely a concern. That storm surge is going to be with us through tonight, and first responders did advise that, especially in areas that are already inundated, that it's going to take a while for them to be able to get to you. Meanwhile, I want to show you this. This is video of that jet skier I was talking about earlier. Yes, not the sharpest tool in the shed there.
I hate even showing video like that because I don't want to encourage anybody to behave like that, but I look at it more to see how rough the Caloosahatchee is. I know we don't have all these videos in our system for you to see at home, and for those of you listening, we'll try to describe what we're seeing. And Katie, I'm not sure if you have seen this yet, but this is video from Fort Myers Beach off Estero Boulevard, where there are entire homes that are floating away thanks to the storm surge of Hurricane Ian. Look right here. That home lifted off its foundation and is now over towards a pile of debris. And here comes a second home down Estero Boulevard. So the person that shot this video is obviously in a higher level condo or apartment complex. They're going to be stuck for a while.
Yes.
And the sheer power of the storm surge from this video is on full display. And this is why we are continuing to watch the storm as it moves in.
And we talk about the power of water so often because it is underestimated, but water moving at just 5 miles per hour has the same force, when you do E = MC squared, has the same energy as an EF3 tornado. So you imagine just that energy being able to pick up a home like that off of its foundation. And this reminds me of flash flooding that I survived in West Virginia. This looks like flash flooding from this. Yes.
I know very similar situations, very different storms, but touring the 9th Ward after Hurricane Katrina and seeing houses that were supposed to be several blocks over, did that tour with Max Mayfield, and that was months after the storm was gone, but you could see how the water just picked the houses up and moved them. But the first time in Southwest Florida that we have ever seen this type of storm surge, definitely here in modern history for sure.
Hard images to see.
We've been seeing this video here from Punta Gorda showing the damage there that's taking place along the Peace River. And as this storm now continues to drift off to the northeast, Punta Gorda proper is actually in the eye of the storm. So in the calm, if you will, but Andrew was showing you guys that it's just a matter of time before they're back in on the southern, or actually they may get more in on the western and then the southwestern part of the eye wall here in a bit. And it is solid orange and yellows on the radar. Even some reds moved in from Northport all the way back towards Venice, where we heard from Ryan Kruger earlier in this hour.
And I was worried about that back half of the storm being a bit worse. It looked like it had more time to sit offshore, had a lot of energy with it. So right now it's kind of that northwestern quadrant of the eye wall that is really, it's looking to be the strongest part of it at this point.
Katie, 20 years experience here in South Florida, and have you ever seen anything like this with the radar image from Captiva and Sanibel Island? The fact that when the storm is wrapping around, those rain bands are picking up more fuel over the open, warm waters, and it is not only dumping more heavy rain on Sanibel and Captiva, but there's on top of the storm surge, which just hasn't had time to subside, but instead now it's getting pushed in from west to east. So other areas that may have fared better earlier in the storm now are receiving the worst of it, and vice versa. So this is a worst case scenario there for Sanibel Island, that they continue to see a 1-2 and now kind of a third punch from this storm.
I also wanted to take a look at some of our rainfall totals because we're talking about such extreme rainfall on that northwestern side of the eye wall. Rotunda West right now, this is at Placida, the boat ramp, and this is just since midnight. Nearly 14 inches of rainfall since midnight. Up toward Inglewood, we have a foot of rain officially. Northport, you've picked up 13 inches since midnight. So inevitably, we are seeing that flooding as expected across Sarasota County and parts of Charlotte County as well. Of course, a lot of my rain gauges actually floated away. I know mine did. And then here in the South Cape, I know we've had more rain than that. So that's the other issue too. Excellent. Thank you so much. So we'll be able to take a look at some of those radar estimates. If we can get over to meteorologist Andrew Shipley at the Chroma Key, is that doable, friends?
We're good? Okay, so like Katie was just saying, there in Charlotte County, Sarasota County, where we are seeing some of those heavier rain bands, I just cued the radar. So these are radar estimated rainfall totals. Look at this, 17 inches of rain just north of Englewood there. You get closer towards Port Charlotte, almost 7.5 just south of there, 8. Rotunda, almost 10 inches of rain. Let me head a little bit further towards the south here. Even Punta Gorda, Burnt Store, Marina. I'm going to queue up some of these here. Bokeelia as well. There's Bokeelia, 6 inches of rain. Punta Gorda, as well as Burnt Store, about 5-6 inches of rain. Let's head a little bit more south here as you're heading down towards downtown Fort Myers. Let me see if I can queue some of these up more up here. Sanibel, there's St. James City, 4.8. Down Fort Myers Beach, 4 inches of rain. And again, this is on top of that surge that's already moving in, inundating. But the majority of the heaviest rain continues to be off to the north there in northern Charlotte County, and that also pushes up into DeSoto County, where we're already seeing river flooding, which doesn't help in that regards of things. I'm going to switch over back to the radar. I do want to show you something else here as well. If I can get back to, there we go. We'll just zoom up to the north here. Hold on, give me a second here. We're doing this all on the fly. So I do want to show you again downtown Fort Myers, because I think this is interesting as you're looking at basically water getting flushed up the Caloosahatchee River here. And let me just draw it in here. So this is, actually we can head a little bit more south here too. So here's downtown. So downtown's right in here. So the river's here. Okay, so there's the 41 bridges, there's Midpoint Bridge, and the way that the storm is oriented, it's flushing this water all the way up. So there's a lot of water in downtown Fort Myers. We keep seeing videos, guys, of just devastating flooding in downtown Fort Myers from that water getting flushed up the Caloosahatchee.
But we're all familiar with the First Street Garage. Right there, when you first get downtown, everything walkable. Yeah, and it's very recognizable. It's peach pink color, and at least the first floor has water through. I'm going to play this one more time just so you and I can take a look at it. But look at the water all across First Street, at least halfway up the first story there.
A lot of businesses downtown are going to be greatly affected, downtown Fort Myers.
Yeah, this is the first time that I'm seeing downtown Fort Myers like this.
I've never seen this.
Wow.
It's hard
Andrew,
to watch.
good catch there with the downtown Fort Myers because of the trajectory there. Unfortunately, the amount of videos that we're going to see like this, we talked about Charlie throughout the week because we got a lot of comparisons, people asking, oh, this storm's going to be just like Charlie. And from the get-go, it was, no, this storm's different. It's a little bigger. When it went through that eyewall replacement cycle and almost doubled in size this morning, it became not only a completely different storm, but a beast. At one point this morning, the measurement with the hurricane force core was 2.9 times bigger than Charlie, and the damaging core of hurricane force winds with Charlie would have fit in the void, the eye of Hurricane Ian. So then you add the tropical storm force winds on top of it, and instead of being just a Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte storm with Charlie, this one is going to have impacts from Marco Island, Naples, all the way out of our viewing area into Tampa, St. Pete.
And also, you mentioned just the swath of those winds. There will be tropical storm force winds that hit the east coast of Florida. So well away from the storm. However, because we're seeing those tropical storm force winds extend about 115 miles on the side of it, on either side of it. So a full in diameter, looking at 230 miles wide of tropical storm force winds. That's just, it's hard. It sounds surreal to word it like that. And then with the hurricane force winds, we're talking about 40 miles on either side of the storm center. So we're going to be looking at some pretty serious damage, especially in the spots that Lee County, Collier County, well, those spots, especially from the storm surge. Plus, we have the wind on top of it. With Charlotte County, I think it's mainly going to be a wind issue as well as a flooding rainfall issue up into Sarasota County. Sarasota, I mean, we're looking at 1 to 2 feet of rain easily there.
Yeah, it just continues to come down. The radar imagery, if we could just pull that up as we wait for the press conference from the governor, we can show you where the heaviest rain is falling. And I just can't comprehend how this storm is holding its structure and continues to spread heavy rain farther to the north. And the fact that last advisory, the wind is only down to 140 miles per hour.
What's interesting too is we're actually seeing very little rainfall right now across Hendry County, across parts of Glades, Lake O. Not seeing any rainfall there yet. A lot of dry air kind of coming up from the south. The problem is that those winds are still there for Lee County and for coastal Collier. So even if you might be rain free, those winds still very, very prevalent, still certainly in the focus, and of course all of those winds basically due west, shoving all of that Gulf water directly onshore, and the storm surge is just devastating.
Yeah, usually you get that southwesterly flow in the summertime, and boy, the Gulf of Mexico just fuels showers and thunderstorms. But Andrew, I'm assuming that somewhere on the water vapor loop, we're seeing some dry air.
A little bit.
Are you picking up?
A little bit here.
Let's go over to Andrew if we can, and let's check this out so we can see the latest here. Because I tell you what, early this morning and late last night, there wasn't a bit of dry air impacting the storm.
All right. So this is one of the ways we look at this. So this is satellite imagery above Ian itself. So a lot of dry air, obviously, way out here. See these rust colors. But what we're seeing here is as Ian is now making landfall, and as we are getting those winds continuing to come out of the west, it's sucking in this dry air that's out here and then wrapping it around that core. So what you're seeing here is, let me go back to the radar imagery, can kind of point it out this way. So you're getting that, that imagery here, all that dry air that's out here, you can see the flushed up. So that's why it's pretty barren in here. You get these trailing range bands, but most of that rain is to the north of that system, closer to that stationary front, closer towards that more wet atmosphere that you can feed on, that we're continuing to see. So again, that's where we're also seeing some of those heavier rain bands away from that drier air. But even, actually, let me just zoom all the way in here so you can give you a better look here. So give me a second here. And you're looking out toward the Immokalee, drier air. Naples, drier air. Bonita Springs, you're getting into that dry air, so you're getting less of the rain. You're still getting the wind, but less of the rain. Fort Myers, Cape Coral, starting to see that there as well. While off to the north, big difference. Port Charlotte, up towards Arcadia, into Sarasota County, and northward, large majority of the rain, where that wetter atmosphere continues to hang out here for us. So I'm going to zoom in, and we can look at some of these rainfall coming down and show you where some of those heavier stuff is. Let's head down towards Port Charlotte itself. I'll give you a little bit more zoomed in here look here. So this is Buena Vista right here up along 41, and then we have Kentworth right here. All right, so just kind of orient yourself. So you're into that heavy downpours on that north side of that storm system that of Ian that we're continuing to move through. Now, obviously, as you head south, you get into that eye. That center of the eye looks to be right around the center of Punta Gorda right now, right up along 75. You can see that little extra swirl in there. That's the center, it looks to me, of Ian at this time. So again, obviously, the heaviest stuff there, and then you get offshore. Look at this. You get that westerly, you got easterly winds coming south and then back to from the west, and that's what's flushing all that water back towards Cayo Costa, looking at towards North Captiva, Cape Coral, Sanibel, just getting blasted. Here's Blind Pass, right in here. We already know how eroded that area is, and all of this is pushing water right into Blind Pass. I'm sure it's just even disaster there.
Absolutely.
At this
Absolutely.
time.
I don't think there's much question, Andrew. You and I were talking about that last night on TV. We were worried about Blind Pass, and now I'm exceptionally worried about Blind Pass. By the way, friends, because of so much destruction, Lee County officials have issued an emergency curfew from 6 p.m. through the next 48 hours. And this is because of all of the trees that are down, all of the water that's around, from flooding, from storm surge. So from basically now on, from 35 minutes from now, but most likely you're already hunkered down. Please stay hunkered down. Please stay inside. That curfew issued for Lee County from 6 o'clock through the next 48 hours.
Katie, I'm seeing some images here for the first time this morning. We watched the first part of the eye wall make landfall, Sanibel, Captiva, and then continue to push towards Cape Hayes, impacting Inglewood, Rotunda, down towards Placido. For those of you who are familiar with the area, several marinas, including the Gasparilla Marina, and completely destroyed.
We will do our best to get those pictures up.
The boat racks there are toppled over, so all the dry storage boats are over. So getting a little ground truth on how bad it was there on the southern parts of Cape Hayes.
And honestly, I think that's more from wind damage than
for sure.
from storm surge, because Gasparilla sustained at least Category 3 winds. And I know I have some anemometers there. Again, I'm not sure how many survived. Right here, we're taking a look at flooding video currently coming in from Punta Gorda. So you can see that obviously Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Gasparilla, we're talking about basically all of Charlotte County, the Cape Hayes Peninsula, which is still just getting hammered right now, Placido with extreme amounts of rainfall. Already today, 12 to 16 inches of rain falling in places. You factor that in with all of the wind, because we know this area also sustained at least Category 2 force winds. We had reports at the airport of 110 miles per hour. Of course, eventually, once the storm passes, we'll be able to better fine-tune exactly how strong that strongest wind gust was. But regardless of where you are across Charlotte County, the destruction is extensive, and it's similar to Lee as well as coastal Collier. The destruction is extensive, and especially for Lee into Collier, storm surge is really the biggest issue, and it continues to surge on shore. And we were talking earlier regarding that storm surge. The high tide at Fort Myers Beach was around 4 o'clock, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So it is at some of its highest right now, but it's not done just yet. Speaking of which, Andrew Shipley's looking at that. There we go.
I'm looking at this.
Another extreme wind warning.
The tidal gauge there. Right now, the water level is continuing to rise. It's at 6 feet, which is 3 feet above the previous record, which was set back in since 1965. Those records been kept.
Okay, so we broke a record for Fort Myers Beach by at least 3 feet, and it's still going up.
What was that number again, Andrew?
Right now, it's 6 feet in Fort Myers.
Okay.
Is the observed, and that's breaking the previous record by more than 3 feet.
Where in Fort Myers is that?
I'm looking exact. I can't.
Okay.
Okay. No worries.
I need to find the.
But regardless, we're seeing that. Then there's no surprise that we're
Yeah.
seeing all of the flooding now in downtown Fort Myers again, friends. Lee County curfew begins here in about 32 minutes. Of course, you should already be sheltered in place, and that will extend for 48 hours. And that's just because we will continue to have dangers and threats even tomorrow as we see those winds improve, as we see the rain clear out. The threats, however, they're going to stick around. And Trent, storm surge takes a while to fully clear out.
It does, because it takes a while for that water to build in. We saw the slow rise here over the last 24 to 36 hours. At first, you barely notice it. Then you notice, oh, the water's up over my seawall or near the top of my dock. And then as the storm approaches, depending upon if you're on the south or north side, because we saw the reverse storm surge as well from Naples to Fort Myers originally, and then here comes the water. And we can't get all this video on air fast enough here. Our resources are a little limited here, and we can't get our crews out there yet. And the video we're looking at, the Lani Kai out at Fort Myers Beach, the video I'm looking at was from over 4 hours ago. So you're looking at roughly 1 o'clock when the worst was coming through. And the water is all the way through the Lani Kai, across Estero Boulevard, and it's just full of debris. So the amount of damage on Fort Myers Beach is going to be unspeakable. Yeah.
Extensive. And there's a reason why they did order those mandatory evacuations there for our barrier islands. I know we were originally going to have crews there at Fort Myers Beach, but because of those mandatory evacuations, we elected a much safer option because of this deadly threat. Storm surge is always underestimated. And also a lot of hotels actually completely closed, and they canceled reservations as well, because it's not safe. And
there's video of water coming into a parking garage at Pelican Bay down in Naples, and it's coming in with enough force that it's pushing cars on the bottom level and just piling them into the corner of the garage.
And you can just see all of that water being forced on shore there with that video, and all of that water being forced on shore into parking garages where you might have thought your car was safe. That's one reason why I parked on the second story. just in case.
Yeah, no, you have to in these type of situations, and the worst of this is continuing to push into parts of DeSoto County. You can't help but think about the people who are still on the north side of this eye wall, going through some of the worst of it for the first time. And you look at some of these radar images coming in along I-75 between Port Charlotte and Northport, and they are just getting battered from the hurricane force winds, which are wrapping in right now from the northeast.
Exactly. So that northwestern quadrant is a nasty one.
Yeah, it's not letting up.
And what you're seeing right now, friends, you were just watching South Naples, all the flooding there in South Naples, and right there is storm surge from Sanibel. Am I correct from my producers that is storm surge from Sanibel? Okay. Sorry, it's from the Calusa. So from the Caloosahatchee. That's looking down. I apologize. I have just lost unity. So my producers know what that means. It's just kind of one of those things that we have to dance in and out of because of technological issues, but it's to be expected when you have so many power flickers and all of that. But this is from the Caloosahatchee. Thankfully, somebody from a higher level safely able to take this. Of course, you also have the winds the higher up you go.
The amount of damage and information from different cities and different counties is, I don't know. Do you have a word to describe it? Because I don't. It's what? Yeah, the amount of money, yeah, it is. I just hope that people heeded the evacuations and got off the barrier islands, because this storm surge was the real deal here with this one, a big expanding wind field at the time of landfall.
And I was just kind of checking in with the National Weather Service in Miami so that way we could update our forecast, say for Hendry as well as Glades and closer to Lake Okeechobee. Those locations will be dealing with tropical storm conditions. And of course, you also want to stay in place because even that can easily bring down trees. But at least rainfall wise, it doesn't look like you're going to be seeing quite as much rainfall farther that direction because we have some of that drier air coming up now from the south. So it's good news. It's better news for inland Collier, Hendry, parts of Glades. It doesn't like you'll be seeing as much of a threat for flooding. Oh, and go ahead.
Yeah, at this time, we want to go to Lee County to hear the latest from the city officials, and they've got a lot to talk about. Let's listen in.
This morning, we have been watching the storm overnight. Our team is mobilized in the Emergency Operations Center, as you can see behind you. But given the current forecast track this morning and the storm surge predictions, as well as the flood modeling, we're here this morning to announce evacuation orders for some parts of the county, as well as shelter openings for some parts of the county. To explain the operations and how that's going to happen, I'd like to introduce our county manager, Roger DeJarlais.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. The evacuation this morning is a mandatory evacuation order, and that is as mandatory as can be. We will not be going house to house and forcing people to leave, but we are stressing the importance of people getting out of harm's way based on the surge models. So evacuation will be Zone A. You can look on our website and see exactly where that is, but it is generally all of the low-lying areas that are accustomed to being flooded during the spring tides. And so it's along the coastal area, the barrier islands, and upriver four ways. But you'll be able to see that on our website. And then part of Zone B as well will be evacuated. Parts of that zone are in those low-lying areas as well, and that's south of Veterans Parkway and Cape Coral is in that Zone B area. Also, the evacuation order instructs people in mobile and manufactured homes to shelter elsewhere. When winds above 45, 50, 60 miles an hour, mobile homes are generally not a safe place to be. For those in the evacuation zones, please do not put out your garbage today because it's not going to get picked up and it's just going to get blown all over. There will be 10 emergency shelters opening at about 9 o'clock this morning. We're staffing up as we speak, and you can find a list of all those shelters on Lee County's website, that is leegov.com. United Way partners are prepared to open the emergency information hotline when the shelters open at 9 o'clock. And you all will recall that that's the 211 line. Anyone who needs help in understanding their evacuation zone or what they need to do to finish preparations, 211 is the right number to call. Please do not call 911 unless you have a true emergency. Let me see, a list of those on our website is all, let me see, excuse me. This is 0 dark 30 this morning. You know, I'm usually not coherent this time of day. Oh, all of our shelters are pet friendly. You may recall there was a time when we had just a couple of designated shelters, but you know, people were really not prepared to leave their their dogs and cats at home. They're like a member of the family. And we also encourage these shelters are a refuge of last resort. They are not comfortable, so we'd encourage people as their first choice to see if they have relatives or friends outside of the area that's going to be affected by the storm. And you need to know that the EOC now has gone from partial activation to full activation, and we will continue to monitor the storms throughout the day and provide you the information on any of the changing operations as they occur. I'd like to introduce Sheriff Marcino, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for being here today. I just want to get a point across that we are going to feel this storm. How badly is still undetermined. My top priority, as always, is keeping everybody safe during this event. We look at it in 3 ways. It's before the storm, during the storm, and after the storm. And before the storm, we try to get that message out to get your non-perishables, secure your homes, and make sure that you're ready for several days without electric if need be. During the storm is most important. We want you to be at your location. We want you to be safe, and also understand, and we stress the fact that once the winds hit a sustained 45 miles per hour, law enforcement, emergency personnel are not going to respond. So God forbid someone does need 911 and they dial, a law enforcement officer is not going to respond until it's safe to. I will ensure absolutely the second it's safe, we will begin answering calls immediately without hesitation in priority. Also, don't leave your homes unless you have to. Sometimes things look like they're safe. Downed power lines, the bridges are, another one. I mean, we are going to let those bridges naturally flow, and we're going to continuously monitor them by patrol and also by the latest and greatest technology at the Real-Time Intelligence Center. But we want you to stay off the roadways. Let's get this storm or whatever it brings us past us to ensure that you get out there and you're safe when you do. The county's done a great job with our shelters. We will be manning the shelters to make sure people are safe. And again, we will get through this. The great residents of this county and the state of Florida, we're no stranger to these storms, but we ask that you work with us and help us make certain that you're safe. And thanks for being here today.
We'll take questions if you have them. Yes, ma'am.
How much space do we have at these shelters, and what should they not bring?
Sandra?
Yeah, we feel confident that we're able to adequately support the number of people in the evacuated areas that we feel will be seeking the shelters. And people who are going to be coming to the shelters, we do ask that you bring any essential supplies, medications. If you're bringing pets, please bring food, a cage for your animals, leashes. We don't have cots at shelters, so please bring something to sleep on, a pillow, and some entertainment, books, because if you do, power goes out, then you can't charge your devices. So just bring anything that you feel that would make you comfortable. Keep in mind that there could be crowding at the shelter, so try not to bring too much stuff. When you enter, you'll get a small area in the shelter to reside in during that time.
Before Irma, I believe you issued an order 2 to 3 days before impact. We expect impact tomorrow. Did you kind of consider issuing this order before? What stopped you, and what kind of changed overnight?
We did consider calling for evacuation yesterday. but given the uncertainty of the path, the timing just wasn't right. And so the current path with the anticipated impacts of the storm meets all the criteria that we use for calling for evacuation. And the areas being evacuated are small compared to the evacuations during Irma. You may recall that Irma covered the entire state with hurricane force winds. This storm was much smaller. We don't expect nearly the same kinds of wind velocities that we saw during Irma. So calling for evacuation today is a perfectly reasonable decision. Stacy?
Roger, a lot of new people to Lake County and Florida. What message do you have for those folks that are new to our state and our county?
People who have moved to Lee County in the last several years after Hurricane Irma, which of course was the last storm, is they should stay tuned to the local television stations and news outlets for all of their information, and we will continue to provide storm information to the TV stations and others, so that people will then they'll know exactly how to react, whether it's evacuation or picking up all of the furniture in their yard and debris so that it doesn't blow and damage neighbors' homes. So it's a lot of common sense. But if you're in the evacuation zone, go ahead and leave. Take your time, but go ahead and leave now. But otherwise, pay attention to the TV stations. Yes, sir.
Kevin, what advice do you have for people on Fort Myers Beach or Sanibel that decide not to go?
Well, if people on the barrier islands who decide not to go, they do so at their own peril. The best thing they can do is leave. With the kind of tidal surge we're talking about, it would not be uncommon for both islands to be overwashed, and it's a dangerous place to be. We cannot, by law, force people off the islands, but we strongly recommend that they go. Yes, sir.
As far as trash and yard waste goes, are you advising residents to still put that out today, or are you picking those up those items to ensure that they're not flying around in the case of the storm winds?
If you're in the evacuation zone A and partial B partial evacuation zone and B, that you not put your trash out. Everyone else, go ahead, put their trash out. We'll be picking up today based on the regular schedule, and then we'll see how the storm progresses, and we can announce later today or tomorrow about future trash pickup days. Yes, ma'am.
We still have residents asking about sandbags. Do you know the status of that? Will there be any other move today?
Sandra.
We did have the sand locations out yesterday. Many of them were depleted, so there may still be some sand dropped locations that
Good afternoon. I'm here
available.
with Kevin
You can
Guthrie,
contact
our
your
Florida
fire
DEM
districts if you're still
director.
looking for some sand.
Hurricane Ian made landfall this afternoon in southwest Florida, and it is battering areas in southwest
Florida. So there are about
Florida,
250,000 people who live in
counties
the
even
evacuation
beyond
zones
that.
we've
We have
outlined,
seen
and we would anticipate about
life-threatening
10%.
storm surge,
Based on history,
as was
10%
predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe to do so.
Where you live,
now, obviously, local responders can make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those
essentially
people
Zone
are
A is
being
all the barrier islands and all the
a
coastal
response,
areas and leading up
but it's likely
to
going to
the
take
borders
a
next
little
to the
time
river,
for this storm
the
to move
Caloosahatchee
forward
River,
so that it's
and
safe
there'll be
for
some
the first
areas down in
responders
the Bonita
to be
area
able
closer to the
do.
Imperial
We
River.
are
So
getting
again, important
reports,
for everyone
but it's
to
going
look
to
at
take a
that
little
map.
bit more time
And
to
then,
know
as was stated
exactly in terms
earlier,
of
Zone
structural
B, the
damage,
only
but we are
Zone B
getting
that is
some reports
called
of
for
structural
is south of
damage
Veterans
in
and
both
Cape Coral.
Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue, and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit.
It's published, by the National Weather Service. The storm surge we're expecting to be between 4 to 7 feet. But if you've lived here any length of time at all, you know that there
barrier
are
islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. NASA has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding, and Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all downed power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really, really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way, way, way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major, major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. We're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of a storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter in place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately, get into an interior room, and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows, get low, and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the three-pronged strategy, we're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck. And there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later, as soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it. And then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on. And these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people were we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me.
Sorry. Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know.
So when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful, and he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. He was inviting us to request support, and so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with, and so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a quote flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance. And I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a quote flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. They're modeling, based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay and what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for Citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
All right. And thank you for keeping it here with Fox 4 here on this Wednesday, this historic Wednesday with Hurricane Ian. As we're still tracking it, we just heard from Governor DeSantis giving an update here as we're coming up on 6:02 now, and plenty of what he talked about. I went in depth on what the response might look like. Also talked about how they did send off the letter to the White House to try to get expedited response when it comes to federal aid and federal money for the first 60 days to help with reimbursements.
And we've all seen the images today. Southwest Florida is devastated tonight. We are getting in horrifying images, and we heard from the governor that the moment this storm passes, they will come to you. The search and rescue mission will be on, and we understand that this is going to be a long night for us moving forward.
Now we're going to go to some of the video just showing the sheer power, the strength of the storm, of the water as it pushes through. This comes to us from Fox 4's Caitlin Knapp, who has been stationed all throughout the week. She'll continue to be within Charlotte County of a door buckling under the pressure. And depending on wherever you go on social media, you will see pictures like this all over. Let me take a look at that.
Yeah, the impact of this storm still impacting us, wreaking us here in Southwest Florida. Let's get right out to certified meteorologist Katie Walls tracking this for us even as we speak. It's not over yet, Katie, by far.
No, it's not over just yet. We're going to be dealing with some especially across DeSoto County, extending into parts of eastern Sarasota. This northern side of the eye wall is just a bear at this point. So we're still dealing, obviously, with hurricane force winds, the potential for major hurricane force winds exceeding 111 miles per hour. Now moving into Arcadia. Arcadia right now officially in that particular eye wall, and the eye wall, the strongest part of the eye wall at this point. So right along 17, and that, of course, a big concern. So not only heavy rainfall, but also, again, we're talking about hurricane force winds, potentially greater than Category 3. So let's zoom it out a little bit so that way we can get a better idea of where else we have it. So the eye right now is actually kind of including, it's kind of elongated at this point, but including parts of southern DeSoto County as well as eastern Charlotte County. So if you're in eastern Charlotte County, if you're in southern DeSoto, this is actually the eye of the storm as it continues to work its way north and northeast. Meanwhile, Port Charlotte, Cape Hayes Peninsula, Inglewood, as well as parts of Punta Gorda, dealing with the back half of the storm at this point, and honestly flooding a huge concern of mine for parts of Sarasota County, extending into western Charlotte, as where we've already seen easily a foot of rainfall in just the last, well, really since midnight. And then if we look at some of these other totals, this is looking at the last 24 hours, and meteorologist Andrew Shipley is currently pinging those for me, but 1.5 feet of rain near Inglewood, near Northport, as we head down toward the Cape Hayes Peninsula, a little closer to Placida, around 10 inches of rainfall. And I've also seen some rain gauges on Placida that are around that as well. So still dealing with the heaviest rainfall there. Now let's push down into Lee County and take a look at conditions there. Unfortunately, this onshore flow will continue. When I say onshore flow, I mean winds literally out of the west circulating around the hurricane, still shoving all of that water on shore. It is storm surge, and it continues to also push all of that water up the Caloosahatchee and even as far as LaBelle. I'm expecting the threat for that flooding, and we've already seen it. We've already seen it. Unfortunately, downtown Fort Myers is flooded right now because the Caloosahatchee has breached its banks. And then, of course, we have the storm surge along our coastal communities, Captiva, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. We're seeing just devastating images right now, and also farther off toward the south, even though we're seeing the rainfall improve, say, parts of Collier County, we are still seeing that onshore flow and the threat for storm surge for coastal Collier County. So still some of those outer rain bands for Vanderbilt, but notice I think the worst of the rain kind of ending now for Naples as well as North Naples, but still with that flow still coming off of the Gulf, the threat for storm surge, that's going to be with us through the next couple of hours. Let's broaden it out and kind of get a little better view, maybe head a little bit broader, that way we can see farther inland. Of course, you know, we always talk about technology issues, and that's what we're kind of going through. Remember, we too are dealing with those power surges and dealing with computer issues. So across Collier County through Hendry, notice actually drier air. So we're actually not going to be seeing as much rainfall here across parts of inland Collier County as well as Hendry. And then across Glades, yes, we're still going to have some rainfall, but it's not necessarily a flooding concern here. That flooding threat will stay farther off toward our north. Now if we can jump back over and head into our radar, there we go, because you can just really kind of see now it's primarily focused on the northern, northeastern side, western side of the storm. That's where the worst of the rainfall is at that point. Currently circulating this direction and right here over parts of Sarasota into DeSoto. That is absolutely where the worst of it is at this point. And then farther offshore, we do still have more rainfall moving in. So across Charlotte County, we're not done just yet. Cape Coral, we're not done just yet. But we're already seeing those improvements rainfall-wise in Collier County because this storm is expected to move toward the north and east and toward central Florida. As a matter of fact, Orlando gearing up for tropical storm conditions. So we're already starting to see that very heavy rainfall extending up toward Glades and farther north into Highlands, Lake Placid included, Sebring as well. And you can see that very distinct counterclockwise rotation as that storm continues to work off toward the north and east. Before we jump back over to the anchors, I want to take a look at a model. If we could, let's pull up that wind model because, of course, folks need to know when the threat for those hurricane force winds will gradually improve. Now, we're going to be stuck if you're in a hurricane warned area. Expect hurricane force conditions through tonight. But then tomorrow, those tropical storm force winds will improve from the south to the north. Let's take a closer look now. Okay, so as we head into the rest of this evening, still dealing with powerful winds here, and then pushing into the early parts of tomorrow, we'll start to see those improvements first across Collier County, and then gradually we'll see those tropical storm force winds lift northward as we head through the afternoon. Back to you.
All right, Katie, thank you so much. And we are getting updates by the second. The latest update that just came in is that Lee County Public Schools now closed through at least Thursday. As we know, many of them are now being used as shelters, and the loss is just devastating for that county as well.
Also some curfews in place. Fort Myers just starting up at 6 o'clock. The Fort Myers Police Department just announced that within the past hour. Also Collier County with a county-wide curfew starting at 10 p.m. tonight. So a note on that, Naples had already put one into place. We'd seen the high water there. Lee County, of course, with a boil order as well in place, given the situation with all of that standing water going throughout.
And you're seeing that right now. This is video of Cape Coral where a condo has flooded. You can just see the canals coming up. Storm surge, the story here. And to be honest, we have received tons of viewer comments and emails about people trying to escape those rising waters. Those who did not evacuate. And I know that a lot of people might be anxious. I have neighbors who stayed in the Cape that I have not heard from, so I know a lot of us are going through this. And so one thing that I really want to point out, we had an update from Lee County not too long ago, and one of the county leaders with the Florida Urban Search and Rescue said, we will be in this together. We are with you. We will come and get you. The moment that storm passes, this will be a search and rescue mission.
Terrifying moments you're seeing going off of that video from Cape Coral, and it's all over the Cape, not just in certain parts. Could be South Cape, could be close to the coast, close to some of the waterways, but you also have all those canals and so many of the backyards, and we're seeing the impact there as well. Now we're also going to go to see one piece of video involving a vehicle with the Lee County Sheriff's Office, because this also has been making the rounds throughout social media to show, again, the force of the water that has been out there.
Yeah, the videos that have just been coming in really have been devastating, and I know a lot of families are probably home wondering what it looks like out there. This is a live video from the Lee County Sheriff's Office.
See the trailer there?
Yep, that is a mobile unit that seems to be floating away. We do know that there's a catastrophic flooding and storm surge in downtown Fort Myers as those videos were coming in. We have co-workers even here saying that their loved ones are dealing with rising waters. We've had co-workers who have lost their cars. The Lehigh Acres Fire Department also tweeting out just a profound picture saying that many of those firefighters as well don't have homes to go to. But here they are, waiting out the storm and ready to come help and rescue.
And we've seen so many pictures, videos, images of as the water comes up from that storm surge. We're seeing this from Fort Myers with this piece of video that's here right now. And also seeing a lot of cars where it's coming up to like the roofs of the cars, the tops of the windows, to give you a sense of perspective just how high it is. And you're just hoping for, especially a lot of those neighborhoods, say back to Cape Coral, where you have those ridges where the street is lower than the property. Again, depending on the neighborhood, you're hoping that this hold, but we're seeing it where it's definitely not the case all over.
And all the videos you're seeing, this right here is the wind and rain event. That's separate from that storm surge, which was the story, as this confirmed by the National Weather Service that it made landfall. Category 4 hurricane around 3 o'clock today off Cayo Costa. And we've had crews all across Southwest Florida today bracing the storm.
And now let's keep it in Lee County as we'll bring in Fox 4's Keenan Scott with what he saw from Sanibel. We'll be pulling that up momentarily, but of course Sanibel, Captiva, those are among the first to really be hit by a lot of this, because we saw that once we got to about the late morning, where I think everybody at that moment saw just how serious this was.
And I think leading up to the storm, we were asking our meteorologists, experts who have been working so hard to keep you up to date, when we hear of life-threatening storm surge, what does that exactly mean? And unfortunately, we're seeing those pictures come out, and we do have crews who were on those barrier islands, and so it seems like we might have it now. So let's go back out to Keenan, who was out near Sanibel Island earlier today.
So the wind and the rain has really picked up throughout the day. I mean, right now it's just howling wind. I mean, I'm looking at the trees from the lobby of the hotel right now, and you can just see, gusts of wind really picking up. Some trees have been taken down. There's water that's seeping into the hotel lobby here. Not a lot, but there is quite a bit coming in just from underneath the door. I'm looking at the pool right now, and I can just see just tons of waves coming in from the river or the ocean, just kind of piling into the back pool deck. So everything is just completely covered with water at this point. The parking lot there is really just underwater completely. So it really has picked up. I mean, I've been getting alerts on my phone all day telling me to shelter in place. It's really kind of a scary scene out here, especially near Sanibel. My door leading onto the balcony from my hotel room, it actually has this like really loud, I don't even know how to describe the sound, but it's almost like the wind is being sucked in from to the outside. And it created just this, ear-splitting loud noise that I have to now leave my hotel room every few minutes because it just gets to be too much. So it's just been this thing where the building is shaking every now and then, and just looking outside and seeing the trees and not being able to see, really far beyond where we are at the hotel. And just these gusts picking up every few seconds. It really kind of gives this feeling of uncertainty right now.
Fox 4's Keenan Scott with that update from Sanibel, and especially around the late morning, we started to see some of those videos coming in. The Sanibel live cams set up on different parts of the island. Periwinkle, which is the main road right for once you're going west after you get off of the island, heading towards Casabel, and you just saw how much that was going through the roads with the storm surge pushing up against businesses and really filling the roadways.
And it spanned from Sanibel down to Naples. You're getting live video in Collier County. It was eerie to see Naples Fire Rescue having to evacuate themselves because they were also incredibly underwater with that storm surge. This is new video also just in from Collier County as well. And so these are the images that we're seeing that really are just the tip of the iceberg of the kind of devastation that Hurricane Ian has had here on us in Southwest Florida. I don't know how to emphasize how difficult it is to see this community as beautiful as it is. I'm a Floridian, but coming to Southwest Florida has been just so gorgeous. And to know the impacts that this beautiful community is now going through, it's going to be a tough go at it, but we will be here for you.
And also what is unusual, I think, for a lot of people is people who've been here for a while might be used to hurricanes. Some of us, I've covered floods for decades. Now, floods are different because they usually go up slowly, but for these storm surges where we're getting the flooding, this goes up fast. And that's entirely different because
so scary.
There's really no time to really truly be ready. Where are you going to grab some more sandbags and try to protect your house? You saw the force of that door where it got knocked down in Naples. And we can also see why they had the evacuations throughout Collier County, Marco Island, everywhere west and south of Tamiami Trail on 41, because they were so close to where it all came in.
Well, you said speaking out of time. I mean, we thought just a couple of days ago this was going to be a Tampa event and then a Sarasota event, and then all of a sudden it makes landfall right off of Lee County, and then it impacted Collier County. And Naples, thankfully, their emergency management directors got the word out. They closed the school as well. We actually have a sound from Collier County's emergency manager with an update on how's it going down there.
We had about 5 tornado warnings last night. A lot of notifications went out directly from the National Hurricane Center and from the National Weather Service. These tornadic activity events are still likely to continue as these bands come across Collier County.
And coming off of that, it really has been a Wednesday full of damage. But this also does not discount the tornadoes that we were reporting on for Tuesday night leading up to this. And even as our weather team has noted, we're not out of the woods, certainly not out of the rain just yet, whether you're in Cape Coral or Fort Myers or any of the other parts of this, because we're still on the backside. Now, we're hoping there's some encouragement, as Katie Walls had noted, that because maybe once you're going a little bit further inland, maybe it is losing some of that force, or maybe some of the inland areas will not get hit as hard. But still, it's a little consolation for anybody who's along the coast who's fighting these storm surges feet after feet
And you
after
think
feet
back
of water.
to the weekend when we started preparing, some people might already be tired. We're going to be tired coming off of this. We are tired after a long couple of years of a pandemic and then a summer of inflation, and now we're here with this. But Fox 4 is going to be here with you through this.
And it's going to be a long time to have to be here. Just from what we saw today, for those of us who've been around flooding, where once it gets into homes, this is going to be a recovery that's going to take years.
Yeah, and I do want to stick on that because I mentioned once the storm passes, as we see those waters rising, and we are even getting viewer comments of people trapped in their homes, scared and anxious. We know that this is going to be, on the other side of this, a search and rescue mission. So quickly, the governor says that they have 7,000 National Guardmen ready to go, 179 boats ready to go. We're bringing in Black Hawk helicopters from Alabama, Tennessee stepping in. The first thing they're going to do is clear the airports to get those aircraft in, and we're going to be here with you through all of it. We know it's going to be tough as we're seeing more images of that damage coming in.
Think about the fear and the helplessness for someone who might think, I can ride this out from my second floor. Then all of a sudden that water keeps coming up. And then they have to reach out, and they know that it was too late to get out. And again, government leaders have said, even for people who have a boat, do not go out there and be a hero, even if your intentions are good, because they don't want to have to send somebody else out to go recover the person who was in the boat trying to help. It's one where everybody does have to still shelter in place until all of the water pulls back for the situation. And when we think about for the recovery for something like this, eventually you're going to get to the place where
Right.
FEMA comes in on this, and then they have to go door to door through all these properties. And some of them will get a certain color of a placard, and that'll determine whether that house even stays up.
Mhm.
And that's its own level of internal torment.
I always think about visiting Louisiana and the marks in the 9th Ward.
Yes,
This
yes.
is going to be very similar to that, unfortunately. But let's go now, because we have crews all across Southwest Florida, and this is by far not over yet. As we know, we're pretty much halfway there. Actually, we're going to go to Andrew, meteorologist Andrew Shipley, because as we mentioned, we're not done yet. We still got a long way to go.
Certainly not, because very much in the way of developing situations. Andrew.
Yeah, let's take a look at the latest radar. I kind of want to walk you through this here. Obviously, we're still seeing Ian really devastating large portions of our area. Now, here's the eye right in here. So getting into DeSoto County, so slowly working its way out of the area. But obviously, Ian, remember, 300 miles wide. We're also seeing this dry air entraining the southern side. That's why a lot of the heaviest stuff is off to the north for you. So I'm going to zoom in here up towards Arcadia. That's where we are seeing some of those heaviest rain bands for you. So right up along 17, here's 70 to kind of orient you here. And then the Peace River runs right through here. So right over the Peace River is heavy, heavy rain. We're also looking at in that eye wall still. So you're still looking at those damaging winds in and around the Arcadia area. And if we follow the 17 southward, we're heading right towards Fort Ogden there, right up along there. You're still kind of right on the edge of that eye wall, but just starting to get back into that heavy downpours there into Fort Ogden. And then if we follow 17, continue that further south, you are down into that eye there, or just out of the eye as you get in towards the Cleveland area. So Punta Gorda, you're starting to get back into that heavy rain. Port Charlotte, you're already there into that heavy rain again. For you. So again, that's where the heaviest rain is, continues to be right around that eye on the north side, out towards Port Charlotte, out towards Rotunda, Englewood for you, and then even out towards Bernstorff. We're heading south back towards Lee County. You're back into that heavy, heavy rain, especially out towards North Captiva, down towards Blind Pass, St. James City, and you're still looking at that storm oriented right up along the Caloosahatchee River. So while we are now coming off of high tide, you're still looking at that water getting pushed up at the Caloosahatchee River. So that really what we're thinking here, Katie and I were just discussing this off camera, is even though we are coming off high tide, really this water is going to kind of just stay there before it's going to take some time before we start to see these waters recede. Even though we're coming off high tide, you're still looking at that wind pushing water towards the shoreline for you at this time. Let's head down towards looking at just Fort Myers Beach, for example, and you're continuing to see again that those rain bands pushing on in, as well as that water coming off the Gulf. Again, pushing back still towards Fort Myers Beach, towards Sanibel Lighthouse. There's the causeway right in here. If you're looking at Bowman's Beach, out toward, here's Bunch Beach. Here, for example, if you're familiar with that, Bunch Beach Park right here, I do a lot of fishing here, and very susceptible to some flooding here. And we are seeing that pushing right into Estero Bay, continuing at this time. So even again, coming off high tide, you're still looking at that water lingering around Estero Bay. Zooming things out, heading down towards Naples, you're still looking at these rain bands. While lighter, they are continuing to move in that water in terms of rainfall, as well as those winds coming off the Gulf. Again, keeping that water at a sustained level. It's going to take some time before we start to see that water recede. Now, further inland, you're not as bad in terms of the rain. You're still looking at the wind out towards Moorhaven and Coluiston, right near Lako, but you get closer to LaBelle and Palmdale and even Babcock Ranch. You're on that eye wall, so you're back to that wind, you're back to that rain. And even though it looks like some greens and maybe some yellows, it's still these tropical downpours, so you're still looking at still some heavy rains out there at this point. But again, majority of the heavy stuff, Chris and Nadine, really remains off to the north, up towards DeSoto County and out towards Charlotte County for us at this time.
Andrew, I actually had a question because we've seen that devastating storm surge earlier, and I actually saw images of the Peace River sucked out, like the other side of it. So does this mean that that storm surge is now making its way into Charlotte County, or should they be expecting this as well?
So as this moves off to the north, what you were seeing, so Ian was south of Charlotte Harbor and on this north side. So this north side is moving water this way. This side is moving water this way. So as this moves north, now we obviously are coming off high tide, so I don't think those surge numbers will be quite as high, but you're now looking at that water starting to push in towards that Charlotte Harbor area where it was sucked out originally earlier this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that those images were just horrifying to see. So thank you, Andrew, for that.
I want to see if we can cue up some more images, this time from Fort Myers, of a roof with a situation. This is at the Sunterra apartment complex. If this is now been pulled up, this is at Evans and Corral, just off of Metro Parkway, so a little bit southeast of downtown, where you can see the roof coming in from the Sunterra apartments for one of the complexes. Now, there's about 9 or 10 complexes within this area of it, but you can see one of them, just the impact from the storm.
And you think, where do we get the break here? The water's coming from below, the roof's flying off from the top. This is an event that we have said is not just storm surge, which has been horrifying and catastrophic, but also seeing images like this of these roofs collapsing is just, we have a lot to deal with. We got a long way to go, but we'll be here for you guys.
Okay, and we're going to have some more video of flooding. If we could please repeat that in my ear for what that was. It did break up on me, but let's take a look at this flooding. Okay, this was at a hotel where again? I'm sorry. Oh, in Sanibel, okay. Okay, now here we go. Now take a look at this. So you can see the palm trees with this, obviously from a point of elevation, but still the water coming in amid the storm.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be rocking and rolling here for a while. There you go, water coming up. It seems to be at least halfway through that stairwell right there, and we know that it does come up pretty high into buildings, and a lot of people making their way up. And as I mentioned, the state, local counties, they are getting ready to mobilize the moment that it's safe. They're coming to you. That's what they said. Now they say still call 911, though many law enforcement officers are still pulled off the streets because it's still dangerous. And I know we've been saying this for a while. It feels like a long time. It's been a long day. Just hang in there, because they will mobilize the moment it is safe. The state, the county leaders, they're ready to go.
As we just saw from Andrew and the rest of the Fox 4 weather team, it's still not over. Still waiting for the backside. Even as hard as so many places, especially in Lee County, have already been hit, as this keeps pushing north and northeast, we still have to be able to get through this. So still not in the clear yet. And then at that point, it'll be time to assess loss of life, assess property damage, just to see how lives have changed, have been altered by this Wednesday here in late September with Hurricane Ian. And we've been talking about how for the most part we've been able to avoid this, but now we have something that it's definitely not being too sensationalistic to call this catastrophic from what we're seeing. We've heard this word all over, and it certainly fits.
I think at this point it is safe to say that. It's incredible because the emotions for us, even personally, have changed throughout the day. At first, I was anxious about my own property, and then I was anxious about not hearing from my own neighbor. We have coworkers who have lost cars and who are worried for their husbands, wives, and loved ones, but it's not just us. When I told you, when I saw that tweet from Lehigh Acres that most of them don't have homes to go to, and then we saw the images of water up to the roofs of houses on the beach, which are on stilts, which are multiple stories high. Just seeing that storm surge really puts things into perspective. It makes me love this community so much more and know that we want to be here for you guys. And there was a quote, I'm gonna say it again, I can't say it enough, that from one of our county leaders: we're here with you, we are part of this community, we have loved ones here, and we are here.
Think about every storm, though, that we've almost always seen. You have to fight one element. It could be snow. It could be wind. This one, you're fighting the wind, you're fighting the rain, and you're fighting the flooding. So you're fighting 3 different elements out of this. And now one place that is still within the wall with the eye of this is in Punta Gorda. If we have that video pulled up, let's go take a look at this, and we'll get a sense. Fox 4's Caitlin Knapp has been positioned in Charlotte County throughout the week. She will still be there. And here's what it looks like.
Yeah, I can't believe it. There's a car driving, but it's in a parking garage right now, and you hear the fire alarm going off. When Caitlin Knapp was live earlier, you could feel how anxious it gets. I'm sure you guys are at home. You feel those shutters rumbling. You can't see what's outside.
And you think as you go from Punta Gorda up US 17 up to Arcadia, where they were in the red about 10 minutes ago, you just hope that everybody can get through this initial surge of it, and then hopefully the properties can make it through, and then also get through the backside. That's the one thing that we've all seen. You have to watch out for once you get that little break, because very few people are still truly in the clear here in our viewing area.
And what's incredible is our Caitlin Knapp is safe, and we will get back to her once the strongest parts pass over in Charlotte County. This is up north now because what we just went through is now impacting Tampa.
Yeah, now that's I-275. Is that the Sunshine Skyway?
It's the Skyline Bridge, that's right.
And I know that they had to close that earlier for today, but again, you see this, and this bridge already does have a history from many decades ago, of course. But when you see something like this, it's so high up, I mean, you just get nervous from the engineering standpoint of it, even if nobody is on it.
It's incredible to really, truly understand what storm surge was during this storm.
Well, I know, and I hesitate to have to think about the catastrophic parts of this, the people who might not survive this. Because, I mean, you see the damage for this, and then everybody's going to have to pick up their lives. There's going to be financial expense of time and of labor. This is going to be something that, again, it's going to take years for people to be made fully whole from this, not just the emotional scars out of this. Because when you have a storm like this, it impacts so much. So many people move down here to Southwest Florida because, you know, it's paradise. That's what we talk about this. We have fantastic beaches. You don't have to wear a hoodie around here, but you do have to watch out for storms like this one. And really, for a storm like this, my goodness.
Fantastic beaches and fantastic people who, you know, we've been through it and we're going to get through this.
Yeah.
It'll be a long way to go, but we got this.
It's also going to be an evening full of more pictures that do come up on social media. Maybe once, especially Cape Coral, Fort Myers, once you get down to like southern Lee, Collier counties, people get out of that zone of danger. They're probably going to step outside. And if they do, just watch out for down power lines. Watch out for trees because we don't know what's live. We don't know what's not. As I imagine more pictures will be coming in as people really try to take an assessment because so many lives, hundreds of thousands of lives have been altered this week, and probably most of those lives have been changed at least somewhat just over the past 24 hours.
Let's quickly go over power outages.
Yes.
I mean, hundreds of thousands of people are without power, and the governor says that's going to be a drop in the bucket. It will be millions left in the dark. And at some point, batteries will probably die on cell phones, and so we will be here for you guys and with you guys, especially if you are having trouble getting in contact with people maybe who live on the beach or who live down in Collier. I personally haven't been able to talk to my neighbor who has a 4-year-old daughter in the Cape right now, and so you know, thankfully the governor said they're bringing down 200 cell phone towers, mobile cell phone towers that will help with that. And yes, we're getting those power outages numbers in right now. 270.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's fine. 280,000 in Lee County per FPL.
And that is a lot because Lee County has about 800,000 people. So you think about that, that's about 40%, about 35%. That's a substantial number of people who don't have power right now. Of course, some do have generators, but most do not. And the basics of how we all get along. Cell phones, eventually those are probably going to run out. You know, refrigerators with food inside of them. And once you get past about a day, 2 days of this, then it starts to get to a point of more desperation that's out there. We hope certainly that can be rectified by then.
And thankfully, 42,000 men and women ready to deploy from 30 different states. They are mobilizing as we speak. We had Keenan out earlier, who Colton out, who saw crews right here already in the area ready to restore that power as we're getting in new numbers, Chris.
But also another question with that, when you look at those numbers, total customers out, Charlotte County, 123,000. Now, remind us though from yesterday, the county had put out the evacuation zones, 120,000 people.
In Charlotte.
In Charlotte County. Yep. And now we see the numbers, 124,000
wow.
nearly who are out. Collier County, 164,000 people who are out. In Hendry, about 5,000. Glades County, about 2,000. DeSoto County, about 16,000. So for a population of that size, that is substantial in DeSoto County as well.
It's going to take some time for the crews to restore that power. Again, even as many of us might be in the eye, maybe things might be clearing up for a little bit. This is not the time to go out because, as we've been seeing from all the videos that have come in from our viewers, the trees will bring down power lines, those winds will bring down power lines. They could still be live. They could be live in the water. We don't want you venturing out at this point. That it could be deadly.
And we saw that picture from Lehigh Acres a few hours ago. Trees right down there, I think, on Buckingham Road. Again, just an example of what these utility crews are going to have to deal with over the next few days, because it's not just getting to a certain place and saying, and waving a wand and saying you're fixed. You still have to get to some of these places, and there's going to be so much debris on so many roads, so many hindrances to getting to where they really have to get to. That also concerns me for when it comes to reaching out to people who might be more of our vulnerable population.
Yeah, I think the first move by FDOT is going to be clearing the roadways so they can get through. All right, we have, like I mentioned, crews across Southwest Florida who, when safely can, will show you what it looks like so you're not tempted to go outside, especially with those shutters up. I know you want to go see. So let's head out to Rachel Wilkerson, who's at FGCU in Fort Myers.
The wind is packing a punch here at Florida Gulf Coast University. We've seen the wind strengthening as Hurricane Ian makes its way across Lee County. Limbs and debris have been flying into the parking garage and across the street. This strong wind is one of the reasons why two families who live in a McGregor neighborhood, that's near the Calahoosahatchee River, just evacuated to this parking garage. They tell me the storm surge was pushing its way into their homes. This is video of their journey here. The families say they weren't expecting damage this bad and are worried their home will soon be underwater. What were you seeing when you were at home just a few moments ago?
All the trees down, all the lights were down, hanging. But as I got east of 41, you start seeing the power of the hospitals, and the power is on mostly east of 41. West of 41, power's gone.
How was the surge?
Just starting. My backyard, it was coming up the grass, and I heard it was coming up in Naples already. That's why we're leaving now.
Staples says this was too close for comfort. He says the families wish they would have evacuated sooner. Look at how these palm trees are just swaying as these gusts of winds come through this area. We're also keeping a close eye on this stop sign here. This is why first responders want you to stay out of the street, stay hunkered down where you are. These objects could become flying projectiles and they could be deadly and unsafe for you, so just stay where you are. First responders say they're ready to roll and help families in need as soon as this storm passes. But for now, hunker down. Reporting in Lee County, I'm Rachel Wilkerson.
A man trying to escape the storm in the parking garage at FGCU at this point. Incredible.
There's so many places that we're concerned about with the latest developments as Hurricane Ian keeps pushing through. Let's bring in Fox 4 meteorologist Andrew Shipley with the very latest.
Andrew, it sounds like Punta Gorda now is really getting hit.
Yeah, and I want to show you that specifically here. So now the eye is moving off to the north and east of Punta Gorda. So not only Punta Gorda, but Port Charlotte. You're now back in that backside eye wall. So you are, it's just, this is where that heavy wind, the heavy rain is continuing, the strong winds, I should say, and you're getting that back now, that back wrap around. So where we were originally seeing there possibly winds that more out of the south, they are now back out of the north. So what you a lot of times you get this time is the weakening of a structure on one side is now wind coming from the other direction, weakening the other side. So that's where you can get a lot of damage when you get that flip around in the winds there, a lot of the twisting in the structure material there. So that's something to watch in and around that area, especially with those windy conditions. I was trying to find some wind data in that area, but it looks like a lot of the wind gauges are all blown away. The one we had functioning was down in Everglades City area, so way far away. A lot of this data blown away as Ian continues to make a landfall here. But I'm going to zoom in here and try to give you some street by streets here into Punta Gorda, because we were just talking about some of those roadways that are seeing just a lot of rain right now. Here's 17 as it goes right in towards Punta Gorda, towards the bridge there. As we cross up towards Charlotte Harbor, 75. There's 41 right here. So that's the 41 bridge in towards the Punta Gorda. And that as we go closer towards Charlotte Harbor there in Punta Gorda, you're also looking at out towards looking at small numbers, Deborah Road Drive there, you're looking at that heavy rain at this time. So if we go further off to the north, back up towards Port Charlotte, that's where you're seeing even that heavier stuff, because you're a little bit more to the north. The more north you get, the closer that interaction is with that stationary front, that we are seeing the heaviest rainfall with that, and that goes all the way up to 17. Fort Ogden up towards Arcadia, and Arcadia, those folks are getting blasted with rain right now. Some of these rainfall probably you're probably seeing 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain per hour falling at this time in Arcadia. Already in locations where the Peace River is at major flood stage. Heading even into this, we're at moderate flood stage. That continues to rise up to major. So not only dealing with storm surge across portions of the area, Arcadia, well inland, seeing river flooding continuing to rise because of all that heavy rainfall in and around that area. And obviously that Peace River flows down into Charlotte Harbor. Let's head out towards Rotunda. Also looking at still that on that backside of the eye here, that heavy rain and gusty, windy conditions here across Rotunda there. Gasparilla Island there, if you are looking at that location, obviously that was evacuated earlier the last day or so, and then down towards Boca Grande, back into that backside here. And what you're seeing here now is because Charlotte Harbor was on that north side of Ian before it made landfall. A lot of Charlotte Harbor almost had that anti-surge where the water was pushed out. Now that water is getting pushed back in. The good news for Charlotte Harbor is we're off high tide, so I don't expect the water to get quite as high as it would say that we've been seeing down in Naples, down in Fort Myers, Sanibel, whatnot, where we saw further south that water rising during high tide, which was all the difference that made that water just even higher. But you're still looking at that onshore flow from North Captiva down through Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, down into downtown Fort Myers. I can zoom in on downtown Fort Myers for you as well, as we are continuing to see still that heavy rain bands pushing on in. So there's a First Street right up in here, just to kind of orient yourself where a lot of our downtown businesses are, a lot of the Lee County offices are there in downtown, just following that south. We'll just take that South Colonial South down towards Page Field, and you're still looking at even Page Field still getting heavy rain, and following that 41 all the way down into Estero for you. But again, as further south you get, you're back into that drier air, which means they're still dealing with the wind, but you're not dealing with as much as the rain. But you still have these training bands of rain, which you're seeing Marco Island getting heavy rain at this time, as well as down in Naples. So we're not done by this by any means. The good news is, though, that eye is continuing to move through DeSoto County. And once we get that eye further off to the north, things will start to calm down some. But we still have several hours to go before this storm Ian is out of our area, guys.
All right, Andrew, we have a lot of updates to kind of get you caught up on, messages from county and local governments. Let's start quickly in Cape Coral. I'm reading this as it just came in. Cape Coral Utilities now urging all residents to conserve water, reduce their sewer usage after lift station failures at over 200 locations throughout the city. They're also reporting multiple water main breaks, so they're asking you to reduce your sewer use, and they won't be able to repair them until the storm passes. So in the meantime, only flush when
Cottage rules, as we
yeah,
like to say.
that is what they're saying. I'm actually reading that right
no
now.
style points here. Cottage rules.
There
Use
you go.
them.
I like it. And also, you know, wait to shower, wash your clothes and all of that. But Lee County also has a boil water notice in place as well. And Chris, you want to go over curfews really quick?
And also seeing the curfews in Fort Myers now in place 6 o'clock. So it's been in place for about 45 minutes. Collier County starts at 10 p.m. tonight. And also one note, no surprise really with this, but any flights for Punta Gorda, for RSW, the two major airports with commercial flights we do have here in our viewing area, no flights for Thursday. So if you wanted to get away, wouldn't be able to do that by airplane.
Interesting. The governor did say they're going to be using the airports, the airfields to clear out to get the rescue missions going, because as I mentioned, this is going to be a search and rescue once this storm is done. Lee County EOC in their latest update saying that multiple people were stranded. They won't be able to deploy until this storm passes. So just stay in place. We're going to get to you. They will get to you. And I have complete faith in our emergency management directors who've been tremendous in getting the information out. Also, here we go. We have a live picture right now from Punta Gorda. We just heard Andrew, Chris, say that this is really getting the brunt of this right now.
And once you can see it.
Oh, well, there you go. The storm's so strong. We just
wiped out the camera. But you had a sense of it right there. And we were all wondering, I think, for much of the day, how long would some of these cameras actually make it, whether it was some of the ones at Sanibel or Captiva. But we do also have some video of some of the damage that we're also seeing from there. Was this also damage from Punta Gorda, Dan? So we'll see where this is. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
This is
Okay. Yep.
Punta
That
Gorda
is
as well.
Punta Gorda. So you're kind of
Yeah, that's a lot of
the main
wind.
drag. But yeah, and is people over the next few hours, once it finally passes through Punta Gorda, they still have a much longer way out of this than we're seeing, for example, in Lee County. Then we'll get a real sense of what it's like. But you can see the palm trees just swaying there in the distance.
All right, guys, I know we have new video, and Dan, when you get a chance, we have a pretty sobering message from Sheriff Carmine Marcino here in Lee County. So as we're watching over this video, I'd like to get to that at some point. The sheriff, you're going to be looking at video from Punta Gorda, but a quick update. Yep, I'm going to go ahead and read it. The Sheriff Carmine Marcino says that he is hearing your calls, and we are aware that Hurricane Ian was a powerful and devastating weather event. With the large amount of calls we've received, we have routed to other jurisdictions, but the 911 system is designed to do that. So this is all to ensure that your 911 calls are answered. It will not malfunction, and it has not malfunctioned. They say they have received double the amount of 911 calls. I don't know if you want to take over here, Chris, but they've been working nonstop. He says, we want to get to you. We want to save you as soon as it's safely possible. Our assets are ready to deploy and come to your aid. A lot of people calling.
I've been talking about the curfew. He also notes here 6 p.m. as well for Lee County, so not just Fort Myers Police, but they have been working with the others, and they say they will enforce through education as appropriate, but also focusing on safety and security all throughout. And there was one thing in there he wrote, there is devastation, there are people in need. That's the biggest thing I think all of us can probably remember over the next few days, because even, let's say, if you were one of the lucky ones, one of the fortunate ones, just remember maybe somebody who's even living next door to you might not be. So let's just be a little kinder to each other. Then let's be our best selves here in
All right,
Southwest
let's try to get another live look again. Thank you. I'm sorry, Chris, of live in Punta Gorda, because it really is coming down really hard. And here's the scary part. We're now losing a little bit of sunlight here. And so it's going to be a long night for some folks, especially if they're nervous when they don't see anything and it is dark and the power is going to be out, and you're going to be hearing that, and the camera obviously coming in and out because Punta Gorda really getting hit right
we're
now.
about 25, 30 minutes, I think, until sunset for there. Not like there's that much daylight when it's like this, but again, once it's in the dark, we saw this with the tornadoes last night, it does lead that extra layer of anxiety that can come from that. So hopefully the people who are still there can be able to ride that out. But again, with Charlotte County, we're just seeing about 2/3 of the county without power at this point, 124,000 customers not with power.
Yeah, in Lee County, 80% of people without power, according to their latest update, especially with FPL, and I'm sure that's even more once we get the LCEC numbers in as well. So we want to now go to a time lapse of the wind and rain that we've seen in Fort Myers on the other side of 75.
This was at Florida Gulf Coast University again, a bit further east of I-75, but we'll take a look at this so you can get just a sense of how it was going.
Yeah, and you can see it just getting stronger and stronger there. Unfortunately, Ian is a storm that we're adding to a list of names of storms that will change Florida's history. It will change the landscape of Southwest Florida. You think of Michaels and Andrews and names that you only hear of that we are experiencing now.
But you also think of Charlie, and there have been so many parallels with Charlie. But as Katie Walls pointed out a few hours ago, Charlie, 8 miles wide. This one about 4 times that, if not more. And we can see just the width and the breadth of the destruction for today as it keeps churning. And we keep waiting for this thing just to get away from Southwest Florida. And like a bad dream, it won't go away.
You know,
it's
Chris,
still there.
I've been through several hurricanes, and some are fast moving. This one does not feel like one of them. The fact that it is going so slow and just continuing to come down. This was flooding in Marco Island. You were just talking about the width of this storm. Think of where Marco Island is, and now all the way to the northern parts of our viewing area, even further into Tampa. My understanding is even our sister station in Tampa is really feeling it as well.
It's been a Wednesday of weather torture. I mean, there's no other way to describe this with how this has gone, because you keep waiting for it to end, but each time we get a new piece of video that's come in, it could be from Marco Island here. We saw the water really high in some parts of Fort Myers, or you could see what we saw from Caitlin Knapp in Punta Gorda throughout Charlotte County, even just within that parking garage, which should be covered up. We've seen the roofs ripped out of that apartment complex there near downtown Fort Myers. Everybody's going to have an experience from this. Everybody has a story. Hopefully, we can keep the loss of life to a minimum, as the rebuilding will not take that long. But when you see all of this, Nadine, I mean, it hurts to watch this, and it never, unfortunately, you should never get numb to this whenever you see this. And for those of us who have been doing this for a long time, you know, we see a lot of the worst days for people. You see a lot of days that are awful. But this is something that I don't think any of us were projecting or thinking. We knew it was going to be a major storm, but once you see the reality of it, it hurts to see.
You know, and for the folks who can actually see us right now, who
yes, thank you.
Who probably still have their power, who might be a little further inland, who aren't experiencing these devastating storm surges, which probably not many of us are not experiencing some parts of this. There's a warning here as people who cover this often. It's not often that you see video come in that is this devastating, and it really is almost surreal right now as we're going through it. I think we are all going to need to process it a little bit afterwards, knowing what this is going to do to our community on the other half of this. The thing is that we have to talk about now, though, is that it's not over.
Right.
Even if you feel like things are clearing up to the south of us, we still got a long way to go. Crews can't even get out to you at this point. And the strongest part right now is coming down on Charlotte County.
And when you think about Southwest Florida, millions of people fly here to enjoy their vacations, to get that time, toes in the sand. But what might go overlooked is we have a lot of hardworking people here. You drive past any place, you see people working on roofs, people putting shingles on.
Well, what you're looking at here.
Sweating hard, and there's going to be a lot more of this in the coming days. Look at this.
Yeah, just like you said. I mean, people work to put up their shutters, and this is this video of those shutters just flying right off. That was in Cape Coral, I believe.
Yes, and this was something from Monday afternoon through about Tuesday at noon. I know just driving through Cape Coral, you saw a lot of those hurricane shutters finally get put on. I know as I was putting the wing nuts into mine, so I'm twisting them as hard as I can, thinking, I hope that they can make it through this. And I have no idea if they have or
There was one
not,
wing nut that
so.
I could not get out to put back in, and so I would not be surprised if that one has blown off. But because of that debris and how you see it flying like that, I think that was a stop sign that just fell over. This is why we don't want you out and about, because you never know, a gust of wind can come through, even if it does feel like it's clear, because you might be on the other side of that eye right now.
And also another note about trees when it comes to this. Just because a tree has survived this doesn't mean that it's going to be sturdy or stable anymore. So always remember this as well, because a lot of times they'll withstand the initial surge of it, and something much lighter can cause a lot of damage. So do keep an eye on that when it comes to the recovery that comes from all of this.
Yeah, and Katie has mentioned that many of us have probably already passed the eye, that they are now on the backside of the storm. So if you've gone through that first half earlier today, really saw it pour down, Collier, Lee counties, now you're dealing with the rain. It's going to feel like it's nonstop.
And this is round 2, and probably doing this in the dark over the next 40 minutes, maybe to an hour. So let's bring in Fox 4 meteorologist Andrew Shipley with a look.
You know, guys, I'm looking at my computer here, and a lot of questions about where the water level is in downtown Fort Myers. So I'm looking at the tidal gauge in downtown. It looks like the water's peaked right around 618 here at 8.54 feet, and it's starting to come down a smidge here, but still kind of lingering. It's not going down a whole fast. It's not dropping fast, but it is down to 8.5 feet. But still, that's a lot of water, folks, and you're still going to be dealing with that water for some time. But again, we are looking at those heaviest, the strongest winds off to the north of that eye wall up towards Arcadia, really where we're seeing some of that strongest winds. Right now, it looks like the wind gusts in and around the northern eye wall, about 104 miles an hour, sustained winds still around that eye, around 77 miles an hour. So that's still a Category 1 hurricane strength, at least that sustained winds around that eye, with gusts even higher than that. But you're still looking at that heavy rain in and around Arcadia, and I could see the possibility of gusts in Arcadia being higher than 104 miles an hour. But really, that's where we are seeing that heaviest rain for you in and around that Arcadia area, right up along 17 and 70. Really, all that red is heavy rain for you in and around that time. Let's head down 17 towards Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte for you as we're continuing to look in and around the Charlotte Harbor, getting on that backside of that eye wall there as well. As it continues to move off to the north and east. So you are looking at those winds shifting for you from out of the more south direction to now back out of the more northwest direction as this pushes on and away from you. So that means that water that got sucked out earlier out out of Charlotte Harbor starting to move back in here. Some obviously not going to get quite as high as we saw earlier today in other parts of southwest Florida, but you're still looking at the water movement back up Charlotte Harbor for you at this time as that pulls away. So I do expect, if you are going to see any higher water, it's going to be on that north side of Charlotte Harbor compared to the south side as that wraps around up and around that basin there right up around Boca Grande. So again, watching that area there for you. Further south, though, we are starting to see the south side of Ian get eroded by wind shear as well as just the dry air entrainment in this. And what that means is it's starting to get ripped up from the south, still maintaining off to the north there as it pulls away. But you are seeing things quieting down, at least in the rain department on the south side. We're still seeing those gusty winds up to hurricane strength, closer towards Fort Myers, closer to Sanibel, down towards Bonita Springs and Naples. But you're not seeing that heavy downpour rainfall that they are seeing in folks up towards Arcadia. Now, I do want to show you here, take a look at the rainfall, at least over the last 24 hours. I find this so interesting. On that north side of the eye wall, just some of the rainfall totals that we've seen here up towards the Charlotte County, Sarasota County line. Look at that, some of that 18 inches of rain, not far from Northport and around the Port Charlotte area, even in towards Punta Gorda. You're still looking at 7 inches of rain there, and that's where we see in the majority of this. How about towards Arcadia, where you are seeing that heavy rain right now, right up along the Peace River? 11 inches of rain, and they were already at moderate flood stage from the recent rainfall. Now you add 11 inches of rainfall on top of that. That's why we are expecting the Peace River to reach major flood stage for you well inland. So not only the folks dealing with storm surge flooding up along the coastline, we're seeing that well inland. And in terms of our river flooding, we're seeing flooding impacts just in the last week or so, just to kind of put things in perspective there as well. But again, a lot of the heavy rain continues to be on that northern side. I circled it there for you. All of this on that north side of that eye wall is where we're continuing to see not only the heaviest rainfall, but also the strongest winds at this time. So again, watching that for you as Ian starts to pull away. But we still have a long time to go with this. We still have still damaging conditions being felt all across southwest Florida at this time, guys. Yeah.
Side. That was where we saw that devastating storm surge. I'm sure that family members are maybe on second floors and attics texting other ones. With all of that rain still coming down, when, if ever, can we see any of that water recede?
I mean, we're starting to see that water again. I don't want to say it's dropping in Fort Myers, but we're starting to see a little bit smidge down in the last 30 minutes or so. It's going to take some time for that to go away. Up to the north there, I still think you have some time of still some water pushing in. Now, what you have in your favor, though, is the tide is at its peak now and is starting to come down as well. So you have the one part of just the natural moon tides working one direction, the wind working another direction. So they'll kind of fight up against each other. So I don't think the surge will be quite as high ultimately up in the Charlotte Harbor area, the Port Charlotte, just in general, that we saw down in Lee County as well as Collier County. But you're still going to see some kind of storm surge, I think, up into the Charlotte County area.
I know that's a tough question to ask because you can't predict the future there, but I know that's a question that many people are probably wondering, seeing just how high that storm surge got today. Andrew, thank you so much for incredible coverage.
Let's go from talking about the storm, seeing some of the damage pictures as well as the storm itself, to being actually inside the storm with some video from the newest storm chasers from inside of Hurricane Ian to really get a sense of what it's like to be at that point of this. This was swirling around, approaching southwest Florida with all of those catastrophic winds and all the damage that we've seen, because I know we do have that coming.
Yeah, I believe that was video from the NOAA storm chasers from earlier today.
Here we go.
There we go. This was when they were inside of that storm.
And you can just kind of get a sense of really just the level of action. Look at that.
Yeah, and there was one tweet from one of the hurricane hunters who showed that the paint was actually ripped off, and hearing a soundbite from the hurricane hunters earlier today saying he has never seen anything like this. This is a storm that will trump all others that we have ever seen in the state of Florida. It's going to be on a list of horrific names. Michael, Andrew.
And just a couple of days ago, is looking that Venice would be the target point for a lot of this to happen, where instead it pushed further east and wound up getting between Lee and Charlotte counties, leading to so much destruction. We'll now check in with a report from Austin Pollock, who's in Nokomis.
Well, wind has really picked up here in Nokomis. Again, this is halfway between Tampa and Fort Myers. The wind and the rain that is hitting my back, I would say, is almost painful. It hurts. It's a sharp pain coming up against my back. This wind is intense. We know that the hurricane made landfall not too far from here, actually about 37 miles in Cayo Costa, Florida. Again, that's about 37 miles from where we're standing right now. You hear that some of the wind does subside just for maybe a couple of seconds at best, but it's really picking up here. It's really intense. But we know, again, the hurricane has made landfall about 37 miles from here. Again, we're going to continue to follow everything that's going on here on Florida's West Coast. But for now, back to you.
Hard to see it now moving north and impacting our neighbors in the Tampa Bay area, in the Venice area, Sarasota County, and then moving its way into Orlando. We will have a report about Orlando in a second, but it's 7 o'clock, Chris. So let's quickly go over some of the latest updates that have come in that are very important. We're talking curfews and closures. You can go ahead.
Yeah, and for some of those closures against schools, no surprise with this closed in Lee County for the rest of the week. So
right.
Thursday and Friday, those students are off. Also, curfews are in place in Lee County. It's been about an hour now, going back to 6 o'clock, but also Collier County, 10 p.m. tonight.
Curfews, yep, and Naples as well as Fort Myers, which are included in those counties. Also, if you have an emergency, you can still call 911. They're now being rerouted to other jurisdictions. They will get to you the moment that that call is on the log and that they can deploy until it's safe to do so. I got to go through anything else.
Also, Lee County does have that boil order in place. We
That's
talked
right.
about this. For anyone who's using it, brushing teeth, or just using it, try to make sure you boil your water before you use it. And also from Cape Coral, try to limit your flushing and some of the other water usage, as the city's also trying to work through this as well.
200 failures of their sewage systems there, and also multiple water main breaks in Cape Coral. Quickly, the power numbers, if we can, hundreds of thousands of people, as we can imagine, without power. 288,000 in Lee County, 123,000 in Charlotte County, 2/3 of the population there. Collier County, 163,000, more than 1 million people already without power here in Florida. We know 42,000 linemen from 30 different states will be ready to deploy as well.
And also, if you're in DeSoto County, recognize about 17,000 people there also without power as you're going up US 17 as the storm was pushing through in Fort County. That size, that is a sizable chunk of people who are still waiting to try to get the power back on. And it's going to be tough tonight for a lot of people. For anybody who's able to watch us without the power on, we especially appreciate it, but going to wind up going to sleep in the dark, waking up probably, if you are able to sleep at all, to daylight, and you look around, you're like, well, what do we have to do now to try to make ourselves whole again on this property? It is difficult.
Our producer, Dan, just said 11,000 power outages in Collier County in the last hour alone.
Okay.
So those will be rolling as we go through the night. And usually 7 o'clock is when we would sign off here at Fox 4 News at 6. But this is not a normal day by any means. We are going to be with you throughout the entire night. We're not going anywhere. We will continue to bring you these updates as well. There you go. FPL says every home in DeSoto County is now out of power.
Yeah, just to, again, give you a sense of just the scope of this as Ian has pushed through and reached that part as well. So, yeah, it's going to be one of those nights trying to get the power back on for so many places, trying to assess the damage as well as also the human casualty, unfortunately. We do have to bring that up with this, too, because it could be even days until we determine whether it's loss of life or serious injuries or any illness that could come from something like this, because this is so dramatic, so catastrophic, and so unforgettable on this Wednesday.
You know, as someone who has always lived here in Florida, I've been through several hurricanes, and I personally have never seen anything like this. And if I had to combine, it would be what Michael did in Panama City a few years ago with the winds, combined with what we saw with Hurricane Harvey. And I'm not a meteorologist by any means, but it seems like two of those horrifying storms combined in one. And Ian will be a name that we will never forget here in the state of Florida.
And I guess it also shows a storm is not just a storm when you look at the width of Ian. Because Hurricane Charlie, again, we've been talking about this today, 8 miles wide. Hurricane Ian more than 4 times as wide. And we've certainly seen the impact because this storm, it seems like it's never going away today as people are still being impacted by this.
And earlier we were watching the video of the hurricane hunters in the storm. I had mentioned that they said that they had never seen anything like this before. We actually have just pulled up that sound. This is a hurricane hunter, someone who does this for a living. Take a listen.
And when it did get a sweep and clear up, we were in horrible turbulence. Worst weather I've ever seen. I've never seen those formations on the radar themselves. We got rocked, like to say, like a boxer. The aircraft was basically overmatched at one point. We were max power, trying to gain speed. We were basically diving, losing air. It was a mess. It was the worst thing you could want to happen as a pilot.
And that word from what it's like to actually be that close to a hurricane. And one note, we've been talking about the power outages, Nadine, and also this report in from FPL, only about 2,000 homes actually do have power in Charlotte County right now.
One thing that just stuck with me is the last thing he said. It is the worst thing you would ever want to experience as a pilot. This is the worst thing we would ever want to experience as a Floridian, much less a Southwest Floridian, knowing how beautiful this area is and how much water we have here. And that's why we moved here, for the beautiful shores. And you know, we're going to be here with you guys because this is not going to be easy. And it's not going to be easy to see. And like you said, tomorrow is not going to be an easy day. But we got the boots on and we're going to get out there and we're going to help you guys out.
And also a medium range concern that's going to come from this, because many people might have stocked up for 2 days, 3 days, maybe 5 days. But then what happens once if you don't have a generator and the food starts to run out, or maybe you can't get out, or now you don't have a car because maybe that got flooded. And that's also going to be a humanitarian concern here in Southwest Florida over the next few days, because even once the power comes on, there's going to be some people who have lost so much over the past 24 hours that how are they going to recover? And I'm talking about just for the basics, not for any luxuries.
Wow. Okay, we just got an update from Lee Health, the hospital system, and I'm not sure what branch exactly, but it says their first floor has flooded. Lee Health Hospital System. They had mentioned earlier that they were not by any means a shelter and that they did have backup power generators. I am sure that they are doing everything they can for their patients. I'm trying to read that update as it just came in. Lee Health saying that their first floor has flooded. And so we're going to definitely think of our folks who are obviously being treated and those hospital workers helping them out.
And again, just to be transparent, again, we are live and we are working through
Right.
you know, the usual power and information lags that might be coming through this. Everybody here in Southwest Florida is probably dealing with this to some level. So, you know, this is raw news, kind of as you're getting it, just to be transparent. So we will be working on this with the update from Lee Health in case one of their healthcare facilities does indeed have that first floor to be flooded out, because then you worry about power issues, generator issues, and also just the safety of making sure that people who are on floors 2 until the ceiling are going to be okay for something like this.
Yeah, it's, I mean, incredible to even say the words, let alone to live it. Yeah, I don't know, Chris. I'm out of words. It just makes me very sad.
Well, it's also going to be a situation, we will see this once the sun comes up tomorrow and people take a look at the damage and hopefully physically they're going to be okay. You do get to a point after a few days where emotionally and mentally it can be extremely difficult, because even when you thought you did so much to prepare for this, I don't know how many people were truly ready for this, what we saw with the width of Ian, with the damage, with it just lingering and hovering and eventually leaving, but still leaving so much damage because you see it between the cars swept away. I mean, you saw a sheriff's department trailer that was swept away in Fort Myers.
Firefighters waiting in water in their own fire station. So now this storm is making its way north into impacting the obviously Charlotte County and then up in Tampa, but then it's going to take a hit towards Central Florida and Orlando. We actually have an update from reporter Katie Lagrone on Disney closing, which we know doesn't happen often.
You can really start to feel those feeder bands. The wind and rain here in Orlando has definitely picked up over the last couple hours. You can see there's a couple branches down on the ground here at Eola Park in downtown Orlando. We've also noticed some thunder recently, and we're also starting to feel a major drop in temperature. It's about 73 degrees right now as Ian moves closer. Central Florida bracing for Hurricane Ian. The monster storm still on track to move across Florida's central region late Wednesday into Thursday as a Category 1 hurricane, with Orlando, its flagship city and tourist hub, possibly feeling major impacts.
Yes, we're visiting right now, Florida.
But Ian, not enough to keep these tourists away. The family drove from North Carolina, arriving Wednesday morning, just ahead of the storm.
Why did you come to Florida knowing that there's a hurricane barreling down on us?
Well, we wanted to see, hopefully it works out. We had bought our tickets for Disney.
But seeing Mickey Mouse will have to wait. In a rare move, the happiest place on earth has shut down all of its parks, at least through Thursday. As concerns remain high, Ian could bring historic flooding to the area, with rainfall possibly reaching up to 2 feet in some parts.
I'm from Phoenix, so this is all, wild to me.
Some residents can't help but be concerned, even Florida natives.
You have to be concerned, right? I expect probably the power to go out a little bit, some nice debris, hurricane debris, but nothing too crazy. I don't think it's too crazy over here.
They're very worried right now.
But Jeff Norwood's mind less on himself, more on his sister, who lives in Fort Myers.
They're getting it hard. There's going to be a lot of people with a lot of loss, and it's sad to think of. But Mother Nature, nothing you can do. Just hold on and wish for the best.
Hold on, wish for the best. That's exactly what the people of Central Florida will be doing tonight, and we'll be here for it. I'm Katie LeGrone in Orlando.
As we heard that, where we can see it really is truly a statewide storm as well as a statewide response. Also, we have some live video right now from one camera in Punta Gorda, Charlotte County, only with about 2,000 people countywide, about 200,000 people in that county who still have power if we have that pulled up.
Yeah, the last time we spoke to meteorologist Andrew Shipley, Punta Gorda was really feeling the eye wall of this. If we can't get that video up, I'm going to go ahead and toss to Andrew because you have a 7 o'clock update. Ian finally downgraded.
Yeah, it is downgraded now to a Category 3, down from a 4, but we're still looking at 125 mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusts up to 180. So that's still well over Category 5 strength gusts. Their pressure's up a little bit, which is a sign of that weakening, but you're still looking at this moving at a crawl pace at north-northeast at 8 miles an hour. But that center of the storm right now about 25 miles northeast of Punta Gorda for you. I have some other details for you. In this latest advisory, they did report that a weather station in Port Charlotte sustained winds of 115 miles an hour and gusts up to 132 when Ian made landfall not too far away. So that's interesting news there. Also, you're looking at the wind field here. That's still about 25 miles in terms of that center of circulation. So that's down some as well, about 10 miles, but you're still looking at a still significant storm out there. Here's the latest cone that we are looking at. Again, it's loading in here, so we're all dealing with technology. So it is expected to continue to downgrade down to a 1 here as it continues to move into Central Florida over towards Orlando later here tonight. But that's still not going to be until about 2 o'clock in the morning. So we're still going to be dealing with this for several more hours at this time. I can show you a latest look at the radar. Again, we're doing this in real time, so just bear with me a second. Let me load it up.
What we're seeing, Andrew, we keep going back to a live picture of Punta Gorda.
Yeah. Let me show you here the latest there in Punta Gorda there, just so I can kind of give you a grander look at things. Here, let me zoom on down here. Again, dealing with technology, so it takes a second. Give me that. Let's see here. All right, there we go. Oops, too much. There's DeSoto County. There's 75. All right, now we're down here. All right, there's Port Charlotte.
Now I believe that we are seeing this live video from Punta Gorda, so we can definitely see this where you see the wind whipping the way that it is right now.
Yeah, right here. I'm sure you see it on the radar as well.
Yeah, so we are seeing that now on the backside of that eye. So it's coming out of the northerly direction here because you're on that backside of that circulation. Remember, these go counterclockwise, and you're coming out of the northerly direction right down I-75, Port Charlotte, down through Punta Gorda, Cleveland, into those heavy showers and downpours for you right along that shot there. And you're seeing that further south, though, it looks like the rains are starting to calm down further south you get. Now, there's still some heavy rainfall from Rotunda down through Cape Coral for you, but a little bit further off towards the east. Lehigh Acres, Fort Myers, looks like you're in a bit of a lull in between of these, basically these each layer of the storm, each squall line that we're seeing. You see, though, Bonita Springs a little bit further south. You're in that tropical downpours right now up through Immokalee, Naples, but you're still getting that onshore flow, which is what's keeping that water level a little bit higher still as it's battling that lowering tide, as well as still that water getting pushed against. So I don't expect Naples, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers to see that water to recede very quickly. Now, it's starting to come down some, which is good news. We want that surge to get on out of there, but it's still going to take some time with that, again, that flow still coming off the Gulf. As Ian continues to move northward, though, we are going to start to see those winds shifting away from moving onshore and then continue to move off to the north and starting to push on that back side back out. So that will really help us as well as Ian starts to pull away here, guys.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much. I was just reading, we've gotten a lot of viewer Facebook messages who they've been trying to get any kind of help as possible with loved ones who are trapped on the second floor and the attics of their homes as we have seen that devastating storm fledge. I'm reading a response from Lee County as they are talking more about their curfew. The reason why right now they're not getting to you is just because the conditions are still pretty bad out there, but that's going to be the first thing that Florida Urban Search and Rescue Task Force are going to do. They said you can still call 911. They're going to put a log out on those that they need to deploy to. Listen to this. The reason why that they can't get out is because at 5 o'clock, so about 2 hours ago, they got a gust of 135 miles per hour at the Cape Coral Yacht Club. And I'm sure, as Andrew was just talking, that's kind of what we're seeing a little farther north of us right now in Charlotte County.
And if you can only imagine where the Cape Yacht Club is, again, Southeast Cape, right there in the body of the water, because it's a yacht club, and you're only hoping that the storm surge there was not too dramatic. But once you see all these reports come in, and again, we probably won't really get a sense of this until later in the week, once people also can share their own videos and their own photos and their own experiences. I mean, just think about the 135 miles per hour, worrying about the wind, the rain, and also the surge.
And when we were seeing those zone maps come out for evacuations, you saw how far inland they were going, and you were probably thinking, I'm nowhere near water. I personally thought that in mid-Cape, and now we see why. I feel like this is the first time I'm understanding storm surge at a catastrophic level, what truly 9 and 12 feet mean. And earlier Katie had said, as we were reporting it, that was the potential. No, that is what happened.
We're going to shift from Lee County now down to Collier County. We've talked about some of the healthcare systems trying to be ready for either a storm surge or for the power to go out. So we'll hear from leaders with NCH about how they're planning to proceed with healthcare after the storm. So we'll take a listen.
Hello, it's Paul Hilt from the NCH Healthcare System, and I just want to get this quick message out to thank you. You as community leaders have barraged us with well wishes during this hurricane. I want to tell you that we're working really hard as a team to keep things going in an excellent way, but our staff is stressed, so we appreciate your prayers and good wishes, and we'll be here for you if you need us. Thanks.
And those words coming from NCH, talking about how the healthcare staff is stressed. This is 2.5 years into a pandemic that led to a lot of stress once we got to early 2020 in so many places within that sector. So now we have this now to deal with, just to make sure that people are taken care of.
I know many people are thinking, when is this going to stop? The storm and life's struggles, but that is why we are here, and that's why our first responders are ready to go.
And also especially right now, because we like to talk about the golden hour when you're out at the beach, when everybody looks good because the sun is setting, and now we're approaching the time when it's going to start to get dark outside. And I can't imagine too many people are going to sleep easy tonight, but that's also going to be a concern for tonight, because as the storm keeps pushing its way through, people are going to start to come to the reckoning of what just happened on this day. And once they get up tomorrow, probably by the sunlight, if they were able to sleep, because they might not have power, and you just kind of look around, and it's going to be heart-dropping at some point.
Yeah, there is no easy way to move forward. This was the worst case scenario. This was something none of us wanted to see, but we are here, and we know that our state leaders are here too. Our emergency management directors, Lee, Collier, Charlotte, inland counties have been just incredible getting the word out. They've been hosting live updates. That's why we are going to be here throughout the night. As Chris mentioned, it can get scary. So if you see us, if you're just listening to us, we will bring you every update as it comes. At some point, those winds will die down and they will be able to deploy those rescue crews to you, whether it's by helicopter, by boat, or by high-rise vehicles. They say they're going to get to you.
And Nadine, we can think about all the shocking moments, almost chronologically, as they happened today. Because once the storm really started to push and started to feel the impacts of it, I can remember Sanibel, Captiva. Remember that about 10:30, and again, the time's kind of getting away because it's just such a long day. Because,
well, yeah.
But once we kind of saw that, and we saw the effects, and you saw some of those live cams at Sanibel, where you saw the storm surge then coming in, or from our own reporters, you saw Elise Chingary, who was tracking that. You saw Keenan Scott, who was tracking some of that, and some of the pictures and video that they sent back to us, and you just had a sense of, uh-oh, and you just kind of wondered if there was even anything you could do, whether it was preparations to truly be ready for this, whether it was putting the shutters on, whether it was getting things to a high enough level, whether it was telling loved ones if you can, maybe get out and move a county over if you have to.
And I think with this storm, we didn't think it was right to us in the beginning, and it just kept shifting down to that last minute, which is why people were comparing it to Charlie. And that track did take the same exact track as Charlie, but as you mentioned, and as our team of expert meteorologists have mentioned, it's not comparable to Charlie by any means. The devastation of Charlie actually fit in the eye of Hurricane Ian, if that gives you perspective on just how historical this storm is. And it is going to be one, and I've said this a couple of times, it's going to be a name. Ian will be a name that is going to be on a short list we never want to add here in Florida. Michael, Andrew, Charlie, Irma. But on the bright side of this is that we're going to be here for you, and we know that our incredible state leaders and county leaders are going to be ready to deploy the moment we can.
And back to some of the practicals that are out there, though. Lee County has issued that boil water order, so if you're going to be doing that, make sure to do that. And as we noted, and we'll try to touch on this every so often, City of Cape Coral is reminding people, with about 200,000 people in Cape Coral, if you are seeing this, if you are able to do this, first, thank you, but try to limit your water use, especially bathroom, toilet water usage, because of all the concerns that they've had there as well.
And to put things into perspective, possessions. At first I was worried about my house, but seeing these images, and I'm sure you probably feel the same way, it's like life is what matters at this point.
Yeah, and there will come a time, probably in the next 24 to 72 hours, where we'll see whatever the loss of life turned out to be, because there have been so many stories of people who were trapped, or you see that water rushing in, and you see cars, in certain situations, and we don't know if anybody was in any of the cars. But it seems all throughout social media, you've seen all these pictures of the water coming up to like the tops of the windows on cars, and you just wonder, well, not only are the cars totaled, but you hope that there was nobody in there. Maybe there could have been somebody in some of those. I mean, you hope that that's not the case. But again, over the next few days, we will see just how devastating from a humanitarian, from a loss of life perspective that Hurricane Ian has been, because it has been so incredibly strong. It will go down as one of the most destructive storms that this state has ever seen, especially Southwest Florida.
Yeah, it's truly devastating. And our team of reporters have been out there, and the reason why we have our crews out there is so you're not tempted to go venture out, so you can see when it's safely to do so what it looks like. So we have Ryan Kruger, who's been in Venice for most of the day. Here is an update where he is.
The conditions we're seeing right now in Venice are the worst we have seen so far today, and we still have quite a bit of distance to go. So a couple quick updates. Within the last 30 minutes, we did get an alert that this area, part of Sarasota County, is under an extreme wind event, meaning they are urging people get inside. It is not safe to be out. You are still seeing a few people on the roads, by the way, which is certainly scary, not something you want to see, but for the most part, people are heeding that advice. The other thing that we have just learned, within the last 30 minutes or so, the National Weather Service is saying they are getting reports of hail here in Sarasota County, not in Venice proper, but a little bit farther to the east of here. Where we are getting our wind right now the direction, because we are north of kind of where the eye is right now, we are getting that rotation, that counterclockwise rotation. So we are actually getting our wind right now from the north and from the east. You look at these trees that are swaying, that is because of that northerly wind that is coming. I'm actually looking right now, you can't see it on camera, but I'll describe it for you. A wooded area directly to my north that was full of trees about 2 hours ago. That is almost looking like it's being clear-cutted because of the amount of wind that we are seeing here. You'll see these massive, strong gusts that come in. I have seen not power lines. I have seen street lights that fell. I have seen trees fall. I saw parts of a roof fall. The good news is the buildings, at least where we are located, do appear to be holding up just fine. So that is good. Definitely some roof damage, so that's going to be a thing to keep in mind. After this is all cleared, there's still going to be a lot of cleanup that's out there. But you look at the unbelievable amount of debris that we have here from all of the trees and all of the branches that are being tossed aside. Definitely a lot of ponding as well. There's actually where we were originally located for our reports. We weren't there for long before we realized that place was going to flood soon, so we needed to get out and move to a different location. So a lot of stuff going on here in Venice. Again, the worst conditions that we have seen so far, and this is really just not the beginning, but we still have quite a long ways to go until we are all in the clear. That's all for us now in Venice. I'm Ryan Kruger, Fox 4.
A quick update that was recorded from Ryan a little earlier at 4 o'clock this afternoon, but I'm sure that the conditions haven't changed too much as this storm is now making its way northeast.
We had talked about conserving water, how Cape Coral put out the word to do this, to try to be able to save as much as possible. City of Fort Myers also putting this out to, in their words, please do your absolute best to conserve water at this time. So that's coming from the city of Fort Myers. And also, if we do have the drone video, we do have some drone video that's coming from Naples Police that does show some of the flooding throughout the areas. And over the next couple of days, we will be looking to get Skyfox out there as well to really get a sense of it, the damage that's out there, because hopefully the water will have pulled back by that point.
Right.
But I imagine a lot of the damage will still remain, whether it's roofs, shutters, homes.
I think we're going to get to that drone video, but first, our live shot is up of Caitlin Knapp. She's in Charlotte County. She has been this entire time, and this is where we're seeing some of the worst of it. Caitlin, what are you seeing out there? I know that you're being safe, but take us through it.
Yeah, the wind is really starting to pick up here. I'm practically having to brace my foot on this railing because it is just pushing us left and right. For a while, we really just had to wait it out in our car because the wind was roaring, howling, just a lot happening here in Punta Gorda. One of the biggest concerns is going to be flooding. Now, I'm going to have my photographer stay right there just because the wind is getting really bad. But just looking over this railing right now, there is just a ton of debris in the road. All right, Mike, if you can feel safe enough to go over here. There's a lot of debris in the road. Not sure what road this is, and the reason I say that is because a lot of the signs are gone. I was walking around in the eye of the storm when things were a little calm for about 5 or 10 minutes or so, and I saw the US 41 northbound sign just in a hallway, just laying there. I saw 2 or 3 other signs just broken pieces, just scattered all over the grass, but a lot of the stuff in the road, I've seen palm fronds, awnings, a lot of metal pieces, some pieces from a truck as well, and this is just scattered all over downtown Punta Gorda. I also seen a couple lamp posts that were broken, and then the railing, or excuse me, the covering of that light post was on the ground and shattered. Mainly seeing just a lot of trees everywhere, but this is just in the 1 block radius that I was able to walk around about 2 hours ago. Right now, we're in downtown Punta Gorda in a parking garage, and it's very dark here because the power has gone out in the parking garage. The fire alarm was probably going off for about 2 or 3 hours or so, and we're no longer in the eye wall of this. Certified meteorologist Katie Wall saying that the biggest thing right now that we're feeling is a lot of rain. You can probably see a little bit just coming into the camera and just hitting my face, but again, the wind is the biggest issue here, but flooding is also going to be one of the biggest concerns as well. When I was walking around a little bit earlier today, it was probably going up to maybe barely my calf. I'm about 5'2", so a little short, but it was still going up to my calf just walking around, and that was in the first half of Hurricane Ian, not even the second half. Now, a couple things that I do want to go over from Charlotte County Emergency Management as well as the Sheriff's Office and Punta Gorda Police. The biggest thing here is that there is a curfew in effect from 9 o'clock tonight to 6 in the morning unless you are commuting for work or you are a first responder. That means that you need to shelter in place. As far as when this curfew is going to stop, well, it's in effect until further notice, until we can get out of this storm. So Charlotte County Emergency Management had a press conference a little while ago, around 3 o'clock this afternoon, and they are still urging residents to stay inside. About 120,000 people, possibly even more at this point, don't have power. And when I say 120,000 people, the interesting part about that is those 2 mandatory evacuations that were issued yesterday, that's about 120,000 people as well, 2/3 of the Charlotte County population. So to kind of put it in perspective for you guys, again, 2/3 of the population under evacuation, about 120,000 residents. 120,000 residents have no power right now. And it's going to be some time until the power does come back on and streets start to clear out. Charlotte County Emergency Management Director Patrick Fuller was saying that once it's safe, they will go out and start assessing the situation, but it does not seem like it's going to be anytime soon at the moment. So we're going to stay out here for a while. And another thing that I do want to mention, though, is to check on the people that you care about. I have been able to personally contact some of my friends, my mom who's in West Palm Beach, and just a simple text message goes a long way. And I've had a lot of my coworkers reach out, a lot of my friends also reach out, and even people that I met here in the parking garage. A lot of the storm chasers, we exchange phone numbers, and they're checking to see if I'm okay, if I need anything, if my photographer Mike needs anything either. So again, if you can send a text message out, just check in on everyone, as we are all in this together. We are all going through the same storm, different situation depending on where you live, but like I said, something like that can go a long way. We're going to stay out here for as long as we can in Punta Gorda and bring you the latest as Hurricane Ian continues to make its way through. Reporting live in Punta Gorda, Caitlin Knapp, Fox 4.
Caitlin, I could not have said it better ourselves, as really our neighbors' lives have been upended today. So check on your loved ones. I know many of our coworkers, many of us here, many of the first responders trying to get in touch with their families.
Now let's go back to show just the force of the water as it was pushing through with the storm surge. This video from Sanibel taken by Fox 4's Elise Chingari. And this was people trying to keep it out of a hotel there at Sanibel that they were sheltering at that point while they were also working. And for some of that video, it really became very dramatic. And we've seen this all over. Naples Fire has also shown this with the water pushing through one of the doors here. Take a look at this as we can see this. And people just doing whatever they can to try to hold it in place, but that was not enough in the end.
Yeah, and I would believe that this was before that storm surge also came through there, but those were workers trying to keep the wind out, that wind pushing all of that water into our coastal barrier islands and just devastating that area as Hurricane Ian made landfall today around 3:05 right off of Cayo Casa as a Category 4, now thankfully a Category 3 storm.
If we've got, let's call for that Naples video again with Naples Fire showing that door again, just showing the force as the water was rushing in. And I'm sure this was a situation that's happened over many spots throughout Southwest Florida. I mean, think about just the fear and the anxiety, the stress that would cause for everything that anybody would do to try to be ready for it.
Was that water rushing in there, Chris? I'm not sure. Something just breaking down that door. And we know that Naples and, it is. Our producer's saying, yes, that is water pushing through that door. It wasn't just the winds there. Wow.
Yep. And I can see that Fox 4 meteorologist Andrew Shipley is ready as we are at 7:32. So let's get an update as we can see. And we just saw from Caitlin Knapp up in Charlotte County that they're now on the backside of it, taking this final big push of it before hopefully the all clear there.
Well, and I do want to give you an update there. So as of a couple minutes ago, we just got another extreme wind warning for parts of DeSoto County and northeastern Charlotte County until 9:30, and this is the same areas that we are seeing that high wind is right on that back side of Ian's eye wall, right through Arcadia, down through Port Charlotte for you. So that's why that new warning did go out, because we are seeing winds there. I just looked, radar indicated winds 110 miles an hour up through that eye wall there. So again, still a damaging storm system here. I also see new recent video closer down towards Charlotte Harbor, and we are seeing now again continuing to get that wrap around, and as this lifts off to the north, you're looking at that edge right up along Charlotte Harbor. So you're still getting some water pushed up into Charlotte Harbor that is battling with that receding tide, but we are still seeing that water coming up a little bit in the Charlotte Harbor area in Punta Gorda. So we're going to be watching for some storm surge in and around that area. But I'm going to zoom things out here, just to kind of give you another look at things. So what are we looking at down to the south? You're noticing it's a little bit quieter in terms of the rainfall. We're dealing with some wind shear, some weakening of the storm. It is also getting into some drier air into there. So down south here, things are quieting down, at least in the rain department. You're still dealing with windy tropical storm conditions. The tropical storm force winds are like 300 miles right now. So we're still dealing with a lot of damaging winds in and around Ian for you at this time. But the worst continues to be up in Charlotte County, Sarasota County, and DeSoto County, and that moves up towards Highlands County there as it continues to move up into central Florida. But you're still looking in Arcadia, that heavy downpours in and around the city there. Now, the looks like the heaviest stuff is off to the north there, up along, I'm looking at the map here, 17 and then 661. Up and around this area. So that's Coker Street there, just getting into that heavy rain there as well. Just kind of orient yourself. Again, north side and basically northwest side of Arcadia into that heavy rain band for you at this time. And that extends all the way out to Northport, down into Sarasota County, Venice, and then down in towards Charlotte County, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Cleveland, seeing that down into Rotunda. And we even seen that that rain band try to sneak in towards still the Cape Coral area, down towards Burnt Store Marina, Boquilla, Boca Grande, Cayo Costa, where we do know Ian obviously made landfall earlier today for you. Now, further south, though, you're still looking at rain, but not as much of those tropical downpours that you're seeing closer to that eye wall down in Bowman's Beach, Sanibel Lighthouse, down through Fort Myers Beaches. Again, that south side is getting eroded down through Lovers Key State Park, Vanderbilt Beach, and down into Naples. But we have seen still these feeder bands working their way through. I'm going to zoom things out so you can see that. These feeder bands working their way through, down through Naples, Marco Island. So still some tropical downpours down there. You're not out of this, but things are starting to improve. The further south you get, we're going to continue to see improvements from south to north through the night, but I still think we're going to see several more hours of this. I don't expect Ian's eye to get into central Florida until about 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the overnight hours to tomorrow morning, guys.
I was actually just about to ask another question, because I'm sure a lot of our viewers have questions too. And Chris had pointed out that it's now getting a little dark out. So what can we tell our neighbors and our friends who have a long night ahead of them? Any timeline on when really this is past us?
Well, I think this is going to make up into central Florida probably around 2 o'clock in the morning. And then will continue to work its way out towards Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, somewhere in that general vicinity, but not until you get about till midday tomorrow. Now, as each hour passes, we'll start to see improvements again from south to north, but you're still in the thick of things in DeSoto County. We're still going to be seeing several more hours of this in our northern half of our DMA, DeSoto County, looking at Charlotte County, even parts of Sarasota County, well in the thick of things, and that even goes into parts of Lee County, closer to the coastline. So we're still looking at several more hours of this before really things calm down late tonight, early tomorrow morning. But you're still when I mean calming down, we're talking tropical storm force conditions and not hurricane conditions.
Just because we know we have personally even received emails and Facebook comments of people begging us to get 911 to help them, because we do know that there are many people who are stranded, might be trapped on the second floor or in the attic, and it is going to be a long night, and it can be scary. But I have to reiterate what the governor has said, what the Lee County Sheriff's Office has said, what our Florida Urban Rescue Task Force have said. They are going to be ready to go the moment that things calm down, which is why I had asked Andrew that question, and I really hope that they can get out there soon.
And also with that, with some of those notes that came in from people who are concerned about calling 911, as people might have health conditions, heart conditions, another medical issue, or it could even just be anxiety, because I mean, you can't be sitting inside of a home with this coming up. You're not going to be calm for something like that. Yeah. And there's a lot of those concerns that are out there, and we're seeing this all throughout. Now, if we saw that video, there was also an apartment complex in Fort Myers, and we want to also show you, because it's not just the wind, not just the rain, and not just the flooded water that's out there. You have to watch for a lot, but this was also from an apartment complex in Fort Myers. This was at Evans and Correll, and I forgot the name. I don't have it at the top of my head. But for this one, it's right off of Metro Parkway, about southeast of downtown Fort Myers. Again, showing what some people have been enduring when they've been seeing some of the issues with the roofs.
Centera Apartments.
At Centera, yep.
And while we're here, Chris, quickly, we did just get another alert from Lee County. This is in Lee County, that it is now in a curfew as of 6 p.m. So that was just an hour and a half ago, until further notice. So we're now under a curfew no matter what. So make it through the night, and even tomorrow morning when you start seeing the sun peek out, we're still under curfew. They don't want you out on the roads. We don't want you out being curious. And so that curfew in now effect until further notice in Lee County.
And this is for all of Lee County except for Estero. That is one thing that's in there. They did note in this that the village of Estero is not included within this, but outside of Estero, because you're talking the Fort Myers area, McGregor, Iona, all the way down Fort Myers Beach, down to Bonita. So many places were hit hard, but everywhere except for Estero at this point.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Unincorporated Lee. Thank you very much for that context there. Still, you don't want to be venturing out in the storm right now, as we're clearly seeing the damage. The winds are not going to stop. The rain is not going to stop. Really, what did Andrew say? And tomorrow we're still going to feel tropical storm force winds, even as this hurricane moves across the state. And what was interesting is it is a statewide story, Chris. 58 of the 67 school districts are now closed. 2.5 million Americans, 2.5 million Floridians had to be evacuated under mandatory evacuation. So this is spanning all across Florida.
And to show the level of the statewide impact, Governor Ron DeSantis, back during his news conference before 5 o'clock, did talk about how they have produced a letter for the White House to be able to get special disaster from the emergency declaration for this, to provide for some of the reimbursements for some of the initial response time for the first couple of months out of this. So that is in the works right now.
And so I guess we have new video now coming in of a coastal view as Ian approached today. What we do know is officially Ian made landfall in Cayo Costa at 3:05 p.m. as a Category 4 storm. Cayo Costa right off Lee County's coast.
And really, when you see something like this, you know, you've got the camera there. Imagine having to be out there in this. And I hope nobody was. But this is why we could see the evacuations. And even for people who are sheltering in place, just imagine the level of stress that comes in if you're looking outside your window and that's what you're seeing. And now we're going to go to South Naples. We'll go into Collier County also to see some video of flooding. And I know we do have a couple of pieces from video that hopefully we do have from Collier County. Some of the flooding in South Naples, as we've got this.
Yep, that's it. Is it coming in? Gosh, this one was an interesting one for Collier County, because I'm sure for the folks down there, it felt like it snuck up a little bit faster than it really did for Charlotte and Lee as well.
But we also saw this in downtown Naples as well. Once you get to Fifth Avenue and some of the other more well-known areas of downtown Naples, you could also see the impact of Hurricane Ian all throughout the day down there as well. So, and also shows the width, because we talked about Hurricane Charlie, only 8 miles wide, but this one with a much bigger expanse that we're seeing all throughout Southwest Florida.
And I felt like for some residents, it feels like it might have snuck up on them, because we did think just a few days ago this was going to be more for our northern neighbors, and it just shifted and shifted. And I was even surprised to see today how violent that storm surge was down in Collier County, and how quickly it was, as you're getting another shot now of South Naples here. This one was actually posted by the Naples Police Department when they said they now have a curfew in place, as does Lee County tonight.
As we can see some of the drone video, this coming from, or actually this is just flood video from Naples.
Yeah,
I say just flood video, but so dramatic and shows really the scope of this, because once you see it from a little bit higher up, it really just spells it out, especially once you're against the buildings. And I think it was from when we saw those initial shots of the water going up to the bottom of the stop signs in Sanibel this morning. And we didn't think that would become really the tapestry of the day in so many communities.
For me, it was video of seeing Naples firefighters having to evacuate, wading in water with their fire truck up as well. And I'm hoping we're going to get that video a little later. In the meantime, it looks like we might have an outage map ready for us.
And also some of the numbers that were out there, because we saw just how many people are impacted by this, how many people do not have power. And for anyone here who might be watching us through a generator or through batteries, a special thank you to you. I hope that you're getting the information that you need from this to get some sense of the context with this. But when we think about some of those counties, those last reports that we had, Charlotte County, about 125. Well, actually, we'll do it backwards. Charlotte County told us everybody but about 2,000 people in Charlotte County did not have power. Only about 2,000 people did. For Lee County, that number was about 250,000 out of 800,000 people countywide.
80% people without a power in Lee County. And this is going to be, the governor literally said, a drop in the bucket compared to the power outages that we're going to see across the state and statewide. It looks like a power outage map is up from LCEC right now. This is not FPL, this is LCEC, and you can just see these numbers personally are too small. So for our producers, if you want to call them out for us, that would be amazing. But we do know, look at that. That's the entirety of Southwest Florida highlighted there. And
not just within this, but also then you're going down to Collier County, which they've also had their numbers as well, up to Charlotte County, because these coastal counties have been hit so hard by this. And we're hoping that the power does come on at a certain point, sooner, of course, rather than later. But that's also going to become the big story for the next day, 2 days, even up to a week, because it could take a while to get some of this back on.
And in previous hurricanes, what always brought me comfort was seeing all the linemen from all the different states reading off the state license places as well, and seeing that they're coming from all over to help us. And I know that we're going to get the numbers coming in soon, but I'm going to break down the lineman numbers, 42,000 coming to Florida right now.
And also remember, these are specialists. They're trained to do this.
Oh, absolutely.
But there is one thing that these government leaders are echoing that we're also going to echo. To do what you can to stay off the roads and stay out of their way.
Oh my gosh,
because this way they can get the power back on to everybody. Same thing with emergency responders, because maybe they might need to get to a house to help with a situation. If we can all do a little part, do what we can to stay off of the roads, even if it's tempting to go out and look around and see some of the damage. Or even if it's tempting if you're not at your property. Maybe you're watching this from another state and you're curious about whether your property in, say, Cape Coral is okay. Let's just find a way to follow the orders, be rule followers on this, so we can all get the power back on a little bit sooner.
All right.
Your eyes are a lot younger than mine, so please, I'll have you look at these.
All right, let me go through these numbers here. I know that map is no longer up, but that's okay. Lehigh Acres, 20,000 power outages. Again, these are LCEC numbers. They're going to seem a lot smaller than FPL. Lehigh Acres, 20,000. Immokalee, 6,000. Marco Island, 17,000. Sanibel, over 10,000.
And think about also the wind speeds that were coming in on this. Because you would look at some of them like Southeast Cape Coral, 140, and we had that report at the Yacht Club at 5 p.m. at about 135 miles per hour, just to show you the intensity of Hurricane Ian as it was pushing through.
It almost seems unimaginable to say those numbers as well. Well, let's just quickly say that with the power outages, as I mentioned, 42,000 linemen coming in from 30 different states. And that one was one that usually comes with hurricanes. That is what comes. What struck me today is how many search and rescue teams are now mobilizing along with those power crews and companies. This is going to be a search and rescue event, as we know. We've had several people call in and email in to us saying that they are trying to get in touch with 911 and trying to get any help as those waters quickly rose earlier today, and as they, I would imagine, are staying high. And so with that, they are deploying hundreds of boats, Black Hawk helicopters from Alabama, from Tennessee. They're bringing in aircraft. They're clearing the runways at RSW to hopefully bring in more food and supplies, because as you mentioned, that's probably going to run out in the coming days. This is going to shift from an emergency weather event to a rescue mission and a search and rescue effort here.
And we've talked a lot especially this year, with trying to make sure that food insecurity gets battled. We talk about this all the time here in Southwest Florida because we have seen this with inflation, where people are going to certain places so that they can get the basics. But now we're also going to have to see, from maybe even a larger scope, if some of the entities are going to go reach people where they are to give them the basics, because eventually some of the people are going to run out of those basic necessities. It could be food, it could be toiletries, it could be just some of the things that we all have that we all definitely take for granted. So hopefully that all gets addressed in the coming days as well, especially if the power does not get back on.
And a storyline that's going to come out of this that we've been covering extensively in Fox 4 is our property insurance crisis, and so many homeowners dealing or being dropped or not having flooding insurance. And so that's going to be a very difficult road to navigate moving forward. Where do you file a claim, and how is FEMA going to step in? These are all things that we here at Fox 4 will help you navigate. That is not coming anytime soon, though. This is now all about staying in place, riding out this storm, surviving this storm, and having that rescue mission come out.
And especially for 2022, because this has been a year of so much evolution when it comes to how Southwest Florida is. More people moving down here. We've also seen housing prices go up. We do see the inflation where a lot of the basic necessities are out there, and just being able to try to handle this on top of a catastrophic hurricane. That's going to be a real challenge here throughout Southwest Florida.
So we have a couple of places that we want to navigate. We do know, and I can't promise right now that we're going to take this, that Bonita Springs is going to host a news conference. It looks like they are feeding that on a Facebook Live right now. So we're going to try to work to route that. So while we're working on that, it sounds like Sheriff Carmine Marcino is there. So it sounds like he's going to have a message about trying to get out to the folks who might be flooded or trapped in their homes, because we know there's a lot of people stranded. So,
but for Bonita Springs, though, we've also seen some of the images coming out of there. We've seen some of the businesses that are along Bonita Beach Road, right there at the curve, right as they're going towards Fort Myers Beach. They've been surrounded by water
on
as
the
well.
Imperial River right there.
Yeah, and we saw that at the Dock Beach House. And once you go a little bit further inland into Bonita Springs itself, the Imperial River is always a risk to flood whenever the water gets high. So yeah, we are seeing a lot of that as well too. So hopefully we'll be able to get some more information from the Lee County Sheriff's Office as well as some city officials with Bonita Springs, because the impact has also been there as well too. As again, now we're approaching the dark. So many people without power right now, just trying to get through this night.
Okay, it sounds like it is routed, ready to go. So let's go ahead and listen in on Bonita Springs, including Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino.
Access the people that need to be helped. Their life and safety is most important. But my message is very clear to those that think they're going to loot. Go somewhere else. Leave the state. Don't do that in here, not in Lee County. We're assessing everything as we go along. Again, I don't know what the sustained winds are right at this moment, but I do know they're over 45. I can't wait for us to be able to get out there immediately and access. Again, we want to be safe and we want to get there as soon as possible. I'll take questions from anyone. We have drones, we have aviation. Everything is on standby, all assets on deck, all hands on deck. I'm sorry? Well, right now the curfew came out, and we can't get out there to enforce it immediately right now, but we want people to know. I mean, this could change right now. We could change 5 minutes from now. Those winds go down, we're going to be out there. We want people, we educate people, we make them aware. As a last step is enforcement. We need to protect those that are in need right now. We don't know exactly what's out there. There are residents that are desperate for help. Their homes are compromised, businesses are compromised, we have water issues. So our message wants people stay off the roadways and let us assess it. I'm not pulling every car. First, it's life, safety, health, and welfare. So we're going to be out there to make sure those calls for service, the people that are waiting and in need, we're going to address that immediately. But make no mistake, in the big picture, there is a curfew. Again, that's put in place to protect the residents of this county. Once we get past that point, when it can be lifted, it'll be lifted. But I need to make certain that, things are protected when they're vulnerable. Again, life, safety, property.
Sheriff, we're getting phone calls from people saying they're trapped in their attics. 911 was hold us down. What do you say to those folks tonight?
My heart is with them. I have no words. It's frustrating for me. I want to personally go out there with my team and find the people that need help. And I want to help everybody. But we can't compromise other life too. When we told people in the very, very beginning, please listen, this is a mandatory evacuation, we can't force people out of their homes. Some people, which I understand, made that choice to stay. So right now, just do the best you can to get to higher ground. Go to the second floor. I don't know exactly what the statistics are. I don't know what I'm looking at. What are the incidents? But all I can say is those that are in need, we want to get to you, and we will get to you as soon as possible, not waiting 1 second. And again, I don't know the exact time frame. You know, thinking about the sustained winds, when is that going to die down? This has really, I mean, this really hit us hard. So we're moving as we go and making those decisions as we go. But one thing we won't hesitate is getting to those in need, and we'll do that immediately.
I'm sure you've been busy. Do you know how many calls
And we are back on. Just heard from Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino from Bonita Springs, telling people not to loot, but also talking about the evacuation situation. He said that his deputies with his department can't just force people out of their homes, so they can just try to recommend that people get to higher ground as soon as possible.
Yeah, and he said that hopefully they'll be able to get to you once the storm has passed and it's safe to get those crews out. Not only LCSO here, we're not just talking about the sheriff's office, we're talking about FWC and fire crews, urban search and rescue teams, people from all over